The Venerable Swordsman Chapter 2324 to Chapter 2380. Stop. Xianxia suddenly stood up with a solemn expression. The woman was given a fright, and her clothes that had already been untied slid down. Of course, there were still clothes underneath. Xianxia looked at the woman. Put on your clothes. The woman hesitated for a moment before saying, no. Xianxia was speechless. The woman wanted to continue delaying, but a strand of sword intent locked onto her. The woman raised her head to look at Xianxia and said with a trembling voice, you. Xianxia waved his sleeve, and the woman's clothes were all put on. In the next moment, the woman was blasted out of the door. Outside the door, the woman was stunned. Xianxia looked at the woman outside with a cold expression. Am I very easy to talk to? Hearing this, the woman was shocked and hurriedly shook her head. Xianxia looked at the woman coldly. If a woman doesn't have self-respect, how can others respect her? I don't care what your reasons are, but I hate your behavior. Every time you encounter trouble, you sell yourself and use your body to exchange for benefits. He shook his head slightly. I don't want to say anything too hurtful, but do you think that your behavior is appropriate? The woman lowered her head slightly. Xianxia suddenly asked, what do you want to exchange with me? The woman fell silent. Speak. Xianxia suddenly shouted. His voice was like thunder, and it was terrifying. The woman's heart shook and she hurriedly said, cultivation resources. Xianxia frowned slightly. For cultivation resources? The woman nodded and said with a trembling voice, yes. At this moment, some people rushed over. Seeing this, the woman's face instantly turned pale. If others found out about this, she would lose all face. At this moment, Xianxia waved his sleeve. Boom, a strand of sword intent surged out, and in an instant, the people who rushed over were blasted back. Seeing this, the woman looked up at Xianxia with a dazed expression. Xianxia looked at the woman and did not speak. The woman said with a trembling voice, you, look down on me, right? Xianxia shook his head. No. I'm just angry. When he found out that this woman wanted to use her body to exchange for resources, he did not look down on her. Instead, he felt more anger and sorrow. How difficult would it be for a nobody without a backer to change his fate? When the normal path couldn't satisfy them, many people would try to take the crooked path. Most of the time, the crooked path was always easier than the right path, especially for women. If they made the wrong choice, money might not be that hard to earn for them. He didn't want to criticize these people, but this was wrong. Being poor was not a reason for you to make mistakes. Because once you took a wrong step, every step you took would be wrong, and then you would step into the bottomless abyss. Xianxia suddenly smiled. Do you want to study? The woman was stunned. Read. Read books? Xianxia nodded. Reading can change one's fate. The woman hesitated. Xianxia smiled faintly. He opened his palm, and a divine path code slowly floated in front of the woman. The woman took it and had a look. In the next moment, her pupils suddenly constricted. In an instant, she knelt down and said in a trembling voice, thank you, thank you. A gentle sword intent suddenly lifted the woman up. Xianxia smiled. Are you willing to study? The woman took a deep breath. She hugged the divine Tao code tightly with both hands and said firmly, yes. Xianxia nodded. He opened his palm, and a small wooden token appeared in front of the woman. On the wooden token, there were 2 words engraved, Guanxian. Xianxia smiled. From now on, you are a member of my Guanxian Academy. The woman bowed deeply. Greetings, Dean. Xianxia walked in front of the woman. He took out a handkerchief and handed it to the woman. I'm not preaching, but in the future, you have to love yourself. If you don't love yourself, how can others love you? The woman took the handkerchief. She lowered her head slightly. Okay. Xianxia smiled and turned to leave. At this moment, the woman suddenly raised her head. Why are you so good to me? Xianxia stopped. After a moment of silence, he said, I have a wish. To establish a heart for the universe, to establish a life for all living beings, to pass on the lost knowledge for the past sages, and to establish peace for all ages. As he spoke, he shook his head and laughed self-deprecatingly. But before this, I've always been accepting geniuses with great talent. I've never thought about those ordinary people. Those geniuses with great talent will be welcomed and valued by the sex wherever they go. But what about those ordinary people with poor talent? Just like you. Everyone values geniuses and geniuses. What about those ordinary people? As he said this, he turned to look at the woman and smiled. From now on, my academy will not set any threshold. We will no longer measure any student based on talent. Anyone who wants to learn will be welcomed by my academy. I may not be able to be absolutely fair, but I'm willing to give these ordinary people a platform and a chance. I'll let them have a chance to stand out like those geniuses. With that, he turned to leave. At this moment, a sword hum suddenly soared into the sky from his body. In the next moment, a terrifying sword intent soared into the sky. Boom, in an instant, the entire starry sky boiled and gradually disappeared. The sword intent's aura grew stronger and stronger. Gradually, it erupted like a volcano, unleashing an extremely terrifying power. In an instant, the entire starry sky above the Shingu clan was wiped out. Under the shroud of the sword intent, the countless experts of the Shingu clan were terrified. Demigod, it was not the human who had reached the demigod realm, but the human world's sword intent that had reached the demigod realm. Below, Xian raised his head and looked at the pitch-black sky above him. After a moment of silence, he said softly, "An unintentional willow grows shade." After he finished speaking, he walked towards the room. At this moment, the terrifying sword intent suddenly disappeared without a trace, as though it had never appeared. Behind Xian, the woman was stunned for a moment before she said softly, "My name is Gu Ran." Gu Ran, Xian did not know that his small act of giving out a book would create such a terrifying existence. Gu Ran, Guanxian Academy was second only to the Qingqiu Empress. In Guanxian Academy, she founded the Kindness Academy and was the first Kindness Academy master. She did good deeds all her life and achieved great success in the path of kindness. Her students were all over the universe. After that, she spent her entire life searching for the first dean of Guanxian Academy, Xian. On the other side, the clan leader looked at the room Xian was in and remained silent. She had already arrived when Xian first used his sword intent to chase away the experts of the Shingu clan. She had heard the entire conversation between Xian and Gu Ran clearly. She had also seen it when Xian's sword intent reached the demigod level. Xian's words shocked her. To establish a heart for the universe, to establish a life for all living beings, to continue learning for the past sages, and to establish peace for all ages, the woman was truly shocked. She could not imagine that the man before her would have such great ambitions. The most frightening thing was that this man's sword intent had reached the demigod level. She was also a genius. She had spent tens of thousands of years to reach the demigod level from the see-through realm, but this man before her had so easily made her sword intent reach the demigod level. This was a little ridiculous. Of course, this was not the main point. The main point was this man's way of doing things. She had seen the Divine Way Codex before. It could be said that it was a priceless divine book, but Xian had given it away just like that, not even blinking an eye. Was he that generous? The woman was silent for a long time before she turned and left. Because Xian's sword intent breakthrough had caused a huge commotion, many outside forces had rushed to the ancient god world to inquire about it. However, the clan leader had blocked all news and chased away everyone outside. This also made many forces even more curious, especially the Imperial Wilderness Celestial Clan. Imperial Wilderness Celestial Clan. On a mountain peak somewhere. Dizhuang sat cross-legged on the ground. There were 2 spears stabbed into the ground on either side of her, and a white-robed elder stood beside her. At this moment, Dizhuang opened her eyes. Demigod-level sword intent? The white-robed elder nodded. Confirmed. The corner of Dizhuang's mouth lifted slightly. Not bad. The white-robed elder said in a deep voice, "Don't underestimate him." Dizhuang nodded. Understood. With that, she slowly closed her eyes. The white-robed elder quietly retreated. He came to a river where an old man was fishing with his legs crossed. The white-robed elder came to the old man's side and bowed slightly. Clan leader. This old man who was fishing was Diyuan of the Imperial Wilderness Celestial Clan. Diyuan chuckled. That young man's sword intent has reached the demigod level? The white-robed elder nodded. Confirmed. Diyuan smiled slightly. Interesting. The white-robed elder wanted to say something but stopped. Diyuan said softly, that woman actually found such a genius. This is something I never expected. The white-robed elder said in a deep voice, this person comes from the universe of gods and is the dean of an academy. Guanxian Academy is a very ordinary academy. As for this person, his origin is quite mysterious. With that said, a cold glint flashed in his eyes. No matter what, this person is helping the Xingu clan, which means he's our enemy. Since he's our enemy, we can send someone to Guanxian Academy. Diyuan frowned. You cultivate every day. Can't you cultivate your brain a little? The white-robed elder was stunned. Diyuan said indifferently, this person is so monstrous. How can he be an ordinary person? If we go against his academy, isn't that what that woman wants? If we go against him now, it's equivalent to having another enemy for no reason. Moreover, it's an unknown enemy. Understand? The white-robed elder said in a deep voice, then he's helping the Xingu clan. Diyuan shook his head. Our top priority now is to find out why he's helping the Xingu clan. Is it voluntary or forced? If it's voluntary, there must be a reason. If it's forced. With that said, the corners of his mouth curled up like an old fox. Then won't our chance come? The white-robed elder frowned. Rope him in? Diyuan smiled. It's not impossible. The white-robed elder was silent for a moment before saying, I'll continue investigating. Diyuan shook his head. No need. The white-robed elder was stunned. Diyuan said indifferently, I'll investigate it myself. With that said, he stood up and left. But soon, he stopped and turned around. That young man likes to read? The white-robed elder nodded. Every day, he doesn't leave his hands. The white-robed elder pondered for a moment before saying, Go and collect all the ancient books of the Imperial Wilderness God clan. With that said, he smiled. Those who are lustful, will send beauties. Those who like to read, will send books. It's not important whether we can rope him in or not. What's important is to show our goodwill. The white-robed elder hesitated for a moment before saying, Clan leader, is there a need for us to treat a young man like this? It's too. Shut up. Diyuan suddenly said angrily. Do you know how long it took me to reach demigod from the see-through realm? 12,000 years. And look at that young man, damn it, he can reach demigod sword intent at such a young age. This kind of person is a talent. In this era, what's the most important thing? Talent. The white-robed elder said in a deep voice. We have the Emperor's makeup. Diyuan said indifferently. We do have the Emperor's makeup. But have you ever thought about what if the Emperor's makeup falls in love with this young man? With that said, he suddenly smirked. That's 1 + 1 = 2. 2 super geniuses. If they give birth to a child, it'll be 3 geniuses. If they give birth to 2 children, it'll be 4 geniuses. Hee, the elder. P.S. My throat has been very uncomfortable recently. Seeing that his clan leader had fallen into a beautiful fantasy, the old man hurriedly said, Clan leader, Di Zhuang's feelings. I'm afraid we can't control them. Diyuan said indifferently, Of course I know. But we can help. For example, if we form a good relationship with that young man, it will be equivalent to creating an opportunity for them. If we become enemies with that young man, then she and that young man won't have any chance. As he said that, he sighed softly. As an elder, we must consider the next generation when we do things. Most of the time, you can't be too extreme. If you are too extreme, the next generation will have no room for reconciliation. With that, he turned and left. The old man was speechless. At the Xingu clan, Xianxia sat cross-legged in the room with his eyes closed. In front of him was a sword. It wasn't the sword that his father had given him, but a sword that he had condensed from sword intent. Sword intent breakthrough, this was something he hadn't expected. Moreover, this sword intent had reached the level of a demigod. It had to be said that this was very surprising. Yi Xian opened his palm and the sword condensed from sword intent fell into his palm. He slowly closed his eyes. Feel the sword intent. Yi Xian felt the power of the human world in this sword intent. Before this, he didn't know how to improve the sword intent and power of the human world. But now, he understood a little, the transformation of the heart. Every time his state of mind transformed, the sword intent and the power of the human world would be improved. Of course, what he said to Gu Ran earlier wasn't for a breakthrough, but because he really felt it. His academy should be bigger in scope, and it should do something for more ordinary people. Yi Xian collected his thoughts and looked at the sword in his hand. Not to mention anything else, he wanted to find Di Zhuang and fight, to fight to his heart's content. At this moment, the Xingu clan's clan leader suddenly appeared in the room. Yi Xian was slightly taken aback. Then, he said, "Don't you knock first before entering the room?" The clan leader looked at Yi Xian. "It's time for your class." Yi Xian frowned slightly. "Class?" The female chief said calmly, 5 million universe veins, half a month, is it just for one lesson? Yi Xian was speechless. The clan leader then said, "Go to class." Yi Xian smiled. "Have Gu Xian and the others changed since last time?" The patriarch nodded. "He no longer shows off his abilities, becoming much more low-key and calm." Yi Xian smiled and said, "That's enough." The matriarch looked at Yi Xian, "You can continue your lecture. Especially that divine Tao code that you showed me before. Tell me about this book." Yi Xian shook his head. "I'm not interested." With that, he got up and walked outside. The woman suddenly said, "Don't you want 5 million universe veins?" Yi Xian waved his hand. "Do as you wish." With that, he disappeared into the distance. The woman frowned. Yi Xian arrived at the martial arts practice field. At this moment, the barrier had been restored, and there were over 100 Xingu clan disciples here. These disciples were cultivating, but when they saw Yi Xian, they all stood up. They were still afraid of Yi Xian. This fellow had almost killed Gu Xian in the past. Yi Xian glanced at the Xingu clan disciples and smiled. "All of you continue cultivating. I want to try out the sword I just comprehended." Everyone looked at Yi Xian and didn't dare to speak. Yi Xian slowly closed his eyes. In the next moment, hundreds of swords condensed from sword intent appeared around him. Sensing this sword intent, the Xingu clan disciples' expressions changed drastically. The might of this sword intent seemed to want to crush them. It was extremely shocking. At this moment, Yi Xian opened his palm, and the hundreds of swords suddenly transformed into rays of sword light that fell into his palm. In the blink of an eye, he slashed with his sword. Hiss! As soon as he slashed with his sword, Yi Xian immediately sheathed his sword, and then he turned around and left. On the other hand, the entire martial arts practice field behind Yi Xian was gradually being obliterated. The Xingu clan disciples retreated swiftly and left the martial arts practice field. At this moment, the entire martial arts practice field had been completely obliterated. Everyone was slightly dazed. They turned to look at Yi Xian, who was in the distance. Yi Xian walked towards the distance with his sword in hand. He walked very slowly and calmly, and his clothes fluttered even though there was no wind. A Xingu clan disciple suddenly spoke in a trembling voice, "Did he just come here to put on a show?" All the others were speechless. On the other side, Yi Xian was stopped by the patriarch, and she gazed at Yi Xian, "You destroyed the martial arts practice field." Yi Xian thought for a moment and said, "I didn't do it on purpose." She gazed at Yi Xian for a short while before she said, "I'll take you somewhere." Yi Xian was slightly curious, "Where?" She replied, "The immortal treasure world." Yi Xian frowned slightly, "The immortal treasure world?" She nodded, "It's a world established by the pavilion master of the immortal treasure pavilion, Qin Guan, and it's extremely prosperous. I'm going there to bid for something. Come with me." Yi Xian hesitated for a moment, and then he said, "Can I not go?" She looked at Yi Xian, "No?" Yi Xian was slightly puzzled, "Why not?" She spoke indifferently, "If I'm not here, then no one in my clan can do anything to you. I'm afraid you'll act recklessly." As soon as she finished speaking, she waved her right hand and vanished with Yi Xian on the spot. Yi Xian, actually, she was indeed slightly afraid of Yi Xian. If she wasn't here, then who could do anything to Yi Xian? No one. Moreover, she realized that this fellow was quite scheming. If no one restrained him, then who knew what he would do to the Xingu clan when she returned? It was better to take him away. Immortal Treasure Pavilion. On this day, Diyuan came to the Celestial Treasure Pavilion to inquire about Yixian. The best place to do so was naturally the Celestial Treasure Pavilion, not only because the Celestial Treasure Pavilion had a powerful intelligence system, but also because Yixian was a super VIP of the Celestial Treasure Pavilion. In the room, President Su Tian received Diyuan. Diyuan smiled, "Brother Su, I'll get straight to the point. I want all the information on young Master Yi." Su Tian smiled faintly, "No." Diyuan frowned, "Why?" Su Tian chuckled, "I have no right to reveal young Master Yi's background to you." Hearing that, Diyuan narrowed his eyes, "What background?" Su Tian suddenly raised his thumb and index finger, and then he rubbed them lightly, 10 million universe veins. Diyuan's face instantly sank, "Brother Su, it hurts our relationship to talk about money." Su Tian smiled lightly, "Brother D, I'm a businessman, and blood brothers should be fair." Diyuan smiled, "That's true." As he spoke, he opened his palm, and a spatial ring flew over to Su Tian. Su Tian grinned as he put the spatial ring away, and then he said, "He's the pavilion master's friend." Diyuan said, "Continue." Su Tian blinked, "You're done." Diyuan stared at Su Tian, "Brother Su, you're going a bit too far." Su Tian smiled bitterly, "Brother D, it's not that I'm greedy, but I don't dare tell you about his true background. It's too terrifying, and I don't want to be tainted by it." Diyuan frowned slightly, "You don't dare to tell me?" Su Tian nodded. Diyuan suddenly withdrew a spatial ring and placed it in front of Su Tian, and there were 20 million universe veins within it. Su Tian grabbed the spatial ring and said, "The Yang clan." Diyuan spoke in a low voice, "I've never heard of it." Su Tian glanced at Diyuan and said, "It's a terrifying power that exceeds our understanding, and he's the young master of the Yang clan." As he spoke, he turned to look outside and said softly, "Brother D, this world is very, very big. Not to mention that we are just demigods, even a real ancient god, or even an ancient god, is just an ant in the eyes of some people." Diyuan remained silent for a short moment, and then he smiled, "Brother Su, thank you." As soon as he finished speaking, he stood up and was about to leave. However, he seemed to have thought of something, and he said, "Brother Su, you have to come to my wedding." Su Tian frowned slightly, "What wedding?" Diyuan smiled, "To tell you the truth, after my daughter went to the Xingu clan to spar with young Master Yi, the two of them actually came to appreciate each other. In the end, they actually went from appreciating each other to loving each other. The reason I came to inquire about young Master Yi was because I wanted to find out more about my future son-in-law. In short, you have to come to my wedding." As soon as he finished speaking, he turned around and left. Su Tian was stunned, and then he hurriedly said, "Brother D, is what you said true?" Diyuan was slightly displeased, "Can I speak carelessly about my daughter's reputation?" As soon as he finished speaking, he turned around and continued walking, but he didn't fly. Su Tian suddenly grabbed Diyuan, and then he placed the 2 spatial rings he'd just obtained into Diyuan's hand. "Brother D, little brother was only joking with you just now. You're right, talking about money hurts our relationship." Diyuan said in a deep voice, "Brother Su, I know that you are doing business. I can understand. Don't worry. Today, you will receive my 30 million universe meridians. This matter will be known by the heavens, the earth, you, and I. I will definitely not tell my future son-in-law about this." Su Tian hurriedly shook his head, and then he forcefully placed the 2 spatial rings into Diyuan's hand. "Brother D, I can't accept this money. Am I still human if I accept my brother's money?" After the two of them refused for a while, Diyuan finally took the spatial rings and left. After Diyuan left, an old man appeared behind Su Tian, and the old man said in a low voice, "President, you can't fully believe this old fellow's words." Su Tian's expression was calm, "Of course I know. But I can't fucking gamble with him, because from what I know, this young Master Yi is indeed a bit of a playboy. As for him and this Di Zhuang, what if that girl and young Master Yi are really together? If I accept this old fellow's money, won't my path be narrow?" Old man. In the space-time tunnel, Yixian and the clan leader's woman walked side by side. The clan leader's woman wore a black dress today, and her long hair casually draped behind her. Her face didn't have any traces of makeup, and it was very clean, just a bit cold. Yixian suddenly asked, "Can you talk about this immortal treasure world?" The clan leader nodded slightly. "You know Qingguan, right?" Yixian nodded. The clan leader turned her head and looked at Yixian. "This immortal treasure world has a college called Xianxia College. Don't you like to study? From what I know, this college also does learning. You can exchange some ideas when the time comes." Xianxia College, Yixian nodded slightly. "Then I'll definitely pay a visit." Immortal treasure world. After entering the immortal treasure realm, Yixian immediately discovered many spaceships. These spaceships came from all directions. Many of them flew up from the city below and then flew in all directions. Yixian looked down and saw a huge city in the depths of the starry sky. Immortal Treasure City. This immortal treasure city is the biggest city in the immortal treasure world, and it is also the only city. One world, one city. Yixian is curious about this immortal treasure city. This was built by Qingguan. He knows that Qingguan's way of thinking is different from other women. What would the city she built look like? Yixian smiled. "Patriarch, let's go down." The woman suddenly said, "My name is Guhan." However, Yixian has already disappeared into the distance, as if he didn't hear it. The woman glanced at Yixian in the distance and then disappeared. Immortal Treasure City. Yixian came to the entrance of Immortal Treasure City. At the entrance, there is a stone platform with a box on it. At this moment, there are many people gathered around this stone platform. Yixian is curious and immediately walked over. He came to the stone platform and saw the box on it. There is nothing special about it, it looks like an ordinary box. At this moment, some people suddenly turned their heads and saw the patriarch slowly walking over. When she walked over, the people's expressions changed. Then, they quickly retreated and made way for her. Pressure. This woman only released a bit of pressure, but this pressure isn't something ordinary people can bear. The patriarch walked to Yixian's side. Yixian smiled. "You don't like standing in the crowd?" The patriarch's expression was calm. "I don't like people being so close to me." Then, she looked at the box. This was left by Pavilion Master Qin. He said that he left it for the fated person. As long as you can match the token, this box can be opened. Yixian turned his head and saw a sentence beside the iron box. "Heavenly King covers Earthly Tiger. The Heavenly King overpowers the Earthly Tiger." Yixian frowned. "What kind of password was this?" The woman said softly. "This box is rather mysterious. Divine senses cannot penetrate it." Yixian glanced at the box and scanned it with his divine sense. However, just like what the clan leader said, he couldn't penetrate it. Yixian shook his head and smiled. "This Qingguan likes to do these fancy things." Guhan glanced at Yixian. "Are you close to her?" Yixian nodded. "Yes." Guhan fell silent. Yixian glanced at the box and said with a smile, "I wonder whose hands this box will fall into in the future." With that, he looked at Guhan. "Let's enter the city." Guhan nodded, and the two of them walked into the city. After entering the city, Yixian discovered that the city was extraordinarily prosperous. The wide streets were filled with people, and most of them were cultivators. Guhan suddenly said, "These people came from all over the universe to do business here." Yixian looked at Guhan. "Business?" Guhan nodded. "This celestial treasure city is equivalent to a transit station. It circulates all kinds of goods from all over the universe. It can be said that as long as you have money, you can buy anything. As long as you have good goods, you can basically sell them here." Yixian was a little curious. These people came here to do business. They will pay taxes, right? Guhan nodded slightly. Anyone who comes to do business in this city has to pay 1% tax to Celestial Treasure Pavilion. Yixian said softly, "It's not much." Guhan nodded. "It's indeed not much. However, even so, this Celestial Treasure Pavilion still earns a lot of money. Previously, someone estimated that this Celestial Treasure Pavilion earns tens of millions of universe veins just from taxes alone. Not to mention, they have other projects." Yixian was a little curious. "Other projects?" Guhan looked at the tall buildings around them. All the buildings in this city belong to Pavilion Master Qin. Anyone who wants to do business here has to pay rent to Celestial Treasure Pavilion every month. Xian's expression froze. All the businesses in this city belong to Qing Guan. How much rent does it cost every month? He didn't dare to think about it. Xian sighed in his heart. Qing Guan, a rich woman, Gu Han said again. There's a good thing about this place. You can't use force here. No one can use force here. Xian looked at Gu Han. Even you can't? Gu Han looked at Xian. There are at least 3 ancient God Realm experts here. There are even ancient God Realm experts. No one dares to use force here unless they really don't want to live. She paused for a while before continuing. Do you understand what I mean? Xian smiled. I'm a scholar. A scholar doesn't fight. He walked away after saying that. Gu Han glanced at Xian before following. Along the way, Xian looked around with interest. He had to admit that this city was very earthly, with the smell of smoke and fire. A while later, Gu Han brought Xian to a tall building. Xian looked up. Immortal Treasure Tower. Obviously, this was the property of Celestial Treasure Pavilion, Gu Han said. This place is suitable for cultivation. Every room is an independent starry sky world. It's very quiet. Of course, it's a little expensive. One night requires more than 1,000 universe veins. And this is the cheapest. The most expensive room requires 100,000 universe veins. 100,000 universe veins. Xian looked at the tall building in front of him and sighed inwardly. Qing Guan, how much money do you have? In this world, there were 2 mysteries. First, how strong was Qing? Second, how much money did Qing Guan have? One was that he was invincible. The other was that he wasn't interested in money. Xian sighed inwardly. When would I be able to show off like Qing and Qing Guan? Gu Han suddenly said, let's go in. Xian withdrew his thoughts and nodded. The 2 of them had just entered the Immortal Treasure Tower when a pretty woman came over to greet them. She smiled. Are you looking for a place to stay? Gu Han nodded. 2 ordinary rooms. After saying that, she opened her palm and a spatial ring flew in front of her. There were 20,000 universe veins in the spatial ring. The cheapest? Xian blinked and said, Patriarch, are you that thrifty? Gu Han glanced at Xian. The family's wealth can't be squandered. Xian gave a thumbs up. Amazing. As he spoke, he opened his palm, and a command token appeared in front of the woman. Do you recognize this? The woman's expression changed drastically when she saw this, and she immediately bowed deeply to Xian. Young Master Yi. Xian was slightly curious. You know me? The woman hurriedly said, up until now, the pavilion master has only issued a mysterious heaven token, and the owner of this mysterious heaven token is young Master Yi, Xian. Xian grinned. Don't be so nervous. What I mean is, are there any discounts when we stay here? The woman laughed bitterly. It's free. Young Master Yi's stay here is free of charge. Xian blinked. Free of charge? The woman nodded. Both of you can stay in the Supreme Room. Xian frowned slightly. Supreme Room? Gu Han suddenly said, 200,000 universe veins per night, 200,000. Xian's expression froze, and he looked at Gu Han. Are there really people who stay in such expensive rooms? Even though he could be considered to be rich, he wasn't willing to spend 200,000 universe veins for a night. When she heard Xian, the woman suddenly said, yes, and a lot. Xian said in a low voice, are they really that rich? The woman hesitated for a moment before she said, yes. Xian was speechless. The woman bowed slightly. Young Master Yi, follow me. As soon as she finished speaking, she led Xian and Gu Han up the stairs. They directly arrived at the second last floor. As soon as Xian opened the door to his room, a boundless starry sky entered his eyes. Xian was slightly shocked. This wasn't an illusion, it was a real starry sky. However, this starry sky was connected to the Immortal Treasure Pavilion. The spirit energy in this starry sky was terrifyingly dense, and it was practically material. Moreover, there were some special formations in the surroundings. These formations were like barriers, and they were countless times stronger than the barriers in the Xingu clan's practice grounds. Meanwhile, The woman hesitated for a moment before she said, "Young Master Yi, do you need any special services?" "Huh?" Yi Xian turned around to look at the woman. "Special services?" The woman nodded. "Yes." Yi Xian was slightly curious. "What special services?" The woman hesitated for a moment, and then she clapped her hands. In next to no time, a woman walked in slowly. The woman was tall and had a peerlessly beautiful appearance. She wore very little, and some parts of her body were faintly visible. It was truly alluring. Yi Xian's face instantly darkened. How could Qing Guan do that? Do such a thing? The woman's expression changed drastically, and she hurriedly said, "Young Master Yi, you've misunderstood." Yi Xian was slightly angry. "Misunderstood? What have I misunderstood?" The woman explained, They are only here to add to the fun, and then they will listen to your orders. They won't do anything else." Yi Xian frowned slightly. "Won't do anything else? Then she's wearing so little. Is she trying to tempt the customers here?" The woman smiled bitterly. "Young Master Yi, they are willing. Look at their realms." Yi Xian turned around to look at the woman. Her realm was very low. The woman spoke in a low voice. "They are extremely lacking in talent. If they were outside, their fates would be very tragic. The pavilion master allowed them to make a living here, and they are under the protection of the Immortal Treasure Pavilion. They only do some service work." As she spoke, she looked at the woman. "The reason she's wearing so little is because she's a dancer, and she's skilled in dancing. There's no other reason. Moreover, under normal circumstances, she only serves female customers. This time, I allowed her to come because it's you, young Master Yi." Yi Xian glanced at the woman. He discovered that she was indeed a virgin. Yi Xian was silent for a moment. "Is what you said true?" The woman nodded quickly. "How could this subordinate dare to deceive young Master Yi? The pavilion master once said that there are many ordinary women in this world. They are not talented, and those sects don't accept them. If they aren't strong enough, it's extremely dangerous outside. Thus, she asked us to take these women in and help them make a living, so that ordinary people like them can have a chance to make a name for themselves." As she spoke, she paused, lowered her head slightly, and said softly, "I'm also one of these women." Yi Xian was silent for a moment. "I'm sorry. I didn't investigate clearly before getting angry. It's my fault." The woman quickly shook her head. No. I didn't explain it clearly to young Master Yi." Yi Xian turned his head to look at the dancer in the distance. The woman was also looking at him. She was very calm from beginning to end. The woman suddenly said, "Young Master Yi, if you don't like her, then I'll take her away." After that, she looked at the beautiful woman. "Xiangrong, let's go." At this time, Yi Xian suddenly said, "Let her stay." The woman was stunned. Then, she nodded. "Okay." After that, she glanced at the woman named Xiangrong. Her eyes flashed with worry, but she didn't say anything and retreated. In the starry sky, only Yi Xian and Xiangrong were left. Xiangrong suddenly said, "You won't blame her, right?" Yi Xian smiled. "You're afraid that I'll blame her?" Xiangrong nodded, "She's my good sister. Originally, she never asked me to receive male customers, but this time, she asked me to come, because she said that you're a very, very distinguished guest, and if I entertain you well, I'll give you a chance. If I take good care of you, I might have a chance to change your fate." Yi Xian was silent. Xiangrong suddenly smiled. "Young master, what's the special service you mentioned? Can you tell me?" Yi Xian. "P.S. By the way, am I the most punctual and updating? And the most stable?" "Special service," Yi Xian blushed with shame. His thoughts were a bit impure. Xiangrong said again, "Young Master Yi, do you want to watch me dance? I only need 100 universe veins each time." Yi Xian withdrew his thoughts and smiled slightly, "No need, you can go down." Xiangrong didn't go down. She slowly walked in front of Yi Xian and then looked directly at Yi Xian. "Young master, I know what special service you are talking about. If you need it, I can provide special service." Yi Xian's expression froze. Xiangrong began to take off her clothes. But at this moment, a sword intent suddenly shrouded her. Xiangrong looked up at Yixian. Yixian smiled slightly. Why? Xiangrong was silent. Yixian looked at Xiangrong and asked again, why? Xiangrong was silent for a long time before saying, women have to have a home after all. In that case, why don't I find a better home? With that, she looked at Yixian. You are gentle and elegant, handsome, and very strong. I think you are very good. What a sin. Yixian suddenly shook his head. He patted his face. It was really dangerous for a boy to go out, especially someone like him. It was too dangerous. If he wasn't careful, he would be targeted by a woman. Too scary. Yixian looked at Xiangrong. Go down. Xiangrong glanced at Yixian and didn't dare to say anything more. She bowed slightly and then retreated. In the starry sky, Yixian shook his head and smiled. Pure, none of these women were pure. Just like Xiangrong, she had been waiting for a suitable opportunity to sell herself to others. But she didn't know that only by being excellent could she be worthy of a better man. Otherwise, if the gap between the two sides was too big, she would not have any weight in other people's hearts. The idea of relying on a rich man was not good. Yixian didn't care about this Xiangrong. Qingguan had already given her a chance. As for how she used it, that was her business. Thinking of this, Yixian smiled slightly. He had to say that he and Qingguan had the same ideas. At this moment, a pretty woman suddenly appeared not far behind Yixian. She respectfully bowed. Young Master Yi, Immortal Treasure Pavilion's President Xiaolan requests an audience. Yixian frowned. Immortal Treasure Pavilion's president? The Immortal Treasure Pavilion of Immortal Treasure Realm? The Immortal Treasure Pavilion of Immortal Realm? Yixian nodded slightly. Let him in. The delicate-looking woman bowed deeply. At that moment, her heart was in extreme shock. The president of the Celestial Treasure Pavilion was requesting an audience, Xiaolan. Yixian might not know the status of the president of the Immortal Treasure Pavilion in the Immortal Treasure Realm, but he knew that if Xiaolan stomped his foot, the entire Immortal Treasure Realm would be shaken. Someone with real power, in the Immortal Treasure Realm, he was like an emperor. Countless forces wanted to curry favor with him. And now, this president actually came to see Yixian. The pretty woman was a little confused. Obviously, Yixian was not just a simple super VIP. After the delicate and pretty woman left, a middle-aged man appeared behind Yixian. The middle-aged man was dressed in a luxurious brocade robe. When he stepped into the starry sky, the entire starry sky trembled slightly, but returned to normal in the blink of an eye. Ancient god, this was a genuine ancient god. Through Dadeabi, Yixian was able to sense Dadeabi's true realm. Xiaolan looked at Yixian. Without any hesitation, he bowed slightly. Greetings, young Master Yi. Young Master Yi, Yixian turned to look at Xiaolan and said with a smile, this form of address of yours is a little interesting. Xiaolan smiled and said, it is my honor to meet the Yang clan. Yixian was curious. Who? Xiaolan smiled faintly, an elder. Yixian spread his hands. Accept me. Besides my father, my sister, and a few other aunts, I don't know anyone else in the Yang clan. He knew that this young Master Yi in front of him was being left to fend for himself. Yixian smiled. Senior is an ancient god realm cultivator? Xiaolan smiled. I don't deserve the title senior. Young Master Yi can call me Xiaolan or President Xiao. Xiaolan smiled faintly. I don't deserve the title senior. Young Master Yi can call me Xiaolan or President Xiao. He paused for a moment before continuing, I am indeed an ancient god realm cultivator. Yixian was a little curious, I heard there are ancient gods in the city? Xiaolan nodded, there is one, an old monster from the Supreme Profound sect of the Supreme Profound world. He spends most of his time in the Immortal Treasure Realm. Yixian pondered for a moment before looking at Xiaolan, is there something you need from me? Xiaolan smiled, nothing much, I just came to see young Master Yi. If young Master Yi needs anything in this world, please let me know. Yixian smiled, many thanks. Xiaolan bowed slightly, young Master Yi is too polite. Then I won't disturb young Master Yi any longer. Farewell. With that said, Xiaolan left quietly. At this time, Xiaolan suddenly stopped, young Master Yi, is that Xingu clan patriarch Guhan threatening young Master Yi? If so, does young Master Yi need me to deal with him now? Yi Xian shook his head with a smile, forget it. I'll deal with this myself. Xiaolan nodded, very well. He paused for a moment before asking, young Master Yi, are you here for the auction in 5 days? Yi Xian nodded, yes. Xiaolan opened his palm and a dark golden invitation slowly floated in front of Yi Xian, young Master Yi, this is the highest invitation. When you arrive, just show it to me. Yi Xian put away the invitation letter and said with a smile, thank you. Xiaolan smiled, young Master Yi is too polite. With that said, Xiaolan bowed slightly and left. After leaving, Xiaolan slowly walked to Guhan's room and lightly knocked on the door. When the door opened, Guhan appeared in front of Xiaolan. Xiaolan smiled, Patriarch Guhan, I am Xiaolan, the president of Celestial Treasure Pavilion. Xiaolan, Guhan was stunned. She naturally knew who Xiaolan was. He was a terrifying figure in the celestial treasure world. Moreover, he was a genuine ancient god. At this time, Xiaolan opened his palm and a dark golden invitation slowly floated in front of Guhan, Patriarch Guhan, this is the highest invitation. We welcome Patriarch Guhan and young Master Yi to participate in the auction in 5 days. Hearing that, Guhan was stunned. Xiaolan did not say anything else. He cupped his fists and turned to leave. Before coming here, he had investigated Guhan and Yi Xian. He knew that Yi Xian was coerced by Guhan, but now that he was here, he discovered that things were a little different from what he had imagined. When he asked Yi Xian if he wanted to deal with Guhan, the truth was, he wanted to see Yi Xian's attitude. It was obvious that Yi Xian had no intention of killing Guhan. This was a little interesting, since Yi Xian had no intention of killing Guhan, he naturally had to do things properly. What if Yi Xian and Guhan were friends, or had some other relationship? Many a time, a small detail could determine one's success or failure. After Xiaolan left, Guhan looked at the invitation in front of her in silence. This was the highest standard invitation from Celestial Treasure Pavilion, only people with special status could receive it. In general, those who received this invitation were mostly ancient god realm masters, but now, the president of Celestial Treasure Pavilion personally sent her an invitation, moreover, his attitude was so respectful. After all, she was only a demigod, whereas Xiaolan was an ancient god realm master. Yi Xian, Guhan turned to look at Yi Xian's room in the distance, deep in thought. In the starry sky, Yi Xian collected his thoughts, sitting cross-legged on the ground. Cultivate, stabilize, he needed to stabilize his cultivation as soon as possible. Only after stabilizing the profound insight realm could he study the ancient god realm. His goal was the ancient god realm, not the demigod realm. Other than stabilizing his cultivation, he was also practicing his one sword void cleaving. Now, he no longer relied on the sword his father gave him, but his own sword intent. He discovered that the sword formed from the world's sword intent was even more amazing. However, with his current soul, he could only condense several hundred of these swords in a short period of time. It wasn't a lot, but it was enough. 3 days later, Yi Xian left his room. At the entrance of Celestial Treasure Pavilion, Yi Xian raised his head to look at the sky. Today, the sky was calm and tranquil. He did not cultivate all the time, choosing to strike a balance between work and rest. Cultivating day and night was really boring. Today, he planned to pay a visit to the Huaxia Academy. He was very curious about the Huaxia Academy established by Qin Guan. Yi Xian asked for the location of the Huaxia Academy and got up to leave. At this time, Guhan suddenly appeared beside Yi Xian. Yi Xian looked at Guhan, Patriarch, you? Guhan's expression was calm, I'll go with you. Yi Xian smiled, do you know where I'm going? Guhan answered, Huaxia Academy. Yi Xian was slightly surprised, then smiled, since you want to go, let's go together. He walked away after saying that. Guhan glanced at Yi Xian, then followed. On the way, Yi Xian suddenly felt a little nervous. Guhan looked at Yi Xian, what's wrong? Yi Xian smiled, I'm looking forward to it, but I'm afraid I'll be disappointed. Guhan was puzzled, disappointed about what? Yi Xian chuckled, I'm afraid that the academy is different from what I think it is. Guhan was silent for a moment, then said, Pavilion Master Qin is an extraordinary person. Yi Xian nodded slightly, let's go. Soon, the two of them arrived at the foot of a mountain. The mountain was called Huaxia Mountain. It wasn't big, and at the entrance of the mountain, there was a very simple sign. On it, there were 4 words, Huaxia Academy. Yixian looked up and saw hundreds of thatched huts on the top of the mountain in the distance. There was not a single luxurious building. Seeing this scene, Yixian was stunned. This is Huaxia Academy? At this time, an old man walked from behind the 2 of them. This old man was wearing a very simple hemp robe and a pair of hemp shoes. He was also carrying a bundle of dry firewood on his back. When they saw this old man, Yixian and Guhan's expressions changed. Ancient god, this ordinary-looking old man in front of them was actually an ancient god. At this time, the old man suddenly stopped. He looked at Yixian and smiled. You must be the young master Yi that the pavilion master mentioned. Yixian nodded, that's right. The old man sized up Yixian and said with a smile, you have an extraordinary bearing. As he spoke, his gaze fell on the pen at Yixian's waist. Dadeabi? Yixian nodded. The old man smiled, retracted his gaze, then said, young master Yi, let's talk inside. Yixian was a little curious. Senior, you are? The old man smiled. Wen Xiao, the current deputy dean of Huaxia Academy. Yixian was slightly stunned, then smiled. To be honest, Huaxia Academy is different from what I expected. Wen Xiao smiled. The pavilion master said that for young people, material things can easily confuse their minds. Moreover, everyone is here to learn, not to enjoy. Therefore, all students of Huaxia Academy have to do everything personally, even cooking and washing clothes. They have to do it themselves, including me, the dean. Yixian frowned slightly. With your strength, washing clothes, and cooking. Wen Xiao shook his head. In the academy, you can cultivate, but you can't use any of your strength to facilitate yourself. Yixian was puzzled. Why? Wen Xiao smiled. How can I change the world if I don't eat the suffering of the common people? Yixian was silent. How could one change the human world and the universe if they didn't experience the sufferings of the mortal world? When he heard this, Yixian's heart was suddenly moved. Indeed, as he'd said before, if one wanted to change the world, one had to first enter the human world and experience the sufferings of the mortal world. Otherwise, how could one change the world? After entering the academy, Yixian realized that the students of the academy did everything themselves. Although they weren't weak, none of them used their own abilities to make things easier for themselves. Doing everything themselves, Wen Xiao started to light a fire and cook. He really was cooking. Wen Xiao looked at Yixian and smiled. The pavilion master said that the high and mighty immortals are unable to change the universe because they don't know the thoughts and needs of the people at the bottom. So, the students of the academy must go to the human world and experience the lives of those at the bottom. Only by knowing their sufferings and difficulties can we change them. Yixian nodded slightly. Indeed. Wen Xiao pointed at a straw hut in the distance. Young Master Yi, that straw hut contains all the ancient books collected by the Huaxia Academy. If you like, you can go in and take a look. Of course, you can't take it away. Yixian smiled. Is it open to everyone? Wen Xiao smiled. These ancient books are open to everyone. Of course, those cultivation methods and divine abilities are not open to the public. As he spoke, he shook his head. Actually, in my opinion, the ancient books in that hut are more important than those cultivation methods and divine abilities. Cultivation usually cultivates the heart, and reading is the best way to calm the heart and improve one's thinking. But many people tend to overlook this point and think that reading is useless. Yixian smiled and said, I'm going to read. As soon as he finished speaking, he stood up and walked towards the straw hut. Guhan was silent for a moment before he stood up and followed. Wen Xiao glanced at Yixian in the distance and remained silent. After entering the straw hut, Yixian noticed that the interior of the straw hut was a huge square. The square was filled with ancient books, and there were at least a few million of them. Yixian was instantly excited when he saw this. Obviously, these should have been collected by Qingguan. In the following period of time, Yixian began to crazily read books. In fact, it was much easier for a cultivator to read books compared to an ordinary person. This was because a cultivator's memory was very heaven-defying. It was completely possible for them to have a photographic memory. However, many cultivators would not spend their time on things like reading books. After all, after stepping onto the path of cultivation, everyone's goal was either immortality or invincibility. Time passed quickly. In the blink of an eye, 2 days had passed. Today was the day of the Celestial Treasure Pavilion's auction. After bidding farewell to Wenxiu, Xian left the Huaxia Academy with Guhan. However, before he left, he copied the millions of ancient books. He had to bring them back to the Guanxian Academy. These books were extremely precious. If he brought them back, it would be of great help to the Guanxian Academy. Wenxiu did not stop Xian, because there were copies of these ancient books, and there were quite a few of them. On the way to the Celestial Treasure Pavilion, Xian was extremely excited. The value of those books was immeasurable. At this moment, a voice suddenly came from the side. Guhan? Guhan stopped and turned to look. Not far away, a beautiful woman slowly walked over with a young man. The beautiful woman wore a bright red dress with a very low neckline, revealing a large area of her ample bosom. Her face was like a hibiscus, and her eyes were like peach blossoms. She was extremely seductive. The man beside the beautiful woman was also extremely handsome. In terms of appearance, he didn't lose to Xian at all. However, he was dressed very flirtatiously and even wore bright lipstick. Therefore, compared to Xian, he was a little more seductive. On the other hand, Xian was calm and had the elegant aura of a scholar. Seeing this beautiful woman, Guhan frowned slightly. Madame Xiao. Madame Zhao's mouth twitched. She was extremely charming. Guhan, you're still so cold, speaking to there. She changed the topic and looked at Xian with a slight smile. How should I address you, little brother? Xian smiled and said, Xian. Madame Xiao blinked. Xian? Good name. As she spoke, she began to size up Xian without any hesitation. Her gaze was like that of a hunter looking at his prey. Seeing Madame Zhao's gaze, the beautiful man turned to look at Xian with a dark look in his eyes. Seeing Madame Zhao's fiery gaze, Xian frowned slightly. He turned to look at Guhan and said, You guys catch up, I'll be leaving first. After saying this, he turned and left. This Madame Xiao was clearly not a good woman. Of course, he was not interested in her private life, so he chose to leave. At this moment, the beautiful man beside Madame Xiao suddenly blocked in front of Xian. He looked at Xian and said coldly, How unruly. You actually want to leave when your elders are talking. You're simply lacking in upbringing. You should. At this moment, Xian's right hand suddenly grabbed his throat. Madame Xiao and Guhan were both stunned. At this moment, Xian looked at the beautiful man and said, Even my father didn't teach me how to do things. Who the hell do you think you are? After saying this, he slammed the man's throat onto the ground. Boom, before everyone's eyes, the man's peerlessly beautiful face split open and blood splattered everywhere. Everyone was stunned. At this moment, Madame Zhao's expression suddenly turned cold. She looked at Guhan and said coldly, Guhan, you have to look at the owner before you hit a dog. Guhan said indifferently, Then hit him. I didn't stop you. Madame Xiao was stunned, then she laughed out of anger. Good, very good. Saying this, she directly looked at Xian in the distance. Young man, so vicious and merciless, you. Xian suddenly interrupted the beautiful woman's words. Is he your gigolo? The beautiful woman was stunned. The surrounding crowd was also stunned. So direct, the beautiful woman stared at Xian, her gaze like a sword. Xian pointed at the beautiful man at his feet. Why does he dare to target me? Obviously, you spoil him. Come to think of it, he usually relies on you to act like a tyrant. But I'm not his father, why should I spoil him? At this moment, the beautiful man at Xian's feet suddenly said fiercely, Kill me if you have the guts. Kill me. Madame Xiao suddenly said, Try and touch him. Before everyone's eyes, Xian suddenly stomped his right foot. Boom, the beautiful man's head exploded into pieces, and his soul was obliterated. Everyone in the surroundings gasped when they witnessed this scene. He actually killed someone in Celestial Treasure City? Madame Xiao suddenly chuckled. Interesting, truly interesting. As she spoke, she shook her head slightly. I thought you were a different kind of man, but now it would seem like you're an idiot as well. All I had to do was provoke you slightly, and you really killed someone. Young man. When she spoke up to this point, she grinned. This is Celestial Treasure City. Celestial Treasure City. Everyone present looked at Xian and shook their heads secretly when they heard him. Obviously, killing someone in Celestial Treasure City was extremely stupid. Because killing someone here was equivalent to going against the Celestial Treasure Pavilion. Right at this moment, two formidable auras suddenly appeared in the distance. Demigods. The beautiful woman's smile grew brighter when she witnessed this scene. Idiot, pay a heavy price for your stupid actions. Meanwhile, two old men appeared here, and they were the two demigods from the Celestial Treasure Pavilion. In the surroundings, under everyone's gaze, the two old men slowly walked up to Xian. Just when everyone thought the two old men were going to attack Xian, the two old men actually bowed deeply to Xian. The leading old man said respectfully, "Young Master Yi." Young Master Yi? Everyone here was stunned. Madame Xiao was stunned on the spot. The old man in the lead bowed respectfully to Xian again. "Young Master Yi, please forgive us for being late." Everyone was speechless. Xian glanced at Madame Xiao and ignored her. He was about to leave when Madame Xiao suddenly spoke fiercely, "Unfair. Unfair." The old man in the lead frowned when he heard this. Madame Xiao stared fixedly at Xian. "The Celestial Treasure Pavilion is unfair. I refuse to accept this." As she spoke, she pointed at Xian furiously. "He killed someone in Celestial Treasure City. According to the rules of Celestial Treasure City, he should be killed and hung on the city walls." The old man in the lead suddenly spoke furiously. "Shut up." As soon as he spoke, he waved his sleeve, and a terrifying force surged out. Madame Xiao's expression changed slightly, and she punched out. Rumble. Madame Xiao was blasted back by over 1 kilometer. After stopping, Madame Xiao's expression was extremely unsightly. Why? Why? Why are you still protecting him when he broke the rules? It's unfair. This world is unfair. Xian frowned slightly. Oh my god, it seems that you guys started this, didn't it? Moreover, you provoked me to kill your gigolo on purpose. Why do you make it seem like I'm an unforgivable evil? Madame Xiao stared fixedly at Xian. The rules of Celestial Treasure City state that we can't fight, or we'll be breaking the rules of Celestial Treasure Pavilion. I only talked and didn't fight, but you did. If Celestial Treasure Pavilion doesn't punish you, the heavens won't forgive you. Also, Celestial Treasure Pavilion broke the rules this time. In the future, who will follow the rules of Celestial Treasure Pavilion? Xian suddenly turned and looked at the old man beside him. The rules of Celestial Treasure City state that we can't fight, right? The old man hesitated for a moment before saying, "Yes." Xian nodded slightly. He looked up and saw that it was noon. He thought for a moment before saying, "From today onwards, we can fight at noon in Celestial Treasure City." Old man, everyone. Xian turned and left. At this moment, Madame Xiao suddenly said angrily, "You think you can change the rules just because you say so? Who do you think you are? You." In the distance, a voice suddenly sounded from above Celestial Treasure Pavilion. "From today onwards, we can fight at noon in Celestial Treasure City." Celestial Treasure Pavilion's president Xiaolan, hearing this, everyone in the city was petrified. The rules were really changed. In the distance, Madame Xiao was stunned, and then she said with a trembling voice, "Holy shit. Ridiculous. P.S. I wanted to say some nonsense and share some interesting things in real life, but after thinking about it, I deleted it. Because I didn't want to be scolded. Now that the internet was in chaos, it was ridiculous. A kind word warms people for 3 winters, but an evil word hurts people for 6 months. Sometimes, a single sentence from a reader could really make an author depressed for a long time. Scolding people online didn't require any capital, and there was no need to take responsibility. Therefore, many people didn't have any scruples, and they didn't care whether their malicious words would affect or hurt others. As for updating, it wasn't an excuse. Once people got married and started a family, there would be many mundane things to do. This was something that one couldn't help but feel helpless about. Anyway, thank you everyone for your support and companionship, and thank you for reading my book. If you want to scold, don't bring your family. Just scold me. Everyone in the city was completely dumbfounded, especially those who were watching Xian. They did not expect that the rules of Celestial Treasure City would be broken by a young man. No, not broken, but changed. As Madame Xiao said, this was outrageous. Of course, more people were curious about the young man's identity. Could he be a relative of Celestial Treasure Pavilion's pavilion master? Gu Han glanced at Madame Xiao. Idiot. Then, she turned and left. Madame Xiao. At this moment, the two demigod elders appeared in front of Madame Xiao. Seeing this scene, Madame Xiao's expression changed drastically. Xiao family. I am Xiao family, the leading old man sighed in a low voice. It's useless. Madame Xiao. No one knew how Celestial Treasure Pavilion dealt with Madame Xiao. Anyway, since then, Madame Xiao never appeared in Celestial Treasure City again. Today was the day of Celestial Treasure Pavilion's auction. Thus, Celestial Treasure City was extremely lively. Many forces rushed over from all over the universe. The reason why they were so enthusiastic was that Celestial Treasure Pavilion was going to auction a relic, Dao God's secret realm. This secret realm was built by a Dao God. Speaking of Dao God, he was undoubtedly a legendary figure. In the current historical records, he was the first person to surpass the ancient God realm. Currently, the limit of the known universe was the ancient God realm. There had never been an expert above the ancient God realm, and this Dao God was also a legend. However, no one expected that Qingguan actually found the Dao God's secret realm. What did that mean? It meant that this Dao God really existed. In other words, finding this secret realm was very likely to obtain the Dao God's inheritance. Demigod experts were moved, ancient God experts were moved, and ancient God experts were even more moved. Thus, the forces that came to this auction were all super forces of various universes. Just as Xian and Gu Han arrived at the entrance of Celestial Treasure Pavilion, Xiaolan personally came out to greet them. Xiaolan smiled. Young Master Yi, I will take you to your room. Then, he made an inviting gesture and led the way. Under Xiaolan's lead, Yi Xian and Gu Han came to a luxurious room. From this position, they could overlook the entire auction venue. It was the best position. Xiaolan smiled and said, Young Master Yi, are you also here for the ruins? Yi Xian was a little curious. What ruins? Xiaolan was slightly startled, then explained, Dao God ruins. Yi Xian frowned, Dao God ruins? Xiaolan nodded, I wonder if young Master Yi has heard of Jun Daoshan from back then? Yi Xian shook his head. Xiaolan said in a low voice, this person is an extraordinary genius, the #1 expert in the known universe because he is the first person to surpass the primordial God realm. When he spoke up to hear, he paused for a moment and said, of course, it can't be compared to the Yang clan. Yi Xian was speechless. Gu Han glanced at Yi Xian in shock. Xiaolan continued, previously, we received news from the pavilion master that the specific location of these ruins is being auctioned. If young master wants to bid for the map of these ruins, I'm afraid you will need to prepare at least 200 million universe veins. Yi Xian frowned, if I need it, I can just look for Qingguan, right? Hearing this, Xiaolan was slightly stunned, and then he hurriedly said, yes, yes. He suddenly blushed with shame. Only now did he remember that the relationship between Yi Xian and his pavilion master was not good. Like this, to outsiders, this map of the ruins was extremely precious, but in Qingguan's hands, it was probably no different from waste paper. If Yi Xian needed it, he could just ask her for it. Wouldn't that be a very simple matter? Yi Xian suddenly asked, is there anything I can use in today's auction? Xiaolan said in a low voice, today, we will auction 2 God items. First, the Dao God ruins, and second, the Heaven and Earth Dao stone fragment. Yi Xian frowned, the Heaven and Earth Dao stone fragment? Xiaolan nodded, this complete Heaven and Earth Dao stone contains 3 extremely terrifying powers, the power of the past, the power of the present, and the power of the future. Yi Xian suddenly thought of something, and a few breaths later, a sword appeared in front of Xiaolan without any warning. Slash the future, Yi Xian looked at Xiaolan, is it like this? Xiaolan shook his head, young Master Yi, this is only slashing the future, purely slashing the future, and you do not truly possess the power to slash the future. This is a special kind of power, in secular terms, your sword slash the future only has form, and no inner strength, which means that you do not truly control the power of the future. Of course, this sword of yours is also extremely strong, because it is too strange, and your attainments in the way of the sword are extremely high, but to true experts, it is not much of a threat, such as the ancient god realm. And that heaven and earth Dao stone, if it is a complete heaven and earth Dao stone, once it is activated, it can easily slash an ancient god realm. Yixian said softly, is it that powerful? Xiaolan nodded, very powerful. This god item fragment was placed here by the pavilion master to be auctioned. Yixian was a little puzzled, if it is so powerful, why is she auctioning it? Xiaolan smiled bitterly, the pavilion master does not like it. Yixian, Xiaolan suddenly stood up, young master Yi, the auction is about to begin, I need to preside over it. If you need anything, just let me know. Yixian nodded, go. Xiaolan bowed slightly, then retreated. On the square, Yixian looked down. At this time, more and more people had arrived. He was a little shocked, because the weakest among them was at least at the nascent profound realm. There were even more demigods and ancient gods. Obviously, many forces wanted to obtain this ruin, Dao God's inheritance. Yixian directly gave up on this idea because he did not have that much money. At this time, the Dadeabi on Yixian's waist suddenly trembled. Yixian stood up. Beside him, Guhan frowned, what is it? Yixian's eyes narrowed, danger. Danger, in that instant, Dadeabi gave him feedback, danger. Dadeabi had never given him such feedback before. At this time, Dadeabi's voice suddenly resounded in his mind, leave immediately. Leave immediately, Yixian's expression instantly became serious. He knew that something big was about to happen. Without any hesitation, he opened his palm and was about to activate the mystic sky token to call Xiaolan. At this moment, a terrifying pressure suddenly enveloped the entire celestial treasure pavilion. At this instant, the expressions of countless experts in the hall changed drastically. Someone is going to attack the celestial treasure pavilion? Below, Xiaolan's eyes narrowed, and his right hand slowly clenched. Who ate leopard's gall? Who dared to attack the celestial treasure pavilion? At this moment, a room suddenly turned into a pitch-black whirlpool. Xiaolan was horrified when he saw the scene. Presumptuous. Presumptuous. As soon as he finished speaking, he suddenly leaped up and grabbed at the whirlpool with his right hand. At this moment, a terrifying force suddenly erupted from the whirlpool. Rumble. In an instant, Xiaolan, who was an ancient god, was blasted over 100 kilometers back. At the same time, the entire celestial treasure pavilion collapsed, and all the experts below the half-god realm perished in an instant. The entire celestial treasure city was shocked. That's an ancient god. Did an ancient god attack the celestial treasure pavilion? On the other side, Xiaolan looked towards the distance with astonishment. At this moment, his body had actually shattered. He hadn't fought an ancient god in the past, and this was the first time. Only now did he realize how great the gap between him and an ancient god was. As if he thought of something, Xiaolan hurriedly opened his palm, and a command token shot into the sky. Contact Qin Guan. This matter is very serious, and I must contact Qin Guan. However, in next to no time, Xiaolan's expression changed once more because he noticed that he couldn't contact Qin Guan. Can't contact him, what's going on? Xiaolan's face suddenly turned slightly pale. After an unknown period of time, Yixian and Guhan appeared on a boundless wasteland. The sky above them was dark gray, and it was slightly oppressive. Yixian closed his eyes and thought to himself. Who was targeting him? He basically had no enemies now. Was it Madame Xiao from before? Obviously not, the other party shouldn't have such a terrifying ability. Imperial Wilderness Celestial Clan, that was also impossible. Although he had agreed to help Guhan compete with them, the other party shouldn't have done this to him. Moreover, the Imperial Wilderness Celestial Clan probably didn't have such terrifying strength. Ancient God. Yixian suddenly opened his eyes. He thought of the ancient god of the Divine Mountain Yan clan. Obviously, it should be that person. After so long, he thought that the other party had forgotten him. Obviously, he was thinking too much. At this moment, in the distance in front of Yixian, the ground suddenly split open. Then, a huge blood-red altar suddenly floated up. On this altar, he saw two middle-aged men. One of them was the ancient god he met at the Divine Mountain Yan clan, and beside this middle-aged man stood a middle-aged man in a bright red robe. This middle-aged man didn't look old, but he had a head of white hair. As the altar slowly rose, Yixian discovered that there were 6 mysterious black-robed people standing below the altar, and these 6 people were all in the ancient god realm. When he saw this, Gu Han's face instantly turned pale. What kind of lineup was this? 1 ancient god, 7 ancient gods. At this time, the ancient god on the altar looked at Xian. You didn't expect this, did you? We meet again. Xian smiled slightly. You made such a big lineup just to kill me? The ancient god stared at Xian and smiled. Let me introduce myself. I am Xianmu from the profound god world. This person next to me is my profound god world's lord. I know that you have not heard of the profound god world, because with your knowledge and strength, you are not qualified to know such a high-level matter. Xian glanced at the altar. On the altar, there was a huge blood pool with boiling blood. What are you trying to do? Xianmu looked at Xian and chuckled. Wasn't the reason why you were so arrogant that day because you had Dedeabi? Do you think that with Dedeabi, you can do whatever you want? Do you think that with Dedeabi, you can act tough without restraint? Watch how we seal Dedeabi today. You will pay the most painful price of your life for acting tough that year. He pointed at Xian angrily. Who asked you to act tough? Today, I will exterminate your 10 families. The 10 clans. Xian fell silent. This mysterious operation is happening again. Could it be that Dedeabi has arranged for these fellows in front of me? Dedeabi. At this moment, the lord of the profound god realm suddenly turned around, opened his palm, and said softly, rise. Boom, all of a sudden, the blood in the altar behind him shot into the sky. In an instant, millions of kilometers of the sky were dyed blood red. At the same time, a huge blood vortex appeared above Xian's head. At this moment, evil energy and killing intent filled the entire world. The lord of the profound god realm looked at Xian. The blood of millions of living beings form a formation, seal. As soon as he finished speaking, the black vortex suddenly trembled violently. Then, a pillar of blood 300 meters wide descended from the sky. This blood pillar's main target was Dedeabi. Below, Xian slowly closed his eyes and clenched his right hand. Just when the lord of the profound god realm and the others thought that Xian was going to resist, Xian did nothing and allowed the blood pillar to drown him. Boom, in an instant, the entire world was turned into a sea of blood. At this moment, Xian suddenly opened his eyes. Rumble, 2 blood-colored sword lights suddenly shot out from his eyes. In an instant, the space-time in front of him was shattered. At this moment, Xian was actually covered in blood. Boom, all of a sudden, the sea of blood between heaven and earth surged towards Xian like a tidal wave. Seeing this scene, the lord of the profound god realm and the others were dumbfounded. What's going on? Because they realized that not only did their blood formation have no effect on Xian, but Xian was actually devouring the blood energy between heaven and earth. Most unbelievably, they realized that the killing intent and evil energy that Xian was emitting was actually stronger than the killing intent and evil energy they emitted. What the hell? The lord of the profound god realm and the others were a little confused. Gu Han, who had retreated far away, also looked at Xian in disbelief. She didn't expect that the usually gentle Xian would emit such a terrifying evil energy and killing intent. It was as if he was a completely different person. What kind of person is this guy? At this moment, Xian suddenly roared to the sky. Rumble, in an instant, all the blood energy between heaven and earth was absorbed by him. Boom, all of a sudden, a dreadful energy swept out of Xian's body. The space and time around him started to boil at this moment. After absorbing the blood qi, the power of his bloodline became even stronger. All along, his bloodline had been improving very, very slowly. This was because he wasn't like his father, who basically didn't do something like massacring an entire city. Because of this, his bloodline was improving very slowly, but now, the realm lord of the profound god realm had taken the initiative to bring him so much fresh blood. Most importantly, the fresh blood was filled with endless killing intent and viciousness. To Xian's bloodline, it was like a good rain after a long drought. Xian's bloodline broke through and reached another level. In the distance, the lord of the god realm and the others had ugly expressions on their faces. Xian's bloodline had improved. At this moment, Xian suddenly looked up at Xianmu. One-on-one? One-on-one, Xianmu looked at Xian. As you wish. After saying that, he was about to make a move, but the lord of the god realm stopped him. Xianmu said in a low voice, Big brother, I know that we can't underestimate anyone, but I want to fight him fair and square. As he spoke, he turned his head. He looked at Xian. I don't like him and I want to kill him with my own hands. The lord of the god realm fell silent. Xianmu smiled, if Big Brother is worried, it's okay. If I can't win, you can fight him. How about it? Yi Xian, the lord of the god realm nodded, sure. Xianmu suddenly appeared not far away from Yi Xian and looked at Yi Xian. Today, at this moment, a sword suddenly slashed down. Void slash, this sword had appeared without any warning, however, Yi Xian went all out as soon as he attacked, and he even added the power of his bloodline. He naturally didn't dare to underestimate his opponent because he was facing an ancient god realm expert. His first move was a killing move. Although Yi Xian launched a surprise attack, Xianmu reacted quickly and blocked it with his arm. Boom, the sword light shattered and Xianmu was knocked back thousands of meters. His right arm was split open, but in the next moment, he disappeared on the spot like an arrow released from a bow. Chi, in the battlefield, space-time cracked. In the distance, Yi Xian slashed down instinctively. Rumble, an expanse of sword light exploded apart as Yi Xian retreated explosively. As he retreated, the space in front of him was suddenly torn apart, and then a fist shot towards his face. This punch caused the space in the surroundings to warp. Yi Xian suddenly moved to the side and avoided this terrifying punch. At the same time, he twisted his wrist and slashed his sword towards Xianmu's stomach. However, Xianmu's reaction was extremely swift. At the instant that he avoided that punch, he suddenly raised his knee and struck Yi Xian's sword. Bang, an expanse of sword light suddenly erupted in front of him. In the next moment, both of them retreated explosively, and a few dozen rays of sword light suddenly and mysteriously appeared in front of Xianmu. Xianmu's pupils constricted slightly when he saw these rays of sword light, and then he suddenly held furiously while he clenched his fists tightly. After that, he raised his hands, squatted down, and shouted furiously, "Break!" Rumble, a strand of terrifying energy suddenly swept out from within him. Bang, in an instant, Yi Xian's swords were blasted flying, and it was at this instant that an afterimage suddenly charged over to him. After that, a blood-red sword slashed straight towards him. Bang, in an instant, Xianmu was blasted over 10 kilometers back. As soon as he stopped moving, a few hundred swords descended from the sky and drowned him beneath them. They were swords condensed from sword intent. Xianmu's pupils had suddenly constricted to the size of needles when the swords assaulted him, and then he suddenly roared furiously. He spread open his right palm, and then countless black blades suddenly flew up into the air. Bang! Bang, bang! Bang! Suddenly, numerous explosions resounded here. The rays of sword light and blade light were ceaselessly blasted apart while Xianmu retreated explosively. At the same time, Yi Xian suddenly vanished on the spot. Hiss, a ray of blood-red light tore through the surroundings, and everywhere it passed, space was blasted into pieces. Right at this moment, a strand of terrifying force suddenly swept out from within the shattered rays of light. After that, a fist smashed forward with crushing might and shot straight at Yi Xian's ray of blood-red light. Rumble, the fist seal shattered and the sword light shone brightly. Both of them retreated by over 10 kilometers at the same time, and this retreat caused the space in an area of over 100 kilometers to shatter into nothingness like glass. It was pitch black. On the other hand, the terrifying energy created by the two of them still hadn't vanished. So, the shattered space was being gradually wiped away. The two of them were too strong. On the other side, Guhan's eyes were filled with a solemn and shocked expression appeared on his face. She had never imagined that Yi Xian was actually powerful to this extent. Previously, she was still able to suppress Yi Xian, but now, Yi Xian was able to fight an ancient god on equal footing. This increase in strength was simply outrageous. It should be said that it was abnormal, but soon, she discovered why Yi Xian's combat strength was so terrifying. First, the power of bloodline. At the moment, most of Yi Xian's battle prowess came from the power of the bloodline that had just broken through. The power of the bloodline had increased his battle prowess by too much. Secondly, it was Yi Xian's sword intent. She discovered that the reason why Yi Xian could fight an ancient god head-on, other than bloodline power, was because of Yi Xian's sword intent. Yi Xian's sword intent was ridiculously powerful, able to injure an ancient god realm master. These two reasons allowed Yi Xian to fight an ancient god realm master head-on. The profound god world's lord also noticed this problem. Although Yi Xian's cultivation was only at the profound insight realm, his bloodline power and sword intent were indeed a little ridiculous. In the distance, Xianmu's eyes were fixed on Yi Xian. At this moment, his body was covered in sword marks, some of which were extremely deep, almost cutting his flesh into pieces. Although he didn't like Yixian, he had to admit that Yixian's sword was truly terrifying. Yixian wasn't completely unscathed either. There was a deep fist mark on his chest. Just now, Xianmu's punch had nearly shattered his flesh. Yixian took a deep breath and slowly closed his eyes. His body was trembling slightly. After devouring the blood qi, he almost lost control of his bloodline breakthrough. Fortunately, he had read a lot of books in recent days, allowing him to calm his mind. Otherwise, in that split second just now, the bloodline breakthrough would have made him lose his mind completely. Now, he couldn't lose his mind completely, he needed to keep himself awake. He didn't attack again. To him, the longer he could drag things out, the better, because after activating his bloodline power, his strength was constantly rising. There was no end to it. In the distance, Xianmu clearly noticed this as well. He stared at Yixian and slowly clenched his right hand. In an instant, a terrifying power suddenly condensed in his fist. At this moment, the surrounding space and time began to shatter bit by bit. It was obvious that he was going to use his full strength. At this moment, Xianmu soared into the sky. In the next moment, a giant black mirror suddenly flew out of his body. He held the mirror in his right hand and pointed it at Yixian. Rumble, a terrifying power suddenly surged out of the mirror. In an instant, a golden beam of light swept down. The moment this golden beam of light appeared, this unknown world actually began to shatter. Xianmu stared at Yixian below. Die. At this moment, Yixian suddenly looked up. In the next moment, he suddenly took off the Dadeabi at his waist. In the blink of an eye, his realm directly rose from profound insight to ancient god. At this moment, his realm was directly equal to Xianmu's. Below, Yixian waved his brush. The tip of the brush slashed out, qi, in the sky. The beam of light was directly annihilated. At the same time, Xianmu was directly sent flying hundreds of thousands of meters away. Almost at the same time, the Lord of the Profound God realm suddenly disappeared on the spot. In the distance, Yixian's pupils suddenly shrank. He wanted to wave the Dadeabi again, but he found that it was already too late. Rumble, a cloud of blood suddenly exploded, and an afterimage violently retreated hundreds of thousands of meters away. When Yixian stopped, only his soul was left, and his physical body was already shattered. Yixian's soul fell to the ground and quickly disappeared. Disregarding martial ethics, ganging up on him, after Yixian landed on the ground, he was enraged. At this moment, a fragrant wind blew over and he felt he had entered an unknown spacetime. Guhan actually came to his rescue at this crucial moment. Of course, she did not choose to fight the Lord of the Profound God world but chose to escape with Yixian. In the battlefield, the Lord of the Profound God world looked up at the sky with narrowed eyes. Trying to escape? He was about to give chase when an ancient God realm expert suddenly said in a trembling voice, "Lord, Xianmu." The Lord of the Profound God world turned his head abruptly. When he saw Xianmu, his expression turned ferocious. At this moment, Xianmu's soul was so dim that it was almost transparent. "It's gone." The Lord of the Profound God world quickly walked to Xianmu and said in a trembling voice, "You." Xianmu shook his head. "I can't." The Lord of the Profound God world's expression was extremely gloomy. Xianmu said softly, "I was too arrogant." That Dadeabi. A bitter smile appeared on his face as he said this. He was an ancient God realm expert while Yixian was a profound insight realm expert. Therefore, he was full of confidence. One should know that ordinary profound insight realm experts couldn't even fight back in front of him. However, Yixian was different. Yixian's bloodline power and sword intent far exceeded his expectations. His plan was to choose to gang up on Yixian if he couldn't win the last attack. However, Yixian didn't give him the chance and directly activated Dadeabi. Now that Yixian activated Dadeabi, it was simply too terrifying. Xianmu looked at the Lord of the Profound God world and said in a fierce voice, "Big brother, avenge me." As soon as he finished speaking, his soul completely disappeared. The Lord of the Profound God world's expression was incomparably ferocious. Xianmu was his younger brother. The two brothers grew up together and their relationship was not ordinary. Now that Xianmu was completely erased, his heart felt like it was being cut by a knife. The Lord of the Profound God world slowly closed his eyes. At this moment, he was filled with regret, incomparable regret. They shouldn't have let Xianmu and Yixian fight one-on-one. In the end, he was too careless. The realm lord of the profound god realm raised his head and looked at the sky. His gaze was extremely cold. Escape? Let's see where you can run to. Send my order to all the heavens. Yixian is the mortal enemy of my profound god realm from now on. Being friends with this person is equivalent to being enemies with my profound god realm. Anyone related to Yixian will be killed by the profound god realm. With that, he and the 6 ancient god realm masters beside him soared into the sky. Go after Yixian. The announcement of the profound god realm quickly spread throughout the universe. Many people did not know much about the profound god realm because it was a mysterious and ancient force. Only those who had reached a certain level of strength would know about this terrifying force. There was an ancient god realm in the profound god realm. Just this alone was enough to make countless forces in the myriad of worlds tremble in fear. Imperial Wilderness God Race. At this moment, Di Yuan's face was gloomy, and he did not speak. He had just received the announcement from the profound god realm. He knew a little about the profound god realm because the ancestors of the Imperial Wilderness God race had once come into contact with this force. Other than an ancient god realm master, this force also had at least 5 ancient god realm masters. Needless to say, this lineup was extremely terrifying. At this moment, Di Yuan was worried. Because he had previously said that Di Zhuang and Yixian had that kind of relationship, there was no such thing as an impenetrable wall in the world. Once this matter was known by the profound god realm, it would undoubtedly be a calamity for the Imperial Wilderness God race. Now, he was really in a dilemma. He had 2 choices now. The first was to help Yixian. Of course, he rejected this idea as soon as it appeared. What could the Imperial Wilderness God race use to go against the profound god realm? The second choice was to quickly express his loyalty to the profound god realm, then help them find Yixian and cut off his relationship with Yixian. He was hesitant about this choice. The third choice was to act as if he knew nothing. However, he was afraid because the profound god realm's announcement had stated that anyone related to Yixian would be killed. Needless to say, he was slightly panicking. Meanwhile, an old man by his side seemed to have noticed his worry and said, "Patriarch, we can do this. We can express our loyalty to the profound god realm and pretend to help them find Yixian. We can look for him in secret. If we find him, we won't attack and we can just leak information about Yixian to the profound god realm, right?" Di Yuan frowned slightly when he heard this. The old man spoke in a low voice, "That's the best way." Di Yuan fell silent for a long time before he said, "We'll do as you say." As he spoke, he raised his head to look at the distant sky, and a wisp of worry flashed through his eyes. Actually, he really did admire Yixian and had high hopes for Yixian. However, he didn't dare take the risk. After all, the strength of the profound god realm was truly too terrifying. He couldn't afford to take the risk. Di Yuan sighed softly, "Young Master Yi, it looks like you can't be my son-in-law." The immortal artifact dimension. Xiao Lan's expression was extremely unsightly. He'd received the announcement from the profound god realm as well, so he was naturally furious because the profound god realm dared to disregard the immortal artifact pavilion and capture someone within it. They were looking down on the immortal artifact pavilion. Even though he was furious, he was slightly helpless at this moment, because he couldn't contact Qin Guan, and only Qin Guan could mobilize some special experts of the immortal artifact pavilion. He was extremely helpless at this moment. As if he thought of something, Xiao Lan suddenly stood up, "Send down my order. Immediately search for young Master Yi. If we find him, we must protect him at all costs." At this moment, he finally realized what had happened. If something had really happened to Yixian, then it wouldn't be an ordinary matter. Most importantly, Yixian had been taken from the immortal artifact pavilion. Xiao Lan suddenly stood up and left when he thought up to this point. He couldn't just sit there and do nothing. He had to look for other immortal artifact pavilions and ask for their help. Under normal circumstances, other immortal artifact pavilions might not care about him, but this matter concerned Yixian. Other immortal artifact pavilions would definitely not sit idly by. He was Pavilion Master Qin's friend. Somewhere in the boundless starry sky, Guhan tore through space and time with Yixian as he ran madly. In her arms, Yixian's soul was extremely dim. Fortunately, he'd given himself a soul-nourishing pill, which Yang Nianshui had left for him. Otherwise, his soul might really disappear completely. Even so, he was still extremely weak at this moment because he'd forcefully used Audiobook to raise his cultivation to the ancient god realm. The consumption was too great, and he'd also suffered a full-powered attack from the ancient god realm expert. Currently, he was extremely weak, as if he'd been cultivating for 10 days and 10 nights. He didn't have the slightest bit of strength left. Guhan suddenly said, "They're chasing after him. At this speed, they'll catch up in 15 minutes at most. Do you have any ideas?" Ideas? After a moment of silence, Xian looked at Audiobook in front of him. Looking at Audiobook, he was speechless. Even his physical body was destroyed, but this brush was completely fine. Xian said solemnly, "Brother Bai, you were looked down upon by them just now. Don't you have any ideas?" He could only bluff this Audiobook. Audiobook suddenly said, "What ideas can I have?" Xian frowned slightly. "Deal with them. Arrange for them." After a moment of silence, Audiobook said, "My main body can't leave the Milky Way galaxy, how can I deal with them?" Xian was puzzled. "Why can't your main body leave the Milky Way galaxy?" Audiobook said indifferently, "It's complicated, I can't explain it in a few words." Xian said solemnly, "They're looking down on you. Don't you have any ideas?" Audiobook said, "Do you want me to help you fight them?" Xian hurriedly nodded, "Yes." After a long silence, Audiobook said, "Big brother, I call you big brother, do you know how busy I am every day? I'm managing this endless universe. Do you know how many universes there are? I can only tell you, more than you can imagine. And every day, I have to manage the fate of all living things in this vast universe. Is it because in your heart, I'm very idle every day?" Xian, Audiobook continued, "Big brother, I have to work." Xian was speechless. This guy doesn't want to help. A quarter of an hour, Xian took a deep breath, he slowly closed his eyes, and then began to meditate to repair his divine soul. At the same time, he began to reconstruct his physical body. Boom! At this time, Xian's bloodline suddenly circulated rapidly. He wanted to use the power of his bloodline to reconstruct his physical body. This was a sudden idea. Although his physical body had been destroyed, he found that his bloodline was still there. This bloodline was independent of his physical body and soul. Awesome! He hadn't expected that he could actually use his bloodline to reconstruct his physical body. Blood body? Xian felt that it was slightly outrageous, but he had no choice but to continue. He needed a physical body now, and an ordinary physical body couldn't resist the power of an ancient god realm expert at all. It would simply shatter with a touch. Therefore, he could only hope that this bloodline body could be a little more amazing. Seeing Xian use his bloodline to reconstruct his physical body, Guhan instantly felt that it was slightly outrageous. She was already unable to understand it earlier, because she found that after Xian's physical body was destroyed, the power of his bloodline still existed. Bloodline is independent of the physical body? Guhan shook her head. She found that the longer she stayed with Xian, the more mysterious Xian became. As if she'd sensed something, Guhan immediately turned around, and a terrifying force was slowly approaching from the depths of the starry sky behind her. "That ancient god realm expert has caught up to us." Guhan's face instantly fell when she witnessed this scene, and then she gazed at Xian who lay in her arms. "How much longer do you need?" Xian thought for a moment and said, "At least an hour." Guhan immediately shook her head, "I can't hold on for an hour. They'll catch up to me in 10 minutes at most, and I'm unable to stop them with my current strength." Xian thought for a moment and said, "Then leave by yourself." Guhan was slightly stunned, and then she fell silent. She'd had such a thought. Xian smiled, "Don't think about it. Leave quickly. You've already owed me a huge favor by saving me earlier. If I survive today, then I'll definitely return this favor once I leave this place." Guhan fell silent for a moment before she said, "Take care of yourself." As soon as she finished speaking, she put Xian down and vanished into the starry sky. Guhan left. He really left. Of course, Xian had no intention of blaming Guhan. Just as he said, Guhan had saved him just now, which was a great favor to him. Xian collected his thoughts and sat cross-legged on the ground. He had to recover his physical body before the ancient god realm expert arrived. Only then would he have the strength to fight. Thinking of this, Xian shook his head with a smile. He really couldn't stay cool for more than 3 days. Boom, at this time, a terrifying aura suddenly erupted in the distant starry sky. In the next moment, the starry sky where Xian was at boiled with excitement. It's here. Xian opened his eyes, which were filled with a sea of blood. At this moment, his physical body had recovered. Blood clone, his entire body was red like blood. This physical body was a little strange. Of course, he couldn't care less now, as long as he had a usable body. The Lord of the Profound God World appeared in front of Xian, and behind him were 6 ancient God Realm experts. The Lord of the Profound God World looked into the distance and asked, "Where's the woman who saved you?" Xian smiled. "She left." The Lord of the Profound God World sneered, "How practical." Xian shook his head with a smile. He slowly stood up, opened his palm, and a blood sword condensed in his hand. This was a sword condensed from sword intent and blood. The Lord of the Profound God World looked at Xian. "Do you think you can fight me?" Xian smiled. "Who do you think you are?" Haha. Boom, suddenly, the Dedeabi in Xian's hand shook violently, and in the next moment, his aura directly reached the ancient God realm. However, this wasn't the end. Not long after, he advanced from the ancient God realm to the ancient God realm. Seeing this scene, the Lord of the Profound God World narrowed his eyes. He couldn't deny that he was shocked. Although he was shocked that Xian had advanced to the ancient God realm, he wasn't shocked. After all, it was normal to advance one realm. But now, Xian had advanced from the profound see-through realm to the ancient God realm. This was already abnormal. He was an ancient God realm cultivator. He knew very well how difficult it was to advance from the ancient God realm to the ancient God realm. In the distance, Xian's face was extremely pale. His entire body was trembling and extremely unstable. This was the first time he had used a deity to advance 2 realms. At this moment, he felt like he was floating in the air. Ancient God Realm, Xian took a deep breath and looked at the Profound God Realm Lord in the distance. He opened his palm and the sword in his hand turned into Dedeabi. He realized that the stronger he was, the more powerful Dedeabi was. Holding the Dedeabi in his hand, Xian took another deep breath. At this moment, the power of the bloodline in his body surged crazily. Strands of terrifying bloodline power gathered in the Dedeabi in his hand. At the same time, his mortal realm sword intent and mortal realm energy surged crazily at this moment. The Lord of the Profound God Realm narrowed his eyes. "All of you, step back." At his command, the 6 ancient God Realm experts behind him retreated hastily. They knew that the current Xian was no longer a match for them. Staying here was meaningless. The Lord of the Profound God Realm opened his right hand. All of a sudden, the surrounding galaxy trembled violently. In the next moment, countless mysterious forces gathered in his right hand, the force of destiny, and the power of faith. As an ancient god, he naturally had the power of faith. At this time, Xian opened his eyes and looked at the Lord of the Profound God Realm. "Let's decide life and death in one move." As his voice fell, he suddenly swung the brush in his hand. Chi, a blood-colored brush tip slashed out, the strongest attack in history. With this stroke of the brush tip, the star field within several million li was instantly erased. In the distance, the Lord of the Profound God Realm's eyes narrowed. The power of Xian's attack far exceeded his expectations. Not daring to underestimate Xian, the Lord of the Profound God Realm roared and punched out. Rumble, a terrifying power that could destroy heaven and earth suddenly swept out from his fist, head-on. At this time, neither of them had a way out. When the brush tip slashed down, boom, suddenly, a deafening explosion resounded in this part of the galaxy that had been erased. In the next moment, Xian and the Lord of the Profound God Realm retreated rapidly. Both of them retreated hundreds of thousands of zhang away. When Xian stopped, the physical body that was created by his bloodline suddenly shattered. But in the next moment, the shattered bloodline reformed, and he had a physical body again. On the other side, after the Lord of the Profound God Realm stopped, his physical body gradually disappeared. In just a few breaths' time, his physical body was completely annihilated. At the same time, his soul also gradually dimmed, almost transparent, but it did not completely disappear. The expressions of the 6 ancient God Realm masters who were watching the battle from the other side turned extremely ugly when they saw this. They did not expect Xian to be so terrifying that he almost killed their lord. That was an ancient God Realm expert. The Lord of the Profound God Realm raised his head to look at Xian in the distance. His face was incomparably gloomy and solemn. That attack just now had almost wiped him out. In the distance, Xian suddenly opened his palm, and Daebi appeared in his hand. He looked at the Lord of the Profound God Realm and grinned. Again? The Lord of the Profound God Realm narrowed his eyes. If I'm not wrong, you are now an arrow at the end of its flight. You don't have the strength to activate Daebi again, right? Xian smiled. You can try. The Lord of the Profound God Realm looked at Xian for a moment, then said, Song, you go. Hearing this, the expression of an ancient God Realm old man behind him changed dramatically. Lord, the Lord of the Profound God Realm looked at Xian in the distance. He is now an arrow at the end of its flight, he has no strength left. Go ahead. The ancient God Realm old man's face was extremely ugly. No strength left, damn it, what if he did, who would be able to block the stroke of that brush? At this time, the Lord of the Profound God Realm turned to look at the old man, frowning slightly. Do you have a problem? In the distance, Xian suddenly said, bring it on. In the worst case, we'll just perish together. Hearing this, the ancient God Realm old man's face turned even uglier. The Lord of the Profound God Realm's face turned cold. Song, Song suddenly said, I quit. The Lord of the Profound God Realm was stunned. Song's face was expressionless. Lord, from now on, I will withdraw from the Profound God Realm. With that, he turned and disappeared into the depths of the distant starry sky. The Lord of the Profound God Realm was speechless. On the other hand, the expressions of the other 5 ancient God Realm experts suddenly became strange. Fight? They definitely wouldn't dare to fight Xian. They also knew that Xian was now an arrow at the end of its flight, but it was better to be safe than sorry. What if Xian swung the stroke before he died? Who could stop him? Anyone who attacked Xian now was equivalent to perishing together with Xian. Having cultivated to this level, they naturally didn't want to be killed so easily. The Lord of the Profound God Realm fell silent. He knew that if he let these people attack again, they would also leave. Thinking of this, he felt a little annoyed. Soldiers were trained for 1,000 days to be used in a single moment, but now, these people were all greedy for life and afraid of death. How hateful. At this time, Xian suddenly said, if you don't attack today, your lord won't say anything now, but what about in the future? If I were you, I would run away now, far away, because he doesn't have the ability to chase after you now. Hearing this, the several ancient God Realm masters exchanged glances among themselves. The Lord of the Profound God Realm said coldly, provoke? He sneered and turned to look at an old man, Li Qiu, one of you is naturally no match for him, but if the 5 of you attack him together, he will die without a doubt. This person is our Profound God Realm's mortal enemy, if he survives today, he will not let you go in the future. Hearing this, the old man named Li Qiu's expression changed. He was hesitating. Xian suddenly laughed, you should have investigated me, and since you have, you should know that I'm a scholar. The reason I built the academy is for the world to be at peace, not for killing. If you choose to leave today, I can promise you as a scholar that I will not seek revenge later. As he spoke, he opened his palm and a sword appeared in his hand. Besides being a scholar, I'm also a sword cultivator. You can trust in my character. Li Qiu glanced at the Daebi hanging on Xian's waist, not saying a word. The Lord of the Profound God Realm was about to speak, but Li Qiu suddenly said, young Master Yi, take care. With that said, he and the 2 old men beside him disappeared into the horizon. The Lord of the Profound God Realm. In the end, Li Qiu was afraid. Why was he afraid? Because of Daebi, because of Xian's bloodline. He was definitely not an ordinary person. How could an ordinary person possess Daebi and such a terrifying bloodline power? Even if he attacked and killed Xian, he would definitely be tainted with karma. In the end, he was afraid. Compared to the Lord of the Profound God Realm, he was more willing to believe in Xian, because as Xian had said, they had investigated Xian before, and Xian was really a scholar. The Lord of the Profound God Realm looked at Xian, capable of both literature and martial arts, impressive. He was furious, but he could not show it. If he did, the remaining 2 would definitely leave. At this time, Xian suddenly looked at the 2 remaining ancient God Realm experts. The reason why the 2 of them did not leave was because they could be considered as the trusted subordinates of the Realm Lord of the Profound God Realm. They had followed the Realm Lord for many years and knew his character. If they left today, the Realm Lord would definitely not let them go. Although they were ancient God Realm Masters, they still couldn't escape the pursuit of an ancient God Realm Master. However, they did not dare to kill Yixian. He still had Dedeabi in his hand, therefore, they were hesitating. At this time, Yixian suddenly looked at one of the black-robed ancient God Realm old men. Do you want to take a risk? The black-robed old man looked at Yixian without saying a word. Yixian smiled faintly. With Dedeabi in your hand, you can instantly ascend to the ancient God Realm. If you are willing to worship Dedeabi, I can lend it to you and allow you to ascend to the ancient God Realm. The Lord of the Profound God Realm's expression changed drastically when he heard this. The black-robed old man asked excitedly, really? Yixian nodded. Of course, the prerequisite is that you are willing to worship Dedeabi like me. The black-robed old man stared fixedly at Yixian. How can I believe you? Yixian thought for a moment, and then said, I am a scholar. The Lord of the Profound God Realm was speechless. A scholar, the Profound God World's Lord's expression instantly became unsightly when he heard Yixian's words. He noticed that this bastard was really good at deceiving people. There wasn't a single good person amongst scholars. Suddenly, the black-robed old man said, I believe you. Yixian opened his palm, and Dedeabi slowly floated over to him. The black-robed old man's gaze instantly burned with desire as he gazed at Dedeabi. That was Dedeabi, the legendary Dedeabi. Suddenly, the Profound God World's Lord said, Do you really believe him? The black-robed old man spoke in a low voice, He's a scholar. I believe in scholars. The Profound God World's Lord was speechless. The black-robed old man didn't waste his breath at all, and he immediately took hold of Dedeabi. Under Yixian's authorization, the black-robed old man didn't harm Dedeabi after taking hold of Dedeabi. The Profound God World's Lord's eyes narrowed slightly when he witnessed this scene, and no one knew what he was thinking. Meanwhile, Dedeabi trembled violently. Bang! The black-robed old man's aura suddenly rose explosively. In an instant, the black-robed old man's cultivation had risen from the ancient God Realm to the ancient God Realm. A terrifying aura swept through the surroundings. The Profound God World's Lord's expression instantly became extremely unsightly when he witnessed this scene. Yixian suddenly said, I didn't lie to you, right? The black-robed old man gazed at Yixian and didn't speak. Yixian grinned, Are you thinking about killing me and enjoying Dedeabi for yourself? You're in danger if you think like that. The black-robed old man fell silent for a moment before he smiled. Young Master Yi, you must be joking. Yixian smiled, and then he gazed at the Profound God World's Lord. Aren't you going to deal with this threat? The Profound God World's Lord's expression was calm. The black-robed elder turned to look at the Realm Lord of the Profound God Realm. Realm Lord, I'm sorry. As soon as he finished speaking, he was about to attack. However, right at this moment, a terrifying aura suddenly appeared in the surroundings. In the next moment, a white-haired old man appeared not too far away from the black-robed old man. Ancient God Realm, seeing this white-haired elder, the black-robed elder's eyes narrowed and were filled with shock. He's my second senior brother. He's not in the Profound God Realm, so it's normal that you've never met him. Second brother, at the side, Yixian's chest ached as he listened. Did this digger have a senior brother? The white-haired old man looked at the black-robed old man. You really changed sides after being duped a little. Tell me, how did you manage to reach the ancient God Realm with that kind of brain of yours? The black-robed old man's expression was somewhat unsightly. At this moment, he was starting to panic. Although he had used Dedeabi to reach the ancient God Realm, he knew that it was equivalent to using a secret technique. There was no way he could compete with a real ancient God Realm expert. The Realm Lord suddenly said, Sumu, I'll give you one more chance. If you kill Yixian now, I'll pretend that nothing happened. The black-robed old man called. Sumu's face sank. No one knew what he was thinking. Yixian said with a smile, Senior Sumu, you have no way out now. If it was before, they might not really kill you if you're not a threat to them. But now, you're a threat to them. Do you think they'll really let you go? Saying that, he smiled. Since it's come to this, why don't you give it a try? Compared to them, I should be more trustworthy, right? Sumu looked at Yixian. Although Yixian was still covered in blood, his expression was sincere. There was no hypocrisy at all. In the distance, the Realm Lord of the Profound God Realm chuckled. Sumu, we have two ancient God Realm experts on our side. If you choose him, Yi Xian suddenly said, why do you think there's no one behind me? Hearing that, the realm lord of the profound god realm was stunned. Sumu was also stunned. Yi Xian smiled faintly. One had to admit that his smile was a little creepy. After all, he was currently in the state where his bloodline was activated. His whole body was covered in blood. Therefore, his smile was not just creepy. Yi Xian said, Realm Lord, do you think there's no ancient god realm expert behind me? The realm lord of the profound god realm looked at Yi Xian without saying a word. Yi Xian looked at Sumu and smiled, my people will arrive in half an hour. Sumu asked in a deep voice, how many? Yi Xian said with a smile, 5 ancient god realm warriors. 5 ancient god realm experts. Sumu was stunned when he heard that. 5, the realm lord of the profound god realm suddenly sneered, 5 ancient god realm experts? Are you kidding me? Yi Xian said indifferently, even Dedeabi can follow me. What else is impossible? The realm lord of the profound god realm stared at Yi Xian. I don't believe it. Yi Xian smiled and looked at Sumu, Senior Sumu, you can help me block this white-haired old man. As for the realm lord of the profound god realm, I will deal with him. The white-haired old man glanced at Yi Xian, then looked at Sumu. Sumu suddenly said, stop talking. I will follow young Master Yi. In the end, he still decided to follow Yi Xian. As Yi Xian said, if the realm lord of the profound god realm killed Yi Xian, he would definitely not let him go. After all, what he did just now was equivalent to betrayal. If he was in Yi Xian's shoes, he would not let someone who had betrayed him go as well. Moreover, after obtaining Dedeabi, he realized that he had severely underestimated Dedeabi. In other words, he had severely underestimated Yi Xian. A young man like him who had Dedeabi as his follower was definitely not an ordinary person, therefore, he decided to take a gamble. Moreover, didn't young Master Yi say that 5 ancient god realm experts were rushing over? 5 ancient god realm experts were rushing over, 5 ancient god realm experts. The white-haired old man's eyes narrowed slightly when he heard Sumu's words, and he suddenly vanished on the spot, heading straight for Yi Xian. Obviously, he wanted to kill Yi Xian first. Meanwhile, Sumu suddenly roared furiously, and then he charged at the white-haired old man. Yi Xian glanced at the two of them, then looked at the last ancient god realm expert beside the realm lord of the profound god realm. Are you still not leaving? Once we recover from our injuries, you won't be able to leave even if you want to. I'm leaving. The last ancient god realm expert didn't waste any time, and he turned around and vanished into the horizon. The realm lord of the profound god realm stared fixedly at Yi Xian. I have to say, you're really amazing. Relying on your silver tongue, you tricked 5 ancient god realm experts by my side, and you even made one of them work for you. Amazing. Yi Xian paid no attention to the realm lord, and he slowly closed his eyes. Recuperate. He had to recuperate as soon as possible because he noticed that Sumu wasn't a match for the white-haired old man. Sumu's strength was a little exaggerated. Moreover, although he could use Dedeabi to improve his cultivation, he couldn't directly utilize Dedeabi in battle, so, he naturally had to hold back to guard against the white-haired old man. He wouldn't completely trust the white-haired old man. Seeing that Yi Xian was recuperating, the realm lord of the profound god realm also started to recuperate, and his body gradually recovered. However, Yi Xian's recovery was even faster. Yi Xian had the undying bloodline and the medicinal pellets Xianxia had given him. Therefore, in terms of recuperation, not many could compare to him. Seeing that Yi Xian's injuries were recovering so quickly, the realm lord's expression turned ugly. He knew that it wouldn't be long before Yi Xian completely recovered, and at that time, the situation would be extremely disadvantageous to him. Moreover, he noticed that Yi Xian's aura was still growing stronger, powerful, bloodline power. The bloodline power was still increasing Yi Xian's strength. After a moment of silence, the realm lord suddenly opened his right hand, and a token flew out from his hand and disappeared into the endless starry sky. In the distance, Yi Xian opened his eyes and looked at the realm lord with a slight frown. You're still calling for help? The realm lord asked. Can't I? Yi Xian said solemnly, you're going a little overboard. The realm lord said sarcastically, overboard? In this era, who would fight you alone? Yi Xian was silent. That was simply unethical. The realm lord stared at Yi Xian. No matter who is behind you, you must die today. I, Xiantian, said it. In the distance, Yixian was silent. Was it time for him to call for help? If this went on, there would be more and more people calling for help, and he wouldn't be able to handle it. At this time, the realm lord suddenly laughed. You seem to be afraid. Yixian glanced at the realm lord. You talk too much nonsense. The realm lord was about to speak when a sword suddenly appeared in front of the realm lord's brow. The realm lord of the profound god realm narrowed his eyes and punched out, rumble. With a loud explosion, Yixian's sword light instantly shattered. At this time, he suddenly rushed in front of Xiantian and slashed down with his sword. A wisp of difficulty flashed through Xiantian's eyes, and he punched forward. Rumble, both of them retreated at the same time, and this time, both of them retreated by over 3 km. In the distance, as soon as Yixian stopped, a wisp of blood flowed out from the corner of his mouth, but it didn't take long for him to absorb the blood. Yixian took a deep breath and glanced to his right. At this moment, Sumu couldn't hold on any longer. Yixian's face sank. He looked at the realm lord and was about to attack when the realm lord suddenly laughed. You're getting impatient. Haha, you're getting impatient. Earlier, you said that there were 5 ancient god realm experts that came. You're simply bluffing. He narrowed his eyes slightly. Are you an abandoned pawn of some power? After fighting for so long, none of the people behind you have shown up. I can't think of any other reason besides you being an abandoned pawn. In the distance, Yixian's expression was calm. He opened his palm, and a sword silently condensed there. Right at this moment, a terrifying aura suddenly appeared behind him. Yixian's pupils constricted, and he swiftly turned around and blocked it with his sword. Rumble, Yixian retreated explosively for over 30 kilometers. As soon as he stopped moving, the blood-red sword in his hand and his body were instantly obliterated, and his soul actually dimmed like a wisp of smoke. He hadn't recovered from his injuries just now, and now he was attacked by an extraordinary expert. So, he was naturally unable to resist it. An old man stood where he stood just now. The old man had shoulder-length hair, a gloomy gaze, and a terrifying aura. Another ancient god realm expert. Meanwhile, Xiantian smiled. Allow me to introduce myself. This is my eldest senior brother, Ku Rong. He's also an ancient god realm expert. As he spoke, he gazed at Yixian. You said that your people would arrive in an hour. Now, an hour has passed. Where are your people? Yixian grinned, and then he wiped off the blood on the corner of his mouth. You're right, I don't have anyone. Isn't your father human? Meanwhile, a voice suddenly resounded by Yixian's ears. In the next moment, the space beside Yixian split apart, and then a man in a green robe walked out slowly. Yixian was stunned. Xiantian glanced at the swordsman and sneered. Just one? Just one? Who are you looking down on? Yixian was stunned when he saw the green-robed man. He did not expect his father to come. However, it was not his real body. Obviously, his real body was very far away. Of course, even then, he was still slightly surprised. The green-robed man sized up Yixian and smiled. You look a little miserable. Yixian grinned and blood flowed out slowly. Luckily, you're not dead. The green-robed man smiled. Don't be angry. I was in a much worse state than you were back then. Yixian immediately asked, so, you want your son to be in a worse state than you, right? The green-robed man fell silent. Yixian asked again. Of course, I can't blame you. After all, I caused this trouble. I can understand that I have to clean up my own mess. The green-robed man shook his head and smiled. I know you're angry, but you have to understand me. Yixian suddenly interrupted the green-robed man. Can we be more sincere and less deceitful? The green-robed man's expression froze and he swallowed the words he wanted to say. At this moment, Xiantian's eldest senior brother suddenly said coldly, Are you done talking? The green-robed man turned to look at the eldest senior brother. Do you have anything to say? The eldest senior brother looked at the green-robed man coldly. Yes. A sword suddenly pierced through the eldest senior brother's forehead. Boom, in an instant, the eldest senior brother was nailed to the spot and could not move at all. Everyone present was petrified. The green-robed man looked at the dumbfounded eldest senior brother. Anything else? The eldest senior brother was about to speak, But he disappeared without a trace in the next moment. He was wiped out. The green-robed man frowned slightly. So weak? I didn't even use 5% of my strength, and you're gone? That's it? Yi Xian was speechless. Xiantian looked at the green-robed man in terror and said with a trembling voice, Who are you? The green-robed man pointed at Yi Xian and smiled. Can't you tell? I'm his father. Yi Xian was speechless. Xiantian's face was pale and his entire body was trembling. Instant kill, killing an ancient god in an instant, this was outrageous. This scene had overturned Xiantian's understanding. Because in his opinion, this was simply impossible. However, this was the truth, and it was simply insane. On the other side, Su Mu and second senior brother Xiantian stopped as well. At this moment, their faces were filled with shock. Instantly killing an ancient god, this was simply abnormal. Of course, Su Mu was overjoyed after his initial shock. He was a little panicked in the beginning, especially when he saw the Dark Heaven sect's eldest senior brother. He was on the verge of death, he was on the verge of despair. However, he didn't expect Yi Xian's father to show up. Moreover, it was so terrifying. It was a complete turnaround. Su Mu couldn't help but burst into laughter. His laughter was very crazy. At this moment, the azure-robed man looked at Su Mu. Su Mu was scared out of his wits and immediately said, Young Master Yi. Yi Xian immediately said, He's with me. The azure-robed man was slightly stunned when he heard this, and then he smiled embarrassedly, I'm sorry. You don't look like a good person. I almost killed you in an instant. Su Mu, the azure-robed man turned to look at Yi Xian helplessly. Look, my clone came here from countless starfields just to kill a few ants. Yi Xian suddenly asked, Have you ever thought that they are ants to me? The azure-robed man fell silent. He really hadn't thought about this. Yi Xian continued, You might not have thought about it, but Xiao Ta told me that you were very extreme in the past. You were extreme and especially chauvinistic. As he spoke, he shook his head. Xiao Ta is really right. Xiao Ta, the azure-robed man frowned slightly. It said that? Xiao Ta, Yi Xian shook his head and sighed. He didn't speak anymore, and his expression was a little gloomy and miserable. The azure-robed man hesitated for a moment. He wanted to say something, but he didn't know where to start. At this moment, Xiantian's second senior brother suddenly said with a trembling voice, You. The azure-robed man suddenly turned around and slashed with his sword. Boom, that second senior brother disappeared on the spot. He was completely erased. Xiantian, Su Mu's expression also froze at this moment. He also trembled. Why does young Master Ye's father look like a bad person? The azure-robed man was expressionless. We are talking. Why are you interrupting? Second senior brother, who had already passed away, the azure-robed man looked at Yi Xian and sighed softly. I do owe you something. I have to admit that. However, Tian Ming and your mother dote on you so much. If I also dote on you, do you think it's really a good thing for you? Yi Xian was silent. The azure-robed man continued, It's not that I don't care about you, but I really don't want you to become a complete second generation. Now, you've walked out of your own path of the sword, and you have a brand new goal. This is extremely good. It can be said that your sword Dao is now on the right track. As he spoke, he glanced at the surroundings and said, The mortal world is like a whetstone, and it's very good at tempering you. Including this time, although you were beaten up badly, I believe that after this battle, you must have gained a lot, right? Father didn't lie to you, right? Yi Xian nodded, yes. The azure-robed man said again, How can you achieve Dao without going through great hardship? This sentence does make some sense. Most of the time, hardship are the best to train the human heart. The human heart is the heart of the sword. The more tenacious your heart is, the sharper your sword will be. I let you suffer not because I was once left to fend for myself, but because my heart was twisted, I let you go. Father's ultimate goal is for you to become a talented person. Can you understand Father's painstaking efforts? Yi Xian glanced at the azure-robed man. Are you trying to lie to me? The azure-robed man said seriously, Then do you think what I said makes sense? Yi Xian nodded, I admit that what you said makes sense. The azure-robed man smiled slightly and felt very gratified. You're different after all. You're sensible. Very good. Yi Xian suddenly said, Then do you think that you're qualified as a father? The azure-robed man's expression froze. This fellow actually wasn't tricked. Xian continued, Father, I didn't say that it's wrong of you to fend for yourself to fend for yourself. What I'm more angry about is that as a father, you've always had no sense of existence in my heart. Do you think that's your fault or mine? Tell me. The azure-robed man fell silent. Xian continued, Father, do you think it's normal for a person to be without a father for 18 years? The azure-robed man fell silent. Xian went on, my previous enemies have always been abnormal. They were abnormal in all kinds of ways. Dad, do you know? No, you don't. You only know that I can't beat them, but you've never cared about why I can't beat them. Moreover, you've always liked to impose your views on me, just like those students in the secular world. Their parents constantly ask them to become the kind of person their parents want them to be when they're very young. As he spoke, he shook his head slightly, Father, you fended for yourself because you want me to become a powerful person like you. That's not wrong. But later on, you constantly imposed your views on me and then asked me to become a person like you. Have you ever thought about it? I'm not you. In this world, there's only one azure-robed sword master, there won't be a second one. The azure-robed man sighed softly. Xian still wanted to say something, but the azure-robed man suddenly opened his palm, and a spatial ring appeared in his hand. Then, he placed the spatial ring in Xian's hand, Father understands. Don't say any more. Xian glanced at the spatial ring, and there were actually 100 million universe veins in the spatial ring. How extravagant, Xian's eyelids twitched, and his heartbeat sped up. The azure-robed man suddenly took out an ancient book and placed it in Xian's hand. This book is almost 10 times more powerful than the void/sword. It was specially created by Father and your big brother for you. Keep it well. Xian blinked and hurriedly put the ancient book away. The azure-robed man sighed softly, Father does owe you. Can you forgive Father? As he spoke, he took out a black box, but he didn't give it to Xian. Xian immediately said, Father, what are you talking about? Why do we talk about forgiveness between father and son? Don't say such hurtful words in the future. I don't like it. The azure-robed man blinked. You're really not angry? Xian glanced at the black box, and then he said seriously, I'm not angry. I've never been angry. The azure-robed man sighed softly, you said that I didn't accompany you when you were young. Alas, I'm ashamed. Father is ashamed. Xian hurriedly said, it's not too late to make it up to you now. The azure-robed man thought for a moment, and then he nodded. How? Xian immediately said, material compensation. The azure-robed man was speechless. Sumu was dumbfounded. Are these father and son, really father and son? Sumu's expression was extremely unsightly. He naturally wanted to flee, but he didn't dare, he knew that he would definitely die if he moved. The azure-robed man was truly too terrifying. In the distance, the azure-robed man suddenly passed the box in his hand to Xian. This is for you. Xian blinked. What is it? The azure-robed man laughed heartily. A very good thing. It's very suitable for you. Of course, it'll be suitable for you in the future as well. Xian nodded. He was looking forward to it. After all, his father was very generous this time. Xian was about to open the box when he seemed to have thought of something. He looked at the azure-robed man and smiled. Father, if you're free in the future, come visit me more often and bring something over. It'll be beneficial to our relationship. The azure-robed man's face instantly darkened. The green-clothed man shook his head with a smile when he saw the excitement on Xian's face. At this moment, he suddenly realized that this fellow was still like a child. Of course, he felt even more guilty and ashamed. He really had neglected Xian earlier. It wasn't wrong to leave him alone, but it shouldn't be done completely. Father and son still needed to communicate. Leaving him alone was equivalent to letting the little fellow walk the same path he had once taken, and he knew very well what it felt like to not have a father. As if he'd thought of something, the green-clothed man turned to look at Xiantian. Xiantian's face was pale, and he'd lost all will to resist. How could he resist? This green-cloaked man killed ancient god realm experts like he was slaughtering chickens, so how could he resist? Xiantian hesitated for a moment and said, "Can I surrender?" In the end, he didn't choose to be stubborn. Stubbornness was tantamount to death. He didn't want to die right now, and perhaps he would have a chance to live if he surrendered. The green-cloaked man grinned, and then he turned to look at Yixian. "You decide." Yixian thought for a moment and said, "Xiantian, do you want to live?" Xiantian immediately bowed deeply. "Please spare my life, young Master Yi." Dignity, backbone, living was the best. Yixian thought for a moment and said, "What do I get from sparing your life?" Xiantian was stunned, and then he hurriedly said, "Young Master Yi, wait a moment." As he spoke, he took out a transmission talisman and crushed it. It didn't take long for an old man at the ancient god realm to appear here, and he hurriedly brought a spatial ring over to Xiantian. Xiantian took the spatial ring, and then he took out another spatial ring and passed both of them respectfully to Yixian. Yixian glanced at the spatial rings, and there were a total of 80 million universe veins within them. Besides that, there were some divine treasures. Xiantian said respectfully, "Young Master Yi, all the treasures of my profound god world are in here." Yixian put the spatial rings away and grinned, "All right." Xiantian hesitated for a moment and said, "Young Master Yi, are you really not going to kill me?" Yixian nodded, "No." Xiantian was puzzled. "Why?" Yixian asked, "Do you want me to kill you?" Xiantian quickly said, "Of course not." As he spoke, he quickly bowed deeply, "Thank you, young Master Yi, for sparing my life." Yixian glanced at Xiantian and smiled. He naturally had his reasons for not killing Xiantian. If he kept him alive, he would have more opportunities to act tough in the future. Revenge, he wasn't afraid at all. After seeing his father's terrifying strength, if the other party still wanted to take revenge, then he could only give him a thumbs up. Even if Tianyu was reborn, he wouldn't do such a stupid thing. At this moment, as if he had thought of something, Yixian suddenly looked at the green-cloaked man and said, "Dad, let's have a spar. Let's exchange pointers." The green-cloaked man was slightly startled, and then he smiled and said, "Are you sure?" Yixian nodded. He had always wanted to have a real fight. Of course, he also wanted to test his father's strength. He wanted to see how big the gap between him and his father was. The green-cloaked man smiled and said, "Sure." Yixian said in a low voice, "You have to lower your cultivation level." The green-cloaked man shook his head and said, "I don't have a cultivation level." Yixian was speechless. The green-cloaked man smiled and said, "But don't worry. This avatar will seal a portion of its strength to reach your current level." Yixian nodded and said, "All right. I'll heal my injuries first." As he spoke, he sat down cross-legged and was about to heal his injuries. Meanwhile, the green-cloaked man suddenly opened his palm and an elixir floated slowly to Yixian. Yixian was curious and asked, "What's this?" The green-cloaked man smiled and said, "Just eat it." "Why ask so many questions?" Yixian hesitated for a moment before he consumed it. As soon as he did, a terrifying energy suddenly swept out from his body. Bang! In an instant, Yixian's soul recovered at an extremely terrifying speed. In less than a few breaths of time, his soul had completely recovered. Moreover, his body was swiftly being reconstructed. In less than 10 breaths of time, Yixian's soul and body had completely recovered, and his condition was even better than when he was at his peak. Yixian was stunned, Sumu and Xiantian were stunned as well. He recovered just like that. Yixian looked at the green-cloaked man in disbelief and said, "Dad, what kind of elixir is this?" The green-cloaked man smiled and said, "Bao or refined the ancient god elixir." Yixian hesitated for a moment and said, "Can you give me a few more? I'll keep them as a backup." The green-cloaked man laughed and was about to refuse, but he seemed to have thought of something and shook his head with a smile. After that, he took out a white jade bottle and passed it to Yixian. Yixian hurriedly took the white jade bottle and there were 5 ancient god elixirs within it. Yixian grinned and said, "Dad, you're a good friend." The green-cloaked man roared with laughter. Yixian opened his palm, and then a strand of sword intent suddenly condensed into a sword that floated above his palm. Yixian gazed at the green-cloaked man and said, "Dad, bring it on." The green-cloaked man nodded and said, "You attack first." Yi Xian didn't waste his breath at all and just stabbed with his sword. The energy of the mortal world and sword intent of the mortal world, void slash, he'd utilized his full strength in this strike. His dad wasn't someone that Xiantian and the others could compare to. Even if it was only a clone and a portion of his strength was sealed, the green-clothed man's expression was calm as water when facing this terrifying strike from Yi Xian, and he suddenly stabbed with his sword when Yi Xian's sword arrived in front of him. Bang! Yi Xian instantly retreated over 30 kilometers away along with his sword. When he stopped, the sword in his hand that was condensed from sword intent was instantly shattered and obliterated. Yi Xian was stunned. Was his human sword principle that weak? The green-cloaked man smiled and said, "Your sword principle isn't bad, but do you know what's the biggest flaw of your sword principle?" Yi Xian looked at the green-cloaked man and said, "Please enlighten me, Dad." The green-cloaked man nodded and said, "The sword principle is a kind of belief." "What is your belief?" "The human world, the secular world of mortals." "The secular world of mortals is your foundation, but you've experienced too little. You haven't fully comprehended the emotions and desires of the human world. Moreover, it's not enough to comprehend the emotions and desires of the human world. Your sword principle needs to encompass all things in the universe, and to achieve this, it's not something that can be achieved in a short period of time. Moreover." At this point, he paused for a moment and said, "You have another flaw, and it should be your biggest flaw right now." Yi Xian quickly asked, "What flaw?" The green-clothed man smiled and said, "Your sword principle is the sword principle of the human world, and you need the support of the human world's power. However, your human world's power is very weak now. Do you know why?" Yi Xian shook his head. The man in green said, "Because there are very, very few people who believe in you." Yi Xian frowned. "Faith?" The blue-clothed man nodded. "Yes, faith. The faith of all living beings is the power of your world." Yi Xian frowned. The azure-robed man smiled and said, "Don't you think it's a bit dependent on external forces? Or are you saying that you don't like to play tricks?" Yi Xian nodded. "Both." The green-robed man shook his head, "Your thinking is wrong." Yi Xian looked at the green-robed man, and the green-robed man said softly, "What was your original intention in establishing the academy?" Yi Xian said in a deep voice, "To establish a heart for the universe, to establish a life for all living beings, to continue learning for the saints of the past, to establish peace for all ages." The azure-robed man nodded. "If you can really do what you said, then all the living beings in this endless universe will have faith in you. The more sincere their faith is, the stronger your human realm sword Tao will be. Of course, the premise was that what you did was sincere from the heart, without the slightest bit of falsehood. You have feelings for everything. You have feelings for the world and the universe. All the living beings in the universe will naturally allow you to comprehend greater power." As he spoke, he paused for a moment and said, "The sword Tao of the mortal world is based on the living beings of the world. Your sword Tao is even more difficult to traverse than our sword Tao. Because your sword Tao is too ambitious. Changing the world is much harder than destroying it. Even Father and Tianming can't change the world because the hardest thing to change is the human heart. If you want to change the universe, you have to change their thoughts and change their hearts. Your path will be harder than ours." Yi Xian looked straight at the green-robed man. "What if I succeed?" The green-robed man suddenly held his sword and gently knocked on Yi Xian's head. "You can't think like that." Yi Xian was stunned. The green-robed man asked, "You have to establish a heart for the universe, establish a life for all living beings, continue learning for the saints of the past, and establish peace for all ages. Are you thinking of this for all living beings in this universe, or do you want to use all living beings to become stronger?" Yi Xian was stunned. The green-robed man said with a smile, "We swordsmen cultivate our hearts." "Why do we cultivate our hearts?" "Because the human heart is fickle, so we need to constantly cultivate our hearts and then subdue them. The original intention of your sword Tao is to change this boundless universe, so go ahead and do it. However, if you do it with a selfish heart, it's not impossible, but it'll be different. Because to a certain extent, you're making use of all living things in this boundless universe. When that time comes, you will really be fooling them. Moreover, with this mentality, if there is a conflict between you and all living beings in the universe in the future, you will not hesitate to sacrifice this endless universe to help yourself. After a moment of silence, Xian said, I understand. The green-robed man said with a smile, our original intention does not change. This is what we swordsmen always say, but it's actually very difficult to do it. As he said that, he gently patted Xian's shoulder. You're already doing very well now. You're no longer impetuous and vicious, and you know how to do things slowly. Compared to before, you're much, much better. What you need now is more experience, then settle yourself, and finally change the entire universe. After a long silence, Xian nodded. I understand. The green-robed man said with a smile, it's good that you understand. Xian looked at the green-robed man and said in a deep voice, Father, I know that it's very difficult to change the universe, but I will do my best. One day, I will achieve what I said and make this universe different. The green-robed man nodded. He gently rubbed Xian's head and said with a smile, just do it, don't worry too much. Your father will always be behind you. Xiantian was speechless. P.S. If I didn't keep you in suspense today, would you have praised me? A backer? Xian was slightly stunned when he heard this, and then he smiled, Father, thank you. The green-clothed man roared with laughter, there's no need for thanks between father and son. As he spoke, he glanced at the surroundings and said, I have to go. Xian was quite curious, Father, where are you and big brother right now? The green-clothed man thought for a moment and said, it's very far away. With your current strength, you can't come into contact with that place. But I believe that it won't take long for you to get there. As he spoke, he suddenly opened his palm, and a spatial ring appeared there. The spatial ring was slightly strange. It was shaped like a sword, and it was blood red. The green-clothed man passed the spatial ring to Xian, for you. Xian took the spatial ring and was quite curious, what's this? The green-clothed man smiled, a keepsake. You'll need it in the future. As soon as he finished speaking, his clone gradually became illusory. Xian spoke solemnly, Father, are you leaving? The green-clothed man nodded, and then he seemed to have thought of something. He opened his palm, and the sword that he'd given to Xian appeared in his hand. He smiled, looks like you haven't noticed what's special about this sword. No, the current you basically doesn't need to use external objects anymore. However, there's no need to intentionally avoid using external objects. As he spoke, he pressed his fingers together and flicked the sword lightly. Bang, the sword trembled violently. In the next moment, a terrifying ray of light suddenly erupted from the sword. The green-clothed man gazed at Xian, blood. Xian was stunned, and then he flicked his finger and a drop of blood essence floated onto the sword. As soon as the drop of blood came into contact with the sword, the entire sword instantly seemed as if it had come alive, and it emanated an extremely terrifying sword howl. Immediately after that, the entire sword transformed into a blood-red sword. Xian was astounded, this. The azure-robed man smiled and said, Zongjian, a sword that once slaughtered countless creatures. Later on, when I encountered it, I sealed it. I originally thought that you would be able to awaken it, but I didn't expect that you've been reading every day recently, and your personality has changed greatly. This sword has no feelings for you. As he spoke, he shook his head and smiled. Xian glanced at the blood-red sword in the green-robed man's hand and shook his head with a smile. He did not expect this ordinary-looking sword to be a sword of slaughter. The green-robed man handed the sword to Xian. I've still sealed part of this sword's power. If you want to unseal it in the future, it's up to you. Previously, I didn't dare to unseal it for you because I was afraid that you wouldn't be able to control it. But now, your temperament has improved a lot. You should have no problem facing this sword. Xian blinked. Is this sword strong? The green-robed man laughed and said, if you activate your bloodline and use this sword, you will be pleasantly surprised. Xian smiled and said, all right. As soon as he finished speaking, he took the burial sword. As soon as the burial sword came into contact with it, Xian's body instantly trembled. In the next moment, a boundless sea of blood actually appeared in his mind. At the same time, strands of terrifying murderous intent and evil chi instantly surged into his sea of consciousness. Xian frowned slightly. In the next moment, he suddenly opened his eyes, and there was a sea of blood in his eyes. The green-robed man looked at Xian and did not speak. Gradually, the sea of blood in Xian's eyes faded away, and Xian's expression returned to normal. He had suppressed the evil qi and murderous intent. The green-robed man grinned. All right. Xian looked at the green-robed man. Father, take care. The green-robed man laughed heartily. Little fellow, do your best. You did well this time. Haha. As he laughed heartily, the green-robed man vanished completely. Xiantian's expression instantly eased up when he saw the green-robed man vanish. Because the pressure he felt from the green-robed man was truly too strong, as soon as he left, he instantly felt as if a few 100,000 mountains had moved away from him. Meanwhile, Sumu walked over slowly to Yixian, and he passed the Dedeabi to Yixian and said respectfully, Young Master Yi, please keep it well. Yixian took the Dedeabi and smiled, Did you comprehend anything? Sumu hurriedly nodded, It's quite deep. It won't take long for me to attain the ancient god realm. Of course, the precondition is that I have money. Yixian blinked, How much money? Sumu hesitated for a moment and said, At least 50 million universe veins, and it might even be more, 50,000,000 universe veins. A wisp of bitterness arose on the corners of Sumu's mouth when he spoke up to this point. The amount of money required to advance from the ancient god realm to the ancient god realm was truly too terrifying. It was terrifying to the point that even an expert like him felt slightly helpless. I can't just rob someone, right? Even if I want to rob someone, I have to rob a great power. However, practically every great power has an ancient god realm expert, so robbing them is equivalent to robbing with one's life. If I don't rob someone and rely on myself to slowly earn it, how long would that take? That's normal. After all, ancient god realm experts are extremely rare now. Besides money, great fortuitous encounters are required as well. He already has great fortuitous encounters, and what he lacks now is money. Meanwhile, Yixian suddenly opened his palm, and a spatial ring slowly floated over to Sumu. There were exactly 50 million universe veins within the spatial ring. Sumu was stunned, Young Master Yi, what's this? Yixian smiled, I won't be bashful anymore. I've established an academy, and it's currently lacking manpower. I want to recruit you to be a revered elder of my Guanshan Academy. You won't be involved in the academy's affairs and will only be tasked with protecting it. Are you willing? Sumu immediately bowed deeply, I'm willing. Of course he was willing. If he could hug onto Yixian's thigh, then meteoric success would be just around the corner. No, he was already meteoric success. Yixian smiled and said, Go cultivate first. Come find me after you've broken through. Sumu bowed deeply again, definitely. After he finished speaking, he left. Yixian fell silent. His father gave him 100 million universe veins earlier, along with the 80 million that Xiantian gave him, and the tens of millions he already had. He had around 200 million universe veins. But now, he had to give away 50 million at once. Needless to say, it was quite painful. However, if he could obtain an ancient god realm expert, then it would be extremely worth it. Currently, ancient god realm experts were extremely rare, and he would be more at ease if Guanshan Academy had an ancient god realm expert protecting it. As if he had thought of something, Yixian suddenly turned to look at Xiantian. Xiantian's expression changed slightly, and he hurriedly bowed, Young Master Yi, what instructions do you have for me? Yixian smiled, I don't have any instructions. You can leave. Xiantian was stunned, and then he bowed slightly and vanished on the spot. No one knew what Yixian was thinking as he watched Xiantian vanish into the distance. After a while, Yixian turned and left. The people outside didn't know what happened in the starry sky, so many people were still frantically looking for Yixian. Xiantian Divine Realm. After Xiantian returned to Xiantian Divine Realm, he locked himself in his room. Fear, even now, he still felt fear. The green-clothed man had instantly annihilated 2 ancient god realm experts in an instant with ease. Moreover, it was only a clone of his. This was truly unbelievable. At this moment, he finally recognized himself. Was the ancient god realm very strong? Before this, he felt that it was very, very strong, an existence at the top of the pyramid of the world, but now, he felt that the ancient god realm was just a fart, not even a fart. At this moment, an elder appeared at the door and said excitedly, Realm Lord, we have found news of Yixian. Yixian has returned to the Xingu clan. Our people have already gone to the Xingu clan to kill him. Ah! Suddenly, the entire hall exploded into pieces, and the old man who spoke was blasted thousands of meters away. After Xianxia came out, he looked at the elder and said with a trembling voice, "Damn it, get them back." The elder was stunned. At this moment, Xianxia suddenly roared, "Where did they go? Tell me, or I will kill you." The elder pointed to the right, and Xianxia disappeared on the spot. In the next moment, the end of the horizon cracked, and a voice suddenly came from afar, "Pass down my order. No one from the Xiantian divine realm is allowed to cause trouble for young Master Yi. Anyone who disobeys will be killed." The elder. When Yi Xian returned to the Xingu clan, he was stunned when he saw Guhan. Yi Xian smiled and said, "You didn't expect me to come back alive, did you?" Guhan nodded, "Yes." Yi Xian smiled, "I am here to bid farewell to you. I am going back to Guanshan Academy." Guhan glanced at Yi Xian, "All right." The current her naturally did not dare to let Yi Xian represent the Xingu clan to compete with the Imperial Wilderness Celestial clan. Not to mention the people behind Yi Xian's current strength was not something the immortal ancient Celestial clan could resist. Yi Xian suddenly opened his palm, and Daebi slowly floated to Guhan, "Hold the brush." Guhan was stunned, and then she held the brush. In the next moment, she was directly raised to the ancient god realm by Daebi. Guhan's pupils shrank, and her eyes were filled with disbelief. Yi Xian said, "Feel it carefully." Guhan slowly closed her eyes. About an hour later, Guhan opened her eyes. Yi Xian opened his palm, and Daebi flew back into his hand. He smiled, "Patriarch, thank you for saving me that day. Today, we are even. See you again." With that, he turned and left. Guhan suddenly said, "It can also be raised to the ancient god realm, right?" Yi Xian nodded, "Yes." With that, he disappeared into the starry sky. Guhan was stunned. She actually still wanted to experience the ancient god realm, because she knew that it was a chance to change her fate. Unfortunately, she could not speak. Just as Yi Xian said, she helped Yi Xian once, and Yi Xian helped her once, so they were even. At this moment, she suddenly regretted it. If she did not leave that day, after a long time, Guhan sighed, and turned to leave. In a certain corner, an unremarkable little girl looked at the disappearing sword light, and her eyes gradually turned from blank to determined. After a long time, she softly said, "Guanshan Academy. Imperial Wilderness Celestial Clan." An old man quickly walked into the hall, and said excitedly, "Patriarch, we have found Yi Xian. Yi Xian has just left the Xingu clan." Di Yuan was silent for a moment, and said, "Inform the profound god world immediately." With that, he slowly closed his eyes, "Little friend Yi, you cannot blame me. Yi Xian didn't return to the Guanshan Academy in the world of gods. Instead, he went to the Immortal Treasure Pavilion in the Immortal World." When Yi Xian arrived, the president of the Immortal Treasure Pavilion, Su Tian, hurriedly came out to welcome him. He bowed deeply to Yi Xian. "Young Master Yi." Others didn't know what had happened, but he knew that two ancient god realm experts had fallen in the profound god world, but Yi Xian was still alive. Even an idiot would know what was going on. Yi Xian smiled. "Find me a place to cultivate. I'm going into closed-door cultivation." Su Tian hurriedly said, "Young Master Yi, follow me." As he spoke, he brought Yi Xian to an unknown starry sky. Su Tian glanced around and said, "Young Master Yi, this is the best place to cultivate. It's extremely quiet." Yi Xian nodded. Su Tian bowed slightly. "Young Master Yi, feel free to let me know if you need anything." As soon as he finished speaking, he slowly retreated. After Su Tian left, Yi Xian glanced around before sitting down cross-legged. He opened his palm, and the ancient book that his father gave him appeared in his hand, a sword technique that father and big brother created together for me. Needless to say, Yi Xian was extremely curious. As soon as Yi Xian opened the ancient book, a ray of sword light suddenly shot into the space between his brows. Bang! In an instant, countless pieces of information surged into Yi Xian's mind. Instant invincibility. Once it's executed, I'll immediately escape from the current universe. In an instant, I'll be immune to all the energy of the universe. Fate and karma can't be attached to me, and I'll devour all Grand Dao techniques. With a single thought, I'll be able to lock the soul with a single sword strike. In this instant, I'm invincible. In this instant, I'm invincible. Yi Xian was stunned. In next to no time, Yi Xian's blood was boiling. Awesome. At this moment, he just wanted to roar. Once the sword technique was executed, he would be able to escape from the current universe. Karma and fate couldn't be attached to him, and he would devour all Grand Dao techniques. Yi Xian was extremely excited. This was even more ferocious than Void Slash. No wonder his father and big brother worked together to create it for him. One word, ferocious, 2 words, so fierce, without any nonsense. Yi Xian immediately began his research, but very soon, he became numb, because he discovered that cultivating this sword skill required an extremely large amount of money. Because cultivating this sword skill required the support of an enormous amount of spiritual energy, because only with sufficient spiritual energy would he be able to break through the current universe and jump out. How much spiritual energy was needed? He had just burned 1,000,000 universe veins, but it was like a stone falling into the ocean. There was no movement at all. It wasn't enough. Holy shit, Yi Xian was stunned. Yi Xian was naturally unwilling and continued to burn his universe veins. He held the sword in his right hand and closed his eyes. His heart sutra circulated and countless universe veins burned around him. 2,000,000, 3,000,000, 4,000,000, 6,000,000, when he burned to 10,000,000 universe veins, the sword in his hand suddenly trembled slightly. There was movement. Yi Xian was overjoyed, and he hurriedly circulated the instant of invincibility. In next to no time, a faint sword light appeared around his body, and right at this moment, the universe veins that he had ignited were completely absorbed by his sword. Yi Xian quickly continued to burn his universe veins. At this moment, he couldn't care about anything else. He just wanted to test the power of this sword. Yi Xian crazily burned his universe veins. Under the support of endless universe veins, the sword in Yi Xian's hand trembled violently. At the same time, countless tiny sword lights appeared on his body. These sword lights were like blood vessels. Yi Xian suddenly raised the sword in his hand. At this moment, those tiny sword lights suddenly gathered towards his arm. Soon, countless tiny sword lights followed his arm and entered the sword in his hand. At this moment, he needed even more spiritual energy. Yi Xian didn't hesitate and continued to burn his universe veins. About 15 minutes later, Yi Xian suddenly stabbed forward with his sword and roared, "Open!" Boom! As the sword stabbed out, the spacetime in front of him suddenly split apart. Yi Xian's entire body entered it. In the next moment, he appeared in a space of nothingness. Yi Xian was stunned. The space he was in was nothingness. It wasn't the river of time or the river of time and space. It was like it was independent of the universe. Moreover, he could see the universe he had entered from. Not only that, but from his position, the universe he was in was transparent and illusory. Yi Xian looked at his body. At this moment, there was a thin layer of sword light on his body. It was like scales, extremely dazzling. Invincible? Yi Xian thought for a moment, then he took out Daebi and waved it at his body. Chi, the tip of the brush slashed onto his body. Boom, the tip of the brush shattered and he was completely fine. Yi Xian was stunned. In the next moment, he laughed crazily. He was truly invincible. At this moment, he was truly an invincible existence. As if he had thought of something, he suddenly looked at the existing universe outside. He slowly closed his eyes and in the next moment, he suddenly pulled out his sword. In that existing universe, 4 afterimages appeared in one place. In the next moment, the 4 afterimages pulled out their swords and slashed. The 4 sword lights converged at one point. Boom! In an instant, that existing universe's starry sky was instantly destroyed. This wasn't the most terrifying thing. The most terrifying thing was that the force was too strong. The powerful force instantly swept out for millions of miles. In an instant, the endless starry sky above the entire God's world was directly wiped out. Millions of miles of starry sky was destroyed by a single sword. Moreover, the remaining force continuously shook and cracked the starry sky that was millions of miles away. In an instant, it affected more than a dozen universes. At this moment, countless experts were shocked. Which big shot used this sword? Countless people began to investigate, but they found nothing. At this moment, Yi Xian suddenly returned to the existing universe. When he returned to the existing universe, his entire body went limp like a puddle of mud. He directly collapsed. After unleashing that sword strike, he immediately collapsed. The power of that sword was far, far stronger than Dadeabi's. His current body wasn't enough to completely withstand it. At this moment, Su Tian appeared. When he saw Yi Xian, Su Tian was shocked. He hurriedly walked in front of Yi Xian and said in a trembling voice, "Young Master Yi." "You." Yi Xian smiled slightly. "It's fine. I'll rest for a while." After saying that, he just lay down and closed his eyes to rest. He didn't use the medicinal pill that his father gave him. That medicinal pill was too terrifying. It was better to save it for a critical moment in the future. After all, there were only 5 of them. If he used one, there would be one less. After all, his father didn't come every time. Next to him, Su Tian looked at Yi Xian with a face full of shock. He seriously suspected that the sudden wiping out of this part of the starry sky was done by this young Master Yi in front of him. However, was this young Master Yi only at the see-through realm? How could he have such terrifying strength? Su Tian was puzzled. Around 2 hours later, Yi Xian's face finally looked much better. He sat up and smiled bitterly. Needless to say, that sword strike was truly too terrifying. As if he'd thought of something, Yi Xian hurriedly looked at his spatial ring. When he saw the universe veins in his spatial ring, he was stunned. 30 million universe veins were missing. 30 million, Yi Xian's face instantly darkened. In order to execute that sword strike, he'd actually burned 30 million universe veins. Why is it like Qing Guan's sword? Does it rely on recharging? He also thought of something else. When he executed that sword skill just now, he didn't use the power of bloodline, world sword intent, and world power. Otherwise, its power might be even more terrifying. Besides that, he didn't display its true power just now. After all, he was just testing it and didn't use his full strength. In short, that sword strike was quite invincible. Yi Xian shook his head and smiled. Needless to say, his father was really considerate this time. He gave him money and a sword skill, and a box. With that thought in mind, Yi Xian hurriedly took out the box and sized it up. It was an ordinary box, but he knew that the thing inside was definitely not ordinary. Yi Xian looked at Su Tian, and Su Tian hurriedly said, "Young Master Yi, please go ahead. I'll take my leave." With that, he turned around and left. At this moment, Yi Xian suddenly said, "What happened just now? Keep it a secret, understand?" Su Tian was stunned. In the next moment, his expression changed drastically, and he hurriedly said, "Of course." With that, he left. Outside, Su Tian's face was filled with disbelief. The commotion just now was really caused by young Master Yi. It was simply outrageous. Profound God world. Xian Tian sat in the main hall, and there were a few elders kneeling in front of him. They were the elders who had gone after Yi Xian, and he'd just caught them. Needless to say, Xian Tian was really relieved. If he hadn't caught them, and they'd caught up with Yi Xian, wouldn't that be the end of him? In the hall, the few people kneeling were confused. At this moment, Xian Tian suddenly said, "Remember, from today onwards, don't look for young Master Yi. If you meet him, turn around and leave. If you can't avoid it, be more respectful and treat him like your own father." The few of them were puzzled. Xian Tian said angrily, "Don't ask why, just do as I say. It's for your own good. Leave now." The few of them did not dare to say anything else, and they left in a daze. In the hall, Xian Tian leaned against the chair behind him with his eyes closed. He had been living in fear for the past few days, and the green-robed man would appear in his mind every now and then. At this moment, an elder suddenly appeared in the hall, and the elder bowed slightly. "Realm Lord Di Yuan, the clan leader of the Heavenly Emperor Wilderness God tribe, requests an audience." Xian Tian frowned. "Heavenly Emperor Wilderness God tribe? What does he want?" The elder said in a deep voice, "He said he has something important to report." "Important?" Xian Tian nodded. "Let him in." The elder left, and not long after, Di Yuan walked into the hall. Di Yuan bowed slightly to Xian Tian, and then he went straight to the point. "Realm Lord Xian Tian, let me first say that the Heavenly Emperor Wilderness God tribe has nothing to do with Yi Xian, nothing at all." Xian Tian looked at Di Yuan without saying a word. Di Yuan continued, "Realm Lord Xian Tian, I just found Yi Xian's whereabouts. After he left the ancient immortal clan, he went directly to the celestial treasure pavilion. I've already sent people to surround him, and Realm Lord Xianxia can head there immediately. The Heavenly Emperor Wilderness God tribe is willing to cooperate fully with Realm Lord Xianxia to capture Yixian. Xianxia's legs suddenly felt weak. P.S. I firmly believe that those readers who scold me will get tired of scolding me. Also, why scold me? Without love, how could there be hatred? If they didn't like me, they wouldn't waste time scolding me. When I thought about this, I realized that when I saw those readers scolding me, I wasn't angry at all. Instead, I felt a trace of joy and pride. Look, they scolded me because they liked my book. Life was difficult, and there were many times when one had to look at a problem from a different perspective. Perhaps the result would be different. Inside the hall, Xianxia looked at Diyuan silently. Diyuan furrowed his brows when he saw that Xianxia wasn't speaking. Suddenly, he sensed that something was wrong with the atmosphere and he raised his guard. Diyuan hesitated for a moment before he said, "Realm Lord?" Xianxia suddenly said, "You said that you have nothing to do with that young Master Yi?" Diyuan hurriedly nodded. "That's right. My Imperial Desolate Divine Clan has nothing to do with him. My Imperial Desolate Divine Clan is willing to help the profound world." At this point, he seemed to have thought of something, and his expression suddenly changed drastically. "Young Master Yi?" This mystic sky realm lord addressed Yixian as Young Master Yi. Right at this moment, Xianxia spoke abruptly, "It's fine as long as they aren't related at all." As soon as he finished speaking, he suddenly flipped his right hand and pressed it down. In the distance, Diyuan's expression changed drastically, and he blocked with both hands. Boom! Diyuan's physical body was shattered, and his soul was gripped tightly by an invisible hand. Diyuan stared at Xianxia in disbelief. "Realm Lord Xianxia, why are you doing this?" Xianxia stared at Diyuan and mocked, "You think you're so smart?" Diyuan spoke in a heavy voice, "Mystic Heaven Realm Lord, if you want to kill me, can you let me die knowing the reason behind it?" Xianxia was expressionless. "Do you know who Young Master Yi is?" Young Master Yi, hearing these two words, Diyuan was stunned. Xianxia glared at Diyuan and said angrily, "Someone I cannot afford to offend." As soon as he finished speaking, he flicked his sleeve. Boom! Diyuan's soul was instantly erased. Xianxia looked coldly at the spot where Diyuan had disappeared. Idiot! Immortal Treasure Pavilion. Yixian opened the box. Inside was a small set of armor. It was dark golden color and about the size of a palm. It emitted a faint light, and it was glossy and mysterious. Seeing this palm-sized armor, Yixian frowned. Armor? At this moment, the black armor suddenly transformed into a black light and surged into his glabella. Boom! In an instant, Yixian's eyes widened, and two rays of blood-red light shot out from his eyes. Chi-chi! The two beams of bloody light pierced through the river of stars and disappeared into the depths of the boundless starry sky. At the same time, Yixian's whole body trembled violently, and the mad demon bloodline in his body was directly activated at this moment. Moreover, the burial sword in his hand was actually trembling violently at this moment as if it was about to be completely activated. Yixian was horrified. What the hell? Yixian hurriedly began to suppress the power of the bloodline in his body, but he soon discovered that thin scales had appeared all over his body, and on these scales, there was dark blood flowing slowly. His mad demon bloodline was actually unable to suppress this dark blood, Aria's bloodline. At this moment, Yixian was certain, this armor must have been made from the scales shed by Aria, and in this armor, there was Aria's blood. Thinking of this, Yixian was instantly excited. How terrifying was Aria's armor! Although this armor was Aria's scales after being eliminated, it was absolutely terrifying. Yixian looked at the bloodline contained in the armor on his body, and was shocked. No wonder his bloodline could not suppress the power of this bloodline, so it turned out that it was Aria's bloodline. He had to admit that Aria's bloodline was a bit fierce. This was the first time he saw the mad demon bloodline unable to suppress other bloodlines. However, it should be because of him. After all, his mad demon bloodline did not improve much. If it was his father's bloodline, it would definitely be different. Yixian withdrew his thoughts, and then slowly began to suppress his mad demon bloodline. Under his suppression, the mad demon bloodline gradually calmed down, and Aria's bloodline gradually merged into the armor, and the burial sword also returned to normal. Yi Xian touched the armor on his body, and the first feeling he had was that it was thick. Yi Xian thought for a moment, then took out Daebi, and then directly waved the brush on his body. Boom, the tip of the brush slashed out, boom, a ray of light erupted from Yi Xian's chest, but he was completely unharmed, nothing happened. Seeing this scene, Yi Xian was stunned at first, and then he laughed. With Arya's armor and his instant invincible sword technique, it would be difficult for him to die. Now, he really wanted to shout, "I'm invincible under 3 swords." However, he still calmed down. "I can't shout randomly. In the past, I was often slapped in the face, and I usually can't be handsome for more than 3 days. Although I'm invincible now, I still have to keep a low profile." Yi Xian took a deep breath, and then with a thought, the armor on his body quietly merged into his body. Yi Xian grinned. "This time, Dad is a bit like my real father." The man in green was speechless. Yi Xian put away Daebi, then glanced at the scene, smiled slightly, and then turned to leave. It had to be said that the harvest this time was very, very great. After coming out of Celestial Treasure Pavilion, Yi Xian saw Su Tian, and Su Tian quickly bowed respectfully. "Young Master Yi." Yi Xian smiled. "President Su Tian, I'm leaving." Su Tian smiled. "Welcome young Master Yi next time." Yi Xian nodded. "Take care." With that, he rode on his sword and disappeared into the end of the starry sky. Su Tian looked up at the horizon, and said softly, "Diyuan Celestial Clan is gone." He had already received the news of Diyuan's death, and with Diyuan's death, there was no doubt that the Diyuan Celestial Clan would be swallowed by the surrounding forces. Su Tian sighed softly. This Diyuan, in the end, still gambled wrong. Yi Xian did not directly return to Universe of Gods, but went to Celestial Treasure World. When he arrived at Celestial Treasure City, he was stunned. At the entrance of Celestial Treasure City, there were hundreds of bloody heads. What happened? Yi Xian frowned slightly. At this moment, Celestial Treasure City's President Xiaolan appeared in front of Yi Xian, and upon seeing Yi Xian, Xiaolan quickly bowed. "Young Master Yi." His attitude was even more respectful than before. Yi Xian pointed at those heads. "These are?" Xiaolan said solemnly, "They are all the heads of Mystic Sky Divine Realms experts." Yi Xian was slightly startled, then said, "Mystic Sky Divine Realm?" Xiaolan nodded. "I contacted the Pavilion Master previously, but he did not come, but he sent someone." Then, all the heads of Mystic Sky Divine Realms experts of Grotto Profound Realm and above are all placed here. Qingguan, Yi Xian shook his head and smiled. He had to say, although Qingguan's temper was extremely good, the prerequisite was not to provoke her, especially not to break the rules she set. As if he had thought of something, Yi Xian hurriedly asked, "What about Mystic Sky?" Xiaolan bowed deeply. The Pavilion Master said that since young Master Yi didn't kill him, then there must be a deeper meaning behind it. "So, give young Master Yi face, not him." "Give me face." Yi Xian was slightly stunned, and then he smiled. "Little Guan is really considerate." Little Guan, Xiaolan's eyelids instantly twitched when he heard this. This young Master Yi's relationship with the Pavilion Master really isn't ordinary. Yi Xian smiled. "Are you still holding the auction?" Xiaolan nodded. "Yes." Yi Xian asked, "When?" Xiaolan hesitated. He paused for a moment, then said, "When does young Master Yi think is suitable?" Yi Xian was struck dumb. Then he said with a smile, "Well, you can make your own arrangements." Xiaolan grinned. "It's convenient for young Master Yi." Yi Xian shook his head and smiled. "I don't have that much money." Xiaolan glanced at the surroundings, and then he said, "Young Master Yi, do you have any thoughts about the Dao God's ruins?" Yi Xian nodded. Xiaolan said in a low voice, "Young Master Yi, we did some research earlier and discovered that no power can buy this Dao God's ruins." Thus, the Pavilion Master thought of a way, and that is to let everyone buy it together. Yi Xian frowned slightly. "Group purchase?" Xiaolan nodded. "Yes. A few powers will buy it together and then share this ruin together." Yi Xian said in a low voice, "Are the other powers willing?" Xiaolan nodded. "I'm willing." That's because there isn't a single force that can monopolize these ruins. As he spoke, he glanced at the surroundings and said, "Young Master Yi, when the time comes, we'll directly put you on the list, and you won't have to pay any fees." Yi Xian blinked. "When?" Xiaolan smiled lightly. "We're all on the same side, what's wrong with that?" Yi Xian hurriedly said, "President Xiaolan is considerate." I, Yi Xian, will never forget this favor. Hearing this, Xiaolan was overjoyed. Young Master Yi is too polite. Saying so, he made an inviting gesture. Young Master Yi, please enter the pavilion. When the auction is over, I'll inform you. Yi Xian nodded, all right. Under Xiaolan's lead, Yi Xian arrived at the Immortal Treasure Pavilion, and Xiaolan arranged for him to stay in the Immortal Treasure Pavilion's highest standard room. In the starry sky, Yi Xian sat cross-legged on the ground, cultivating. His harvest from the battle with Black Heaven's group was bountiful. That was especially true during his battle with Xian Mu. He had learned many things during that exchange. Most importantly, he had used a deity to reach the ancient god realm. Now, his goal was to break through to the ancient god realm, because he felt that the time was right. In the starry sky, Yi Xian sat cross-legged on the ground. With the deity's help, he once again reached the ancient god realm. He carefully comprehended, and at the same time, he began to burn his universe veins. Breaking through to the next realm required a lot of universe veins. Fortunately, he had the 100 million from his father and 80 million from Black Heaven, otherwise, he wouldn't have been able to continue cultivating. Just like this, time passed day by day. Roughly 3 days later, Yi Xian's aura suddenly returned to the Grotto Mystic Realm, but very quickly, he advanced from the Grotto Mystic Realm to the Ancient God Realm. This time, his aura gradually stabilized. After an unknown period of time, Yi Xian slowly opened his eyes. His palms opened, and in an instant, more than 1,000 swords condensed from sword intent appeared around him. Ancient God Realm. However, Yi Xian was not the least bit happy. On the contrary, his brows were tightly locked together. Because he discovered that his Ancient God Realm was very superficial, not stable at all. Although it was the Ancient God Realm, it was not much different from the Demigod Realm. Yi Xian fell silent. He knew that he had been a little too impatient. Even with the deity's help, this realm was not something that could be easily broken through. He was too impatient. Yi Xian took a deep breath. Right now, he had to slowly stabilize his realm, and it might take a long time. At this time, Xiaolan suddenly appeared not far from Yi Xian. Xiaolan slightly bowed. Young Master Yi. Yi Xian smiled. What's the matter? Xiaolan nodded. Young Master Yi, the auction has ended. According to the agreement, you will set off for the Dao God Ruins together. Dao God Ruins. The auction had ended. Yi Xian nodded slightly and stood up. Under Xiaolan's lead, he arrived at a large hall. At this moment, there were already 3 people gathered in the hall, 2 men and 1 woman, all of them relatively young. So young, Yi Xian was slightly stunned. When the 2 men and 1 woman saw Yi Xian, they glanced at him, then retracted their gazes. At this moment, Xiaolan suddenly said, the 4 of you, this time only the 4 of you know about the Dao God's secret realm. In other words, the 4 of you will share the Dao God's secret realm. As for what you can obtain from it, it will depend on your own luck. After saying that, he glanced at Yi Xian, then quietly retreated. In the hall, the 4 of them were silent. Yi Xian glanced at the 3 of them. The 3 of them sat a little far away and did not communicate with each other. It was obvious that the 3 of them did not know each other. Yi Xian suddenly smiled. Everyone, there's no need to be so serious. Next, we might have to work together. Introduce yourselves. I'll go first. My name is Yi Xian, and I'm from the universe of gods. The 3 of them glanced at Yi Xian, but still did not say anything. Yi Xian smiled. The 3 of you, with all due respect, this kind of mentality is not good. We haven't even reached the Dao God Ruins yet, and you've already started to suspect each other. It can be imagined that once we reach the Dao God Ruins, we will definitely fight. After saying that, he paused for a moment, then said, is there no danger in the Dao God Ruins? The 3 of them remained silent. Yi Xian smiled. Moreover, do you all have the confidence to kill the other 3? The 3 of them remained silent. Yi Xian continued, I think a win-win cooperation is better than being guarded against and suspicious of each other. What do you think? At this moment, the man on the left suddenly said, Qin Yu. The man on the right also said, Zhu Fan. The woman in the middle looked at Yi Xian and smiled. Xiao Yuer. Yi Xian smiled. Let's set off for the Dao God Ruins. After he finished speaking, the 3 of them arrived in the starry sky. Xiaolan appeared in front of Yi Xian once more. Behind him was a starship. Xiao Lan smiled lightly, the four of you, the journey to the Dao God ruins is long, so my immortal treasure pavilion has prepared a starship for all of you. This starship can travel through space-time star fields, it can save all of you a lot of time. As he spoke, his gaze was fixed on Yixian. Obviously, this starship was prepared for Yixian. Yixian smiled and said, thank you. Xiao Lan smiled and said, you're too courteous. You're too polite. With that, he cupped his fists. Yi. Everyone, take care. Yixian nodded, and the four of them boarded the starship. It started up and disappeared into the depths of space. Xiao Lan looked at the distant end of the starry sky and said softly, his family is so invincible, yet he still has to work hard. What reason does he have not to work hard? At the end of the starry sky, Yixian stood on the starship. He was reading an ancient book, and he was engrossed in it. At this moment, a voice came from the side. What are you reading? Yixian turned to look. The person who had come was Xiao Yu'er. Xiao Yu'er wore a light purple dress that reached the ground. There was a white ribbon tied around her waist, which made her slender figure even more graceful. Her facial features were exquisite, and her voice was soft like a spring breeze. Her expression was gentle, and with her large, watery eyes, she was truly a rare beauty. Yixian smiled. Just as he was about to speak, Xiao Yu'er suddenly glanced at the ancient book in Yixian's hand. She blinked and said, romance history? Yixian nodded. That's right. Xiao Yu'er smiled slightly. You like to read love books? Yixian smiled and said, this is not an ordinary love book. Within love, there is a criticism of the world. As he spoke, he shook his head and smiled. He glanced at the surroundings and changed the topic. This starry sky is very beautiful. Xiao Yu'er nodded slightly. Indeed. As she spoke, she changed the topic. Young Master Yi, do you have a good relationship with the Celestial Treasure Pavilion? Yixian smiled and said, so Miss Xiao is here to inquire about me. Xiao Yu'er blinked and maintained her smile. Young Master Yi, you don't mind, right? Yixian smiled lightly. It's just as Miss Xiao thought. My relationship with the Celestial Treasure Pavilion is indeed not bad. However, I'm not one of them. Xiao Yu'er smiled and said, someone who can make President Xiao Lan treat him so politely is definitely not an ordinary person. Yixian smiled slightly. I'm just an ordinary person who likes to read. He felt that it was better to speak less of the truth. In any case, no one would believe him even if he said it, and he would be suspected of being pretentious. Keep a low profile. Xiao Yu'er glanced at Yixian and said, young Master Yi, shall we join forces? Join forces, Yixian's brows slightly furrowed. What do you mean? Xiao Yu'er smiled. Zhu Fan and Qin Yu have already joined forces. Moreover, their clans are originally related. So, I feel that we can join forces as well. Yixian turned his head to look. In the distance, Zhu Fan and Qin Yu stood on one side. Both of them were meditating and seemed to be cultivating. However, he knew that both of them were definitely paying attention to this side. As if he thought of something, Yixian frowned deeply. If the two of them didn't join forces, then Xiao Yu'er would definitely join forces when she came to look for him. Moreover, this woman was talking and laughing with him just now. When he thought of this, Yixian turned his head to look at Xiao Yu'er. Xiao Yu'er blinked her eyes. Her gaze was clear and she had an innocent expression on her face. Yixian sighed in his heart. How could he believe that Xiao Yu'er was so innocent? Those who were sent to fight for the Dao God's ruins would definitely be determined in terms of strength or intelligence. This woman wanted to use him. Scheming? Yixian smiled. Miss Xiao, I'm an honest person. I won't beat around the bush. I'll just say what I want to say. To be honest, do you think it's appropriate for us to start messing with each other before we even reach the Dao God's ruins? Xiao Yu'er looked at Yixian with a smile still on her face. Yixian continued, I know that once we reach the Dao God's ruins, if we discover something good, the four of us will definitely fight for it. However, we haven't reached the Dao God's ruins yet, right? Moreover, are you sure that the Dao God's ruins are safe? What if there's danger inside? The smile on Xiao Yu'er's face gradually disappeared. Yixian continued, I'll say it again. I feel that the four of us should join forces now. at least for now. Xiao Yuer looked at Yi Xian for a moment, then chuckled. Young Master Yi, you should read less books. This world is much more complicated than you think. If you read too many books, it's easy for your brain to have problems, which is to become pedantic. With that, she turned around and left. On the spot, Yi Xian shook his head and sighed. He thought to himself, silly girl, if I hadn't read more books, I would have killed the three of you right now. Following that, the starship fell into silence again. Yi Xian realized that he was still unable to unite these people. Actually, his true goal was to see if he could rope these people in, because he realized that these young people had all reached the demigod realm. They had reached the demigod realm at such a young age. Their futures were limitless, however, he realized that this idea of his might not work. These people were all top-notch monstrous geniuses nurtured by their respective clans. They were not that easy to fool, they were silent the entire way. 3 days later, the starship stopped. They're here, Yi Xian looked into the distance. In the starry sky not far away, there was a ball of black mist floating there, and within the black mist was the Dao God's ruins. At this moment, Xiao Yuer stood up and looked at the ball of black mist. Yi Xian was just about to speak when Zhu Fan and Qin Yu suddenly vanished on the spot, and in the next moment, they'd entered the ball of black mist. Xiao Yuer glanced at Yi Xian, see that? They've joined forces. Yi Xian smiled, let's go. As soon as he finished speaking, he vanished on the spot. Xiao Yuer glanced at Yi Xian in the distance, and then she vanished on the spot as well. After a short moment, Yi Xian arrived at a mountain range, and there was an enormous floating palace in the depths of the mountain range. The surroundings of the palace were surrounded by a forest of mountains that towered into the clouds. This place had experienced countless years, and the entire mountain range was filled with an ancient aura. The trees in the surroundings even blotted out the sky, and they carried a ghastly and oppressive aura. Yi Xian and Xiao Yuer arrived before the hall. Qin Yu and Zhu Fan didn't enter the hall, and they stood before the hall that was covered in weeds. Meanwhile, Zhu Fan and Qin Yu suddenly turned around to look at Yi Xian, and then Zhu Fan spoke abruptly, I never expected that you would really come. Yi Xian smiled, what? Zhu Fan grinned, we discussed earlier that the fewer people that know about the Dao God ruins, the better. Yi Xian frowned slightly. All of you intend to kill me? Zhu Fan gazed at Yi Xian. Yes. A terrifying aura suddenly locked onto Yi Xian, and it belonged to Xiao Yuer. Obviously, the three of them had joined forces a long time ago. Xiao Yuer gazed at Yi Xian and said with a smile, do you know why we should kill you first? Yi Xian shook his head. Xiao Yuer grinned. Because you look like an idiot when you're studying. Yi Xian was speechless. Meanwhile, Zhu Fan glanced at the surroundings and said, do you know why we're making a move here? Have you noticed? There's a formation here that prevents all divine sense from entering. In other words, all divine sense from the outside world can't reach here. Once we kill you, we can push the blame of your death onto the Dao God realm. Perfect. Yi Xian thought for a moment, and then he said, I originally wanted to be more sincere and lead all of you to a win-win situation. But now it would seem like. As he spoke, he shook his head and sighed. Xiao Yuer ridiculed, a win-win situation? You're really terrifyingly pedantic. No, it's not terrifyingly stupid. There's actually someone as naive as you in this world. How laughable. Yi Xian suddenly said, do you know why I didn't join forces with you? Xiao Yuer frowned slightly and was about to speak. Meanwhile, Yi Xian pressed his fingers together and sliced lightly. Hiss, without any warning, Zhu Fan's head flew into the air while blood sprayed out like a fountain. It was an instant kill. Xiao Yuer and Qin Yu's expressions instantly changed violently. Yi Xian grinned. Because all of you are no different than ants before me. As he spoke, he shook his head and smiled. Sorry, I acted cool again. Both of them were speechless. P.S. Seeking monthly votes, just one will do. At this moment, Xiao Yuer and Qin Yu were completely dumbfounded. Instant kill? Yi Xian actually killed a demigod realm expert in an instant. How is this possible? Both of them couldn't believe what they'd just witnessed. After all, even an ancient god realm expert might not be able to kill a demigod realm expert in an instant. At this moment, Yi Xian suddenly smiled and said, what are you still standing there for? Why aren't you attacking? Qin took a deep look at Yi Xian. I'm from the Qin clan of Boundary Mountain. Yi Xian suddenly slashed with his sword. Hiss, Qin Yu's head flew off before he could finish speaking. Instant kill, moreover, it was a complete annihilation that didn't even give him a chance to reincarnate. Yi Xian shook his head. I hate people who use their backers when they can't win. He paused for a moment and continued, what I mean is, I hate it when others use their backers, but I don't hate it when I use mine. Qin Yu. In the distance, Xiao Yu's face turned pale, and she looked at Yi Xian in disbelief. Yi Xian looked at Xiao Yu. What about me? Xiao Yu's voice trembled. Why are you so strong? You. Aren't you bullying the weak? Bullying the weak? Yi Xian laughed. He'd always been bullied by others, and he'd never imagined that he would one day be able to bully others. Xiao Yu suddenly said, I surrender. Yi Xian shook his head. I refuse. As soon as he finished speaking, he suddenly slashed with his sword. Hiss, Xiao Yu's head flew off and vanished. She was completely annihilated. Yi Xian chuckled lightly, and then he opened his palm, and 3 spatial rings slowly floated into his hand. They were the spatial rings of these 3 people, but very quickly, his face sank completely. Because he noticed that there were less than 100,000 universe veins in these 3 spatial rings, so few, Yi Xian frowned. Obviously, these 3 people hadn't chosen to bring more universe veins and divine items before coming here. It was probably a precaution. Yi Xian was speechless. Right now, he was really, really poor. Previously, he had a total of 220 million Ian veins. After giving Sumu 50 million, he used the sword skill and broke through and spent another 100 million. Right now, he had less than 70 million Ian veins left. Are there many? In fact, it wasn't much. This was because he still needed many more Ian veins in the future. Moreover, he still needed to nurture the experts of Guanxian Academy. Therefore, 70 million Ian veins was not a lot at all. He was a little poor. Yi Xian sighed in a low voice, then turned around and walked towards the main hall. Right now, he only hoped that he could gain a bit more from this mystic realm. When Yi Xian walked to the entrance of the hall, he seemed to think of something. He looked at Dedeabi and asked, Brother Bai, is it dangerous inside? He was really scared. Handsome for only 3 days, even though his current strength was extremely strong, and it was comparable to an ancient god realm expert, he still had to be careful because he might be tricked. Dedeabi did not respond. Yi Xian frowned slightly and said, Brother Bai? Were you beaten by Qing'er again? Dedeabi. Yi Xian still wanted to say something, but Dedeabi suddenly said, I'm really busy. Yi Xian didn't pester Dedeabi anymore. He gently pushed the door open. As soon as the door opened, an ancient aura rushed out. Yi Xian frowned slightly. His mind stirred, and the sword will surrounded him to protect him. Yi Xian walked into the hall. The entire ground was empty. Not far in front of him, there was a praying mat. On the praying mat, an old man sat cross-legged. The old man wore a loose black robe, and his long hair was casually draped behind him. Yi Xian immediately bowed deeply. Junior Yi Xian greets Senior. There was no response. Yi Xian hesitated for a moment and then said, Senior Dao Shen? I'm with Qin Guan. Qin Guan. At this moment, the old man suddenly slowly raised his head. He looked at Yi Xian and slowly opened his eyes. His eyes were cloudy, but gradually became clear. The old man looked at Yi Xian. Miss Qin Guan? Yi Xian nodded. Yes. The old man sized up Yi Xian. After a moment, he smiled slightly. Very good. Yi Xian bowed slightly. Thank you for your praise, Senior. The old man said, You're here for my inheritance? Yi Xian nodded. Yes. Dao Shen was silent. Yi Xian said seriously, Senior, I think I'm very suitable. The old man smiled. Why? Yi Xian hesitated for a moment and then said, Can I tell the truth? The old man nodded. Yes. Yi Xian said seriously, because Senior won't meet anyone more outstanding than me. The old man was stunned. After a moment, he hesitated and said, Are all young people nowadays so immodest? Yi Xian was speechless. The old man suddenly smiled. You're really not bad. However, you're a swordsman, right? Yi Xian nodded. The old man shook his head. your Tao has been established. You're not suitable for my inheritance. Yi Xian was silent. He had comprehended the sword Tao of the human world. As the old man said, it was very difficult to inherit someone else's Tao since he had his own Tao. The old man sighed, and a trace of pity flashed in his eyes. In fact, Yi Xian was indeed not bad and met his requirements. However, Yi Xian was a swordsman, and a swordsman was not suitable for his inheritance. Yi Xian suddenly said, "Senior, this is simple. Give me your inheritance, and I'll find you an outstanding genius, a super genius." The old man was stunned. Yi Xian smiled. "What do you think?" The old man hesitated. Yi Xian smiled. "Even if Senior doesn't believe me, you should believe Miss Qingguan, right?" Qingguan, the old man smiled. "Do you have a candidate in mind?" Yi Xian nodded. "Yes, she won't disgrace Senior." After a moment of silence, the old man glanced at his surroundings, and a complicated look flashed in his eyes. "Fine." Saying so, he opened his palm, and a black scroll slowly floated in front of Yi Xian. "My inheritance is in this scroll." Yi Xian received the scroll and bowed. "I won't disappoint Senior." The old man smiled. "Take care." Saying so, his body gradually disappeared. Yi Xian hurriedly said, "Senior, do you have anything else?" The old man blinked. "What?" Yi Xian directly said, "For example, a time vein god item." The old man shook his head. "There were hundreds of millions of time veins before, but Miss Qingguan took them away." Qingguan, Yi Xian's expression froze. Yi Xian had to admit that he was completely speechless. Qingguan took away all the treasures. Moreover, she even took this mystic realm out to sell. This woman was worthy of being called. This woman was indeed a businessman. Sigh, Yi Xian sighed in his heart. At this moment, the old man suddenly smiled. "Little guy, you know Miss Qingguan?" Yi Xian nodded. The old man said softly, "She is an extraordinary person. If I had met her earlier, I might have had a different ending." Yi Xian frowned. "Normally, with Senior's current strength, it should be very difficult for you to die. But Senior." Saying so, he didn't continue. With Dedeabi here, he could see through the illusion. This old man was not a clone, but the main body. And now, the main body of the old man was disappearing bit by bit. No, it should be said that this old man had died a long time ago. He was just hanging on by a breath. After a moment of silence, the old man sighed. "It's a long story." Saying so, he looked at Yi Xian with a complicated expression. "You know, the stronger you are, the smaller you will feel compared to the vast universe. This feeling." Saying so, his expression became even more complicated. Yi Xian was silent. He could actually understand this Tao God because he also had this feeling. Previously, when he fought with his father, he wanted to see how far he was from his father and the others. However, he found that he still couldn't feel his father's true height. Even if he was very strong now, most of the time, it was not the collapse of the realm, but everyone's vision and realm were limited. For example, a genius in a village might be the first in the village, but what if he went to the town? In the town, he might not be the first. But what if he went to the city? Then he might only be considered ordinary. In the whole country, he might not even be considered ordinary, but in the whole world, or even the whole universe, Yi Xian sighed in his heart. Most of the time, one's vision would be limited by one's knowledge. If he had not met Qing and his father, he would definitely think that the ancient god realm was very, very powerful. However, after meeting Qing and his father, he knew that the ancient god realm was considered powerful to him at the moment, but compared to the whole universe, it was still considered low. By this time, the Tao God had completely disappeared. The other party still did not explain how he ended up in such a situation. Yi Xian did not pursue the matter further because it was meaningless. Yi Xian glanced at the scroll in his hand and bowed slightly to the person in front of him. "I won't let you down." Saying so, he looked around. The hall was empty, not a single treasure could be found. Yi Xian was speechless. Obviously, Qingguan had taken everything away. What a bandit! Yi Xian did not linger, turning around and leaving. When Yi Xian left the main hall, 3 terrifying auras suddenly descended from the sky. In the next moment, these three auras locked onto him. Xian looked into the distance and saw three old men standing not too far away. All three of them were ancient god realm experts. Xian frowned. Only ancient god realm? Who were they looking down on? He naturally knew that these three people in front of him must be the family experts behind Xiao Yu and the others. At this time, the leading old man in the distance suddenly said, "You killed them." Xian nodded, "Yes." The old man's expression suddenly became ferocious. "Who gave you the dog?" At this point, Xian suddenly disappeared, and in the next moment, Xian appeared behind the old man, a sword stuck in his throat. The three old men were dumbfounded. Behind the old man, Xian's expression was calm. "Ancient god? That's it?" The three old men. The remaining two ancient god realm experts were in a state of complete chaos. He'd instantly killed an ancient god with a single strike of his sword. Meanwhile, one of the ancient god realm experts spoke in a trembling voice. You're an ancient god realm expert." Xian frowned slightly. "Ancient god realm expert? What kind of trash is that?" As soon as he finished speaking, he slashed with his sword. Hiss! Two rays of sword energy pierced through the space between the two old men's brows, and they were instantly annihilated. Xian opened his palm, and three spatial rings slowly floated into his palm. Xian glanced at them, and he was still slightly disappointed. The three spatial rings actually contained less than 10 million universe veins. They were truly too poor. Of course, it was better than nothing. Xian put the spatial rings away, turned around, and left. Not long after Xian left, a white-haired old man suddenly appeared here, and his expression was extremely unsightly as he glanced at the battlefield. Meanwhile, a middle-aged man appeared not too far away from the white-haired old man. The middle-aged man glanced at the battlefield and said, "Brother Qinggu, looks like they've met with misfortune." Qinggu, he was the current patriarch of the Qing clan. Qinggu's face was expressionless. "Zhuan, what do you think?" Zhuan, the current patriarch of the Zhu clan. Zhuan fell silent for a moment before he said, "That fellow, Xian, isn't simple." Qinggu's expression was gloomy. "So what?" Zhuan sighed softly. Qinggu's face was expressionless. "Look at that hall in the distance. It's empty. This means that he's obtained the Dao God's inheritance." The Dao God's inheritance. Zhuan's eyes narrowed when he heard this. Both he and Qinggu were at the ancient god realm now, and the greatest temptation to them was the realm above the ancient god realm. Moreover, throughout the universe, only the Dao God had broken through to the ancient god realm. In other words, the Dao God's inheritance was their last hope. The reason they'd allowed the younger generation to explore the secret realm was because if they allowed the older generation to do it, then they would really have to fight to the death. So, they'd come to a tacit agreement to let the younger generation fight for it. Only in this way would there be no internal strife between the large clans. But they'd never imagined that it would actually benefit others. Qinggu said in a low voice, "This enmity must be avenged." Zhuan nodded. Indeed. Actually, both of them were well aware that they could not give up on the inheritance of the Dao God. Zhuan suddenly asked, "What about that person from the Shao clan?" Qinggu glanced around and said, "Who knows?" Zhuan said solemnly, "We have to contact her. Our three clans must join forces now." After a moment of silence, Qinggu said, "To the Shao clan." With that, the two of them disappeared on the spot. Not long after they left, a beautiful woman in a red dress appeared here. She was the current patriarch of the Shao clan, Xiao Wan. There was a young woman by Xiao Wan's side, and this young woman was 60 to 70% similar to Xiao Yu. Xiao Wan suddenly asked, "Leng what do you think?" After a moment of silence, the girl said, "According to my investigation, this person is a super distinguished guest of the Celestial Treasure Pavilion. In other words, he has a close relationship with the Celestial Treasure Pavilion. Aunt died in the hands of the Celestial Treasure Pavilion, and the Celestial Treasure Pavilion didn't give face to the Shao clan because of him. It's simple. The force behind this person is stronger than the Shao clan." "Auntie, it was Madame Xiao that Xian had encountered at Celestial Treasure City." Xiao Wan asked. "Anything else?" The young woman continued, "He was pursued in the ancient world of mysteries, but he's still alive and well. However, I don't know if it's because of the Celestial Treasure Pavilion or because of the mysterious force behind him." Xiao Wan fell silent for a moment before she said, "Continue." The young woman sighed softly, "We can't take revenge. Xiaowan closed her eyes slowly. The inheritance of the Tao God. The young woman spoke in a low voice, "Aunt, while the inheritance of the Tao God is important, his life and the Xiao clan are even more important. Moreover, if you really want to, then you can wait. Because it won't be long before the Zhu and Qin clans act against him. At that time, we'll be able to see what happens to them." Xiaowan fell silent for a moment before she said, "I'll do as you say." As soon as she finished speaking, both of them vanished on the spot. Yi Xian had returned to Guanxian Academy in the universe of gods. At this moment, a huge change had occurred in Guanxian Academy. Presently, there were over 3,000 students in Guanxian Academy, and there were less than 100 students in Wuyuan. Moreover, the academy was eliminating many people every day. This was suggested by Qing Qiu. There were no restrictions when they entered, but after entering, if they didn't work hard and diligently, they would be eliminated and leave the academy. Therefore, many poor students worked very hard after entering Guanxian Academy because they knew that this was their only chance to change their fate. The assessment of the two academies was different. Wuyuan focused on combat strength, while the Civil Academy focused on literary attainments. The two academies took completely different paths. When Yi Xian returned to Guanxian Academy, Qing Qiu immediately looked for him. In the backyard, Yi Xian sat while Qing Qiu stood with a cup of tea in her hand. Qing Qiu spoke in a low voice, "Brother young master, if we continue to develop, Wuyuan's strength will definitely crush the Civil Academy. There won't be any problems now, but many years later, when master, brother young master, and I are no longer around, the Civil Academy will be completely suppressed by Wuyuan. At that time, the academy might be seriously divided and have internal strife. This? You have to think of a way." Yi Xian thought for a while, then smiled. "There's only one way." Qing Qiu was curious. "What is it?" Yi Xian smiled. "Find a dean who is skilled in both literature and martial arts, a dean who is extremely powerful. This way, we can suppress the two academies." Qing Qiu thought for a while, then nodded. "That's possible." Yi Xian smiled. "It's not that easy to balance, but we have to work hard. When the time comes, there will be more rules. Otherwise, as you said, Wuyuan will be too powerful in the future and completely suppress the Civil Academy." Qing Qiu nodded slightly. She seemed to have thought of something, then blinked. "Brother young master, didn't you notice anything?" Yi Xian was a little confused. "Notice what?" Qing Qiu glared at Yi Xian, then turned to leave. Yi Xian shook his head and smiled. This girl had actually reached Dongxian. Dongxian, how long had it been? Yi Xian was dumbfounded. In all fairness, he thought he was a monstrous genius, a real monstrous genius. Moreover, he had Dedeabi and his father's help, but he was only an ancient god realm. Yet this girl had already reached Dongxian. How many days had she been cultivating? This was ridiculous. Even Yi Xian felt that this was not normal. This Qing Qiu was probably a super big shot, not weaker than his father, Dedeabi, and Dedeabi. Then who could it be? Yi Xian sighed softly. He missed Xiao Ta a little. If Xiao Ta was here, he would know. After all, he did not know much about his father's era, but Xiao Ta did. I wonder how Xiao Ta is doing now. And Xiao Hun, was the Qing Xian sword modified by Qing again? And Xiaoan must have improved a lot by following Qing right? After all, he was following Qing. At this moment, a loud laugh came from the distant sky. "Brother Yi, I'm here." Yi Xian looked up at the sky. In the next moment, a man appeared in front of Yi Xian. Seeing the person, Yi Xian was stunned. It was Dao Ling. Yi Xian stood up and smiled. "Dao Ling." He looked behind Dao Ling and asked, "Where are Tianqi, Shi Tian, and Jun Xie?" Dao Ling smiled. "They will be here some time later. My family is fine, so I rushed here first." As he spoke, he sized Yi Xian up. Then he said, "What level are you in now?" Yi Xian smiled. "What realm are you in?" Dao Ling chuckled. "Peak Mysterious Realm. I'll be at Dongxian soon." Yi Xian frowned. "Only Peak Mysterious Realm?" Dao Ling was taken aback. "What realm are you in?" Yi Xian smiled. "Just Ancient God Realm." Ancient God Realm. Dao Ling's expression froze. Before coming here, he had met President Nanqing of Celestial Treasure Pavilion, so he knew some of the realms. But he didn't expect Yi Xian to have reached Ancient God Realm so fast. Dao Ling looked at Yi Xian and didn't speak. Yi Xian smiled. Why? Dao Ling sighed. You're a freak. I thought I was fast enough, but you're faster than me. Yi Xian sized Dao Ling up and then said, Are you already at the peak of the Zhishuan realm? Dao Ling nodded. Yes. Yi Xian smiled. Lacking money? Dao Ling nodded. If I have enough time veins, I should be able to reach Ancient God Realm. I have a 70 to 80% chance. Yi Xian smiled. How much do you need? Dao Ling shook his head. I don't know. Yi Xian opened his palm and a storage ring floated in front of Dao Ling. There were 10 million time veins in the storage ring, Yi Xian said with a smile, take them. Dao Ling was taken aback and said, Brother Yi, what should we do? I can't. Even so, he had already snatched the storage ring. Yi Xian was speechless. Dao Ling held the storage ring in his hand and said with a trembling voice, I should have come to find you earlier. Yi Xian, Dao Ling looked at Yi Xian. Brother Yi, I'm going to cultivate. If I have to fight in the future, I won't even frown if I have to climb a mountain of blades or dive into a sea of flames. He turned and left. Yi Xian, Dao Ling naturally wanted to join Wu Yuan. Therefore, he went to look for Xianxia. When he saw Xianxia, he was stunned. Then he said, Little girl, are you the dean of Wu Yuan? Xianxia looked at Dao Ling. What did you call me? Dao Ling smiled. Little girl. Xianxia suddenly disappeared from the spot. Dao Ling's expression changed drastically. He raised his arms to block. Boom, in an instant, Dao Ling flew above the clouds. The next moment, a shadow suddenly descended from the sky and stomped down. Boom, Dao Ling instantly fell from the sky and smashed into the depths of a mountain range. In the air, Xianxia clapped her hands. I only have one brother. After saying that, she took out a steamed bun. She took a bite and turned to leave. Dao Ling. P.S. I also like to read. I also hate those authors who update slowly. They have no integrity at all. But for some reason, I don't hate myself. In the abyss, Dao Ling looked at the sky in disbelief. He was beaten up by a little girl. It was ridiculous. After a while, Dao Ling said in a deep voice, I have to stay away from Brother Ye's younger sisters in the future. He finally realized it. This Brother Yi himself wasn't much, but these younger sisters were each more perverted than the other. Cherish your life and stay away from Yi Xian's younger sisters. In the following time, Yi Xian began to develop Guanxian Academy. As his father had said, if he wanted to change the world, he couldn't just talk about it. He had to do it. Now, this was indeed his lifelong goal. One couldn't just be pretentious in life. He had to do something meaningful. In the hall, Yi Xian quietly listened to Xianxia and Shu Xian's reports. Now, Guanxian Academy had reached the see-through realm, including Xianxia, Yan Bei, and Xiao Fan. 3 see-through realm, it could be said that Guanxian Academy was the strongest in the universe of gods. This was under the circumstances that Yi Xian was excluded. If Yi Xian was included, Guanxian Academy would be invincible in the universe of gods. In fact, Yi Xian alone was enough to make the Academy invincible in the universe of gods. Moreover, the major forces in the universe of gods were very friendly to Guanxian Academy. Not only that, they also tried their best to send their own people to Guanxian Academy because there was the greatest room for improvement. It could be said that Guanxian Academy was developing rapidly. In the hall, Yi Xian suddenly looked at Xianxia. How are the disciples of Wu Yuan? Xianxia said, there are a total of 160 disciples in Wu Yuan. I carefully selected them. According to your request, I didn't choose the most talented ones. I also chose many with good temperament and are able to endure hardships. Their cultivation speed is indeed much slower than those monstrous geniuses, but I believe that they won't be any worse than those monstrous geniuses in the future. There is no end to the path of martial arts. A moment of victory or defeat doesn't mean anything. Those who walk to the end will have the last laugh. Yi Xian smiled. Very good. As he spoke, he turned to look at Shu Xian. Elder Xian, you must also remember that the students taught by the Institute of Literature cannot be inflexible, or flexible. Do you understand? He was also afraid of those bookworms, the kind who liked to preach great principles but did not put them into practice. This kind of people was the most terrifying. They would harm the country and the people. Xianxia nodded. I understand. Yixian smiled and said, Elder Xian, Qingqiu, from now on, we will go in two directions. In the first direction, while you let them cultivate, you must also take them to the secular world to have a look. Let them truly experience the sufferings of the human world. To read 10,000 books and travel 10,000 miles, both are indispensable. Elder Xian smiled. Very good. Qingqiu also nodded. Sure. Yixian continued, also, we need to take them to see the universe outside, let them know how big it is, let them know how insignificant they are. Only when they know how insignificant they are will they not be complacent, and will work harder. Qingqiu suddenly said, Elder brother, I have to remind you that we are short of money. Short of money, Yixian nodded. How much? Qingqiu rolled her eyes at Yixian. Elder brother, you can't do this. Yixian was puzzled. What do you mean? Qingqiu said in a deep voice, our institute is different from the past, I mean that we need to be self-reliant. What I mean is that we need to be self-reliant. We can't keep spending your money. After all, you don't have unlimited money. Yixian thought for a while and said, what do you think? Qingqiu pondered deeply for a moment before he said, I've investigated how the other powers earn money during this period of time, and I noticed that the Celestial Treasure Pavilion earns the most money. However, it's not suitable for us to do business. Yixian frowned. Sell books? Qingqiu smiled and said, not ordinary books, but books about cultivation. These books are very helpful to cultivation, and we can auction them off. Apart from that, we can also cooperate with many factions and let our students give lectures. Of course, they'll be about cultivation, as she said, the corners of her mouth curled up. Don't we have the Divine Path Code given by Pavilion Master Qingguan? We can let our students go to other universes to give lectures about the Divine Path Code, and we will charge a fee for each lecture. In this way, we can train our students and earn money. Yixian said with a smile. That's a good idea. Qingqiu nodded. Big brother Sword Master, you have a rather wide network of connections. If it's possible, you can get some books that are similar to the Divine Tao Codex. In this way, our academy wouldn't have to worry about the problem of funds in the near future. Yixian nodded. Sure. After the three of them discussed for a moment, Xian retreated. Yixian suddenly looked towards Qingqiu. He opened his palm, and the Tao God's inheritance scroll slowly floated in front of Qingqiu. Girl, this is the inheritance of a senior. It should be of help to you. In the end, he gave this inheritance to Qingqiu because no one was more suitable than her. Qingqiu looked at the inheritance scroll and shook her head. Brother, I don't need it. Yixian was puzzled. Why? Qingqiu smiled. I have my own Tao, and I will only walk my own Tao. Yixian was helpless. He knew that Qingqiu had her own Tao like him. Under such circumstances, it was impossible for her to accept someone else's orthodoxy. Qingqiu giggled. Give it to the right person. Yixian thought about it and nodded. Sure. After saying that, he put away the scroll. He felt a little helpless in his heart. This girl's cultivation could only be described in one word, awesome. Qingqiu suddenly said, Brother, I think we can use the universe of gods as a foundation and change it first. Then, we can slowly go out and change the outside world. Yixian said in a deep voice. Continue. Qingqiu nodded. Changing the universe of gods might affect the interests of other forces. However, this isn't a big problem because we can lure them with benefits. Now, they want to join our Guanxian Academy. As long as we can provide them with enough benefits, they will be willing to change. If they don't change, they will be eliminated. She looked at Yixian. Brother, I know you're very benevolent. Most of the time, you don't want to be the bad guy. However, I have to tell you that if we want to change the world and the rules, we have to overthrow many of the bad forces, especially those that are cruel and heartless. We can tempt those good forces with benefits, but when it comes to those evil and wicked forces, we have to use thunderous methods to annihilate them. She walked in front of Xian and passed the tea to Xian. Our goal isn't to be the only one. However, we have to be the only one. If you're not the only one, who will listen to you? Therefore, we have to be benevolent and treat all forces well. We also have to use thunderous means. Xian looked at Xianxia silently. Xianxia blinked. Brother, are you worried? Xian nodded. I'm worried about you. I'm worried about the academy. Xianxia was silent for a moment. I know what you're worried about. When we become stronger, you're afraid that the academy will gradually go against its original intentions. Just like what the book said, the young dragon slayer will eventually become an evil dragon, right? Xian nodded. Xianxia smiled. As long as you're here, the academy will never change. Xian asked, what if I'm gone? Xianxia smiled. There's still me. With me around, the academy will never fall into chaos. Xian smiled. What if you're gone? Xianxia smiled. Brother, you're wrong to think like this. What we need to do is to do what we can. It's not good to think too much about the future. Of course, I can't help but think that if I'm gone one day, I'll definitely choose a more outstanding person for the academy and let him manage the academy. As for what happens after that, it's something for the next dean to think about. Do what we can, Xian thought for a while and smiled. You're right. Xianxia suddenly handed a cup of tea to Xian. Brother, have some tea. Xian took the teacup and took a sip. Then he said, go ahead and do it. I'll support you. Whether it's money or anything else, just let me know if you need anything. Xianxia nodded. Okay. She hesitated for a while. As far as I know, you're from Qing City, right? Xian nodded. Xianxia smiled. I want to start with these small worlds. Let's start with Qing City. It just so happens that there's an academy in Qing City. Let's start with the small worlds, then slowly encircle the larger worlds. Finally, we'll change the entire universe. Xian nodded. Okay. Xianxia grinned. I want money. Xian shook his head. How much? He knew that doing these things would definitely require money. Xianxia raised a finger. Xian blinked. 5 million universe veins? Xianxia shook his head. 50 million. Xian's expression froze. Xianxia smiled. Do I? Xian nodded. Yes. With that, he opened his palm. A spatial ring flew to Xianxia. Inside the spatial ring, there wasn't 50 million, but 70 million. Xianxia looked at Xian. Xian smiled. Those 20 million universe veins are for you. You need a lot of universe veins to cultivate now, right? Xianxia nodded. Xian smiled. You can use 2,000 first. If it's not enough, come find me. Xianxia glanced at Xian. Okay. Xian smiled. I'm going to work. With that, he turned and left. Xianxia looked at Xian in the distance. Her right hand clenched the spatial ring. Her eyes were full of determination. Brother, I want the universe to change because of you. I want all living beings in the universe to believe in you. With that, she slowly closed her eyes. Only by using the belief of all living beings as your sword can you reach the level of the three of them. With that, she suddenly looked a little dazed. What did she just say? Xianxia frowned. She was a little puzzled. In the bamboo forest, Xian sat cross-legged on the ground. He was very worried. He only had 10 million universe veins left. What could he do with just 10,000,000? What should he do? Xian was helpless. He had to obtain universe veins. Moreover, he knew that in the future, there would be more and more things that needed universe veins. A little bit of money would not be enough to solve the problem. The academy had not completely gotten on the right track, so it could not start to make a profit in a short period of time. During this period, it needed his support. Otherwise, the academy's development would be limited. Money. Xian looked at the spatial ring in his hand and fell into silence. 200,000,000, the 200 million universe veins from before would soon be used up. Moreover, if he wanted to nurture ancient god realm and ancient god realm cultivators, he would need even more universe veins. Even if he wanted to cultivate, he had no way to do so. Every time he cultivated his sword skill, he had to spend a huge amount of money. Without money, he couldn't break through the current universe and jump out. Awkward, earn money, Yixian sighed. He had to go out and earn money, sell the Divine Tao Codex. He had thought about it, but he felt that selling the book that Qingguan had given him wasn't a good idea. However, he could use another method, for example, giving a lecture. Thinking of this, the corners of Yixian's mouth rose slightly. If he went to give a lecture and spread the Divine Tao Codex, the significance would be completely different. Thinking of this, Yixian got up and was about to leave. At this moment, a student came before Yixian and bowed slightly. Dean, Immortal Ancient City's Lady Xianxia is here to visit. Immortal Ancient City, Yixian was slightly startled, and then he hurriedly said, invite her in. The student bowed slightly and was about to leave when Yixian suddenly said, forget it. I'll go myself. After saying that, he disappeared on the spot. At the entrance of Guanxian Academy, Yixian saw Xianxia. Today, Xianxia was wearing a snow-white dress. Her hair was as black as ink, and she stood tall like a jade. She was quiet and elegant, and her watery eyes carried a faint sorrow that made others feel pity for her. Xianxia was slightly stunned when he saw Yixian, and then he said softly, you've returned. Yixian smiled and said, the next time you come to find me, you don't need to report, just go in directly. Xianxia's expression was calm. I wouldn't dare. You're the dean of Guanxian Academy now. Yixian smiled. Why are you angry? Xianxia was expressionless. No. Yixian smiled and said, don't be angry. I've only just returned. There are many new rules in the academy, so I don't know about them. However, I have already told them. The next time you come to the academy, you can go in and find me directly. Xianxia looked at Yixian, not saying anything. Yixian sized up Immortal Ancient Heaven and was astonished. We already reached Profound Grotto? Xianxia nodded. Yixian gave her a thumbs up. Amazing. My God. Xianxia instantly blushed when she heard this, and she glared angrily at Yixian. You're starting to be indecent again. Yixian roared with laughter, and then he said, I'm going to give a lecture. Are you interested in going with me? Xianxia's beautiful brows knit together slightly. A lecture? Yixian nodded. The academy has just been established, so everything is difficult, especially when it comes to money. So, I need to give lectures and earn some money. Xianxia said in a low voice, do you lack a lot? Yixian nodded. Xianxia suddenly withdrew a spatial ring and passed it to Yixian. Yixian glanced at it, and there were actually 30 million universe veins within it. Yixian was astounded. What are you doing? Xianxia spoke indifferently, take it and use it. Yixian shook his head repeatedly. No, I can't take your universe veins. Xianxia looked coldly at Yixian. Why can't you take my universe veins? Yixian smiled bitterly. Don't be angry. I don't have any other intentions, it's just that, Xianxia said coldly, just what? Is it too little? Yixian smiled bitterly again. You know that's not what I meant. Xianxia placed the spatial ring in Yixian's hand and said softly, wait until you have money. It won't be too late to return it to me then. Yixian said in a low voice, do your parents know that you are doing this? Xianxia's expression was calm. I am the next patriarch of the ancient immortal clan. Everything in the ancient immortal clan is mine. Yixian, Xianxia glanced at Yixian. You are going to give a lecture, so I won't go. Next time, if you come back, can you come to Ancient Immortal City as a guest? Ancient Immortal City as a guest, Yixian remained silent. He had said that he wouldn't go to Ancient Immortal City again. It was clear that Xianxia still couldn't let go of this matter. Xianxia said softly, if you are unwilling, it is fine. It was my ancient immortal clan that went too far. Yixian smiled. You are you, and the ancient immortal clan is the ancient immortal clan. Xianxia looked at Yixian. But I am the next patriarch of the ancient immortal clan. The ancient immortal clan is mine. Yixian smiled. I know. Don't worry about this. I am no longer angry. Really? Xianxia was silent for a moment before saying, take care. After saying that, she turned and left. At this time, Yixian suddenly said, time vain. Xianxia didn't even turn her head. If you don't like it, then throw it away. After saying that, she disappeared into the horizon. In the same place, Yixian looked at the spatial ring in his hand and shook his head with a sigh. He seemed to have the potential to live off a woman. Without thinking too much, Yixian turned and left. Guanxian Academy had Qingqiu and Shuxian, so he was at ease. His current goal was to make money. This time, he decided to go to Immortal Treasure City. That was the real stage. He had placed the Dao God inheritance with Shuxian. Once Xianxia arrived, Shuxian would pass the Dao God inheritance to Xianxia. Among these people, he felt that Xianxia was the most suitable. This fellow's mind was too simple, and when he cultivated, he would be very terrifying. In the starry sky, Yixian stopped and changed into a white robe. There were 2 words engraved on the left chest, Guanxian. At his waist, there was a dadeabi without a pen case. After changing into the new clothes, Yixian started to tidy up his hair. He casually draped his hair behind him, and there was a trace of elegance in his unruly manner. Then, he took out a thick ancient book. This time, he brought many books with him that were annotated by Shuxian. Most of them were about cultivation, but there were also some ancient books about literature. Since he was out to teach, he naturally had to explain in detail, and the annotations of Shuxian were very, very detailed. After dressing up, Yixian disappeared into the starry sky. Not long after, Yixian arrived at Immortal Treasure City. At the entrance of Immortal Treasure City, the heads of the profound God world were still there. Anyone who entered Immortal Treasure City would see these heads. The profound God world, which was said to have ancient God realms, still couldn't shake Immortal Treasure Pavilion. Therefore, many people were even more curious about this Immortal Treasure Pavilion. How terrifying was this Immortal Treasure Pavilion? When Yixian arrived at the entrance of Immortal Treasure City, Xiaolan immediately came out to greet him. Xiaolan was slightly stunned when he saw Yixian's attire, and then he said respectfully, Young Master Yi. Yixian smiled, President Xiaolan. Xiaolan grinned, Young Master Yi, how have you been? Yixian smiled, I'm fine. I'm just slightly poor. The corners of Xiaolan's mouth twitched when he heard this, and he didn't dare reply. Yixian suddenly said, President Xiaolan, I want to give a lecture at Immortal Treasure City. Xiaolan frowned, lecture? Yixian nodded, yes. President Xiaolan, I don't have much of a reputation right now, so I'm sure no one will come to listen. I want you to help me publicize it. The powers in the universe will definitely give face to the Immortal Treasure Pavilion and allow their people to listen to my lecture. As for the more, the better. Xiaolan hesitated for a moment and said, I'll arrange it. Yixian smiled, thank you. Xiaolan grinned, Young Master Yi, you're too courteous. As soon as he finished speaking, he left. Yixian was arranged to stay in the most distinguished room in the Immortal Treasure Pavilion again. Yixian sighed softly in the starry sky. The Immortal Treasure Pavilion is really making money. Just the Immortal Treasure Pavilion alone brings a huge amount of income to the Immortal Treasure Pavilion every month. Besides that, this Immortal Treasure City collects rent every year. When he thought up to here, Yixian simply felt ashamed. The wealth of this rich woman, Qingguan, is truly unimaginable. A thought suddenly arose in Yixian's mind. Should I live off a woman? As soon as this thought appeared in his mind, even Yixian himself was shocked. This Qingguan isn't easy to deal with, and I'm afraid I won't be able to hold on to her. Yixian didn't think too much about it and started to organize the lecture he was going to give. He wasn't famous now, so there definitely wouldn't be many people when he gave a lecture. So, this first lecture was especially important because he had to make a name for himself, so, he directly prepared to talk about the Divine Tao Code in the first lecture. One day later, Xiaolan came to Yixian's room and bowed respectfully, Young Master Yi, everyone is here. Yixian looked at Xiaolan, how many people? Xiaolan smiled, about 100,000 people. 100,000 people, Yi Xian nodded, not bad. As he said that, he stood up, let's go. In a certain starry sky, this starry sky was a martial arts field that was opened up by the Immortal Treasure Pavilion. Now, it was set up as a lecture field by the Immortal Treasure Pavilion. At this moment, there were more than 100,000 people gathered here. However, these 100,000 people were somewhat dumbfounded. Lecture, Yi Xian, who is this? If it wasn't for the Immortal Treasure Pavilion, they wouldn't have come at all. At this moment, a sword light suddenly appeared in the depths of the starry sky. The next moment, Yi Xian appeared on the podium. Seeing Yi Xian, everyone's expression instantly became strange. Obviously, they were surprised that Yi Xian was so young. Yi Xian smiled, then said, "Thank you all for listening to my lecture. Today, I will talk about the Divine Tao Code." Below the podium, everyone was silent. At this moment, the dayabi on Yi Xian's waist slightly trembled, and the next moment, Yi Xian's aura directly rose. In an instant, Yi Xian's aura directly rose from the ancient god realm to the ancient god realm. At this moment, the 100,000 people below were dumbfounded. Ancient god realm, someone said in shock, holy shit. So amazing? Yi Xian suddenly smiled. First, let me introduce myself. I am Yi Xian, the dean of the Guanxian Academy. Everyone, don't think that I am an ancient god realm, it is actually nothing. My real identity is actually a second generation. Today, I will talk about how to act cool. Oh, no, how to learn, everyone. P.S. I have already thought it through. If I can't become a great god after writing for 6 years, then I will become a water god. Since I am a god, I can make do with it. Yi Xian felt slightly embarrassed. Damn it, I actually said something wrong. Down below, everyone was looking at Yi Xian with an odd expression. Yi Xian calmed himself down, and then he withdrew Qingguan's Divine Tao Codex. He opened it and said, "Today, I'll tell all of you about this book that I wrote." When he spoke up to here, he glanced at Xiaolan, hesitated for a moment, and then changed his words. "Tell us about the Divine Tao Codex written by Miss Qingguan." Xiaolan felt slightly embarrassed. This young Master Yi had almost said that he'd written the Divine Tao Codex himself. Perhaps others weren't aware, but he was. The Divine Tao Codex had been written by Qingguan. Yi Xian continued. The Divine Tao Codex contains divine techniques, Taoist techniques, and magic techniques. Simply speaking, it's all sorts of divine techniques. Besides that, this book has some explanations about cultivation. Next, we'll start with magic techniques. In the beginning, everyone didn't care. However, as Yi Xian went on, everyone's expressions instantly changed. Magic techniques. Yi Xian introduced almost 9 types of top-rate magic techniques, and every single one of them was extremely rare and extremely powerful. However, Yi Xian refused to talk about the cultivation methods of these magic techniques. Everyone felt even more anticipation. If they could cultivate them, then it would greatly improve their strength. Right at this moment, everyone suddenly became excited. Because he'd started talking about how to cultivate, as he spoke, Yi Xian suddenly stopped at a critical point. Everyone below was stunned. One of them couldn't help but say, "Young Master Yi, continue." Yi Xian grinned. That's all for today. Let's hear the next part of the explanation. As soon as he finished speaking, he turned around and left. Everyone was stunned. In the next moment, all of them couldn't take it anymore. A young man suddenly appeared in front of Yi Xian. He gazed at Yi Xian and said furiously, "Continue." Yi Xian opened his palm, and a sword flew out, directly pointing at the young man's forehead. "What did you say?" The young man's face instantly turned pale. He hesitated for a moment, and then said in a trembling voice, "I didn't say anything." Yi Xian nodded and turned to leave. Everyone, after Yi Xian left, a commotion broke out. At the most crucial moment, Yi Xian actually stopped at the most crucial moment. This was infuriating. Many people went to find Xiaolan. Regarding this, Xiaolan was also very helpless. He couldn't control Yi Xian. The crowd did not leave. They were still making a ruckus. Meanwhile, Yi Xian had already returned to his room. At this time, Xiaolan came to Yi Xian's room. Xiaolan smiled. "Young Master Yi, are you still going to teach?" Yi Xian nodded. Xiaolan asked, "Tomorrow?" Yi Xian nodded. Xiaolan smiled. All right. With that, he was about to leave. At this time, Yixian suddenly said, tomorrow is not a free lecture. If you want to listen to the lecture, everyone has to pay 1,000 universe veins. 1,000 universe veins, Xiaolan was stunned. 1,000 universe veins. Was that a lot? Actually, it was not a lot. But for people and Celestial Treasure Pavilion, it was definitely not a lot. But for some independent cultivators, it was not a small number. After all, not everyone was that rich. Of course, the value of Yixian's Divine Path Code far exceeded this price. Not to mention 1,000 universe veins, even 100 million universe veins was worth it. For some cultivators, this was a book that could really change their fate. Xiaolan bowed slightly and then left. Xiaolan came to the lecture area. At this moment, everyone was still waiting. Xiaolan's expression was calm. Young Master Yi said, we will continue the lecture tomorrow, but tomorrow, we will start charging fees. One class, 1,000 universe veins per person, 1,000 universe veins. As soon as he said this, there was an uproar. Soon, some people started cursing. 1,000 universe veins per class? What the hell is he thinking? That's right. Why doesn't he just rob a bank? He's really shameless. He's actually charging fees. I'm giving him face by listening to his lecture, but he's actually charging fees. What the hell? Who does he think he is? He's charging fees for his lecture. Tui. He's charging fees for his lecture. How immoral. What the hell is he? I'm going to freeload, spend money? Tui, dream on. Some people left amidst cursing. Moreover, as more and more people cursed, more and more people left. In just a short while, there were less than 2,000 people left. Xiaolan looked at the people who left and fell silent. He had discovered something terrifying. Most of those who left were independent cultivators. As for the disciples of the influential families, none of them left. Clearly, they had discovered the value of the Divine Path Code that Yixian was talking about. Of course, there was another reason. 1,000 universe veins was really nothing to them. Xiaolan sighed softly and left. The next day, Yixian once again came to the practice field. At this time, there were far fewer people than yesterday. There were less than 20,000 people left, more than 80,000 people left. Yixian sighed softly. He did not say anything and took out the Divine Path Code to continue his lecture. This time, he directly talked about the cultivation methods of the 9 types of magic arts. When Yixian began to talk about those cultivation methods, the people below were so excited that they could not control themselves. They had made a killing. At this moment, this was what everyone thought. These 9 spells were personally created by Qingguan. Their power was absolutely invincible among those at the same level. At the same level, most of the time, it was a competition of spells and external objects. Time passed bit by bit. At night, Yixian closed the Divine Path Code. He looked at the people below and smiled. Is it worth it? Everyone said in unison, it's worth it. Yixian smiled and said, I'm going to go again tomorrow. I'm going to talk about Taoist techniques. However, there aren't many Taoist techniques. There are only 3 types. Moreover, they are extremely difficult to cultivate. One session costs 1,000 universe veins. Are you guys still coming? At this moment, a young man suddenly stood up and bowed to Yixian. Ding Yi is righteous. Righteous, it had to be said that Yixian was righteous. Because they knew how valuable the Divine Path Code that Yixian was talking about was. 1,000 universe veins, it was as cheap as cabbages. Yixian smiled slightly. I don't teach to earn money. I only teach to benefit the cultivators of the world. The reason I take some money symbolically is to let everyone understand a principle. That is, you can't reap without sowing. You can't take it for granted. We should respect the knowledge and results of others. With that, he got up and left. Behind him, the people revealed expressions of admiration. The virtuous Ding Yi. In the distance, Xiaolan walked to Yixian's side and handed a spatial ring to Yixian. There were 20 million universe veins in the spatial ring. 20 million, Yixian put it away without batting an eyelid. How fragrant. With that, he walked off into the distance. Xiaolan, the people present were extremely excited. They had made a killing, and they were overjoyed. As if they thought of something, they started to call people. They called their friends, their family members. Soon, more and more people rushed towards the celestial treasure pavilion. After Yi Xian returned to his room, he looked at the spatial ring in front of him. There were 30 million universe veins in the spatial ring, and 20 million was earned just now. One had to say, the money earned this way was different. There was a sense of accomplishment, making money with knowledge. Although he didn't write the book, he spread the knowledge himself. Strictly speaking, his contribution was the same as Qin Guan's. Thinking of this, Yi Xian smiled. He lightly patted his face. His skin seemed to be a bit thick. Without thinking too much, Yi Xian began to cultivate. Instant invincibility. He didn't jump into the universe because it was too expensive. He couldn't bear to play like that. He was studying the details of instant invincibility. Besides that, he would consolidate his realm every day when he had time. Because right now, his ancient god realm was very, very exaggerated. Take it slow. Yi Xian wasn't in a hurry. What he had now was time. The next day. After tidying up, Yi Xian went to the training field. There were more than 30,000 people attending the class today, about 10,000 more than the day before. Xiaolan walked to Yi Xian's side and smiled. These are the newcomers. They also want to listen to young Master Ye's class. Yi Xian looked at the crowd and smiled. Thank you for listening to my class. Saying that, he sat down and was about to start the class. At this moment, a young girl suddenly stood up. She held an ancient book in her hand and looked at Yi Xian. Young Master Yi, I am Xiaxia from Huaxia Academy. I have something to ask young Master Yi. Huaxia Academy, Yi Xian smiled. Speak. Xiaxia looked straight at Yi Xian. Young Master Yi, as far as I know, this divine Tao code was written by our academy's Dean Qingguan, right? Yi Xian nodded. Xiaxia nodded slightly. Since that's the case, then shouldn't young Master Yi use this book for his own benefit? Hearing this, Xiaolan's expression instantly changed. He knew the relationship between Yi Xian and Qingguan. Young Master Yi had an extremely good relationship with the pavilion master. He was about to stop her, but Yi Xian stopped him. Yi Xian looked at Xiaxia and smiled. You think I shouldn't? Xiaxia nodded. Dean Yi, I think you shouldn't. What you're doing is disrespecting my dean and my Huaxia Academy. Yi Xian suddenly smiled. Do you know how I got this book? Xiaxia looked straight at Yi Xian. I don't know. Yi Xian grinned. If you don't know, then you're talking nonsense here? Also, you said I don't respect Qingguan and Huaxia Academy. Saying that, he smiled. Do you know that this book was given to me by Qingguan? Xiaxia frowned slightly. What proof do you have? If you don't have proof that it was given by the dean, then you're a robber, a bandit. A sword pierced Xiaxi's forehead. Boom, in an instant, Xiaxi's body trembled violently. She was directly nailed to the spot. Everyone was shocked. Proof? Yi Xian got up and looked at Xiaxi. Who do you think you are? Everyone in the surroundings was shocked. They didn't expect Yi Xian to suddenly make a move. The woman stared at Yi Xian. What? A dignified dean only knows how to use force to convince others? Yi Xian shook his head and smiled. I'm not asking you to submit. I just feel that on what basis are you questioning me? Moreover, you think you're representing Qingguan. On what basis do you think you can represent Qingguan? Although there was a sword in her head, the woman wasn't afraid at all. I'm from Huaxia Academy. Yi Xian was slightly puzzled, and then? The woman stared at Yi Xian. Your divine Tao code was written by Dean Qin, so it should belong to my Huaxia Academy. Xiaolan suddenly said angrily, Bastard, this book was personally given to young Master Yi by the pavilion master. The woman suddenly glared at Xiaolan. Don't talk to me, you subservient slave. To think that you're a president, yet you don't have any backbone at all. You keep calling young Master Yi this and young Master Yi that. Where's your backbone? Where's your dignity? Do you think he'll give you any benefits if you curry favor with him? Can't you have some backbone? Xiaolan looked at the woman, not angry, and his expression was very calm. He had finally realized, this woman was an idiot. she had read too many books, Xiaolan sighed in his heart. This young Master Yi was also a scholar, but his ability to conduct himself was not just a little bit better than this woman. Yi Xian smiled, this book was indeed given to me by Qing Guan. The woman looked at Yi Xian, even if the dean gave it to you, what right do you have to use this book to give a speech for profit? What right do you have? You. Yi Xian suddenly slapped her. Bang, the woman's body was directly shattered. Everyone, Yi Xian looked at the woman who only had a soul left and smiled, what does it have to do with you that I'm going to give a speech? The woman glared at Yi Xian, shameless, shameless. Yi Xian shook his head, there really are all sorts of weirdos in the boundless world. As he spoke, he prepared to attack. At this moment, a voice suddenly sounded from the distant horizon. Dean Yi, please show mercy. An old man appeared not too far away from Yi Xian as soon as he finished speaking. He was one of the deputy deans of Huaxia Academy, Zhao Rua. Apart from Qing Guan, the Huaxia Academy's dean, there were 3 other deputy deans. After landing, Zhao Rua immediately bowed deeply, Young Master Yi, my student's words have offended Young Master Yi. I apologize to Young Master Yi on her behalf. Yi Xian smiled and said, your student? Personal disciple? Zhao Rua hurriedly nodded, yes. Yi Xian shook his head and smiled. Why did you accept such an idiot as your student? As soon as these words were spoken, Zhao Rua's expression instantly turned ugly, he wasn't going to give him any face. In the distance, the woman suddenly ridiculed, do you think I'm afraid of death? Even if one of me dies, there will still be thousands of me. F***ck. At the side, Xiaolan was dumbfounded as he looked at the woman. His eyes were filled with disbelief. What kind of woman was this? Those who were listening to the lecture were also shocked at this moment. What the hell was this? Yi Xian looked at the woman in disbelief. How on earth did you read this book? Zhao Rua hurriedly said, Young Master Yi, she grew up in the academy and rarely went out to gain experience. So, Yi Xian suddenly interrupted Zhao Rua, so you read it as retarded. Am I right? Zhao Rua's expression turned ugly. Young Master Yi, please speak in a civilized manner. You and I are both scholars. Yi Xian shook his head. In the distance, the woman still wanted to say something, but Yi Xian suddenly flicked his sleeves. Boom. The woman's soul was directly erased, she was killed. Zhao Rua was stunned, then said angrily, Young Master Yi, you've gone too far in this matter. You, Yi Xian suddenly turned around and slashed down with his sword. Bang, Zhao Rua's body directly shattered, leaving only her soul. At the same time, a sword was directly pressed against Zhao Rua's forehead. Zhao Rua was stunned. Yi Xian smiled and said, Deputy Dean Zhao Rua, do you know what your disciple just said? Zhao Rua stared at Yi Xian, Young Master Yi, no matter what she said, isn't it freedom of speech? Yi Xian frowned slightly, freedom of speech means you can viciously attack others? Zhao Rua looked straight at Yi Xian, she's wrong, but she doesn't deserve to die. Yi Xian smiled and said, why shouldn't she deserve to die? She targeted me, so I feel that she deserves to die. So, she must die. She's not my woman, why should I spoil her? Zhao Rua still wanted to say something, but Yi Xian suddenly flipped his palm. Bang, the sword between Zhao Rua's eyebrows directly entered his soul. Right when Zhao Rua was about to be completely obliterated, a furious shout suddenly resounded from the distant horizon, stop. As soon as the voice resounded, an old man suddenly appeared in the distant horizon, and in the next moment, the old man appeared not too far away from Yi Xian. Xiaolan, who stood by Yi Xian's side, spoke abruptly, the guardian of the Huaxia Academy, an ancient God Realm expert. Ancient God Realm expert, Yi Xian smiled and didn't speak. Meanwhile, the old man bowed slightly to Yi Xian, Young Master Yi. Yi Xian smiled and said, you know me? The old man nodded, Young Master Yi is a friend of the Pavilion Master. Yi Xian nodded, in that case, you should know that this divine Tao code was given to me by Qing Guan, right? The old man nodded slightly, yes. Yi Xian looked the old man in the eyes, since it was given to me by Qing Guan, then this divine Tao code is mine. Since it's mine, then my speech doesn't seem to have anything to do with the academy, right? The old man hesitated for a moment and said, Young Master Yi, I'm not here to blame Young Master Yi. I'm here to ask Young Master Yi to show mercy. As he spoke, he paused for a moment and said, out of respect for Pavilion Master Qin. Xian shook his head, I don't want to give that face to you today. The old man was stunned. Xian pointed at Zhao Rua who stood in the distance, now, I'm going to kill him. If you dare to attack, then I'll kill you as well. As soon as he finished speaking, he opened his palm, and then a ray of light suddenly shot forward. It was aimed at Zhao Rua. The old man's expression instantly changed violently when he witnessed this scene. He didn't hesitate to stand in front of Zhao Rua and smash his fist forward. Bang! The ray of light shattered. Xian looked at the old man, and the old man hurriedly said, Yi. Xian suddenly opened his palm. Dedeabi appeared in his hand, and he waved it. Chi, the tip of a brush slashed out, he couldn't be compared to before. When he activated Dedeabi now, its power was many times stronger than before. After all, he was an ancient god realm expert. The old man's expression changed drastically when he saw the tip of the brush coming at him, and he quickly blocked it with both hands. Chi, before everyone's eyes, the tip of the brush pierced through the old man's body. Bang! His body shattered, and his soul dissipated swiftly. Everyone was stunned. An ancient god realm expert was killed just like that. Zhao Rua suddenly opened her palm, and in the next moment, a token soared into the sky. Bang! In the depths of the starry sky, a ray of starlight suddenly appeared, and in the next moment, a figure appeared within that ray of starlight. He called for help. Zhao Rua stared fixedly at Xian. Let's see how you're going to explain this to the dean. Xian shrugged, even Qingguan can't protect you today. Right at this time, Qingguan appeared from the ray of starlight. Qingguan was at the foot of a mountain. She still had short hair, and she was wearing a short-sleeved long dress that was incompatible with this world. The small pouch hanging from her waist was still as eye-catching as ever. Seeing Qingguan, Zhao Rua and the old man who was about to disappear hastily saluted respectfully. Xiaolan also gave a deep bow. Qingguan suddenly smiled, what is it? Zhao Rua hastily recounted Xian's crimes. Gradually, Qingguan's brows furrowed into a frown. When Wen Xiao finished, Qingguan suddenly said, you're adding oil to the fire. Am I right? Zhao Rua's expression froze. Qingguan shook her head. Although young Master Yi is usually a bit flashy, he's not someone who likes to indiscriminately kill the innocent. Moreover, from what you said, you kept blaming young Master Yi, but you didn't mention your own problems. You didn't mention why the disciple you accepted angered young Master Yi. You also didn't mention why the conflict between you and young Master Yi escalated. You also didn't mention. Do you think I'm stupid and easy to fool? Hearing this, Zhao Rua's face instantly turned pale. She directly knelt down and said with a trembling voice, Dean, I absolutely didn't mean that. At the side, Xiaolan suddenly spoke up. He recounted everything that had happened in all honesty. After Qingguan listened, she immediately shook her head. That Divine Dao Codex was given to young Master Yi by me. Since I gave it to him, then it's his. How he wants to use it is naturally his own business. Why does he need to get your approval? Saying that, she looked at the old man whose soul was about to disappear. In this matter, you're innocent. You don't deserve to die. After saying that, she opened her palm. A black light suddenly pierced through the galaxy and arrived in front of the old man. In the next moment, this black light directly entered the old man's soul that was about to disappear. Bang! After this black light entered, the old man's soul instantly calmed down. Qingguan turned to look at Xian and smiled, angry? Xian nodded, I just feel that. Why do you need them to meddle in the matter between me and you? Who do they think they are? Qingguan nodded slightly. She looked at Zhao Rua, he's right. Why do you need to meddle in the matter between me and him? Don't you know that I'm friends with young Master Yi? Zhao Rua said with a trembling voice, I know. Qingguan frowned slightly, if you know, then why do you still want to find trouble with him? Your student was in the wrong from the start. Since he was in the wrong, why didn't you sincerely apologize after you came? Moreover, your student made mistakes again and again, why didn't you restrain him? After saying that, she narrowed her eyes, no, you're not that stupid. You're purposely provoking young Master Yi, wanting him to kill the Celestial Treasure Pavilion student, and then making him enemies with me and the Celestial Treasure Pavilion. Hearing this, Xian also frowned. Qing Guan suddenly scolded, "How dare you, you!" At this moment, Zhao Rua's body suddenly burst into flames. In the next moment, she directly turned into nothingness, silencing her. Impudent! Qing Guan suddenly raged, "How dare you plot against me, mother of asterisk cur." After saying that, she suddenly stopped and blinked her eyes, blushing slightly. "Lady. I want to be a lady. I can't use vulgar language." Everyone. A lady. At the scene, everyone's expression was extremely strange. At the side, Yi Xian's brows were tightly knitted. He also felt that this matter was a bit strange. Logically speaking, the person chosen by Qing Guan would definitely not be so retarded, but this Zhao Rua was very abnormal. Something was wrong. At this moment, Qing Guan suddenly said, "Someone come." As the voice fell, an old man in a black robe suddenly appeared not far from Yi Xian and Yi Xian. Ancient God Realm, Qing Guan was about to speak, but at this moment, the mountain behind her suddenly trembled. Qing Guan immediately turned her head, and a moment later, her eyes flashed with excitement. She was about to go up, but at this moment, she seemed to have thought of something and stopped, then turned to look at the old man in a black robe. "From now on, everyone in the East Faction Guards will listen to young Master Ye's command and thoroughly investigate this matter." The old man in a black robe bowed deeply. "Understood." Qing Guan looked at Yi Xian. "Someone actually dared to plot against us. Their background is not small, you must be careful." Yi Xian hurriedly said, "What about you?" Qing Guan blinked, "I have something to do. When I'm done, I will look for you. Be careful." After saying that, she directly turned around and disappeared into the distance. Yi Xian was completely speechless. This woman couldn't have gone to archaeology again, right? Of course, he had more important matters to deal with now. Who was framing me and Qing Guan? They even dared to target Qing Guan. Yi Xian thought for a moment, but still could not think of who it was. At this moment, the old man in a black robe suddenly said, "Young Master Yi, I will go investigate first. If there is any news, I will report to you." Yi Xian looked at the old man in a black robe. "How should I address senior?" The old man in a black robe hurriedly said, "I dare not call you senior, young Master Yi can call me Fu Yi." Yi Xian nodded. "Fu Yi, are you from the East Faction Guards?" The old man in a black robe nodded slightly. "Yes." Yi Xian was curious. "What is this East Faction Guards?" Fu Yi said, "It's a secret organization established by the Pavilion Master. There are about 36 members in the various worlds and universes. Our mission is to monitor all the presidents of the Celestial Treasure Pavilions and see if they are corrupt." Yi Xian's expression froze when he heard that. This Qing Guan is a bit fierce, however, this was normal. After all, Qing Guan didn't have 3 heads and 6 arms. It was impossible for her to manage all the branches. If she didn't manage them for a long time, some people might start to cause trouble. It was good to have someone supervising him. As if he had thought of something, Yi Xian asked again, "What are the realms of the 36 people?" Fu Yi said, "Ancient God Realm." 36 Ancient God Realm experts. Yi Xian gave him a thumbs up. "Awesome. 36 Ancient God Realm experts." It had to be said that Yi Xian was still a bit shocked. "How many more secrets did this rich woman have?" Fu Yi said again, "Young Master, the other party dared to target you and the Pavilion Master. Their background is definitely not small. I have already contacted the 2 East Faction Guards nearby. They will be here in half a day. Please be careful." Yi Xian nodded, "I understand." Fu Yi bowed slightly and quietly retreated. Yi Xian frowned. Who was it? Could it be the Qin clan and the Zhu clan from before? Did the other party have such terrifying strength? Yi Xian fell into deep thought. After a moment, Yi Xian collected his thoughts. He looked at the crowd below and smiled. "Continue the lesson." As he spoke, he sat down, and the others in the surroundings sat down as well. Yi Xian continued the lesson. This time, he was talking about Dao techniques. As Yi Xian started the lesson, the crowd became excited again. 1,000 universe veins, it was totally worth it. At the side, Xiao Lan quietly retreated and immediately began to recall all the experts of the Celestial Treasure Pavilion. He knew that something big was about to happen. Somewhere in the starry sky, a young man wearing a mask stood quietly. Behind him was the Qin clan's patriarch, Qin Gu, and the Zhu clan's patriarch, Zhuan. The young man chuckled, failed. As he said that, the corners of his mouth curled up. I have to say, this Qingguan Pavilion master is really an extraordinary person. Behind him, Zhuan said in a deep voice, compared to ninth young master, she is not an extraordinary person. The young man shook his head, not at all. In terms of personal strength, I am far inferior to this woman. The celestial treasure pavilion that this woman founded has spread throughout the universe. Its wealth, no force in the universe can compare to it. Zhuan glanced at the ninth young master and did not say anything. The ninth young master suddenly smiled, and this Xianxia actually has the deity. Although it is only a clone, I have to say that this still shocked my clan. My clan, when they heard these two words, Zhuan and Qinggu's expressions changed slightly, and their bodies could not help but bend a little. The ninth young master said again, the two of you do not act rashly for now. Wait for my orders. As he was about to leave, a black-robed old man suddenly appeared not far away. The person who came was Fu Yi. Seeing Fu Yi, the ninth young master was slightly stunned, and then he laughed. What a good celestial treasure pavilion. Your intelligence network is really terrifying. You actually found this place so quickly. This young master is convinced. Fu Yi looked at the ninth young master. Without any nonsense, he was about to make a move, but at this moment, the ninth young master suddenly flicked his sleeve. Fu Yi's eyes narrowed, and he punched out, rumble. In an instant, a terrifying force suddenly swept out from the battlefield. Immediately after, Fu Yi retreated several thousand zhang away. At this moment, Fu Yi and the other two's bodies were completely illusory. Before they completely disappeared, the ninth young master smiled, this celestial treasure pavilion and the Dedea beyond Yixian, I want it. Fu Yi shook his head, how laughable. The ninth young master roared with laughter, the world is afraid of your celestial treasure pavilion, but I'm not. Let's wait and see. As soon as he finished speaking, the three of them vanished on the spot. After a moment of silence, Fu Yi turned around and vanished on the spot. In the starry sky. After the ninth young master brought Qinggu and Zhuan to a stop, he glanced at them, don't act rashly for now. As soon as he finished speaking, he turned around and vanished into the distance. Zhuan spoke in a low voice, our target is only Yixian, but the ninth young master's target is the celestial treasure pavilion, and the celestial treasure pavilion. A wisp of fear flashed through his eyes when he spoke up to this point. Qinggu shook his head and sighed, I know that the celestial treasure pavilion is powerful, and we can't afford to offend it. However, you also know that Yixian is an extremely distinguished guest of the celestial treasure pavilion. Why did he dare to be so arrogant all along the way? Isn't it because of the celestial treasure pavilion behind him? With the celestial treasure pavilion supporting him, our two clans can't do anything to him. Zhuan fell silent. The reason they hadn't chosen to act earlier was because they'd noticed that Yixian was actually on the same side as the celestial treasure pavilion. They naturally didn't dare act while the celestial treasure pavilion was supporting Yixian. Fortunately, the sudden appearance of the ninth young master had given them hope. They didn't know how terrifying the ninth young master's clan was. All they knew was that the ninth young master actually had 9 ancient god realm experts protecting him, ancient god realm experts as his bodyguards. It was obvious how terrifying the ninth young master's clan was. So, they'd decided to make a bet. If they won, then not only would they be able to take revenge, they'd even be able to ride on the ninth young master's coattails. It was simply a huge profit. Meanwhile, Qinggu spoke abruptly, we can rope in more experts. Zhuan looked at Qinggu, who? The corners of Qinggu's mouth curled up slightly, profound god dimension Xiantian. Doesn't he have enmity with Yixian and the celestial treasure pavilion? Let's rope him in. He'll definitely be very willing to fight Yixian and the celestial treasure pavilion with us. Zhuan nodded, indeed. Let's go. As soon as he finished speaking, the two of them vanished on the spot. Celestial Treasure Pavilion, Lecture Hall. At this moment, the lecture had ended, and Yixian had harvested a total of 30 million universe veins. In addition to the 30 million universe veins from before, he had harvested 60 million universe veins. 60 million universe veins, needless to say, it was still very profitable. However, when he thought of Guanxian Academy, his sword skills, and his cultivation, he felt a headache. It was still too little, he needed too much money, Yi Xian suddenly sighed softly. He should have borrowed some money from Qingguan previously. Actually, he'd wanted to ask before, but he felt that it wasn't good, he couldn't trouble Qingguan for everything, it was already very benevolent of him to gift him the divine Tao code. If he were to look for someone else, it wasn't his own wife, after all, it wasn't good. At this moment, Fu Yi suddenly appeared in front of Yi Xian. Yi Xian looked at Fu Yi, have you found anything? Fu Yi said in a deep voice, only the Qin clan and the Gu clan. However, there was someone behind them, a man wearing a mask. This person's identity has not been found yet. Qin clan and the Gu clan. After a moment of silence, Yi Xian said, how strong is the masked man? Fu Yi said solemnly, very strong. I shouldn't be able to defeat him. Yi Xian sighed softly. He knew that he wouldn't be able to stay cool for more than 3 days. Now, an expert above the ancient god realm had appeared. This was a bit of a pain in the ass. At this moment, Fu Yi said, young Master Yi, we are already doing our best to investigate. During this period, you must be careful, because I'm afraid that the other party will attack you. Yi Xian nodded, thank you. Fu Yi said, young master is too polite. This time, the other party's background shouldn't be small. I've already sent more Divine Guard brothers over. Right now, we are in a passive position. If we really can't find out the other party's background, I'm afraid we can only wait for the pavilion master to come. Yi Xian smiled slightly, you guys also have to be careful. Try not to leave this celestial treasure pavilion. Fu Yi bowed slightly, understood. Yi Xian kept the storage ring and said, I'm going back to cultivate. You guys continue with your work. After saying that, he turned and left. Profound God World. In the main hall, Shan Tian sat on a chair as if he had lost his soul. These days, he hadn't had a good time. First, he was scared by the green-robed man, then he was tricked by the celestial treasure pavilion. During this period of time, he was about to go crazy. Especially that green-robed man, he was simply a nightmare that he couldn't get rid of. At this moment, an old man appeared in the hall. The old man bowed slightly, Realm Lord, the Qin clan's patriarch and the Zhu clan's patriarch request an audience. Shan Tian frowned slightly, what are they here for? The old man said in a low voice, they said they have important matters. After a moment of silence, Shan Tian said, let them in. The old man bowed slightly and retreated. Soon, Zhuan and Qinggu walked into the hall. Zhuan cupped his fists, Realm Lord Shan Tian, this time, we are here to invite you to work with us on a big matter. Shan Tian was slightly curious, what big matter? Zhuan looked straight at Shan Tian, kill Yi Xian. Hearing that, Shan Tian's legs suddenly weakened, and he almost knelt down. Kill Yi Xian? Shan Tian thought he heard wrong, and he asked hurriedly, kill Yi Xian? Zhuan nodded, yes. Not only will I kill Yi Xian, but I'll destroy the celestial treasure pavilion as well. Shan Tian fell silent. Zhuan wanted to say something, but Shan Tian suddenly said, let me think about it. Zhuan was slightly stunned, and then he said, think about it? Shan Tian nodded, and then he turned around and left. Zhuan and Qinggu glanced at each other, and they were slightly dazed. Shan Tian went straight to the celestial treasure pavilion after he left. Shan Tian cupped his fists towards Xiao Lan at the entrance of the pavilion. President Xiao, please notify young Master Yi that I have something to report to him, something extremely important. Xiao Lan glanced at Shan Tian, and then he turned around and left. A short while later, Xiao Lan stopped before Shan Tian, go in. Xiao Lan hurriedly said, thank you. As soon as he finished speaking, he vanished on the spot. Shan Tian arrived before Yi Xian, and he bowed deeply to Yi Xian, young Master Yi, I want to make a report. Yi Xian looked at Shan Tian with slight surprise, report? Shan Tian nodded, and then he hurriedly told him about the Qin clan and Zhu clan. As soon as he finished speaking, Shan Tian looked carefully at Yi Xian, and he was quite perturbed at this moment. Yi Xian fell silent for a short while, and then he looked at Shan Tian, why didn't you agree to them? Shan Tian's expression changed drastically, and he hurriedly bowed respectfully, I wouldn't dare. I wouldn't dare. Yi Xian smiled, you don't have to be so nervous. Actually, you could have agreed to them. Shan Tian was stunned, and then he hesitated for a moment before he said, "Young master, you wants me to be a spy?" Xian nodded. Tian immediately said, "Understood." As soon as he spoke, he left silently. Xian said softly, "The Qing clan and the ancient clan." At this moment, two old men suddenly appeared on the scene. The two old men bowed slightly to Xian, and then disappeared quietly. The Eastern Depot Divine Guards, these two people were hidden in the dark, protecting his safety at all times. At this moment, the Celestial Treasure City was on high alert, and the experts from the Celestial Treasure Pavilion had rushed back. Xiaolan and Fui were still worried. Since the other party dared to target Xian and the Celestial Treasure Pavilion, they must be very powerful. They had to be careful. In the starry sky, Xian suddenly stood up and walked out. Xiaolan and Fui were standing guard outside. Xian glanced at them, and then he smiled. "Get ready, we're going to the Qing clan." Both Fui and Fui were stunned. At this moment, Xian had already walked into the distance. Fui hesitated for a moment before saying, "Young Master Yi, we should wait here for the pavilion master to arrive." As far as he was concerned, the current situation should be dealt with after Qin Guan arrived because he didn't know what sort of power was targeting the Celestial Treasure Pavilion and Xian. Xian turned to look at Fui and smiled, "I don't like to be passive. I like to take the initiative." Fui hesitated to speak. Xian smiled, "Why do I feel like all of you don't really listen to Qin Guan? Isn't Qin Guan too benevolent?" Fui's expression changed drastically when he heard this, and he hurriedly bowed respectfully, "Young Master Yi, please don't be angry. I was wrong." He naturally understood what Xian meant. Qin Guan had said before he left that he would listen to Xian. Xian smiled, "Don't be nervous, I'm just saying. Now, bring all the ancient God realm experts and leave with me." As soon as he finished speaking, he turned around and vanished into the horizon. Fui didn't hesitate any longer, and he immediately led all the ancient God realm experts that were hiding in the dark and vanished into the horizon. Qing clan. Qing clan. They'd established a world by themselves, and it was called the Qin world. In the current universe, the Qin clan could be considered to be a large clan because they had ancient God realm experts. Xian and Fui had just arrived at the Qin clan when a few dozen powerful auras assaulted them. The ancient God realm, Xian waved his right hand lightly, and then a ray of sword light flew out and instantly swept through the sky. At this moment, the entire sky was obliterated by this ray of sword light. Hiss, a few dozen auras were instantly obliterated. At the same time, a few dozen shrill cries resounded from afar, and then a few dozen bloody heads slowly floated down from the sky. It was an extremely bloody scene. Fui took a deep glance at Xian when he witnessed this scene, and he was extremely shocked in his heart. Xian's strength had slightly exceeded his expectations. Meanwhile, the Qin clan's patriarch, Qin Gu, suddenly appeared before Xian and the others. Qin Gu gazed at Xian and was about to speak when a sword suddenly appeared in front of him. Qin Gu's pupils constricted, and he roared furiously as he raised his arms to block. Bang, Qin Gu was blasted back, and then another sword arrived. Qin Gu was horrified in his heart. He suddenly clenched his right hand into a fist, and then he suddenly smashed it forward. Rumble, a strand of terrifying energy erupted like a volcano that had been accumulating for 10,000 years, and the space in the surroundings warped at this moment. Bang, the ray of sword light shattered, and Qin Gu retreated explosively once more. However, another sword arrived. One strike followed the other. Qin Gu's pupils instantly constricted to the size of needles when he saw this attack. Bang, along with the explosion of the ray of sword light, Qin Gu retreated 30 kilometers away. As soon as he stopped moving, his body split apart, and blood sprayed out, but right at this moment, another sword arrived. Qin Gu suddenly roared furiously. He opened his palm, and an enormous golden shield appeared before him. Rumble, Qin Gu and the shield were blasted 30 kilometers away. As soon as Qin Gu stopped moving, he hurriedly said, "I have something to say." Hiss, a ray of sword light suddenly pierced through the space in front of him and slashed straight towards his face. Qin Gu's pupils constricted, and he used the shield to block before him once more. Bang, the shield shattered, and Qin Gu was blasted flying once more. This time, his body was blasted apart at the instant he was blasted flying. At the instant his body was blasted apart, a sword suddenly pierced through the space between his brows and nailed him on the spot. The surroundings fell silent. Fu Yi took a deep and long glance at Yi Xian, and he was shocked to the extreme. This young Master Ye's strength is simply terrifying, Qin Gu spoke with a trembling voice. You. He hadn't finished speaking when a sword suddenly pierced through his throat, and it caused his voice to stop abruptly. Yi Xian gazed at Qin Gu and shook his head. I don't like listening to your nonsense. As soon as he finished speaking, he opened his palm, and Sword Zong suddenly appeared in his grasp. In the next moment, Sword Zong trembled violently, and then a ray of blood-red light appeared. In an instant, a monstrous aura and killing intent swept out. The expressions of everyone in the surroundings changed. Qin Gu gazed at Yi Xian while his eyes were filled with astonishment. He wanted to speak, but he was unable to say a word. Meanwhile, Yi Xian flicked his sleeve. Sword Zong carried an expanse of blood-red energy as it swept down from the sky. In the next moment, Sword Zong entered the Qin clan. Rumble, a sea of blood suddenly erupted from beneath the Qin clan, and in an instant, countless shrill cries resounded. Seeing this scene, the expressions of Fu Yi and the others instantly changed. This young Master Yi actually wanted to annihilate their clan. On the other side, Qin Gu's eyes were about to pop out of their sockets as his body trembled violently. In next to no time, the entire Qin world started to shatter into pieces. Not only was his race exterminated, but he was also going to destroy his realm. Below, Zhang Jian went berserk. Madly absorbing the blood qi, after a moment, Yi Xian looked at Qin Gu. He opened his palm and the Zhangjian sword appeared in his hand. At this moment, the Zhangjian sword looked as if it was made of fresh blood. It was a terrifying red. Yi Xian suddenly said, "Let's go." With that, he turned around and left. Fu Yi suddenly said, "Young Master Yi, are we not going to kill this Qin Gu?" Yi Xian stopped. He turned around to look at Qin Gu and smiled. "Do you know why I didn't kill you?" Qin Gu looked at Yi Xian with hatred, but his heart was relieved. As long as he didn't die, he would have a chance. Yi Xian laughed, "I'm just teasing you." As soon as he finished speaking, a sword pierced through the space between Qin Gu's eyebrows. Yi Xian turned around and left. Behind him, Qin Gu's soul was fading away bit by bit. Yi Xian didn't directly erase him. Instead, he let him die slowly. Let him experience the feeling of the arrival of death. Behind him, Qin Gu roared madly. At this moment, a white light suddenly enveloped Qin Gu. In the next moment, Qin Gu, whose soul was about to disappear, was forcefully protected by this white light. Yi Xian and the others stopped. Yi Xian turned around and saw a masked man standing not far away from him. Ninth Young Master, and behind this ninth young master, there were 12 ancient God Realm experts. Seeing this scene, Fu Yi's expression changed drastically. Ninth Young Master looked at Yi Xian and smiled. "Young Master Yi, it's not good to exterminate an entire clan at the drop of a hat. After all, killing too many people will cause a backlash." Yi Xian smiled. "You're the person behind them?" Ninth Young Master nodded. "Yes." Yi Xian sized up Ninth Young Master, and then he shook his head. "How ugly." Everyone was speechless. Qin Gu suddenly roared furiously. "Yi Xian! You annihilated my Qin clan." "You." Ninth Young Master suddenly smiled. "Patriarch Qin Gu, don't be angry. He annihilated your Qin clan, so annihilate his entire clan." Yi Xian sized up Ninth Young Master and smiled. "Annihilate my entire clan?" Ninth Young Master chuckled. "What? Is it very difficult?" Yi Xian thought for a moment, and then he said, "If you want to annihilate me alone, then I think you have a chance. But if you want to annihilate my entire clan, I'm afraid it's quite difficult." Ninth Young Master grinned. "Difficult? Haha. Young Master Yi, I can tell you responsibly that it's not difficult at all." Yi Xian immediately gave him a thumbs up, and said seriously, "I respect you for being a man." Ninth Young Master chuckled, then he opened his fan and waved it lightly. "Why? Do you think I don't have the ability?" Yi Xian nodded. Ninth Young Master laughed. "Young Master Yi, since I dare to go against Immortal Treasure Pavilion, then it proves that I'm not afraid of Immortal Treasure Pavilion at all. Since I'm not even afraid of Immortal Treasure Pavilion, why would I be afraid of you?" As he spoke, he shook his head and smiled. Young Master Yi, have you heard of the story of a frog at the bottom of a well? Yi Xian glanced at Ninth Young Master, and didn't speak. Ninth Young Master continued. A frog at the bottom of a well thinks that the sky is only as big as the mouth of the well. Don't you think it's ridiculous? Of course it's ridiculous, because it's at the bottom of the well. As he spoke, the corner of his mouth raised slightly. Young Master Yi, do you think you're that frog? Yi Xian glanced at the 2 storage rings on Ninth Young Master's hand. He didn't speak, and no one knew what he was thinking. Recently, I've been a little poor. P.S. Yesterday, I drank 2 cups of wine. I suddenly thought, what would happen if I were to drink more? Thus, I wanted to give it a try today. But after thinking about it, I admit, I'm a little scared. Just as the Ninth Young Master was about to say something, Yi Xian suddenly made his move. The sword arrived. It was an extremely fast sword strike. When Yi Xian made his move, the Ninth Young Master narrowed his eyes. His expression was as calm as still water, as if he had expected it. He suddenly took out a folding fan and lightly blocked the attack. On the folding fan, a white light suddenly gushed out. Boom, the sword light shattered, but the Ninth Young Master did not retreat even half a step. Seeing this scene, a trace of surprise flashed in Yi Xian's eyes. He glanced at the folding fan in the Ninth Young Master's hand and did not speak. The Ninth Young Master glanced at the sword in Yi Xian's hand and chuckled, "Swordsman." Yi Xian smiled faintly, "Yes." Saying that, he suddenly waved his brush. The tip of the brush slashed out. In the distance, the Ninth Young Master narrowed his eyes and suddenly opened his folding fan. In the next moment, a white light gushed out from the folding fan. Rumble, under everyone's gaze, the Ninth Young Master was directly blasted tens of thousands of feet away. When he stopped, the star field of millions of miles behind him was directly erased. However, he was fine. The folding fan in the Ninth Young Master's hand cracked, but he was unharmed. Seeing this scene, Yi Xian frowned slightly. He looked at Dedeabi. Dedeabi hurriedly said, "It has nothing to do with me. It's you, Young Master Yi, who couldn't display my full power. I won't take the blame." Yi Xian, Dedeabi. In the distance, the Ninth Young Master's eyes flickered with excitement, as expected of Dedeabi. A stroke of his brush is actually this strong. Unfortunately, your realm is too low and your soul is too weak. You can't display its true power. If it was in my hands. Saying this, a trace of greed flashed in his eyes. At this time, Yi Xian waved his brush again. A stroke of the brush flashed across the field. In the distance, the Ninth Young Master pointed his fan forward. Rumble, the Ninth Young Master's fan was sent flying as soon as it came into contact with the brush. It flew for tens of thousands of feet. When he stopped, a sword light slashed at him. The Ninth Young Master narrowed his eyes and suddenly opened his fan. A white light suddenly flew out. Rumble, Ninth Young Master retreated again, and when Yi Xian was about to attack again, the distant Ninth Young Master suddenly opened his palm. In the next instant, a bag suddenly flew into the sky, and the bag directly opened and aimed at the distant Yi Xian. Boom, a gust of horrifying chilly wind suddenly swept out and headed straight for Yi Xian. Everywhere the powerful chilly wind passed, time and space were forcefully erased, and it was extremely shocking. In the distance, Yi Xian frowned slightly. He opened his palm, and then sword burial suddenly slashed out. An expanse of blood-red light tore through the surroundings. Wherever the sword light passed, it swept through everything. It was unparalleled. Boom, sword burial brought with it an expanse of blood-red light as it forcefully blocked the terrifying cold wind. At this time, the distant Ninth Young Master suddenly opened his palm, and a huge colorful wheel appeared in his hand. The edge of the wheel was as sharp as a blade. When the Ninth Young Master activated the wheel, the entire wheel suddenly trembled violently, and then it transformed into a white light that tore through the surroundings. Hiss! With this tearing, a sharp tearing sound suddenly resounded throughout the universe's star fields, causing countless people to tremble in fear. In the distance, Yi Xian looked at the wheel that was slashing towards him, and he frowned slightly. He looked at sword burial. Sword burial had been held up by the cold wind, and he had already used Dedeabi twice. Using it again would consume a great deal of energy. Without thinking too much about it, Yi Xian suddenly took a step forward. Because as soon as he took that step, thousands of swords condensed from sword intent suddenly surged out of his body. But in the blink of an eye, the thousands of swords merged into a single sword. Xian stretched out his hand, grabbed the sword, and stabbed it forward. Bang! Xian's sword stabbed directly onto the wheel, and the wheel and sword trembled violently. In the next moment, the wheel started to crack apart bit by bit. On the other hand, not only did Xian's sword not dissipate, it grew stronger and stronger instead. Meanwhile, Xian suddenly exerted force with his right hand, and a strand of terrifying force surged out from his arm. Rumble! The wheel directly exploded and then disappeared. Xian was slightly stunned. He glanced at the sword in his hand and felt slightly surprised. He noticed that his mortal energy and sword intent seemed to have become much stronger. What's going on? Meanwhile, the distant ninth young master suddenly spoke in a low voice. What sword intent is that? Xian withdrew his thoughts, looked at the ninth young master, and smiled. It's the mortal sword intent that I created myself. The ninth young master chuckled lightly. Do you think I would believe that? Xian was stunned. The ninth young master gazed at Xian and said, such sword intent possesses formidable energy of faith. Moreover, it contains the grand Tao of the mortal world. How could you possibly have created such sword intent at such a young age? Xian thought for a moment and said, I relied on my father to comprehend it. The ninth young master grinned. That's right. There's nothing shameful about relying on your family. Xian was speechless. Meanwhile, the ninth young master suddenly opened his palm, and a blue gourd appeared there. He chanted silently, and it didn't take long for the blue gourd to suddenly fly up slowly. In the next moment, a torrent of energy suddenly surged out from within the gourd. It wasn't an ordinary torrent of energy, it was a torrent of time. Moreover, it wasn't a torrent of time from this era, it was from the ancient times. At the instant that this torrent of time appeared, the expressions of all the ancient God realm experts in the surroundings changed violently, and they retreated explosively and distanced themselves from Xian and the ninth young master. Strands of ancient aura surged towards the surroundings like waves. Xian closed his eyes slightly when he saw the torrent of energy assault him. Suddenly, he opened his eyes, and in the next moment, his eyes had become an ocean of blood. At the same time, the sword of burial suddenly erupted with a strand of terrifying force. Bang! The gust of cold wind was instantly obliterated. Xian opened his palm, and the sword of burial appeared in his grasp. In the next moment, he charged forward and slashed with his sword. Hiss! The ancient torrent of time was directly slashed into pieces by a single strike of Xian's sword. At the same time, Xian suddenly appeared above the ninth young master, and his sword slashed down in a straight line. The ninth young master's eyes narrowed slightly, and then he suddenly opened the folding fan in his hand and waved it up. Bang! A ray of white light shot into the sky from within the folding fan. In an instant, both of them retreated explosively, and sword after sword slashed towards the ninth young master while they retreated. The ninth young master's expression was calm as he repeatedly blocked with his folding fan. Even though he was retreating, he'd actually blocked all of Xian's attacks. Xian glanced at the folding fan in the ninth young master's hand, and he was slightly surprised. That fan is quite interesting. Meanwhile, the ninth young master suddenly said, I underestimated you a little. Xian gazed at the ninth young master, and the latter was about to speak when Xian suddenly vanished on the spot. Hiss! A ray of blood-red light slashed directly towards the ninth young master. The ninth young master's eyes narrowed slightly, and then he suddenly tapped the folding fan in his right hand forward. The fan trembled violently, and then a strand of terrifying force suddenly surged out. In an instant, the region in an area of over 100 kilometers was instantly obliterated. Rumble! The ninth young master retreated 30 kilometers, and his body had split apart when he finally stopped moving. Blood sprayed from his body. The expressions of the ancient God realm experts that the ninth young master had brought along changed drastically when they witnessed this scene, and they were about to attack when Fu Yi and the others stopped them. The ninth young master glanced at his own body, and then he looked at Xian, and he started laughing from extreme rage. Good. Very good. You've succeeded in infuriating me. As he spoke, he suddenly pressed his palms together. Bang! In an instant, an enormous vortex suddenly appeared behind the ninth young master, and then an enormous phantom that was almost 3 kilometers tall silently appeared. At the instant that this phantom appeared, a monstrous aura suddenly swept down. At this moment, the expressions of the ancient God realm experts in the distance instantly changed drastically, and they retreated explosively once more and left this part of the starry sky. The pressure it emanated was sufficient to crush them into pieces. Fui and the others looked at the ninth young master with astonishment. The ninth young master was an ancient god realm expert as well, but the strength he revealed at this moment far exceeded the ancient god realm. Fui and the others gazed at Xian with worry. At this moment, they couldn't interfere. In the starry sky, the ninth young master looked down at Xian. His eyes were indifferent, as though he was looking at an ant. Xian's expression was calm as he opened his palm, and the sword burial floated silently in his hand. The ninth young master looked down at Xian. "I'll bury you with a single punch." As the sound of his voice faded, he punched downwards. Behind him, the huge illusory figure suddenly punched downwards. With this punch, the Qin world and the surrounding universe started to crumble bit by bit. It was too powerful. The numerous universes weren't able to withstand the strength of this punch at all. In the distance, the expressions of Fui and the others changed drastically once more, and they retreated explosively. This time, they retreated completely out of the Qin world. At this moment, they were extremely shocked in their hearts. Even though they were ancient god realm experts as well, they were really like ants before the phantom's punch. It was truly too terrifying. Everyone retreated explosively and didn't dare to approach this region. Fui and the others were also filled with worry. Would young Master Yi be able to withstand such a terrifying punch? If he couldn't, in the starry sky, Xian looked at the fist sweeping down with a calm expression. The fist was getting closer and closer, and at this moment, he felt a terrifying pressure that could destroy heaven and earth. He had to admit that ordinary ancient god realm experts were really like ants before this punch. Xian was also a little shocked. They were both ancient god realm experts, but the gap between them could be so big. Obviously, there were a lot of fake ancient god realm experts. The fist was getting closer and closer. As for Xian, his expression was still as calm as ever. Finally, the fist directly hit Xian's head. But Xian actually didn't dodge or counterattack. Rumble. In an instant, a terrifying force erupted from where Xian stood, and a wave of air swept out for millions of miles. The entire Qin world was instantly erased from the universe. However, nothing happened to Xian at all. In the starry sky, the ninth young master looked at Xian with a face full of disbelief. "You? How is this possible?" Xian raised his head and looked at the ninth young master with a slight frown. "Did you not eat? Can't you use more strength?" "I want to die." The ninth young master. Needless to say, at this moment, ninth young master was completely stunned. He was very clear about the power of his punch, but Xian actually blocked it unscathed. This was absolutely impossible. Ninth young master stared at Xian. "What defensive artifact do you have?" Xian's expression was calm. "I don't have one." Ninth young master said angrily. "You do." Xian nodded. "I do, and then?" Ninth young master was stunned and speechless. Xian looked at ninth young master and asked again. "I do, and then?" Ninth young master stared at Xian. "What artifact do you use?" Xian smiled. "My father gave me a godly armor." Ninth young master squinted his eyes. "What does your father do?" Xian said honestly, "A swordsman." Ninth young master asked again, "What's his name?" Xian smiled. "Green shirt sword master." Ninth young master's eyes flashed with doubt. "Never heard of him." Xian smiled. "Anyway, he's very powerful." Ninth young master looked at Xian. "How powerful?" Xian thought for a moment, then said, "Invincible existence." "Her." Ninth young master sneered. "Invincible existence? Don't you think you're ridiculous? Invincible existence. In this vast universe, who dares to say they are invincible? Who can be truly invincible? Even if my clan dominates millions of worlds, I dare not say I'm invincible in the universe." Xian was a little curious. "What clan are you from?" Ninth young master looked at Xian. "Why are you asking this?" Xian smiled, curious. Ninth young master chuckled. "I think you don't need to know. If your level is not high enough, even if you know some circles, it's meaningless and will only add to your troubles." Xian sighed softly. "Why do you have to feel so superior?" "I feel that a person, no matter how great his achievements are or who is behind him, should maintain a low-key and humble heart. Look at me. My sister, my father, and my big brother are so awesome. have I ever been proud? Ninth young master's expression was calm. That's because you don't have the capital to be proud. Xian was silent. He suddenly realized that maybe his father was right to let him go. As a free-range child, he grew up at the bottom of the social ladder. He knew the fickleness of human nature, the sufferings of the human world, and knew that life was not easy. If he was by his father's side, he would have been spoiled and fawned upon since he was young. If he grew up in such an environment, he might end up like this ninth young master. Since ancient times, in the secular world, those emperors who founded dynasties were basically all heroes. But after them, there were definitely many muddle-headed and incompetent descendants. Why? Because the descendants of the later generations had never tasted bitterness, had never experienced hardship. It did not mean that those who had tasted hardship would be better than those who had not. It was just that those who had tasted hardship would be more mature and would cherish the life that they had fought for. This ninth young master looked gentle and cultured on the surface, but his words were filled with a sense of superiority that was high and mighty. Just like some rich second generations in the secular world, those who had money would often have a sense of superiority in many situations. Of course, one could not kill them all. Many second generations were also outstanding and hardworking. But in this fickle society, those who thought that they were great just because they had money were still the majority. Ninth young master suddenly smiled and said, I think. Xian shook his head, I wanted to ask about your family. Maybe, you would know my family. But I really don't like your tone. Since it's like this, then let's fight. You and I will fight. If we can't win, then we will fight with our family background. Anyway, in this aspect, I, Xian, have never lost before. As his voice fell, he suddenly held his sword and soared into the sky. Wang, the howl of a sword shook the sky, a vicious expression flashed through the eyes of the ninth young master, and he suddenly bent down and smashed his fist down. The huge phantom behind him smashed its fist down once more, a single punch to destroy the world. Right at this moment, Xian suddenly withdrew his sword and allowed the fist to smash against his head. Rumble, that punch suddenly collapsed, and Xian was completely unscathed. The ninth young master's pupils constricted when he witnessed this scene, and he was about to attack again when a ray of sword energy slashed towards him. The ray of sword energy was like blood. The ninth young master's pupils constricted, and he suddenly wrapped his arms around himself. At the same time, the phantom behind him suddenly pressed its hands together and did the same as him, and it completely surrounded him. Meanwhile, Xian's sword arrived. Rumble, a ray of blood-red sword energy suddenly exploded from the phantom's arm, and then the phantom trembled violently before it split apart. Meanwhile, Xian issued a command in his heart, and over 1,000 swords of blood and tent suddenly descended from the sky and slashed at the phantom. Bang! In an instant, the phantom was sliced into countless pieces. At the same time, the ninth young master had retreated over 30 kilometers away, and the distance between them had been completely widened. The ninth young master had just stopped when a sword suddenly slashed towards him, and it was swift like a bolt of lightning. A vicious expression flashed through the ninth young master's eyes, and he suddenly opened his palm to reveal a folding fan. He held the folding fan horizontally to block the attack. Rumble, the folding fan had forcefully blocked Xian's sword. Xian didn't attack again. He'd noticed that his sword energy was unable to break through the folding fan. There were cracks on the folding fan, and they were caused by Dedeabi. However, Dedeabi hadn't been able to destroy it completely. Meanwhile, Dedeabi's voice suddenly resounded once more. It has nothing to do with me. You're the one who can't bring forth the full strength of this clone of mine. Xian was speechless. In the distance, the ninth young master stared fixedly at Xian. Only now did he realize that he couldn't do anything to Xian. Xian's defense was too monstrous. However, it was also difficult for Xian to kill him. Xian looked at the ninth young master, his right hand gripping the sword in his hand. He was hesitating whether to use instant of invincibility or not, but in the end, he chose not to. Ever since he broke through to the ancient god realm, he had been longing for a battle to his heart's content. His current realm was unstable, and a battle was the best way to help him stabilize his realm. With this thought in mind, Xian suddenly opened his palm, revealing the Zongjian sword in his hand. At this moment, he madly urged the mad demon bloodline in his body. Along with the activation of the mad devil bloodline, the burial sword in his hand suddenly started trembling violently. In next to no time, strands of terrifying evil energy and killing intent swept through the surroundings, and it didn't take long for the starry sky and the surroundings to transform into a sea of blood. In the distance, the ninth young master frowned. This bloodline force of yours is a little interesting. At this time, the Zhongjian sword in Yixian's hand shook violently, and a sword intent swept out, mortal world sword intent. When this sword intent appeared, Yixian was shocked to discover that it was not blood red. Moreover, this sword intent showed signs of suppressing his bloodline force and the Zhongjian sword. What's going on? Yixian was dumbfounded. He noticed that his sword intent seemed to be stronger than before. It can grow on its own? At this time, the ninth young master's left hand slowly clenched into a fist, his right hand tightly gripping the fan in his hand. This fan was entirely black in color, made from an unknown material. On the front of the fan was a picture of a ferocious-looking demonic beast, and on the back of the fan was a large golden character, defense. At this moment, this fan was actually repairing itself. In the distance, Yixian collected his thoughts. He looked at the fan in the ninth young master's hand that was slowly repairing itself, and frowned. Brother Bai, do you know what this fan is? Dedeabi did not respond. Yixian suddenly missed Xiao Ta. After Xiao Ta, when Xiao Ta was around, he was not so bored and lonely. Now, there was no one to talk to. Without thinking too much, Yixian suddenly disappeared. Qi, a blood-red sword light tore through the battlefield. At the moment when Yixian disappeared, the ninth young master's eyes narrowed, and he suddenly opened his fan. On the fan, the ferocious-looking demonic beast suddenly opened its eyes, and then roared, "Ant!" Rumble. This roar caused countless star domains to shatter. Yixian was the first to bear the brunt of this roar. He was forced to stop on the spot by this roar, and a terrifying force slammed into him like waves. Rumble. In an instant, Yixian's body started to shake violently. One after another dreadful energy kept exploding on his body. The remaining power of the powerful energy instantly spread to the star fields tens of millions of miles away. In an instant, countless star fields were destroyed. However, Yixian, who bore the brunt of this attack, was still completely unharmed. The armor he was wearing had forcefully withstood all the force. The ninth young master's face turned extremely unsightly when he saw this. He had never expected that Yixian would actually be able to withstand the soul attack of the demonic beast within the fan. Moreover, he was completely unharmed. This is fucking ridiculous. The ninth young master couldn't help but curse. How am I supposed to fight this? In the distance, Yixian glanced at himself and couldn't help but say in his heart, "Father. It's my biological father." Needless to say, this armor his father left for him was truly amazing. It would be difficult for him to die even if he wanted to, not to mention being invincible amongst his peers. Even experts 2 realms higher than him couldn't do anything to him. To him, this armor was an invincible existence. In the distance, the ninth young master said fiercely, "What the hell are you wearing? How can you even withstand the soul attack of a heavenly beast?" Yixian looked at the fan in the ninth young master's hand. Heavenly beast? So weak? It's like I haven't eaten. The ninth young master, the heavenly beast within the fan, suddenly roared angrily, "Lowly ant." Following its roar, a terrifying force once again swept out from the fan. Very quickly, the force surged towards Yixian like a storm. In the distance, Yixian stood motionless with his eyes closed and his hands spread out, allowing the terrifying force to crash into his body. Rumble, rumble, rumble. In the endless starry sky, a series of explosions resounded continuously. These explosions could be heard in other universes. However, Yixian was still completely unharmed. After a while, Yixian slowly opened his eyes. He looked at the heavenly beast with the folding fan and raised his middle finger. Trash. Ninth young master was speechless. The heavenly beast. P.S. I've been stuck recently. Everyone, help me think about the plot. If you have any ideas, feel free to leave a comment. I'll see if you can give me some inspiration. Thank you, everyone. 7017K trash. This sentence undoubtedly infuriated the heavenly beast. The heavenly beast suddenly raised its head and roared. Soul Soundwave attack surged out like waves. The ninth young master was startled, because this power was simply too strong. He couldn't withstand it. In the distance, Yixian stood still with a calm expression. He allowed the soul soundwave attacks to hit his body. At this moment, he was like a mountain. No matter how the wind blew, he was as firm as a boulder. A moment later, the heavenly beast was completely dumbfounded, because it realized that the human before it was completely unharmed. Inside the fan, the heavenly beast stared at Xian in disbelief. How is this possible? The ninth young master fell silent. He was also extremely shocked. Xian's defense was simply invincible. Xian's expression was calm. Now it's my turn. As soon as he finished speaking, he suddenly disappeared from the spot. Qi, a sword ray tore through the battlefield like a bolt of lightning. The ninth young master narrowed his eyes. In the next moment, he disappeared from the spot. Very soon, the two of them started fighting again. Although the ninth young master could not do anything to Xian, he had the fan. Xian could not do anything to him. Of course, he had no intention of killing the ninth young master. He was using him as a practice target. He needed to fight like crazy. Recently, he had been reading and comprehending books every day. He lacked the experience of fighting. Now, he needed to fight to his heart's content. The more Xian fought, the crazier he became. The more he fought, the stronger he became. This was because the power of his bloodline had been activated. As long as he did not die, his abilities would continue to improve. Most importantly, his human realm sword will and human realm power were also continuously strengthening. Hence, the ninth young master became more and more alarmed as he fought, because he also discovered that Xian before him was getting stronger and stronger. Moreover, the most frustrating thing was that he could not break through Xian's defense. Even when the fan slashed at Xian, it could not break through Xian's defense. However, Xian's sword could break through his defense, so he didn't dare to face Xian's sword head-on. As time went by, the ninth young master gradually fell into a disadvantageous position. On the other side, Fu Yi, who was secretly watching, heaved a sigh of relief. Xian actually withstood it. It had to be said that they were also very shocked. Xian was actually able to survive in front of such a terrifying power. It was truly terrifying. On the other hand, Qinggu's expression was extremely ugly. He didn't expect Xian to be such a monster. He knew how terrifying the ninth young master was. But now, Xian could actually suppress the ninth young master. What did this mean? This meant that Xian's background was definitely not ordinary. Thinking of this, Qinggu sighed softly. Back then, he should not have been the one to stand out. Now, the Qing clan had been destroyed. When he thought of this, Qinggu's expression gradually became ferocious again. He glanced coldly at the surroundings before retreating silently. In the distance, Xian and the ninth young master were still fighting. The two of them were already in full swing and the battle was extremely intense. About an hour later, following the explosion of swordlight, Xian and the ninth young master retreated at the same time. In the process of retreating, Xian suddenly pointed with his fingers. In an instant, over 1,000 intense swords shot out. In the distance, the ninth young master's eyes flashed with a hint of ferocity. He suddenly waved the fan in his right hand, and with this wave, the shadow of a beast suddenly charged out. Rumble! The 1,000 swords that Xian had summoned were directly sent flying. At this time, the two of them had retreated tens of thousands of feet. After stopping, Xian opened his palm and the Zongjian appeared in his hand. Around him, over 1,000 intense swords floated. Xian's body was like blood, and his entire body was filled with endless killing intent and viciousness. In the distance, after the ninth young master stopped, there were countless sword scars all over his body. His physical body wasn't as strong as Xian's. The ninth young master had fallen into a disadvantageous position in this collision. In the distance, Xian grinned. Again. As soon as he finished speaking, he was about to attack again. However, an enormous teleportation formation suddenly appeared beneath the ninth young master's feet. In the next moment, his figure instantly became ethereal, and he gazed coldly at Xian. Just you wait. As soon as he finished speaking, he vanished on the spot. Xian frowned slightly. He's leaving just like that. Xian slowly closed his eyes. Countless strands of mortal sword intent gradually appeared around him. At the same time, the bloodline energy within him gradually calmed down, and it wasn't long before he returned to normal. Xian opened his eyes, and his gaze had returned to normal. Xian opened his palm and an intense sword appeared in it. He frowned slightly as he gazed at the intent sword in his hand. He noticed that his mortal sword intent was actually capable of suppressing the bloodline energy and the Zhongjian sword. Moreover, the mortal sword intent was slowly growing stronger. Why was that? Yi Xian was a little puzzled. At this moment, Fu Yi and the rest appeared in front of Yi Xian. Fu Yi solemnly said, "Young Master Yi, they've left." At this moment, he was much more respectful. Previously, he thought that Yi Xian was a second generation, but he didn't expect this young Master Yi to be so terrifying. Yi Xian looked into the depths of the starry sky. "They will return." Fu Yi nodded, "Yes." Yi Xian said, "Investigate this person's identity." Fu Yi smiled bitterly, "I've already investigated before, but I couldn't find anything." Yi Xian frowned, "The Celestial Treasure Pavilion couldn't find anything?" Fu Yi solemnly said, "The Pavilion Master can investigate, but we can't, because we don't have the authority to mobilize higher-level intelligence personnel." Yi Xian solemnly said, "Can I?" Fu Yi shook his head, "They only listen to the Pavilion Master's orders." Speaking up to this point, he paused, then said, "The next time young Master Yi sees the Pavilion Master, you can ask him for authorization. If you want, the Pavilion Master will definitely agree." Yi Xian nodded, "All right." With that, he turned and left. Fu Yi suddenly said, "Young Master Yi, just now that Qinggu suddenly left, I'm afraid he will act recklessly." At this moment, an old man appeared in the field. The old man slightly bowed, "Young Master Yi, that Qinggu has gone to Guanxian Academy." Hearing this, Yi Xian slightly frowned. "He went to Guanxian Academy?" The old man solemnly said, "He probably wants to take revenge on young Master Yi. I've already sent people to chase after him personally." Yi Xian shook his head, "Don't worry about him." The old man was stunned. Yi Xian lightly said, "There's a girl in Guanxian Academy, she's very fierce." With that, he turned and left. He didn't know how terrifying Qing Qiu's combat strength was, but he knew that it must be very, very terrifying. Conservatively speaking, the current Qing Qiu shouldn't be afraid of an ancient god realm expert. Thinking of this, he suddenly felt a little stifled. How terrifying was this girl in her previous life for her to be so monstrous in this life? In this world, some monstrous people were unreasonable. Yi Xian softly sighed and walked into the distance. Guanxian Academy. Qinggu directly came to Guanxian Academy. At this moment, he had already recovered his physical body. Of course, his injuries hadn't healed, and he currently only had less than half of his peak strength. After all, his soul was injured by Yi Xian. However, he still came to Guanxian Academy, because he had previously investigated that there wasn't a single ancient god realm expert in this academy. Although he was currently injured, he was confident that he could sweep through everything. After arriving at Guanxian Academy, Qinggu directly roared, "Ants of Guanxian Academy, you have to blame your dean for today's disaster. He destroyed my Qing clan, so I'll destroy his academy." As soon as he finished speaking, he was about to attack. But at this moment, a woman suddenly shot up from below. In the next moment, Qinggu's expression changed drastically, and he suddenly blasted a punch. Rumble, an explosion resounded as Qinggu was blasted flying. He flew for over 10 kilometers, and when he finally stopped, his body had shattered into pieces. At the same time, a slender hand grabbed his throat. This woman was Qing Qiu. Qinggu looked at Qing Qiu in horror. Qing Qiu suddenly exerted force with her right hand. Boom! Qinggu's soul was directly erased. Qing Qiu clapped her hands, glanced down, and then said, "Do what you should do." After that, she turned around and left. Everyone was speechless. Immortal Treasure Pavilion. Yi Xian sat cross-legged in the starry sky, and his entire body emanated faint sword intent. Needless to say, the battle from before had been really satisfying. He hadn't had such a good fight in a long time. He realized that he really needed to fight now. His biggest flaw now was that his cultivation level wasn't particularly stable, and only after his cultivation level was stable would he dare to slowly try to charge into the ancient god realm. Of course, after suffering a loss from before, he absolutely didn't dare to be too hasty now. Once he broke through and his cultivation level wasn't stable, then the gains really didn't make up for the losses. After the battle with the 9th young master, he had a rough understanding of the 9th young master's strength. Ancient God Realm, obviously, the force behind the ninth young master definitely had even more formidable experts. In other words, the next time the ninth young master came, he might bring even more experts and stronger people. When he thought up to here, Xian couldn't help but frown. Looks like I have to work harder, otherwise, I'm afraid it won't be long before I get beaten up again. Although he could use Daebi to improve his cultivation level, there was a time limit. Once the time limit was up, he would be weak, and that would be the most dangerous time for him. When he thought up to here, Xian sighed softly. He still needed more time. At this moment, he missed Xiao Ta again. If he were to join forces with Xiao Ta, they would definitely be an invincible combination, because cultivating in Xiao Ta's body was like cheating. Xian sighed softly. After a while, Xian continued to cultivate. Somewhere in the starry sky, the ninth young master stopped, and his face was extremely ugly. He didn't expect that he wouldn't be able to kill Xian this time. Before coming, he promised the family that he would kill Xian first, and then kill Qin Guan. However, he failed. At this time, an old man beside him said in a deep voice, "Ninth young master, I'm afraid this Xian's background isn't simple." The ninth young master sneered, "So what?" The old man wanted to say something but hesitated. The ninth young master slowly closed his eyes. Old ancestor once said that our family can't provoke the legendary Yang clan. Other than that, we have nothing to fear. And this Xian's surname is Yi. He has nothing to do with the Yang clan. Why should we be afraid of his extraordinary background? Xian was speechless. 7017K in the starry sky, Xian quietly sat cross-legged, emitting a powerful sword intent. Originally, he thought that the sword will would be the same as before, requiring him to break through his state of mind before it could break through. But now, he realized that this was not the case at all. The sword will was getting stronger every moment, just like the activation of the Mad Demon bloodline. He had to admit that this shocked him, but there was also a hint of surprise, a sword intent that could grow on its own. Of course, he had also thought about why it was like this. It should be because he had founded the academy, the power of faith. The more students there were in the academy, the more people he had changed, and the stronger his sword intent and power of the world would be. Thinking of this, Xian shook his head and smiled. He had founded the academy on a whim, but he did not expect that he would accidentally comprehend the sword intent and power of the world. It was really an unintentional willow that brought great results. Of course, this was a good thing. Xian collected his thoughts and continued to stabilize his realm. Immortal Treasure Pavilion. In a room, Fu Yi and Xiao Lan sat opposite each other. Both of them wore solemn expressions. They knew that the ninth young master would definitely not give up. He would definitely come again, and when he came again. Both of them did not dare to continue thinking. It was not that they were afraid of the ninth young master, but they could not contact Qin Guan. Without Qin Guan, they had no backbone. If Qin Guan was here, would the Immortal Treasure Pavilion suffer like this? At this moment, Xiao Lan suddenly said, "We still have to contact the pavilion master." Fu Yi smiled bitterly, "I can't contact him. I have tried countless times, but there was no response." Xiao Lan sighed softly. Fu Yi suddenly said, "For now, we can only follow young Master Yi." Xian, Xiao Lan nodded, "That's the only way." Now, their hope was Xian. At this moment, Xian suddenly appeared in the hall. Seeing Xian, both of them quickly got up and bowed. Xian smiled, "You two don't have to be so polite." Xiao Lan smiled, "Young Master Yi, please take a seat." Xian nodded. He sat down and said, "Gentlemen, you should know what kind of enemy we're facing. This enemy is extremely powerful, and we can't contact Pavilion Master Qin. What do you think we should do?" Xiao Lan hurriedly said, "We will listen to young Master Yi." Fu Yi quickly echoed, "We'll listen to young Master Yi." Xian asked seriously, "Will you really listen to me?" Xiao Lan nodded, "Of course." Xian said in a deep voice, "Since all of you said that you'll listen to me, then. Alright, then I'll tell you my idea. Right now, I'm the strongest person on our side. You don't object to this, do you?" Both of them shook their heads. They had witnessed Xian's strength. Although the current Xian was only an ancient God Realm cultivator, ordinary ancient God Realm cultivators were no match for him. Xian continued, "The next time ninth young master comes, he will definitely bring many experts with him. Moreover, he will definitely bring experts above the ancient god realm, right? Both of them nodded again. Yi Xian asked again, can you contact Pavilion Master Qing? Both of them shook their heads. Yi Xian quickly said, I can improve my strength now, but there's a very big problem. At this point, he looked at the two of them and didn't say anything else. Xiaolan frowned slightly. Young Master Yi, what problem? Yi Xian sighed softly, as if he had something difficult to say. Xiaolan quickly said, Young Master Yi, if there's anything we can help with, please don't hesitate to tell us. Yi Xian shook his head and sighed, it's not easy to find you. Xiaolan was a little displeased, Young Master Yi, not to mention your relationship with Pavilion Master, we're in the same boat now. Moreover, we still need to rely on you. You're treating us like outsiders. Yi Xian suddenly said, I'm in need of money. Hearing this, Xiaolan's expression froze. At the side, Fui glanced at Yi Xian, then at Xiaolan, not saying a word. In any case, he had no money, and this Xiaolan definitely had money. After all, he was in charge of the Immortal Treasure City's Immortal Treasure Pavilion. All the finances went to him first, and then he passed them to Qing Guan. However, he also knew that Xiaolan could not use this money as he pleased. At this time, Xiaolan smiled bitterly, Young Master Yi, Yi Xian said with a smile, trouble? Xiaolan nodded honestly, Young Master Yi, I won't lie to you. Right now, I am indeed in charge of a lot of time veins. However, I have no authority to deal with these time veins. Only Pavilion Master has the authority to deal with these time veins. If I deal with them, it will violate the rules set by Pavilion Master. The consequences will be extremely serious. Yi Xian was silent. Fui suddenly said, Young Master Yi is not someone else. Xiaolan glared at Fui. Damn, this idiot's words were easy to say. Fui said seriously, Brother Xiao, I'm not trying to trick you. This matter is urgent, so you can be flexible. Of course, Young Master Yi definitely can't make things difficult for you. How about this, let Young Master Yi give you a guarantee. In the future, he will talk to Pavilion Master about this matter. It has nothing to do with you. What do you think? Xiaolan was silent. Yi Xian smiled and was about to speak when Xiaolan suddenly said, There's no need to do this, Young Master Yi. You don't need to give me a guarantee. From now on, I will give you all the time veins in Immortal Treasure City's Immortal Treasure Pavilion. As he spoke, he opened his palm, and a square box appeared in his hand. At the side, Fui glanced at Xiaolan, and he was slightly shocked and astonished in his heart. Xiaolan is really bold. He knew that the consequences of using the Immortal Treasure Pavilion's finances without permission were extremely serious. Xiaolan was undoubtedly gambling with his future. If Yi Xian didn't have any weight in Qing Guan's heart, then Xiaolan would be completely dead, because this rule couldn't be broken. Once it was broken, the Pavilion Master outside might follow suit. At that time, there would be endless trouble. As the Pavilion Master, it was impossible for Xiaolan to not see this, but he still did it. Obviously, Xiaolan was gambling. If he won, then it was equivalent to selling a huge favor to Yi Xian. Moreover, Qing Guan might even promote him. This was a huge gamble, gambling that the relationship between Yi Xian and Qing Guan was indescribably good. Fui sighed in his heart. He had to admit that he admired Xiaolan. This was why Xiaolan's realm was lower than his, but Xiaolan could become the Pavilion Master while he could only be a hired thug. Vision, breadth of mind, and courage. Yi Xian looked at the box in front of him and smiled, Thank you. As he spoke, he took the box and opened it. In the next moment, his pupils shrank and his heartbeat sped up. 1.2 billion universe veins. This box actually contained 1.2 billion universe veins. Too terrifying. Yi Xian suppressed the shock in his heart and looked at Xiaolan. Xiaolan's expression was calm and he didn't speak. Yi Xian smiled, Thank you, Pavilion Master Xiao. As he spoke, he removed the Dedeabi from his waist and handed it to Xiaolan. Take it. Xiaolan hesitated for a moment before taking the Dedeabi. Boom, suddenly, Xiaolan's aura skyrocketed. In the blink of an eye, his aura directly reached the ancient god realm. Xiaolan was stunned. Yi Xian smiled, Don't think too much about it. Carefully feel it and it will help you break through. Xiaolan immediately bowed to Yi Xian. He naturally knew what this meant to him. It was a peerless opportunity. It really wasn't that easy to reach the ancient god realm. If there wasn't a fortuitous encounter, many people wouldn't be able to break through in their lifetime. But now, he had this fortuitous encounter. Xian smiled, Pavilion Master Xiao, I won't take these 1.2 billion universe veins for nothing. In the future, I will return it to Qingguan. Of course, this is between me and her. Don't worry, she won't blame you for this. Even if she really blames you, you can follow me. I will recommend you to the Yang clan. Hearing this, Xiaolan immediately bowed again. Xian smiled. You should focus on cultivating. As he spoke, he withdrew the Dedeabi and turned to leave. Fui glanced at Xiaolan and smiled bitterly, Brother Xiao, this is a great fortuitous encounter. Xiaolan smiled, I'm indebted to young Master Yi for thinking so highly of me. Fui shook his head with a complicated smile. Most of the time, being a person was more important than being able to do things. Xian returned to his starry sky. He glanced at the spatial ring in his hand, and the corners of his mouth curled up slightly. Now, he could cultivate instant invincibility once more. Of course, he didn't dare to cultivate it recklessly. It was a bit ridiculous to spend at least 30 million universe veins to cultivate it once. Besides that, he was preparing to charge into the ancient god realm in 2 months. In fact, his current realm was already unheard of. However, it wasn't stable enough. Thus, he decided to stabilize it for another 2 months. He didn't want to make any more mistakes in terms of realm. In the starry sky, Xian stood silently with the sword burial in his hand. Xian was like an old monk in meditation. At the same time, he madly burned his universe veins. As his universe veins burned, strands of terrifying spiritual energy surged into his body, and the sword burial in his hand trembled slightly. After an unknown period of time, Xian suddenly opened his eyes. In the next moment, the sword burial in his hand stabbed forward. Qi, in front of Xian, the current universe's spacetime split open. In the next moment, Xian jumped out of this current universe. After jumping out, he didn't attack immediately. Instead, an idea suddenly appeared in his mind, can I use Void Slash in this spacetime? Thinking of this, Xian decided to give it a try. In the next moment, a sword suddenly appeared in the distant starry sky. Qi, wherever the sword landed, spacetime shattered. Seeing this scene, Xian was stunned. He found that he could use Void Slash. Although its power wasn't as strong as instant invincibility, this sword was very strange. Most importantly, it consumed very few universe veins. The corners of Xian's mouth curled up slightly. He found that he was suitable to be an assassin. Thinking of this, Xian frowned slightly. Why couldn't he be an assassin? 2 months passed. Xian's realm had completely stabilized. Just as he was about to charge into the ancient god realm, a terrifying pressure suddenly enveloped the entire immortal treasure city. In the starry sky, Xian, who was cultivating, slowly raised his head. It's here. P.S. I call myself the water god, and you are my readers. Then, are you my water army? Hee hee. 7017K in the sky above Immortal Treasure City, a man stood quietly. This person was the 9th young master. Today, the 9th young master was wearing a loose and luxurious robe. His long hair was draped over his shoulders, and a white jade hung on his waist. In his hand, he was still holding the folding fan. Behind the 9th young master, there was an old man. This old man had white hair, a thin body, and his eyes were slightly closed. There was no aura around him. One look and anyone could tell that he was an expert. At this moment, Xian appeared in front of the 9th young master. The 9th young master sized up Xian and squinted his eyes. You seem to have become much stronger. Xian smiled, 9th young master, let's cut the crap. What a waste of time. Let's get straight to the point. How are you going to fight today? At this moment, the old man behind the 9th young master suddenly opened his eyes. His gaze landed on Xian. The next moment, his gaze landed on the Dedeabi on Xian's waist. When he saw Dedeabi, he frowned slightly, but very quickly, he closed his eyes again. After hearing Xian's words, the 9th young master laughed. Xian, you are not just an ordinary kind of arrogance. Do you know that there was someone who was as arrogant as you in front of me? Do you know how he is now? As he spoke, he raised his right hand and smiled. The grass on his grave is already several zhang tall. Xian thought for a moment and said, if you want to act cool, then continue. I will watch quietly. As he spoke, he retreated to the side. Everyone, the ninth young master stared at Xian, and the smile on his face gradually disappeared. Since you want to die so quickly, then I will fulfill your wish. Today, you and I will fight one-on-one. One-on-one, Xian glanced at the ninth young master and nodded, all right. The ninth young master smiled and was about to speak, but at this moment, the space in front of him suddenly split open. The next moment, a sword broke through the space and slashed towards his face. The ninth young master squinted his eyes and opened his folding fan to block. Boom, the sword light was blocked, and the ninth young master retreated several thousand feet. As soon as he stopped, Xian suddenly appeared above him. In the next moment, a sword slashed down from the top of his head. Chi, a sharp voice resounded throughout the entire celestial treasure city. In an instant, the entire celestial treasure city split apart. Xiaolan and the rest's expressions changed drastically. They hurriedly activated the defensive formation and repaired the spacetime. In the air, when the ninth young master saw the sword slashing towards him, a sinister glint flashed in his eyes. With a twist of his wrist, the folding fan in his hand suddenly opened. In the next instant, a malevolent-looking demonic beast directly rushed out. Boom, an explosion resounded like a thunderclap. In the next moment, both Xian and the ninth young master retreated explosively at the same time. As they retreated explosively, the entire sky was crushed into pieces, and it was an extremely astounding scene. After stopping, just as Xian was about to attack again, he seemed to have thought of something. He glanced at the city below and frowned. I can't fight here. If we continue fighting like this, the entire celestial treasure city will be destroyed because the city can't withstand the terrifying strength of him and the ninth young master. Thinking up to here, Xian looked at the ninth young master and said, let's go somewhere else. As soon as he finished speaking, he didn't wait for the ninth young master's reply and directly transformed into a sword light that disappeared into the horizon. The ninth young master sneered and directly disappeared on the spot. In a short while, Xian and the ninth young master arrived at a deathly silent starfield. This starfield was boundless, and there were no living beings. It was the perfect place for battle. Xian turned to look at the ninth young master. The ninth young master was about to speak when Xian suddenly said, stop. Let's not talk about acting cool anymore. Let's fight properly. I really hate people who act cool the most. As soon as he finished speaking, he directly disappeared on the spot. Chi, a sword light directly tore through spacetime and slashed towards the ninth young master. The ninth young master sneered, charged forward, and smashed down with his fan. Rumble, the sword light was directly smashed away, and at this moment, Xian suddenly appeared in front of him. The ninth young master squinted his eyes, and with a thought, a golden light suddenly enveloped his body. Xian's sword fell. Boom! Xian's sword slashed down, and the golden light violently trembled. In the next moment, the two of them both retreated rapidly. After Xian stopped, he looked at his slightly numb arm. Then he looked at the ninth young master. At this moment, the ninth young master's body was covered in a thin layer of golden light, and this golden light had blocked all of his strength. The ninth young master sneered, Xian, do you think you're the only one with a defensive divine artifact? I also have one, haha. Xian glanced at the ninth young master's storage ring, and thought, this damn guy has quite a lot of treasures. The ninth young master was about to make a move when Xian suddenly said, wait. The ninth young master frowned slightly, what are you doing? Xian pointed at the old man a few kilometers to the right, and he sneered, what is he doing? The ninth young master said indifferently, he followed me, why? Xian smiled, are we having a fair fight? The ninth young master looked at Xian, yes. Xian shook his head and smiled, to be honest, although you and I are opponents, I still admire you. After all, among the younger generation, only you, the ninth young master, can suppress me. Today, I wanted to have a fair fight with you. Even if I die in your hands, I, Xian, will accept it. But I didn't expect. At this point, he changed the topic and sneered, I didn't expect that you didn't want to have a fair fight with me at all. You brought someone here just to let him fight when you can't beat me, right? The ninth young master glanced at the old man in the distance, and then he said, "He won't fight." Xian laughed. "Ninth young master, you and I are both kids. Do you even believe what you said? Let me ask you, if your life is in danger, will he help?" The ninth young master fell silent. If his life is in danger, then this old man will definitely help. Xian asked again, "This is the fair fight you speak of?" Ninth young master, do you not have confidence in yourself? Although I, Xian, am not talented, I didn't call anyone to fight you fairly. Look at those experts from the Immortal Treasure Pavilion, not a single one of them came. Why? Because I, Xian, respect you, the ninth young master, as a real man. If I say I will fight you fairly, then I will definitely not play any tricks or play any tricks. But what about you? You said you will have a fair fight with me, but you still brought a super expert to watch over you. With him pressuring you from the side, you are already in an invincible position. Moreover, he glanced at me from time to time, causing me to feel pressured, so I have to divert some of my attention to him. At this point, he shook his head and smiled. Ninth young master, is this what you mean by a fair fight? I don't think you should have a fair fight. Just fight him together. In any case, you will do the same as you fight, so why don't you fight me together now? The ninth young master glanced at Xian, and then said, "Don't worry, I said I will fight you one-on-one, so I will fight you one-on-one. I won't let anyone interfere." After saying that, he looked at the old man in the distance. "Lord Apotheon Mu, leave this universe. Also, no matter who wins or loses, you are not allowed to fight." Apotheon Mu glanced at Xian. "This kid is trying to provoke me." The ninth young master sneered, "How can I not see through his little tricks? It's just that in the face of absolute strength, these tricks have no effect. Lord Apotheon Mu, let me have a fair fight with him. I have no reason to lose to someone from a lower universe, right?" Apotheon Mu glanced at Xian, then turned around and disappeared at the end of the starry sky. Now, only Xian and the ninth young master were left in the entire starry sky. The ninth young master looked at Xian. "Is that enough?" Xian gave a thumbs up. "Ninth young master, you're really something." The ninth young master chuckled. "I know you're trying to provoke me, but I don't care. What I want to tell you is that if I have to call for help to fight you one-on-one, wouldn't that make me look incompetent?" With that said, he smiled slightly. "Xian, you can die now." As soon as he finished speaking, he suddenly leaped up. In the next moment, the shadow of a monster swooped down towards Xian from above. Rumble. In an instant, this part of the galaxy boiled up. Down below, Xian's expression was calm as he slowly closed his eyes. When the demonic beast reached the top of his head, suddenly, several beams of sword light directly slashed at the demonic beast. Rumble. The demonic beast let out a shrill cry and immediately fled back into the folding fan. At this moment, the ninth young master was already on top of Xian's head. His hands were spread open, and in his hands were two balls of pitch-black flames. The moment these two balls of flames appeared, the entire universe started to burn. Xian frowned slightly. "This fire is really terrifying." The ninth young master looked at Xian below and grinned. "Xian, do you know what kind of fire this is? This is the Chaos Black Fire, the most evil and evil fire in the world. It can corrode all divine objects." With that said, the corners of his mouth gradually widened. "Xian, let me see if your defensive artifact is stronger, or if my Chaos Black Fire is stronger." As his voice fell, he threw both of his hands down. Rumble. In an instant, two clusters of flame swept down from the sky. At this moment, the endless galaxy began to be erased bit by bit. It was extremely terrifying. Below, Xian looked at the two clusters of flames flying towards him with a grave expression. He sensed danger. It was obvious that the ninth young master had specially prepared these two clusters of flames for him. These two clusters of flames were definitely not ordinary divine objects. Should I escape? This thought flashed through Xian's mind, but he immediately rejected the idea. "I'm wearing Aria's armor." Who is Aria? She was the little girl who once withstood a blow from Qing-Er's sword. Xian's expression suddenly became ferocious. "Aria, the eternal god." As soon as he finished speaking, he suddenly opened his arms and did not dodge. Very quickly, the two clusters of flame swept down and engulfed Xian in an instant. Boom! In an instant, Xian was in the middle of a sea of flames. In the starry sky, the the ninth young master stared at Yi Xian in the sea of flames. Very quickly, his pupils shrank and his eyes were filled with disbelief. At this moment, Yi Xian was actually devouring the sea of flames. He was devouring the sea of flames. In the sea of flames, Yi Xian laughed maniacally. Arya, the eternal god. Haha. 7017K. The ninth young master was dumbfounded as he watched Yi Xian devour the chaotic black flames. The chaotic black flames were the most evil thing in the world, and even the fan in his hand couldn't resist its corrosion. But now, Yi Xian had resisted it. Moreover, he was devouring it, devouring the chaotic black flames. The ninth young master was completely dumbfounded. He looked at Yi Xian with disbelief because the scene before him had exceeded his expectations. He hadn't expected that someone in this world could devour the chaotic black flames. It was simply absurd. Meanwhile, Yi Xian was devouring the chaotic black flames madly. No, it should be said that his armor was devouring the chaotic black flames. As for the chaotic black flames, they couldn't resist at all. Most importantly, even though Yi Xian was enveloped by the chaotic black flames, he was completely unharmed. The ninth young master's eyes were filled with disbelief. Impossible. How could this be possible? Suddenly, Yi Xian raised his head, and then he opened his palms and two flaming swords appeared in his hands, flaming swords that were condensed from the chaotic black flames. One was extremely evil while the other was extremely evil. A moment later, the corners of Yi Xian's mouth curled up slightly. Thank you, ninth young master. As soon as he finished speaking, he suddenly shot into the sky. The ninth young master's pupils constricted, and he suddenly waved his fan. A ray of white light surged out from the fan, and the image of a heavenly beast could be seen within the ray of white light. Bang! Suddenly, the ray of white light was instantly blasted apart, and then a shrill cry resounded. The ninth young master was pushed over 30 kilometers back, and the folding fan in his hand had actually started to burn when he stopped moving. The ninth young master was horrified, and he hurriedly let go of the fan. Meanwhile, Yi Xian suddenly opened his palm, and the burning fan flew into his grasp. He wiped the chaotic black flames with his right hand, and then the fan gradually started to heal itself. Yi Xian sized up the fan, and the corners of his mouth curled up slightly. Even though the fan was inferior to the chaotic black flames, it was still a divine artifact. Previously, he had suffered greatly from this fan. Yi Xian immediately put away the fan. Seeing this scene, the ninth young master's face instantly became incomparably unsightly. Yi Xian looked at the ninth young master and smiled again. As soon as he finished speaking, he suddenly vanished on the spot. Chi-chi, two rays of light flashed through the battlefield. His speed was extremely fast. In the blink of an eye, he arrived in front of the ninth young master, not giving him any chance to escape. A trace of malevolence flashed in the ninth young master's eyes. He abruptly raised both of his hands. In an instant, countless rays of golden light gushed out from his body. In the end, these rays of golden light enveloped him like a golden bell. At this moment, Yi Xian's sword arrived. Boom! The golden bell shook violently, and the ninth young master spat out a mouthful of blood essence. Obviously, his defensive artifact was very different from Yi Xian's battle armor. It should be known that Yi Xian's battle armor could block almost all kinds of power. On the other hand, the ninth young master's defensive artifact was clearly only able to block a portion of the power. Right at this moment, the ninth young master's pupils constricted because he noticed that his golden bell was actually gradually vanishing. It couldn't block the chaotic flames. Yi Xian glanced at the chaotic flames, and he was slightly shocked. Isn't this flame a little too formidable? As if he thought of something, Yi Xian sighed in his heart as he gazed at Dedeabi on his waist. This Dedeabi is simply lowering his status. It's too lowering. As if he knew what Yi Xian was thinking, Dedeabi's voice resounded abruptly. It has nothing to do with me. It's you. Yi Xian spoke indifferently. I know. It's my problem. I'm unable to bring forth your full strength. Dedeabi was speechless. Yi Xian spoke again. Brother Bai, it's not that I'm complaining about you. Think about it, I can't break other people's folding fan with you, but I can easily break other people's folding fan with this flame. Tell me, isn't it a little embarrassing for you? Brother Bai, tell me honestly, are you at your limit? Are you unable to keep up with my rhythm? Dedeabi was silent. Yi Xian sighed again. Brother Bai, you previously told me that you're invincible as long as the ancient characters don't appear. Tell me honestly, are you also acting like I am? Dedeabi was speechless. Yi Xian still wanted to say something, but at this time, Dedeabi on his waist suddenly trembled. The next moment, on the tip of Dedeabi's pen, there was an additional drop of black liquid. Yi Xian was a little surprised. Brother Bai, this is? Dedeabi said indifferently, ink. Yi Xian frowned slightly, a drop of ink? Dedeabi said, use it now. Yi Xian thought for a moment, then waved his pen. Chi, a black pen suddenly slashed out. Boom, the golden bell that was being corroded by the chaotic black flame suddenly shattered. In the next moment, the ninth young master was blasted hundreds of thousands of meters away by the tip of the brush, and by the time he stopped moving, an area of tens of millions of kilometers had been obliterated. Yi Xian was stunned. The ninth young master was also stunned. At this moment, he no longer had a physical body, only an illusory soul. Yi Xian looked at the surrounding darkness, his hand slightly trembling. This Dedeabi is something. At this time, Dedeabi suddenly said, Young Master Yi, I told you before, among the divine objects in the universe, except for the divine books and ancient characters, there really is nothing that can compete with me, including the green profound sword, Xiao Ta, and the fire on your body. This fire is trash in my eyes. If it was in front of my body, it would immediately kneel to me. So, I am really very powerful. Don't always doubt my ability, really. Sometimes I am very angry. If it wasn't for your sister, I. At this point, it suddenly stopped. Yi Xian asked, if it wasn't for my sister, what would you do? After a moment of silence, Dedeabi said, nothing, I just want to explain to you that I am really not weak, that's all. Yi Xian said seriously, Brother Bai, I know you are not weak, but you have to let me feel it. You have to show it. If you don't show it, who will know that you are not weak? After saying that, he picked up Dedeabi and said, Brother Bai, more ink. He found that after the brush, he found that there was no ink on the tip. Dedeabi said in a deep voice, there is no ink. Yi Xian slightly frowned, Brother Bai, why are you so stingy? You are not willing to give even a little ink. Dedeabi smiled bitterly, it's not that I don't want to give, but this ink. At this point, it did not continue. Yi Xian frowned and was about to say something. At this time, the ninth young master suddenly said, just now, that. Dedeabi? Yi Xian looked at the ninth young master. At this moment, the ninth young master's soul was like a wisp of smoke. This guy is going to be completely erased. Yi Xian opened his palm, and the ninth young master's storage ring flew into his hand. He glanced at it, the corner of his mouth slightly raised, and then he put away the storage ring. He looked at the ninth young master, why didn't that old man save you? He found that Apotheon Mu did not make a move until now, which was somewhat abnormal. The ninth young master smiled slightly, he knows that I am hopeless. So, he gave up on me. Yi Xian thought for a moment, and then said, Ninth young master, among the younger generation of your family, what kind of existence are you? After a moment of silence, the ninth young master said, there are two people who are better than me. Yi Xian asked again, are you personally targeting me, or is your family targeting me? The ninth young master chuckled, is there a difference? Yi Xian nodded, there is a difference. The ninth young master said lightly, it is me personally targeting you, but soon it will be my family targeting you. Yi Xian was puzzled, why? The ninth young master stared at Yi Xian, you killed me. And I am also one of the candidates to compete for the position of prince in my family. Behind me, I also represent a force. Now that I have died in your hands, they will not let this matter rest, nor will my family. The aristocratic families care about face the most, so they will definitely avenge me. Moreover, the primal chaos black flame and firmament imperial fan were seized by you. These two divine objects belong to my family, so they will definitely take them back. Yi Xian nodded, in other words, they will come again, right? The ninth young master nodded, yes. Yi Xian suddenly smiled, do you want to live? The ninth young master was stunned. Yi Xian smiled slightly, I have a soul-nurturing pill here, 200 million Ian vein pills. If you want to live, I can sell it to you, 200 million, the ninth young master was stunned, and then he flew into a rage, you are robbing me. Yi Xian shrugged, turned around, and left. The ninth young master hurriedly said, I will buy it. I will buy it. Yi Xian turned around to look at the ninth young master. Give me the money now. The ninth young master's expression became a bit ugly. My spatial ring is on you, how can I buy it? Yi Xian smiled. Have your family send it over. I believe that the ninth young master should be able to get 200 million Ian vein pills. Of course, you can also notify your family and have them come kill me. The ninth young master fell silent. Yi Xian smiled. If you hesitate, you will be completely gone. The ninth young master said in a deep voice, I will buy it. Yi Xian nodded, opened his palm, and a pill slowly floated in front of the ninth young master. The ninth young master quickly swallowed it. After swallowing the pill, the ninth young master's soul instantly stabilized, but at this time, a wisp of sword light suddenly locked onto his soul. The ninth young master looked at Yi Xian. Yi Xian smiled and said, immediately get your family to bring the money. The ninth young master glanced at Yi Xian, then opened his palm. A token suddenly soared into the sky, and soon, the token disappeared into the horizon. Yi Xian glanced at the horizon, and then he said with a smile, Ninth young master, 200 million universe veins to buy a life, you've earned it. Young Master Jiu looked at Yi Xian. Are you sure you won't kill me? Yi Xian said seriously, am I such a bad person in your heart? As soon as he finished speaking, he took out an ancient book and said, I'm a scholar. The ninth young master glanced at the ancient book in Yi Xian's hands and frowned, 36 Yin Yang skills? What kind of sage book is this? Yi Xian hurriedly put it away, feeling a little embarrassed. Oh no, I took the wrong one. P.S. It's almost the 15th, prepare to drink. Alcohol boosts your courage. Do you know what I'm going to do? 7017 K. Yi Xian hurriedly put away the sage book, and then he looked at the ninth young master. How long will it take for your family to arrive? The ninth young master glanced at Yi Xian, right away. Yi Xian nodded slightly. Even though he had Qing Guan's 1.2 billion universe veins, he still had to pay it back. A person had to have a bottom line, otherwise, he would really become a scoundrel. After all, Qing Guan didn't owe him anything. In the distance, the ninth young master looked at Yi Xian in silence. He wasn't sure if Yi Xian would really let him go, but he had no choice at this moment. He could only trust Yi Xian. 200 million universe veins, this was a huge sum to him. After all, he wasn't a prince. However, he could still raise it. In the distance, Yi Xian sat cross-legged on the ground with his eyes closed. Cultivate, his cultivation had stabilized, and once he obtained the 200 million universe veins, he would start charging into the ancient god realm. Right at this moment, the starry sky in the distance suddenly split open, and then an old man walked out. Bang! Along with the appearance of this old man, everything in the surroundings actually became illusory. Yi Xian opened his eyes and looked at the old man. This old man was similar to Apotheon Mu from before, an expert above the ancient god realm. The ninth young master bowed slightly when he saw the old man, third uncle. The old man glanced at the ninth young master, and then he looked at Yi Xian. You want 200 million universe veins? Yi Xian nodded. The old man chuckled, interesting, truly interesting. Someone actually dared to threaten my clan. How interesting. Yi Xian frowned when he heard this. Meanwhile, the old man suddenly said, let him go, right now. Yi Xian turned to look at the ninth young master, and the ninth young master's expression was slightly unsightly. Third uncle, give him the money first. He knew Yi Xian's temper better than Dao Yi. This fellow was simply a rash fool. What couldn't a rash fool do? However, the elder did not seem to mind. He looked at Yi Xian and sneered, kill you? Even if he had 10,000 guts, would he dare? Hearing this, the ninth young master's face darkened. Second uncle, give him the money first, then we'll talk. The old man frowned. Little nine, when did you become so timid? With third uncle here, let's see if he dares to kill you. As he spoke, he looked at Yi Xian. Come, try and kill him. Ninth young master was speechless. Yi Xian was silent. The old man mocked, what, you don't dare? Yi Xian looked at the ninth young master and sighed, farewell, ninth young master. Ninth young master still wanted to speak, but the sword light within his body suddenly exploded. Boom, the ninth young master's soul was completely destroyed, and he was completely erased. Ninth young master was speechless. The old man was also dumbfounded. he really killed him, he really killed him? Xian looked at the old man and shrugged, you seem very surprised. The old man was furious. He pointed at Xian and said with a trembling voice, do you know who he is? Xian said, ninth young master. The old man said angrily, and? Xian shook his head, I don't know. He didn't tell me either. The old man's face instantly turned pale, I thought you knew. The reason why he was so arrogant just now was because he felt that Xian definitely knew about the ninth young master's background. Therefore, he was confident that Xian would not dare to kill the ninth young master. However, he did not expect that Xian did not know. Xian suddenly asked, where did you come from? I'm a little curious. The old man roared, brat, how dare you kill someone from my clan? How dare you? Xian frowned slightly, I don't know about your clan. I've never heard of it before. Is it very powerful? If you are powerful, you should have told me. If you don't tell me, how would I know how powerful you are? The old man's eyes almost popped out of their sockets, you don't even know about my clan. Xian suddenly looked behind the old man and was shocked, F***ck, what is that? It's flying. The old man frowned slightly and subconsciously turned his head. The moment he turned his head, his expression suddenly changed. He turned his head violently and a sword light slashed towards him. Boom, all of a sudden, the old man was sent retreating. In the process, close to 1,000 sword lights came slashing at him one after another. Rumble, in an instant, the old man was forced to retreat by these sword lights. He retreated hundreds of thousands of feet, boom, right at this moment, an enormous palm suddenly erupted from the sword lights. In an instant, countless rays of sword lights were pushed back while the old man appeared over 30 kilometers away. At this moment, the old man's expression was extremely unsightly. There were a few dozen scars all over his body, and every single one of them was so deep that his bones could be seen. Xian said in his heart, what a pity. He'd caught the old man off guard, but he still wasn't able to kill the old man. However, he'd obtained an unexpected gain. Even though the old man was a realm higher than the ninth young master, it seemed like the old man's strength wasn't any stronger than the ninth young master. Obviously, even though the ninth young master was only at the ancient god realm, he relied on those treasures, and his combat strength wasn't inferior to experts above the ancient god realm. When he thought up to this point, the corners of Xian's mouth curled up slightly, and he gazed at the old man. Suddenly, the old man roared furiously and leaped up. In the next moment, he opened his right hand and clenched it into a fist. After that, he smashed his fist towards Xian. Rumble. Suddenly, the starry sky trembled as a terrifying fist swept down. The fist emanated raging flames, and it was like a falling meteor that carried monstrous might. Xian's expression was calm. He suddenly opened his palm, and then two flaming swords shot into the sky. The chaotic flames, rumble, when the two swords slashed against the fist shattered into pieces, and it transformed into flames that shot towards the surroundings. The old man's eyes were filled with astonishment. The chaotic flames. You actually seized the chaotic flames? Xian nodded. The old man's expression was ferocious. Do you know that the chaotic flames are a divine artifact of my sect? How dare you kill members of my sect and seize the divine artifact of my sect? Xian suddenly interrupted the old man. All of you want to kill me. Tell me, what should I do? Should I just stand there and let all of you kill me? That's impossible. Don't you think so? The old man stared fixedly at Xian. You're done for. You're done for. As soon as he finished speaking, he suddenly turned around and vanished into the depths of the starry sky. Xian was stunned, and then he said, You're not going to fight anymore? The old man didn't reply, and he'd vanished completely. When he saw the chaotic flames, he knew that he couldn't do anything to this young man. On the contrary, this young man might even kill him. The might of the chaotic flames was too terrifying. It could even corrode a supreme divine artifact, let alone his physical body. Therefore, he chose to leave decisively. This young man wasn't someone he could deal with, so it was better to flee first. In the starry sky, Xian was slightly surprised as he watched the old man flee. He really hadn't expected that the old man would flee just like that. Without thinking too much about it, Xian turned around and left. When Yixian returned to the celestial treasure pavilion, Fu Yi and Xiaolan instantly heaved sighs of relief. They hadn't followed him earlier because Yixian had asked them to guard the celestial treasure city. During this period of time, they'd been extremely anxious. Fortunately, Yixian had returned alive. Yixian glanced at them and smiled. It's fine. But they'll probably come again. When he spoke up to her, he felt helpless. It was like beating the young, and then the old came, but it was good because it gave him time to grow. He was lacking time now. After a short while, Yixian arrived at the expanse of the starry sky where he cultivated, and he sat cross-legged on the ground. He had to attain the ancient god realm. This time, he wanted his strength to be able to keep up with the strength of his enemies. Why was he always beaten up in the past? It was because his strength couldn't keep up with the changes in his enemies. He couldn't let such a thing happen again. The days of being beaten up would be gone forever. As if he'd thought of something, Yixian opened his palm, and a spatial ring appeared in his hand. It was the spatial ring of the 9th young master. There were an entire 50 million universe veins in this spatial ring. Besides that, there were some divine artifacts. However, the most formidable divine artifacts were the god-ruling fan and the chaotic flames. As for the rest of the divine artifacts, although he didn't need them, he could take them to the Guanxian Academy, which could greatly enhance the overall strength of the Guanxian Academy. He originally had 60 million universe veins, plus Qingguan's 1.2 billion universe veins and the 50 million universe veins now, it was 1.301 billion. However, when he cultivated the sword skill previously, he spent a total of 100 million universe veins, 100 million universe veins. Thinking of this, Yixian felt a bit of heartache. The sword skill that his father gave him was strong, but it was too expensive, but there was no other way. No matter how expensive it was, he had to cultivate it to the extreme. After all, this was his strongest trump card at the moment. Yixian collected his thoughts, then looked at the folding fan in his hand. He had to admit that this folding fan was indeed a bit fierce. It could be used to show off, and when necessary, he could give it to a girl. Yixian put away the fan, then opened his palm, and 2 balls of flames appeared in his hand. After these 2 balls of flames were swallowed by the armor, Yixian didn't let the armor destroy them. Instead, he subdued them. Now, these 2 balls of flames were at his disposal. Needless to say, these flames were very terrifying. If he didn't have the armor, he wouldn't dare to get close to this thing. Ordinary strength couldn't resist the chaotic black flames at all. Great harvest, Yixian chuckled, and then he put away the chaotic black souls. After that, he activated Dedeabi, and with the help of Dedeabi, he directly arrived at the ancient god realm. Bang! When his cultivation advanced to the ancient god realm, the aura around Yixian suddenly skyrocketed. Yixian took a deep breath greedily. He spread his hands, and a terrifying aura swept out from his body. In an instant, the entire galaxy boiled. Yixian opened his eyes, and they were filled with excitement. Power. After he reached the ancient god realm, he felt that his strength had increased several times. Needless to say, this kind of growth was very intoxicating. Of course, he wouldn't indulge in it. Because he only had this kind of power with the help of Dedeabi. Without thinking too much, Yixian calmed himself down and began to feel this incomparably mysterious ancient god realm. After an unknown period of time, Yixian slightly frowned. The power of faith. He realized that the core of this so-called ancient god realm was actually the power of faith. 7017K. The ancient god realm, it referred to the godly position. After obtaining the godly position, one would obtain the power of faith. The power of faith was divided into many types. There were the power of faith of others and the power of faith of oneself. In other words, one believed in oneself. Most experts took this path and believed in themselves. It was the so-called self-deification. This kind of ancient god realm could be said to be the weakest. In other words, these so-called ancient gods were completely self-directed and self-deified. They could not be called gods at all. Besides possessing numerous divine artifacts, the reason the 9th young master was so strong was because he possessed the energy of faith. Because he was the 9th young master, he had his own fief and world. So, there was an endless supply of energy of faith to him. So, he was much stronger than ordinary ancient god experts. However, this power of faith was not pure. Moreover, there were not enough people. Many ancient God realm experts did not pay attention to this because pure power of faith was too difficult to obtain. In Qingguan's words, the so-called gods were all fake, illusory, and not in the right position. Qingguan had a detailed introduction to the ancient God realm in the Divine Tao Codex. Gods weren't conferred by oneself, they were conferred by the masses of living beings. If the masses believed in you, then you were a true god. A god who was supported by pure power of faith was a true god. Yi Xian's pupils suddenly constricted, because he thought of something. How many people believed in Qingguan? The celestial treasure pavilion was spread across the universe, and these people's worship of Qingguan could be described as abnormal. Because Qingguan had changed their fates. Moreover, Qingguan had the Huaxia Academy. It was terrifying to think about it. Previously, Qingguan kept saying that she did not cultivate. Did she mean that if she did not cultivate, others would help her cultivate? The corners of Yi Xian's mouth twitched when he thought of this because he realized that it was entirely possible. This rich woman was incredible, Yi Xian sighed softly. He realized that the more he interacted with Qingguan, the scarier she was. It was this woman who made him understand that money was truly omnipotent. He wondered where this woman had gone to now. The sect was about to destroy her celestial treasure pavilion, but she still didn't appear, leaving her to face it alone. He even suspected that this woman was doing it on purpose. Sigh, Yi Xian sighed in a low voice. He withdrew his thoughts and stopped thinking about Qingguan, and he started to carefully sense the primeval god realm. Gradually, countless human realm sword wills and human realm power appeared around him. Only now did Yi Xian realize that his mortal world sword intent and mortal world energy were actually formed from the power of faith. The reason why his human realm sword intent and human realm power were getting stronger and stronger was because there was an endless stream of people believing in him. He knew that it was definitely because of the academy. Of course, it shouldn't be just because of Guanxian Academy. After all, Qingqiu had gone to the Qingzhou region to develop the lower plane world. The martial arts civilization in the lower plane world was very low, so it was very easy to change it. At this moment, Yi Xian suddenly opened his eyes. He looked at the extremely powerful human realm sword intent and said softly, "From today onwards, I, Yi Xian, will be a good person. I want this world to be filled with love, affection, and harmony." At this point, he seemed to have thought of something, and he paused for a moment before he continued, "If I turn my father into a good person, will that be a great merit?" The man in green was speechless. Yi Xian chuckled. He felt that he could use his identity as the second generation to benefit the entire universe. He wanted to be the king of this universe. One day, if everyone in the universe believed in him, would he still be unable to defeat his father? Even his head would explode. The smile at the corner of Yi Xian's mouth gradually widened as a great plan slowly formed in his mind. A moment later, Yi Xian slowly closed his eyes. His aura began to gradually weaken. Not long after, he returned from the ancient god realm to the ancient god realm, but the next moment, his aura directly rushed from the ancient god realm to the ancient god realm. This time, he did not use Dadaebi. He directly reached the ancient god realm by relying on his human realm sword intent and human realm power. After reaching the ancient god realm, his expression began to become solemn. He found that this realm was not simple. He remembered that Qing'er once said that every realm could be reached to the limit. If he really reached the limit, Yi Xian took a deep breath. He could not bite off more than he could chew now. His top priority now was to stabilize this realm. A moment later, Yi Xian slowly spread out his hands. Soon, countless human realm sword intent and human realm power gushed out from his body. These human realm sword intent and human realm power hovered around him and continued to grow stronger. Just like this, time passed bit by bit. Immortal Treasure City, inside a large hall. Fu Yi and Xiao Lan's expressions were still incomparably solemn, because during this period of time, they had been contacting Qingguan every day, but until now, they had not been able to contact Qingguan. In the end, they still could not feel at ease without Qingguan, because they knew that whatever clan would definitely come again. Xiao Lan said in a deep voice, "Brother Fu Yi, can you also mobilize a higher level of intelligence?" Fu Yi shook his head, "No." Xiao Lan sighed in a low voice, "Without knowing the clan's movements, we are very passive." Fu Yi also sighed slightly. Xiao Lan raised his head to look at the distant horizon, his eyes full of worry. In an unknown starry sky, a man stood quietly. He wore a luxurious robe, with sword-like eyebrows and starry eyes. He held a jade fan in his hand. Behind him, there was a grey-robed old man. This old man was Apotheon Mu, who had previously left. The man looked down at the immortal treasure city and chuckled, "Dedeabi, a bit interesting." Apotheon Mu said in a deep voice, "Third young master, don't underestimate the enemy." Third young master's expression was calm. "Of course, my ninth brother was still killed after using the primal chaos black fire. How could I dare to underestimate the enemy?" Apotheon Mu nodded. "That youth's origin is not simple. Not only is his bloodline powerful, but he also has a lot of divine items, especially that Dedeabi and that divine armor. Especially that divine armor, even the primal chaos black fire can't damage it." Divine armor. Third young master's eyes narrowed slightly. Apotheon Mu nodded slightly. "This divine armor is really terrifying. Moreover, now that the divine ruling fan and the primal chaos black fire are in Xianxia's hands, to deal with him, at this point, he did not continue speaking. Third young master suddenly smiled. "Why should I deal with him?" Apotheon Mu looked at third young master, and third young master said lightly, "Now, my ninth brother's people already know that he was killed. Will his old mother let it go? She definitely won't let it go. Therefore, we can just sit on the mountain and watch the tigers fight. In the end, we'll be the oriole behind and reap the benefits." Apotheon Mu wanted to say something but hesitated. He glanced at the third young master in front of him and sighed inwardly. In the end, he did not say anything. In fact, he wanted to say that in the current situation, they should not continue fighting among themselves. The clan was very strong, but the infighting was also terrifying, especially the few young masters who were competing for the position of prince. They were almost like enemies. No, they were enemies, Apotheon Mu sighed inwardly. He looked at the immortal treasure pavilion below, his eyes full of worry. He had seen Xian before, and based on his observation, this youth was extremely not simple. It should be said that this youth must have a terrifying force behind him. But whether it was the ninth young master or the third young master, they did not care about it at all. He knew that until now, the clan had not really taken Xian and this immortal treasure pavilion seriously. Thinking of this, Apotheon Mu sighed inwardly again. At this moment, the third young master suddenly turned his head to look at the sky, and the corners of his mouth curled up slightly. "That woman is here." Apotheon Mu turned his head and looked at the end of the starry sky in the distance, and a terrifying pressure swept over. Fui and Xiaolan, who were in the hall below, suddenly raised their heads. In the next moment, their expressions became ugly. "It's coming again." A moment later, a beautiful woman suddenly appeared in the sky above the immortal treasure city. This beautiful woman wore a palace dress, and her hair was coiled up high. Her entire face was as cold as ice. Behind her stood 9 experts, all of whom were above the ancient god realm. One of them was the third uncle of the ninth young master who had escaped before. The beautiful woman suddenly roared, "Xian, get out here." Boom, a terrifying pressure crushed down on the immortal treasure city below. In an instant, the entire immortal treasure city was shocked. At this moment, a sword intent suddenly soared into the sky from the city, and in the blink of an eye, the terrifying pressure was directly shattered. In the next moment, a ray of sword light suddenly descended not too far away from the beautiful woman, and then Xian appeared in front of the beautiful woman and the others. The beautiful woman stared fixedly at Xian. "You're the one who killed my son?" Xian nodded, "Yes." The beautiful woman's face instantly became ferocious. "Who gave you the gall to do that?" As soon as she finished speaking, she suddenly slapped him. Bang! In an instant, the space here collapsed at a speed visible to the naked eye. In the distance, Xian stood there without moving. Bang! A terrifying force slapped directly onto Xian, and the space where Xian resided was directly obliterated. However, Xian was completely fine. The beautiful woman's eyes narrowed slightly when she witnessed this scene. "You." Xian flicked his sleeve and said, "It was your son who wanted to kill me first." The beautiful woman stared fixedly at Xian. "Don't you know that he's the sect leader's son?" Xian frowned slightly. "So what? Does being a member of the sect make you superior to others?" The beautiful woman clenched her right hand slowly, and she walked slowly towards Xian. "I'll kill all your loved ones. I want you to watch them die in front of you, and I want you to experience the pain of losing your son." Yi Xian thought for a moment, and then he said, I don't have a son. The beautiful woman spoke fiercely, then you have a father, right? Yi Xian hurriedly nodded, yes. The beautiful woman roared furiously, then you can experience the pain of losing your father. As soon as she finished speaking, she suddenly vanished on the spot. In the distance, Yi Xian was speechless. The pain of losing his father, needless to say, he really wanted to experience it. Just thinking about it is exciting, Yi Xian couldn't help but chuckle. 7017 Yi Xian restrained his thoughts because the beautiful woman had charged over to him. Yi Xian's expression was calm as he gazed at her. Suddenly, the sword burial in his hand transformed into a ray of light that slashed forward. Rumble, an expanse of light was blasted apart while the beautiful woman was pushed over 1 kilometer back. However, Yi Xian didn't take a single step back, the beautiful woman had just stopped when Yi Xian suddenly dashed forward. In the next moment, a beam of sword light slashed down from the top of the beautiful woman's head. Hiss, a sharp sound of something being torn apart resounded through the starry sky, a wisp of viciousness flashed through her eyes. She suddenly opened her palm, and then a strand of terrifying black light swept out from within it. Rumble, a terrifying explosion resounded abruptly. Yi Xian returned to where he stood earlier, and he frowned slightly as he glanced at his slightly trembling arm. He raised his head to look at the beautiful woman in the distance. At this moment, a black dragon was floating around her, a demon beast. Yi Xian's brows knit together slightly. Why does the clan always like to fuse with beasts? In the distance, the beautiful woman glared at Yi Xian. Suddenly, she opened her palm, and in the next moment, the black dragon beside her suddenly roared angrily, and then it directly charged towards Yi Xian. Bang! This charge was like a torrent that carried a monstrous momentum, and it swept through everything. Yi Xian's eyes narrowed slightly. He opened his palm, and the sword burial floated in it. A moment later, a strand of terrifying sword intent suddenly swept out from within him. At the same time, the energy of the world instantly converged into his right arm. A moment of silence ensued before the sword burial in Yi Xian's palm suddenly flew out. Hiss, a ray of blood-red light tore through the surroundings and collided with the black dragon. It was a head-on collision. Bang! Suddenly, along with an explosion, a ray of light was blasted apart while the black dragon was blasted 30 kilometers away. However, at this moment, the beautiful woman suddenly rushed in front of Yi Xian. Before Yi Xian could react, she directly grabbed Yi Xian's throat. In an instant, her right hand turned pitch black. Then, a terrifying force directly engulfed Yi Xian. Rumble. With the two of them as the center, the space-time around them directly turned into ashes, and yet however, nothing happened to Yi Xian. Seeing this, the beautiful woman's pupils constricted. How? When she spoke up to this point, she hurriedly let go and was about to retreat. Meanwhile, Yi Xian suddenly slashed his sword forward. The beautiful woman was startled and blocked with her right arm. Rumble. Before everyone's eyes, the beautiful woman retreated explosively for several tens of thousands of meters. When she stopped, her pitch-black right hand split open, and a stream of black blood sprayed out. The expressions of the experts behind the beautiful woman instantly became solemn when they witnessed this scene. Is this young man's strength that terrifying? At this moment, the beautiful woman's expression had become solemn as well. She raised her head and gazed at Yi Xian. Who are you? At this moment, her mind suddenly cleared up, because this young man is absolutely not an ordinary person. Yi Xian grinned. What's the point of asking all of that now? As he spoke, he glanced at the beautiful woman and the others, and then he smiled. All of you can attack me together. Attack me together. As soon as these words were spoken, the surroundings instantly fell silent to the point a falling needle could be heard. Attack me together? The beautiful woman stared fixedly at Yi Xian. What gives you the right to act so arrogantly? Yi Xian grinned. It's not challenging to fight you alone. So, all of you can attack me together. As soon as he finished speaking, he opened his palm, and the sword burial appeared in his grasp. Bang! The bloodline within Yi Xian's body was instantly activated. In an instant, the sword burial technique was activated as well, and a terrifying aura swept out from within him. A wisp of ferocity flashed through Yi Xian's eyes, and then he charged forward and slashed down with his sword. Hiss! The heavens and the earth trembled. A wisp of ferocity flashed through the beautiful woman's eyes. Kill him. As soon as she finished speaking, she and the others behind her vanished on the spot. It really was a group fight. Moreover, there were 9 top-rate experts behind the beautiful woman. 10 against 1, however, there wasn't a trace of fear in Xian's eyes, and there was only excitement and fervor in his eyes. Fight. It didn't take long for the battle to erupt, even though Xian's cultivation wasn't as high as the beautiful woman and the others, and he was outnumbered, his imposing aura wasn't inferior to them at all. Moreover, even though he was being suppressed, the beautiful woman and the others weren't able to do anything to him at all. Because of Arya's armor, even the joint forces of the 10 of them couldn't break through Arya's armor. It could be said that so long as they couldn't break through Xian's defenses, then he was already in an invincible position. Meanwhile, the beautiful woman who led the group spoke in a ferocious voice. Exhaust him to death. As far as she was concerned, even though the divine artifacts in Xian's possession were terrifying, they would definitely be exhausted. Moreover, Xian would exhaust himself as well. So, they could exhaust Xian to death. At this moment, there was only a single thought in Xian's mind, and it was to fight like a madman. He'd just attained the ancient god realm, and what he lacked the most now was battle. Only battle could help him stabilize his cultivation realm. The energy of his bloodline and the mortal world sword intent were growing stronger and stronger. The expressions of the beautiful woman and the others gradually became unsightly. Because they noticed that Xian was actually growing stronger as the battle went on. Meanwhile, an old man by the beautiful woman's side spoke abruptly in a low voice. Madam, we can't do anything to this kid. We have to retreat. The beautiful woman's expression instantly became unsightly. Retreat? How could she be willing to do that? The old man continued, moreover, this kid isn't simple at all. He's absolutely not an ordinary person. We have to investigate him clearly. Otherwise, something might happen. The beautiful woman fell silent for a short moment before she said, retreat. Retreat. As soon as she finished speaking, all of them immediately retreated explosively. Xian was slightly stunned when he saw them retreat, and then he said, why should we retreat? Fight. As soon as he finished speaking, he was about to attack once more. Meanwhile, the beautiful woman and the others suddenly turned around and vanished into the distance. Xian frowned slightly. They actually didn't fight to the death. Xian remained silent for a short moment before he turned around and left. In an unknown part of the starry sky. After the beautiful woman stopped moving, her expression became extremely ferocious. That damnable ant. An old man by her side hesitated for a moment before he said, Madam, he isn't simple at all. The beautiful woman's expression was gloomy. Go investigate him. Find out exactly what his background is. The old man nodded, and then he turned around and left. The beautiful woman's expression was extremely gloomy, and her eyes didn't conceal her killing intent at all. The 9th young master's third uncle glanced at the beautiful woman and felt slightly guilty. Actually, he could have saved the 9th young master earlier, but he hadn't expected that Xian would really dare to disregard the sect leader. That was embarrassing. That fellow was too audacious. On the other side, the 3rd young master and the others were paying attention to the battle between Xian and the beautiful woman's group. The 3rd young master frowned when he saw that the beautiful woman and the others couldn't do anything to Xian. This fellow. An old man by the 3rd young master's side spoke in a low voice. That young man is extremely extraordinary. The 3rd young master smiled. He is slightly extraordinary, but so what? Could he be even more extraordinary than my clan? The old man glanced at the 3rd young master and sighed softly. Throughout the entire younger generation of the clan, only the 2nd young miss could be considered to be outstanding. Regardless of whether it was her natural talent or wisdom, she was truly top-notch. Unfortunately, such a terrifying genius was a woman. The clan was so large, so it was naturally impossible for it to be handed over to a woman. Actually, there was no harm in handing it over to a woman. However, not long ago, the 2nd young miss was suddenly appointed as the clan protector. Within the clan, her authority was second only to the clan leader. However, this was basically telling the world that the 2nd young miss could not be the clan leader. Because according to the clan's tradition, the clan protector could not be the clan leader. What a pity. Within the clan, countless elders sighed, because the 2nd young miss was the most suitable candidate to be the next clan leader. Unfortunately, she was a woman. At this moment, the 3rd young master suddenly smiled. My 3rd aunt probably won't give up. After all, she killed her son. As he spoke, he turned to look at the old man. Li Zun, go down and help me investigate Yixian. Remember, in detail. The old man nodded and quietly left. In the same place, the third young master lightly waved his folding fan, the corner of his mouth slightly raised. Interesting, in this low-level universe, there is actually such a person. In an unknown world. On top of a mountain, a woman was playing chess with a black-robed old man. The woman wore a long purple dress, her long hair draped over her shoulders, and her facial features were exquisite without a single flaw. Especially her eyes, they were like whirlpools, as if they could suck people in. At this moment, the woman raised a white chess piece and placed it down. Then, she looked up at the old man and smiled. Grandpa, you lost. The old man looked at the chessboard in front of him. After a moment, he shook his head and smiled. Amazing. The woman turned to look at the distant sky. In the distant sky, a flock of red-crowned cranes slowly flew by. After a moment, she smiled. Grandpa, you came out of seclusion on purpose. I don't think it's just to play chess with me, right? The old man looked at the woman. Second young miss, you know my purpose. The woman smiled slightly, but I still want Grandpa to tell me personally. The old man looked straight at the woman. Do you have any complaints about stripping you of the clan's inheritance? The woman shook her head. The old man frowned slightly. Really? The woman stood up and slowly walked to the side. She bent down in front of a delicate flower and gently sniffed it, then smiled and said, how fragrant. The old man looked at the woman, not saying a word. The woman gently caressed the tender and beautiful flower and said with a smile, Grandpa, I'm leaving. The old man was slightly taken aback, and then he immediately stood up. Leave? The woman said with a smile, yes. I'm very curious about that unknown fairyland, so I want to take a look. As she spoke, she turned to look at the old man and said with a smile, Grandfather and father should also want me to leave, right? The old man was silent. The woman suddenly stood up and walked towards the distance. However, she quickly stopped and said, I just received a piece of news. Ninth brother was killed, and the Godguard fan and chaotic black flames were taken. In that universe, the person who could kill ninth brother is definitely not an ordinary person. Apart from internal corruption, there is another reason for the decline of a clan, and that is external disasters. Our clan is now unprecedentedly prosperous and powerful, but everything will fall when it reaches its peak. This is also the most dangerous time for our clan. That's all I have to say. Grandpa, take care. With that, she floated up and disappeared into the horizon in the blink of an eye. 7017K. Watching the girl disappear at the end of the horizon, the old man's expression was gloomy, his heart incomparably complicated. In fact, this little girl was really outstanding. Whether it was talent or intelligence, she was the best among the younger generation of the clan. However, she couldn't be the sect master. Once she was in power, with her strength and intelligence, the clan might become someone else's dowry in the future. They didn't dare to gamble. Thinking of this, the old man sighed softly and turned to leave. Perhaps, this girl's departure was a good thing for the clan. Celestial Treasure Pavilion. In the starry sky, Yixian sat cross-legged on the ground. He had a great time in the previous battle. Unfortunately, he found that he was the same as ordinary ancient god realm powerhouses. He still hadn't comprehended the true meaning of the power of faith. To put it simply, he didn't exert the power of the human world's sword intent and power of the human world to the extreme. However, he wasn't in a hurry. After all, he had just reached the ancient god realm. As if thinking of something, Yixian suddenly said, Fu Yi. As soon as his voice fell, Fu Yi appeared in front of Yixian. Fu Yi bowed slightly to Yixian and said respectfully, Young Master Yi. Yixian said softly, if they can't do anything to me, they will probably target the people around me. Speaking of this, his eyes narrowed slightly. Guanshan Academy. Fu Yi's pupils suddenly shrank, and he immediately said, Men. As soon as his voice fell, 35 ancient god realm powerhouses remained on the scene. Fu Yi said respectfully, We are at young Master Ye's command at any time. Yixian got up, returned to Guanshan Academy. Fu Yi wanted to say something but stopped. Yixian glanced at Fu Yi. They won't target Celestial Treasure Pavilion because the one they want to kill is me. Guanshan Academy was founded by me, so they will definitely go to Guanxian Academy. After saying that, he directly flew on his sword and disappeared on the spot. Fu Yi and the others hurriedly followed. In a certain location in the starry sky, the beautiful woman sat cross-legged with an ice-cold expression. In her hand was a scroll, and within the scroll was detailed information about Yixian. Meanwhile, the old man by her side spoke in a low voice. He fought the profound god realm once. It was impossible for him to defeat the profound god realm with his strength at that time, but he won in the end. After a detailed investigation, I discovered that the person who helped him was a green-robed man. The beautiful woman put down the scroll and frowned. A blue-robed man? The old man nodded. I've investigated this person, but found nothing. The beautiful woman turned to look at the old man. Nothing? The old man nodded slightly and said in a deep voice, there are no records of this person. We only know that he is Yixian's father. Apart from that, there is no other information. Father, after a moment of silence, the beautiful woman's expression gradually turned cold. Let's go to Guanxian Academy. The old man was stunned. The beautiful woman stood up. If we can't do anything to him, then we'll move against the people around him. I want to see if the people around him also have defensive artifacts like him. With that, she disappeared into the starry sky. The old man and the others quickly followed. Guanxian Academy. After Yixian returned to Guanxian Academy, he immediately summoned Xu Xian and Qing Qiu. Yixian glanced at them and said, immediately dismiss the academy students, let them leave the academy, immediately. Xu Xian was slightly taken aback. Just as he was about to speak, Qing Qiu suddenly said, Master, let's go. Saying that, she got up and left. Xu Xian hesitated for a moment, then turned around and left. In a short while, Guanxian Academy students left one after another. With the help of Fu Yi and the others, it didn't take long for them to leave. Yixian came to the sky above Guanxian Academy, looking into the starry sky in silence. At this time, a woman appeared beside him. It was Qing Qiu. Qing Qiu looked into the starry sky, not saying a word. Yixian turned to look at Qing Qiu, then shook his head with a smile. Qing Qiu had reached the ancient god realm. Although he was mentally prepared, he was still shocked. Qing Qiu, this girl's cultivation speed was already terrifying to an indescribable degree. At this time, Qing Qiu suddenly said, if I came a few days later, I would have reached the ancient god realm. Yixian's expression froze. Qing Qiu turned to look at Yixian, big brother, you've reached the ancient god realm. Yixian said with a smile, kiddo, can you tell me how you cultivate? I'm really curious. Qing Qiu asked in return, is it difficult to cultivate? Yixian, Qing Qiu looked up into the starry sky, isn't cultivation a very simple thing? It's like eating, as long as you have hands. Yixian's face immediately darkened, feeling suffocated. Qing Qiu looked at the starry sky and said softly, we should be there soon, right? Yixian nodded. He opened his palm and the Dedeabi slowly floated to Qing Qiu, you can use it. Qing Qiu looked at Dedeabi and said, no need. Yixian was puzzled, why? Qing Qiu said calmly, this thing is useless. Dedeabi, Yixian hesitated, then asked, little girl, do you know what this pen is? Qing Qiu nodded, Dedeabi. Yixian said solemnly, you know it's Dedeabi, but you still say it's useless? Qing Qiu nodded, it's useless indeed. Yixian hurriedly said, it can help people improve their realm. If you use it now, it can directly help you reach the ancient god realm. Qing Qiu shook her head slightly, this kind of realm is illusory. With that, she paused, then added, brother, you should not use this thing too much. It's illusory and not real. If you really want to improve your realm, you can read Miss Qingguan's books, especially her books about realm. Those books are very good. If you can't thoroughly understand a realm, even if you reach that realm, it's meaningless. Of course, you can use this pen as a reference, but you can't rely on it too much. If you use this pen to reach any realm, over time, you will become seriously dependent on it. If you lose this pen in the future, what will you do then? Yixian was silent. Qing Qiu smiled, this pen is a complete layman on the path of realm. Therefore, using it to reach a realm will cause many problems, but its owner is not bad. Yixian looked at Qing Qiu, its owner? Qing Qiu nodded. Yi Xian looked at Xianxia. Girl, did you remember the memory of your previous life? Previous life. Xianxia blinked. What previous life? Yi Xian glared at Xianxia. Don't play dumb with me. Xianxia giggled, then said, Brother, do you really want to know? If you want, I can tell you. Because I will never lie to you. Yi Xian nodded, of course. Xianxia nodded slightly, and was about to speak. At this moment, the starry sky above them suddenly trembled violently. Boom, soon, 10 terrifying auras swept down from the depths of the starry sky, as if they were going to crush the earth. They're coming. Yi Xian narrowed his eyes, and the zongjian in his hand suddenly trembled violently. The next moment, a terrifying sword intent shot up into the sky and met the 10 auras. Rumble. In an instant, the entire sky was seething. However, Yi Xian's sword intent couldn't withstand the 10 auras. Yi Xian's face darkened. He wasn't afraid of the 10 auras, but if the 10 auras descended, the entire world would be destroyed. Therefore, he couldn't let the 10 auras descend. Right at this moment, Xianxia suddenly blasted his fist upwards. The moment she punched, the world was suddenly filled with awe-inspiring righteousness. Rumble. The punch shot up into the sky and smashed the 10 auras. Yi Xian was stunned, and then he turned to look at Xianxia, feeling shocked. Xianxia glanced at him, and when she saw Yi Xian looking at her, she hurriedly said, Brother, don't be shocked, this is normal. Yi Xian. Just then, the beautiful woman and the others appeared not far away from Yi Xian and Xianxia. The beautiful woman's eyes fell on Xianxia, and gradually, she frowned. Xianxia smiled. Why are you looking at me? The beautiful woman said in a low voice, What punch was that? Xianxia smiled. Awe-inspiring righteousness fist. Awe-inspiring righteousness fist. The beautiful woman frowned. What do you mean? Xianxia shook her head. Illiteracy is really scary. Hearing this, the beautiful woman's face turned cold. Yi Xian shook his head and smiled. Xianxia's words were not very hurtful, but they were extremely insulting. The beautiful woman stared fixedly at Xianxia. In the next moment, she suddenly smashed her fist forward, and a terrifying force swept out from her fist towards Xianxia. Xianxia's expression was calm, and she directly punched out. Rumble. The terrifying force in front of her was directly smashed, and at the same time, the beautiful woman was directly pushed back thousands of meters. At this moment, everyone present was shocked, including Yi Xian. At this moment, he was completely dumbfounded. After all, the beautiful woman was an expert above the ancient god realm, and she was 2 realms higher than Xianxia. However, this little girl actually pushed the beautiful woman back with a single punch. Is it really that ridiculous? Yi Xian suddenly felt that this world was slightly unfair. The beautiful woman gazed at Xianxia with disbelief. How could this be possible? You. How could this be possible? At this moment, her mind was buzzing because she was 2 realms higher than this little girl. However, this little girl had actually pushed her back with a single punch. After all, she hadn't held back at all just now. Xianxia glanced at the beautiful woman and the others, and then she looked at Yi Xian. Big brother, how many do you want to fight? How many? Yi Xian hesitated for a moment and said, I'm fine with anything. The beautiful woman suddenly spoke fiercely, You're fine with anything? Little swordsman, you don't know the immensity of the heavens and the earth. Do you know that my clan? Xianxia suddenly interrupted the beautiful woman, Is your clan very powerful? The beautiful woman gazed at Xianxia, and Xianxia's expression was calm. Who gave you the courage to threaten my brother? As soon as she finished speaking, she opened her right hand. In the next moment, Zongjian flew directly into her hand. In an instant, the sky changed color. On Yi Xian's waist, Dedeabi suddenly trembled violently. It was fear. Dedeabi was terrified. 7017 Ka Swordsman. Yi Xian stared at Xianxia, who was holding the sword in front of him. His mind went blank as if he had been struck by lightning. Was Xianxia a swordsman? Moreover, he could clearly feel that Dedeabi was terrified. Xianxia, who was holding the sword, was able to make Dedeabi feel terrified. Just then, Xianxia suddenly let go of Dedeabi. She glanced at Yi Xian and hurriedly returned the sword to Yi Xian. Yi Xian gulped and then asked, What are you doing? Xianxia looked at Yi Xian and said seriously, Brother, I don't know how to use a sword. What the hell? Yi Xian looked at Xianxia in disbelief. Girl, are you kidding me? Just now, Zongjian made a sound. You're telling me that you don't know how to use a sword? Xianxia said seriously, I don't know how to use a sword. Under normal circumstances, I don't lie. Yixian looked at Xianxia and said nothing. Xianxia hurriedly turned her head away, feeling a little guilty. Actually, I know a little. Yixian was speechless. At this time, the beautiful woman in the distance suddenly said in a trembling voice, What kind of monster are you? At this moment, she was really shocked. Yixian had already shocked her, but she had never thought that there would be someone more terrifying than Yixian in this place. When Xianxia held the sword, she actually felt a sense of fear, an inexplicable fear. She had never encountered such fear before. Who is this girl? At this moment, the beautiful woman suddenly felt a little uneasy. Xianxia glanced at the beautiful woman. Brother, I'll fight this woman, and you can fight the other 9 people, is that okay? Yixian said through Xianqi, we can't fight in this world. Xianxia fell silent. Just as Yixian had said, they couldn't fight in this world. If they fought in this world, the entire world would collapse. The entire universe of gods couldn't withstand their power. Xianxia walked to Yixian's side and said softly, then what should we do? Yixian glanced at the beautiful woman and the others in the distance and sent a voice transmission, we have to think of a way to deceive them into going somewhere else. Xianxia took half a step back and said, Bro, you're up to it. Yixian was speechless. In the distance, an old man by the beautiful woman's side said in a low voice, Madam, we have to retreat. The beautiful woman turned and roared, Retreat? Did my son die in vain? The old man was silent. The beautiful woman turned to look at Yixian with a ferocious expression. If we die here today, it's equivalent to him declaring war on the sect leader. Yixian hesitated for a moment and said, You want to use your death in exchange for the irreconcilable enmity between us and the sect? The beautiful woman stared fixedly at Yixian, yes. Yixian glanced at the 9 people behind the beautiful woman and said, I think that you should be more rational. Take them back now and think of another way. So long as your thinking doesn't go astray, there's always a way. So, why fight to the death? The old man by the beautiful woman's side hurriedly said, Madam, I think he makes sense. The beautiful woman turned around and spoke angrily, Are you afraid of death? The old man hesitated for a moment and said, Madam, I'm not afraid of death. I just think that we have a better way, and there's no need to fight to the death with them. After all, we still have the sect leader, and we can ask the patriarch to mobilize the strength of the clan to deal with them. The beautiful woman stared fixedly at Yixian, Once we die, then the irreconcilable enmity between us and the sect will be irreconcilable. As soon as she finished speaking, she spread her palms open, and then a strand of terrifying energy swept out from within her. A moment later, a black dragon appeared by her side again. However, the old man suddenly said, Retreat. As soon as he finished speaking, he led the 8 others along as he turned around and vanished into the depths of the starry sky. The beautiful woman was stunned by this scene, and then her expression instantly became ferocious, All of you actually dared to betray me. The starry sky cracked apart, however, the 9 of them didn't pay any attention to her, and they just vanished into the starry sky. She'd gone mad, they naturally wouldn't go mad with her. Moreover, their 9th young master was dead, so what was the point of them following her now? In their opinion, they needed to find a new young master to protect and not go mad with her. It would be fine if they could defeat her, but the problem was that both Yixian and the woman weren't ordinary monstrous geniuses. They would have to fight with their lives on the line. Moreover, the beautiful woman clearly wanted them to give their lives away. So, how could they be willing to do that? Once the 9 of them left, only the beautiful woman remained here. She didn't leave, and she just stared fixedly at Yixian with a gaze that was sharp like a sword. Yixian thought for a moment and said, You intend to use your death in exchange for the irreconcilable enmity between me and the sect? The beautiful woman remained expressionless, Yes. Yixian nodded, Then what are you waiting for? Attack. A wisp of a ferocious expression flashed through her eyes, and then she vanished on the spot. Bang! A strand of terrifying force suddenly swept through the surroundings, and then an enormous black dragon charged directly towards Yixian. Yixian suddenly said, Xianxia, don't allow our strength to destroy this universe. As soon as he finished speaking, he charged forward and slashed with his sword. Bang! The black dragon was instantly blasted flying. Meanwhile, the beautiful woman had arrived in front of Yixian, and she smashed her fist towards Yixian's face. However, Yi Xian actually didn't dodge at all and allowed her fist to smash against his face. At practically the exact same moment, Yi Xian's sword slashed horizontally and slashed against the beautiful woman's chest. Bang, hiss, Yi Xian didn't move at all, but the beautiful woman was blasted over 30 kilometers away by Yi Xian's attack. Moreover, her body was instantly blasted apart as soon as she stopped moving, and then a sword pierced through the center of her forehead. Bang, the beautiful woman was instantly nailed on the spot. Yi Xian gazed at her. He knew that she was courting death on purpose. The beautiful woman's expression was calm as she waited for Yi Xian to kill her. Yi Xian smiled and said, "Let me guess. The reason you did this was because you felt that the clan wouldn't become mortal enemies with me. Because you noticed that I wasn't as simple as you thought. You were afraid that someone with intelligence would come from the clan and reconcile with me, right?" The beautiful woman didn't speak. Yi Xian continued, "Once the 9th young master died, you lost all your bargaining chips. In other words, you have no value at all. So, you used such an extreme method to take revenge for your son." The beautiful woman stared fixedly at Yi Xian. "The enmity of my son's death is absolutely irreconcilable." Yi Xian thought for a moment and said, "I won't waste my breath on you about right and wrong. What I want to say is that I didn't intend to kill your son. I wanted you to give me 200 million universe meridians in exchange, but your son's second uncle refused to agree no matter what." As he spoke, he shook his head slightly. "I feel that something isn't right about this. Do you want to go back and investigate?" The beautiful woman frowned slightly. "That old man from just now?" Yi Xian nodded. "I suspect that the person who asked me to retreat is someone sent by another young master. You should go back and investigate. Also, I can tell you clearly that I didn't kill your son at the beginning. As long as he gave me 200 million universe meridians, I would have definitely let him live. However, not only did his second uncle refuse to give it to me, he even provoked me like crazy. I feel that something is wrong." Hearing this, the beautiful woman's expression instantly became ferocious. "Is that true?" Yi Xian smiled and said, "I'm a scholar. I never lie." The beautiful woman looked at Yi Xian for a moment and said, "You won't kill me?" Yi Xian nodded. "I'll be honest with you. I want you to go back and cause trouble for that old man and cause internal strife." The beautiful woman stared at Yi Xian. "Do you think I'll be fooled?" Yi Xian smiled and said, "It's not a question of whether I'll be fooled or not. What I want to say is that your son's death is partly my fault, but that old man is also a problem. You want to harm me? That's not good, right? Also, before your son died, he was very angry, not at me, but at his second uncle. You can go back and investigate this. Also, he just left without hesitation, don't you think it's very strange?" The beautiful woman coldly looked at Yi Xian and didn't speak. Yi Xian smiled slightly. "If you don't believe me, then you can commit suicide now. If you commit suicide now, your goal will still be achieved. The clan won't rest until I'm dead." The beautiful woman was silent for a moment, then she turned and disappeared into the horizon. Yi Xian looked into the depths of the starry sky and didn't speak. Xianxia walked to Yi Xian's side and said softly, "She will go find trouble with that old man, right?" Yi Xian smiled and said, "Yes." Xianxia turned to look at Yi Xian and smiled slightly. "Big brother wants to buy some time for yourself?" Yi Xian nodded. "Very smart." Xianxia giggled. "Big brother, I'm going to cultivate." Yi Xian suddenly said, "Do you need money?" Xianxia blinked. This, Yi Xian shook his head. He opened his palm and a spatial ring flew to Xianxia. There were 100 million universe veins in the spatial ring, 100 million, Xianxia was stunned. Yi Xian smiled and said, "Spend it first. Tell me if it's not enough." Xianxia put away the spatial ring and nodded. "Okay." As soon as she finished speaking, she turned around and left. Yi Xian glanced at Xianxia in the distance. For some reason, he felt that Xianxia was becoming more and more different. Moreover, he had an indescribable feeling towards Xianxia. "Close," Yi Xian shook his head and restrained his thoughts. He didn't care about this little girl for now. His top priority right now was to stabilize his cultivation and then take the initiative to go to the clan. He couldn't let them come looking for him again. Because it would be extremely disadvantageous to him if the battlefield was here. Xian turned around and left. He found a quiet place and was just about to cultivate when a woman walked over from the side. It was Xian. Xian was slightly stunned when he saw Xian, and then he smiled and said, "Miss Tian." Xian glanced at the horizon and said, "Has the enemy retreated?" Xian nodded. "They've retreated for now." Xian walked over to Xian and said, "How can I help you?" Xian thought for a moment, and then he smiled and said, "I can handle it." Xian remained silent for a moment, and then she said, "Are you serious about establishing an academy?" Xian smiled and said, "Of course." Xian nodded slightly. "My ancient immortal clan will cooperate fully with you." Xian smiled and said, "Thank you." Xian looked at Xian with a slightly cold gaze. "What did you say?" Xian smiled slightly. "Thank the heavens for allowing me to meet such a good person like you." Dedeabi, Xian face instantly blushed when she heard Xian, and she glared at Xian shyly. "You really like to say such nice things to deceive women. You, don't say another word." "Say another word, Dedeabi." 7017K Looking at the bashful Xian laughed. Seeing that Xian was about to get angry, Xian quickly stopped and said seriously, "Little Yao, go back and cultivate well. I will take care of the matters of the clan. Don't worry about me." Xian looked at Xian and said softly, "You are too honest. How can I not worry when dealing with them?" Xian continued, "In short, you have to be careful when dealing with people. Don't be sincere to everyone. In this world, the most complicated thing is the human heart. Don't easily trust others, understand?" Xian smiled slightly. "Understood." Xian looked at Xian, "Promise me, don't be so honest in the future." In the end, Xian promised Xian, and Xian left with satisfaction. After Xian left, Dedeabi's voice suddenly sounded. "Are you being honest?" Xian said indifferently, "None of your business." Dedeabi said angrily, "Be more polite with your words, you." Xian frowned slightly. Dedeabi was silent for a moment, and said, "Do as you please." Xian shrugged and turned to leave. Xian returned to his hall, and Xianxia had already left. As for where she went, he didn't know. He wasn't worried about Xianxia. Not to mention others, even he didn't have the confidence to defeat this girl. This girl was very mysterious. Even he might not be able to do anything to her. Especially when this girl held the sword, not to mention Dedeabi, even he, who had the invincible sword body, felt his heart palpitate. Could this girl have been a swordsman in her previous life? Xian shook his head, collected his thoughts, and continued to practice instant of invincibility. This sword skill was still his strongest sword skill, and he hadn't used it yet. What was a trump card? Only those that have not been used are trump cards. This move had to be used at a critical moment. The only thing that made him depressed was that this move was too expensive. Although he had quite a lot of money now, every time he spent it, it still made his heart ache. What made him even more speechless was that there was still no news from Qin Guan. If this rich woman was here, he would be able to relax a lot. Although that whatever clan was very fierce, he firmly believed that they would definitely not be able to withstand Qin Guan's disregard for martial ethics and those starry sky divine warships. His scalp went numb at the thought of those messy things. Moreover, this woman was really, really rich. They were the kind of people who could really kill you with money. But now, there was no news of this woman. This made Xian speechless. Xian sighed in his heart, collected his thoughts, and continued to cultivate. The news that the beautiful woman and the others had come to cause trouble for Xian quickly spread throughout the universe of gods. Therefore, many forces in the universe of gods also discovered the existence of the clan. All the forces felt a sense of crisis. This was a threat from the forces of the outer universe. All the forces decisively chose to band together and get close to Xian. Currently, in the entire universe of gods, only Xian could compete with that mysterious clan. Of course, there was another reason, and that was that they could not leave Guanshan Academy. Guanshan Academy was developing too quickly. If they wanted to improve quickly, they could only follow Guanshan Academy. Naturally, Xian did not refuse the many forces of the universe of gods. He had already regarded the universe of gods as the temporary headquarters of Guanxian Academy. The reason why it was temporary was because the place he really liked was Guanxian Universe, the universe that he and Qin Guan had named after. Moreover, Qing Qiu had already sent people there to develop, in the room. Xian was reading an ancient book written by Qin Guan. It was a book that described realms, and he had obtained it from Fu Yi. In this ancient book, there was a detailed description of the realms above the ancient god realm. The realm above the ancient god realm was the ancestral god realm. Earlier, he'd always thought that the beautiful woman and the others were at the universe enlightened ancestral god realm, but the truth was that they weren't. The beautiful woman and the others were still at the ancient god realm. However, their clans were too powerful, so they obtained a huge amount of faith energy. So, they were much stronger than ordinary ancient gods. Reaching the ancestral god realm was as difficult as ascending to the heavens. It was not something that could be achieved by simply comprehending for a few days. One had to have an endless amount of faith energy. In Qin Guan's words, an ancestral god realm expert needed at least the faith energy of 10 mid-tier universes to condense a true godhead. However, this might not necessarily allow one to become an ancestral god. It depended on one's own fortune. It could be said that there was a qualitative difference between the ancestral god realm and the ancient god realm. It was precisely because of this that countless powers fought with each other for the sake of the faith energy of all the living beings in these universes. Besides that, those large clans cared about the position of patriarch very much as well. Because the person who became the patriarch would be able to obtain the most faith energy. Faith energy, Xian fell silent. He was developing towards this path as well. But his intuition told him that if he obtained faith energy from enslaving living beings, then it wouldn't be true. In Qin Guan's book, he was able to sense that Qin Guan felt disdain towards many so-called ancestral gods because the faith energy obtained by many ancestral god realm experts wasn't pure. Besides that, there was another realm between the ancient god realm and ancestral god realm. This realm wasn't recorded in this book by Qin Guan, and it was the half-step ancestral god realm. Qin Guan felt disdain towards this realm. As far as she was concerned, the ancestral god realm was the ancestral god realm, the ancient god realm was the ancient god realm, and the entire half-step ancestral god realm was simply a joke. As for the ancestral god realm, Qin Guan also felt disdain towards it because she'd practically never seen many so-called true gods. Such true gods could be considered as true saints. They weren't hypocritical saints, but true saints. Such existences were very few in number in the world. In fact, there was once someone who could be considered as half a true god. That person was Mu Nianyan. She'd sincerely sacrificed for the fifth dimension, and the spiritual beings of the fifth dimension respected her from the bottom of their hearts. Besides Mu Nianyan, there was another one, and that was Little White. The spirit ancestor. The faith those spirits had towards the spirit ancestor was more real than real gold. The spirit ancestor was extremely terrifying. Xian withdrew his thoughts. At this moment, he suddenly felt slightly vigilant against himself. He absolutely couldn't treat the academy as a tool to enslave living beings. His original intention of establishing the academy wasn't for the so-called faith energy, but to change the universe. If he treated the academy as a tool to enslave living beings one day, then he would be going against his original intention and his own heart. When he thought up to this point, Xian couldn't help but shake his head and smile. Even if it was a good deed, he had to constantly reflect on himself. Otherwise, when the good deed brought him a lot of benefits, he might lose himself and turn a good deed into a bad deed. Helping living beings and enslaving living beings were completely different. Xian withdrew his thoughts and continued to cultivate. In an unknown universe, there was a powerful race, and that was the ancestral clan. The current sect master could be said to be like the sun in the sky because two experts above the ancestral god realm had appeared in the sect master in the last 10,000 years. Moreover, the sect master ruled a high-grade universe, 16 middle-grade universes, and hundreds of low-grade universes. It could be said that the sect master was really like the sun in the sky. Sect Hall. This was the hall where the sect master held meetings. At this moment, many experts of the sect master were gathered in the hall. The person in the lead was the sect master, Zhongshou, who was also at the peak of the ancestral god realm. The elders of the sect were seated on both sides of the hall. The weakest amongst them was at the ancient god realm, and many were even at the half-step ancestral god realm. Meanwhile, Xianxia suddenly said, "What do all of you think about Little Knight's death?" An old man spoke indifferently, "Annihilate his 10 clans and flatten the low-grade universe he resides in." The others nodded successively to display their agreement. Killing the 9th young master was equivalent to looking down on the sect master. Even though there was a competition for the position of heir within the sect master, it was an internal matter of the sect. If outsiders came to bully the sect master, then the entire sect would naturally have to unite. Xianxia glanced at them, and then he gazed at a man who was resting with his eyes closed. "Big brother, what do you think?" Everyone gazed at the man when they heard this. He was the current eldest young master of the sect, Zhongjing. Zhongjing fell silent for a moment before he said, "According to my knowledge, 9th brother brought the God Rule fan and the chaotic black flames with him. However, he was still killed. Besides that, 2nd Amp brought 9 supreme experts with her, but they returned empty-handed as well." When he spoke up to this point, he paused for a moment before he continued, "I'm afraid he's not that simple." Many experts in the hall frowned when they heard this. Meanwhile, another man suddenly smiled and said, "Big brother, what's wrong? Are you afraid now?" The man who spoke was the 7th young master of the sect, Zhong Yan, and he was one of the contenders for the position of heir. Zhongjing glanced at Zhong Yan and spoke indifferently, "I just made a reasonable analysis, that's all." Zhong Yan chuckled lightly, "Big brother, do you know that 9th brother is dead? Moreover, he's missing many experts from our sect. This isn't a slap to the face, it's a slap to the face. Can you tolerate that?" Zhongjing frowned and was about to speak when Zhong Yan said, "Big brother, if we don't avenge him, then how will the people of the outside world look at our sect? Moreover, he's on good terms with the Celestial Treasure Pavilion, and the Celestial Treasure Pavilion is a power that our sect intends to conquer." At this point, he smiled. "Just like what Elder said, I suggest that not only should we exterminate their entire clan, but we should also slaughter the universe they are in. This will serve as a warning to the world and let them know that not any Tom, Dick, or Harry can defy my sect master." As soon as he finished speaking, everyone in the hall agreed. Right now, the sect was like the sun in the sky. But at this time, someone actually dared to kill a member of the sect. Moreover, it was a young master of the sect. This was equivalent to trampling on the dignity of the clan. How could he tolerate this? 7017K within the hall, Zhongjing sighed in his heart as he gazed at the indignant crowd below him. He seemed to have thought of something, and he swept the hall with his gaze yet didn't see the person he wanted to see. Second little girl. In the past, he'd always discussed everything with the second little girl, yet now, she'd left. Towards this little girl, he more or less felt guilty. Of course, he felt even more pity. If this little girl was a man, then she would be the young master of the clan, and no one would be able to compete with her. Unfortunately, she was a woman. He naturally didn't dare hand over the clan's millions of years of inheritance to a woman. After all, the slightest mistake might cause the entire clan to be used as a dowry. So, even though he owed her a great deal, he still couldn't allow her to inherit the clan. Zhongjing restrained his thoughts, and then he turned around to look at an elder at the side. "Grand Elder, what do you think?" Everyone within the hall instantly fell silent when they heard Zhongjing, and then they gazed at the Grand Elder. The Grand Elder went silent for a short moment before he said, "Our clan's plan is to devour the Immortal Treasure Pavilion. Yet now, Xian has appeared out of nowhere. Not only has he colluded with the Immortal Treasure Pavilion, he even killed the young master of our clan. He's looking down upon our clan. I suggest that we kill him first to establish our might, and then devour the Immortal Treasure Pavilion along the way." Zhongjing fell silent for a short moment before he said, "Just as Big Brother said, he's absolutely not an ordinary person since he was able to kill Little Knight who possessed 2 divine artifacts. Moreover, we know very little about his origins, so we can't underestimate him." The Grand Elder nodded lightly. Little Knight possesses those divine artifacts, so it can be said that even a few half-step universe enlightened ancestral gods would find it difficult to kill him. However, Xian was able to kill him. Obviously, he possesses extremely formidable divine artifacts as well. Moreover, his own combat strength is extraordinary. Since such a figure was able to appear in a place like that, then he definitely possesses a formidable power standing behind him. However, we were only able to find out that there was only a green-clothed man standing behind him, and that person had made an appearance earlier. He's the key. A green-clothed man, Xianxia frowned slightly. Did you find out his origins? The great elder shook his head. I can't find anything. I only know that he is Yixian's father. Xianxia stood up. After a moment of silence, he said, kill Yixian first. The great elder looked at Xianxia. Why don't we find out the identity of this green-robed man first? Xianxia shook his head. Hundreds of thousands of years ago, Zhongyu's ancestor had left behind an ancestral teaching. Do not provoke a family called the Yang clan. If you meet a member of the Yang clan, you must be on good terms with them. At this point, he chuckled, this Yixian's surname is Yi, so he's obviously not a member of the Yang clan. Since he's not a member of the Yang clan, why should our clan be afraid of him? He killed members of my clan, which means he is looking down on my clan. He should be exterminated. Hearing this, everyone in the hall nodded in agreement. The Grand Elder hesitated for a moment before he said, annihilation is inevitable. However, we should still be more cautious. When he spoke up to this point, he paused for a moment before he continued, why don't we let the second little girl take charge of this matter? We can be at ease if she does it. Hearing this, the princes in the hall all glanced at the Great Elder. They were a little displeased. Because the Grand Elder had always supported the second young miss, so the Grand Elder's intentions for asking the second young miss to take charge of this matter were impure. Xianxia glanced at the Grand Elder, and then he said, the second young miss has headed to the celestial domain, so don't disturb her. As he spoke, he glanced at the seventh young master, you do it. The Grand Elder sighed in his heart and didn't speak another word. The corners of the seventh young master's mouth curled up slightly, and he immediately bowed deeply. I won't let you down. Xianxia gazed at the seventh young master, you can mobilize the divine pavilion guard. The seventh young master's eyes narrowed slightly, and he hurriedly said, I won't let you down. He knew that the clan was giving him a chance. In the past, whenever the clan had a major matter, it would be handed over to the second young miss to deal with. Now that the second young miss had left, it was obvious that the clan intended to foster him. Awesome. The seventh young master was unable to restrain his excitement. He knew that this was a great opportunity for him. The eldest young master glanced at the seventh young master but didn't speak. Meanwhile, Xianxia suddenly said, disperse. As soon as he finished speaking, he stood up and left. The corners of the seventh young master's mouth curled up slightly, and he looked at the eldest young master and smiled. Big brother, do you want to go with me? The eldest young master glanced at the seventh young master. Don't underestimate him. As soon as he finished speaking, he turned around and left. The seventh young master sneered as he watched the eldest young master leave. Yes, yes, yes. As soon as he finished speaking, he turned around and left. The universe of gods. Yixian was lying silently at the entrance to the book hall. The members of the academy had left, so the academy was extremely deserted. Yixian was holding an ancient book in his hand, and he was lost in thought as he read it. A refreshing breeze blew past as he read in satisfaction. Yixian really liked this feeling of peace. There was no fighting, only silence, and only books. After a long time, Yixian took a deep breath. He covered his face with the book and went into deep thought. Reading every day could calm one's mind. He also realized that when he was reading, his heart would naturally calm down. It was different from before. In the past, he would deliberately calm down, but now, his heart was naturally calm. Settle down, cultivate the body, cultivate the heart, and cultivate one's nature. He realized that this was a great help to his sword Dao. At this moment, he heard footsteps, and soon, a fragrant wind assaulted him. A woman squatted beside Yixian. It was Yanbei. Yanbei removed the book from Yixian's face, and she just looked at Yixian. Yixian opened his eyes, and the moment he opened them, he saw a beautiful face. It had to be said that Yanbei was really beautiful. Even at such a close distance, Yixian couldn't find any flaws on her face. It was exquisite to the point of perfection. Yanbei blinked. Do I look good? Yixian smiled. Yes. Yanbei suddenly reached out and grabbed Yixian's hand. Yixian instinctively struggled free. Yanbei glared at Yixian. Can't I touch you? Yi Xian was speechless. Yanbei pushed her luck. She suddenly caressed Yi Xian's cheek with her right hand and said softly, I've become the Yan clan's leader. Yi Xian was slightly startled, and then he said, Congratulations. Yanbei looked at Yi Xian. Do you want me to go back? Yi Xian smiled. Do you want to go back yourself? Yanbei glared at Yi Xian. I'll ask you first. Don't give me anything else. Just answer my question. Yi Xian looked at Yanbei. Suddenly, he reached out and gently placed his hand on Yanbei's face. Yanbei was slightly startled, and then she blushed. Yi Xian smiled. If I say I hurt you, you'll definitely be very sad, right? Yanbei lowered her head slightly and was silent. Yi Xian continued, If I say something nice, you'll definitely be very happy. Yanbei looked up at Yi Xian. Then tell me the truth. Yi Xian was silent for a moment. I'm afraid. Yanbei was stunned. Then she asked, What are you afraid of? Yi Xian said softly, Along the way, I've met a few women, but now, they're all very far away from me. I'm afraid that one day, you'll be like them, gradually becoming a passerby and then forgotten by the world. As he said that, he looked at Dedeabi at his waist. I used to suspect that Dedeabi was messing around, but later I realized that this guy doesn't seem to be that powerful. Dedeabi, Yi Xian looked at Yanbei and said softly, I'm really very afraid. Yanbei was silent for a moment. I can't keep up with your footsteps, so I'll be forgotten, right? Yi Xian was about to speak when Dedeabi suddenly said, Young Master Yi, this has nothing to do with me. The reason for this is that you've never been serious and responsible. Just tell me, how many women have you flirted with along the way? Of course, in your eyes, you're just making friends normally, but have you ever thought that some of your actions will make them fall in love with you? Yi Xian frowned slightly. What actions? Dedeabi said, pretentious actions. Yi Xian, Dedeabi said again, if it's just pretentious, then it's superficial. The problem is, you're not just pretentious, you're really awesome. Also, you're very generous. I've always thought that if you came to the Milky Way, it would definitely be a disaster for the women in the Milky Way. After saying that, it paused and said, Young Master Yi, are you interested in coming to the Milky Way? Yi Xian was a little curious. Why? Dedeabi said, No why, I'm just asking. If you want to come to the Milky Way, I can open the door for you and let you come over. Yi Xian suddenly felt that something was wrong. Bro, why do you want me to go to the Milky Way? You're not right. Dedeabi was silent. Seeing Dedeabi's silence, Yi Xian felt that something was wrong and immediately said, Stop hemming and hawing. Can't you just say what you want? Dedeabi sighed softly. Young Master Yi, you should come to the Milky Way and persuade your sister. Your sister is in the Milky Way, it's too dangerous. She. Hearing that, Yi Xian frowned. What's wrong with Qing? Don't scare me. Dedeabi said, Big brother, what can she do? Tell me, what can she do? It's the Milky Way that's dangerous. Her emotions are not particularly stable now. She stands by the seaside every day, and no one knows what she's thinking. In order to prevent others from provoking her, I'm about to collapse. Now, within 100 miles of her, as long as there's a bad person, I'll immediately kill them. The purpose is to prevent others from provoking her, and then give her a reason and an excuse to destroy the Milky Way. The problem is, this is not a solution. Because I can feel that her emotions are becoming more and more unstable. If this goes on, I feel like I'm going to collapse. Unstable emotions, Yi Xian frowned. Why is Qing'er's emotions unstable? Did you bully her? Damn. Dedeabi said angrily, Father, I call you father. I know you have a deep sibling relationship, but can you think before you speak? Bully her? Tell me, who could bully her? Who dared to bully her? Dear father, can you take her away? If you take her away, I'll do anything. Yi Xian was speechless. 7017 Yi Xian ignored Dedeabi. At this moment, there was only one thought in his mind. Qing'er's emotions are unstable. Why is Qing'er's emotions unstable? Yi Xian got up, his brows furrowed. Yanbei whispered, What's wrong? Yi Xian looked at Yan Bei. Do you want to go back and be the clan leader? If you do, then go back. If not, then stay in the academy. Yan Bei was silent. Yi Xian smiled. No matter what choice you make, it will not affect our relationship. Yan Bei looked up at Yi Xian. What relationship? Yi Xian shrugged. An ambiguous relationship. Yan Bei glared at Yi Xian. Yi Xian, you are so thick-skinned. After saying that, she turned around and disappeared into the horizon. Yi Xian did not see the smile on her face the moment she turned around. Yi Xian looked at the horizon and whispered, I am such a scumbag. Saying that, he shook his head and said, Brother Bai, I want to see Qing. Dedeabi said, do you want to meet through space? Yi Xian shook his head, send me to the Milky Way. Dedeabi immediately said, arrange it. As soon as he said that, Dedeabi on Yi Xian's waist suddenly trembled. The next moment, the space around Yi Xian directly became illusory. Yi Xian suddenly said, Brother Bai, if I leave now, what if those clans come looking for trouble with my academy? Dedeabi immediately said, I will guard your academy for you. During this period, if anyone dares to come looking for trouble, I will arrange it clearly. Yi Xian, Dedeabi continued, you are too far away from the Milky Way. Even with my strength, I can't teleport you there. Therefore, you need to travel through time. Also, you have to come back within 2 hours because the time in the Milky Way is different from the time on your side. If you come back too late, it will affect many things on your side. As soon as he finished speaking, the Dedeabi on Yi Xian's waist suddenly trembled violently. Soon, Yi Xian completely disappeared. In an unknown and mysterious spacetime, Yi Xian frowned. At this moment, he was traveling through spacetime at a terrifying speed. Yi Xian said in a deep voice, Brother Bai, ordinary people can't go to the Milky Way, right? Dedeabi said, yes. Yi Xian was puzzled. Why? Dedeabi said, this place is a pure land. Master doesn't let anyone disturb this place. Yi Xian was curious. Your master? Dedeabi said, is it strange? Yi Xian smiled. It is a little shocking. By the way, is your master powerful? Dedeabi was silent for a moment and said, this question, Yi Xian asked again, is he as powerful as Qing? Dedeabi, Yi Xian wanted to ask something else, but Dedeabi suddenly said, we are here. Boom, as soon as Dedeabi's voice fell, Yi Xian appeared directly on a beach. Yi Xian slowly opened his eyes and looked around. At this moment, he was standing on a beach. In front of him was the endless sea. Not far away, there was a woman in a plain dress standing on the beach. Qing. Seeing Qing, a smile appeared on Yi Xian's face. At this time, Qing slowly turned around. When she saw Yi Xian, her cold face suddenly melted and a smile appeared on it. Brother. Her voice was as soft as water. Yi Xian slowly walked to Qing and stretched out his right hand. Qing placed her right hand in Yi Xian's. Yi Xian held Qing lily-white hand tightly and said softly, Qing. Qing suddenly fell into Yi Xian's arms. She leaned her head on Yi Xian's shoulder and closed her eyes. Her arms wrapped around Yi Xian's waist and she didn't say anything. Qing. She was only Yi Xian's Qing. After a long time, the brother and sister sat on a large rock. Qing leaned her head on Yi Xian's shoulder. The two looked at the horizon. There, a red sun was slowly rising. It was a beautiful sight. Qing suddenly said softly, beautiful. Yi Xian turned to look at Qing who was close at hand. He said softly, you've been unhappy lately, haven't you? Qing nodded. Yi Xian asked, why not? Qing gently rubbed her head on Yi Xian's shoulder. She said softly, I'm invincible. Yi Xian, Dedeabi, Qing looked up at Yi Xian. Brother, do you know how strong I am? Yi Xian shook his head. Qing suddenly pointed at the sea in front of her. Brother, look at this sea. It's hard to say how big the universe is, but I can give you a rough idea. A drop of water is equivalent to a universe. Yi Xian's pupils shrank. This sea is boundless. In other words, this universe, Qing nodded. This is still the current universe. Outside of the current universe, there is another universe. I call it the boundless universe. That boundless universe is truly boundless. It has no boundaries, and there is no end to it. Yi Xian frowned. Even you can't find the end? Qing'er looked at Yixian. I can. She opened her palm. The walking sword appeared in her hand. No matter how wide the universe is, it's not wider than my sword. No matter how long the universe is, it's not longer than my sword. To me, whether it's the current universe or the boundless universe, it's just a speck of dust under my feet. Yixian was speechless. Qing'er looked at Yixian. If I want to, I can destroy the current universe or the boundless universe with one sword. One sword to destroy. Yixian shook his head with a smile. Amazing. Qing'er blinked. That's normal. Yixian's expression froze. This Qing'er is getting a little naughty. Qing'er asked again, brother, you haven't left the current universe, right? Yixian nodded. Yes. Qing'er said softly. Then you still have a long way to go. As she spoke, she smiled. That's a good thing. In this way, I can accompany you for a long time. Yixian suddenly grabbed Qing'er's hand. Qing'er, if I become invincible one day, will you leave me? Qing'er was silent. Yixian panicked. He grabbed Qing'er's shoulder. Answer me. Qing'er smiled. I won't leave you if you don't want to. Yixian smiled. You never lie to me, right? Qing'er nodded. Yixian smiled. How can I bear to let you go? Qing'er held Yixian's hand tightly with her left hand. Leaning her head on Yixian's shoulder, she said in a low voice, brother, thank you. Yixian was curious. What are you thanking me for? Qing'er looked at the warm sun in the distance and said softly, thank you for making me feel that my life is meaningful. Without you, my life would be meaningless. Only when you are here can I feel that my life is real. As she spoke, she gently rubbed her head against Yixian's shoulder and softly said, I've seen this sunrise countless times, but I've never thought it was good. But now, I feel that this sunrise is extremely beautiful. After saying that, she slowly closed her eyes, and the corners of her mouth unconsciously rose into a charming smile. It's so good to have you. Then let this universe live for a while longer. Dadayabi. P.S. Today is Chinese Valentine's Day. Happy Chinese Valentine's Day. 7017K on the beach, the siblings sat quietly. The sea breeze blew, and the woman's dress fluttered gently. She leaned on Yixian's shoulder, and the distant sea and sky merged into one. Picturesque, on the other side. A little girl was looking at Yixian and his sister. She was wearing fashionable short-sleeved jeans, and her hair was tied up in a ponytail. She held a stick of tonghulu in her hand. Sitting on her shoulder was a white furry little guy. It was Arya and Little White. Arya looked at Yixian and his sister in the distance. Isn't that little Xianxia? Why is he here? Little White blinked and waved its claws, but no one knew what it was trying to say. Arya glanced at Tianming, then said, for little Xianxia's sake, I won't hit her today. Let's go. With that, she turned and ran. Little White was speechless. On the boulder, Yixian said softly, Qing'er, it's so safe to follow you. Dadayabi was speechless. Qing'er smiled. I'll take you somewhere. With that, she got up and pulled Yixian into the distance. Yixian was curious. Where are we going? Qing'er's lips curled. It's a secret for now. Yixian chuckled. Qing'er, you have to smile more in the future. I like it when you're happy. Qing'er nodded. I only smile in front of you. Yixian shook his head. Having you is the happiest thing in my life. Qing'er smiled and held Yixian's hand tightly. I've lost you once. But now, I won't lose you again. As long as you're alive, the universe will be safe. If you die, the universe will be buried with you. As she spoke, she turned her head and coldly glanced at someone. No one knew who she was looking at. On Yixian's waist, Dadayabi trembled slightly. Yixian felt warm in his heart. He had to admit that the feeling of being pampered was really good. As if thinking of something, Yixian hurriedly said, Qing'er, I founded an academy. As he spoke, he told them about Guanxian Academy and his goal. Qing'er looked at Yixian. Change the universe? Yixian nodded. Do you think it's feasible? After a moment of silence, Xianxia said, the sword Tao of the human world is certainly feasible. To use the faith of all living beings as a sword, this sword Tao is extraordinary. Not bad. Yixian was overjoyed, and quickly asked, if I cultivate to the extreme, how would it compare to Xianxia? Xianxia blinked. This, Yixian said seriously, Xianxia, tell me the truth. After a moment of silence, Xianxia said, if I cultivate to the extreme, it should be possible. Possible? Yixian's expression froze. Xianxia glanced at Yixian's expression, and quickly said, to use the faith of all living beings as a sword, this sword Tao must be extraordinary. If you cultivate to the extreme, you will definitely not be weaker than me. Yixian looked at Xianxia, not saying a word. Xianxia hesitated, and then said, I'm speaking the truth, not a single lie. With that, she pointed to the Daobi on Yixian's waist. If you don't believe me, you can ask it. The Daobi hurriedly said with a trembling voice, yes, young Master Yi, what your sister said is absolutely true. I guarantee with my life, you should believe her. It was on the verge of tears. Yixian rolled his eyes at Xianxia. Just pamper me. Xianxia tidied up Yixian's messy collar, and then said softly, in this life, I will only pamper you. Yixian held Xianxia's hand tightly, and the siblings walked into the distance. On the other side, a woman was watching Yixian and his sister. She was the deputy sect leader of the Milky Way sect, the most powerful force in the Milky Way galaxy, Yang Lianshuang. Beside Yang Lianshuang were 9 people, all of whom were powerful people in the Milky Way galaxy. Yang Lianshuang looked at Yixian and his sister in the distance. Do you know why I brought the 9 of you here? The 9 of them shook their heads. Yang Lianshuang looked at Yixian, and said softly, do you see that young man? The 9 of them nodded. Yang Lianshuang said, remember his appearance. Remember it well. With that, she turned and left. The 9 of them were confused. At that moment, Yang Lianshuang said again, he is the Milky Way sect's young sect master, and the future master of the Milky Way sect. Hearing that, the 9 of them were shocked. Ever since the Milky Way sect was founded, it had dominated the entire Milky Way galaxy at a terrifying speed, and the entire Milky Way galaxy had gradually entered the immortal cultivation era because of the Milky Way sect. However, the people of the Milky Way sect had never seen the sect master. Everyone was very curious about the sect master, and now, Yang Lianshuang actually said that the young man was the future sect master of the Milky Way sect. In the distance, Yang Lianshuang said again, don't disturb them. The 9 of them bowed deeply to Yixian, and then left quietly. Xianxia brought Yixian to the foot of a mountain. Yixian looked up, and the mountain peak was shrouded in clouds, and it was unpredictable. Yixian was a little curious. Xianxia, can you tell me now? Xianxia shook her head. No. Yixian smiled. All right. The siblings walked up the mountain. On the way, Yixian suddenly asked, Xianxia, why are we walking and not flying? Xianxia looked at Yixian. Every moment with you is precious. Yixian panicked. Xianxia, you make it sound like we are parting forever. Xianxia smiled. Don't worry. No one in this world can kill me. As for parting, we will have to part for a while after this. Yixian hurriedly asked. Why? The green girl raised her head and took a look. Because I've found something interesting, and I want to verify it. Yixian was a little curious. What is it? Xianxia was silent. Yixian blinked. Is it a little hard to explain? Xianxia nodded. Yixian said with a smile, then don't explain. Wait until I'm strong enough. When I am strong enough, I will know, right? Xianxia lowered her head. Brother, don't be so pressured. If one day you feel life is hard, don't struggle. Invincibility isn't difficult. If you are willing, I can give you a sword energy and you will be invincible in the world. Yixian rolled his eyes. Xianxia, you will ruin my Tao heart. A wisp of a brilliant smile appeared on Xianxia's face. Alright, then go work hard. Yixian nodded. He believed Xianxia. If Xianxia gave him a sword energy, he would be invincible. But that wasn't his goal. His real goal was to reach Xianxia's level. If he relied on Xianxia's invincibility, he would never be able to reach Xianxia's level. At this time a voice suddenly came from the side. Hey, look at those two. That man is so handsome, and that woman. My God. There are such beautiful people in this world. Hearing the voice, Xian turned his head. Not far away, two women were looking at him and Xinger. The clothes of these two women were completely different from the clothes of his universe. The woman on the left was wearing a tight-fitting short-sleeved shirt that tightly wrapped around her chest. Because it was too tight, it made the woman's chest look incomparably large, as big as a watermelon. The woman's short-sleeved shirt was very short, reaching her abdomen. Thus, her belly button was completely exposed. Her lower abdomen was very flat, and her waist was slender. Just her upper body alone was enough to make countless men fall for her. Below her lower abdomen, the scenery was even more beautiful. But because of the problem of harmony, Xian's eyes could only glance over her legs. Her legs were slender, and she wore very tight trousers. This made her legs even more alluring. The woman's appearance was also very beautiful. Her long hair fluttered in the wind. She was sexy and had a trace of fairy-like aura. Beside the woman was a woman wearing sports trousers. Although this woman wasn't devastatingly beautiful, she wasn't bad either. She carried a small bag and was curiously staring at Xian and Qinger. She was the one who said the words just now. Seeing Xian look over, the woman with the bag hurriedly said excitedly, Sister Muyu, he's looking at us. Look at his clothes. He should be acting. He definitely knows you. I bet he will definitely ask you for your autograph. The woman called Muyu glanced at Xian. Meanwhile, Xian suddenly withdrew his gaze, and then he pulled Qinger along as they continued up the mountain. Muyu was slightly stunned when she saw Xian and Qinger leave. Meanwhile, the woman by her side spoke with surprise, he doesn't know Big Sister Muyu? That shouldn't be the case. Meanwhile, Muyu suddenly walked swiftly towards the distance, and it didn't take long for her to arrive before Xian and Qinger. She sized up Xian and Qinger before she looked at Xian and said, Are the two of you antiquarian lovers? Xian was slightly surprised, antiquarian lovers? Muyu said, You're dressed very antiquarian. Xian was stunned for a moment, and then he smiled and said, Sort of. Muyu gazed at Xian and said, Are you interested in acting? You'll definitely become famous if you're willing. Acting, Xian blinked and said, Miss, I'm not interested in acting. Then he pulled Qinger and was about to leave. Muyu suddenly said, You don't know me? Xian looked at Muyu and said, No. Muyu stared at Xian and said nothing. Xian thought for a moment, and then said, Miss, I'm from another world. Muyu's expression was calm, Are you from Mars? Mars, Xian smiled and said, Miss, this is my first time in the Milky Way. I'm not familiar with this place, so there might be many differences in our conversation, so. Ridiculous. Muyu frowned and was a little displeased, If you're not willing, just say it. Why do you have to lie to me? Do you think I? At this time, Qinger suddenly flicked her sleeves, and a sword ray flew out. Boom, thousands of feet away, a huge mountain suddenly turned into dust. Muyu was stunned on the spot, and she looked at Qinger with a face full of terror, Are you a legendary sword immortal? No, you should be a great sword immortal, right? Great sword immortal, Qinger was slightly stunned, and then she turned to look at Xian, and the corners of her mouth curled up slightly, Brother, I'm a great sword immortal. Xian said seriously, Amazing. The brother and sister looked at each other and smiled. At this moment, they seemed to have returned to the beginning. At the side, Muyu looked at Xian and said with a trembling voice, Are you also a cultivator? Xian nodded, and then he opened his palm, and a sword suddenly flew out and shot into the sky. Muyu looked at the sword at the end of the horizon, and said with a trembling voice, You look even stronger than your sister. Xian said seriously, Of course, I'm invincible under the three swords, and I'm also invincible above the three swords. After saying that, he looked at Qinger, Is that right? Qinger blinked, and then gave him a thumbs up, and smiled sweetly, Brother, you're always a god. Haha. Xian laughed, then pulled Qinger towards the top of the mountain. Muyu and Qinger were still petrified. After a long time, Muyu came back to her senses and said with a trembling voice, They really are sword immortals. They really are sword immortals. Although the Milky Way had entered the immortal cultivation era, there were still too few swordsmen. Moreover, they had only seen a sword slash through a mountain in television dramas. There really are sword immortals in the world. Wu Yu was stunned for a long time, then said, "Let's go to the top of Qingyuan Peak." Saying so, she ran madly towards the top of the mountain. Yi Xian pulled Qing'er to the top of the mountain. The moment he set foot on the top, Yi Xian was a little surprised. The view at the top of the mountain was vast and boundless. Looking up, he could see a blue sky and white clouds. Looking ahead, he saw a towering ancient tree not far away. Beside the ancient tree was a waterfall, water splashing into a pool. Below his feet was a xiaodao made of blue stone. At the end of the xiaodao was the ancient tree. Above the ancient tree, there was a wooden hut. In front of the wooden hut, there was a small dog, and at this moment, the dog was shivering. Yi Xian turned to look at Qing'er. "This is?" Qing'er looked at the wooden hut in the distance. "Do you know who is inside?" Yi Xian shook his head. Qing'er looked calm. "The owner of the pen." Yi Xian's expression suddenly changed. He turned to look at the wooden hut. "This wooden hut is actually the owner of Dedeabi, a super mighty." Qing'er looked at the wooden hut. "Sword." "Sword?" Yi Xian was puzzled. At this moment, the wooden door suddenly opened, and a sword slowly floated out. Seeing this sword, Yi Xian was stunned. The azure profound sword. Yi Xian opened his palm and the Qingxian sword flew into his hand. The Qingxian sword didn't look much different from before, but there was an additional word on the hilt: human. "Humans?" To the side, Qing'er frowned. "Just one word? Don't you have 6? As soon as she finished speaking, she opened her palm, and the walking sword suddenly appeared in her hand. Boom! All of a sudden, a terrifying pressure enveloped the entire mountain. In front of the wooden house, the puppy began to tremble violently, terrified to the extreme. At this moment, a sigh came from the wooden house. His strength is on the weak side, so he can't control the 6-syllable Sanskrit. Currently, he can't even control the smallest word, human. Tianming stared at the wooden hut in silence. The voice continued, "I know you want to kill me, but you should know that from the beginning until now, I haven't done anything to let you and your sister down." Tianming stared at the wooden house for a long time before pulling Yi Xian's hand and leaving. "Back then, you gave my brother a chance to live. Today, I'll spare your life. Clear?" Soon, the siblings disappeared into the distance. A long time later, another sigh came from inside the wooden house. "I'm really not doing well." A moment later, the wooden house's door opened. A man walked out and gently stroked the puppy, then smiled. "Ah Huang, let's go." With that, he walked into the distance. Qing'er brought Yi Xian to the seaside, and the siblings strolled slowly. Qing'er whispered, "Brother, you should go back." Yi Xian stopped and looked at Qing'er. "Are you leaving?" Qing'er nodded. Yi Xian asked, "Where to?" Qing'er smiled and said nothing. Yi Xian rolled his eyes at Qing'er. "Fine. I won't ask." Qing'er suddenly hugged Yi Xian, resting her head on Yi Xian's chest. "Brother, I'll wait for you at the end of a martial path. Don't make me wait too long. It's lonely." Yi Xian smiled. "Of course." Qing'er looked at Yi Xian. "I believe in you." With that, she opened her palm, and Xiaota appeared. She handed Xiaota to Yi Xian. "I've modified this pagoda. Keep it." Yi Xian looked at Xiaota and smiled. "Xiaota, long time no see." Xiaota didn't answer. Qing'er frowned. Xiaota quickly said, "Master, I missed you so much." Yi Xian was speechless. Xiaota was too hypocritical. Qing'er smiled. "Brother, let's go back." Yi Xian seemed to have thought of something. He suddenly asked, "Qing'er, I have a girl by my side. Her name is Qingqiu. Do you know her background?" Qing'er nodded. "I do." Yi Xian quickly asked, "She is?" Qing'er looked at Yi Xian. "For you, she protected the third dimension and suppressed the fourth dimension. Since the birth of the universe, only one person could reach my level in swordsmanship. It's her." With that, she paused. "But it's just a possibility." Yi Xian was shocked. To reach Qing'er's level? It's possible, Yi Xian had to admit that he was really shocked. It should be known that Qing'er never put anyone in her eyes. As if he thought of something, Yi Xian's pupils shrank. He said with a trembling voice, She is you. Qing'er shook her head. I used to be her. Yi Xian was speechless. Qing'er said softly, Treat her well. She used to be very bitter. She lived like a year for hundreds of thousands of years. That kind of loneliness and suffering. Then, she shook her head and didn't continue. Yi Xian nodded. I will. Qing'er waved her right hand. Yi Xian's body became illusory. He disappeared from the place. After Yi Xian disappeared, Qing'er's expression became cold. She looked up at the sky. Her eyes were as cold as ice. At this time, Qing'er retracted her gaze and turned to look not far away. There stood a little girl. It was Arya. Little White was on her shoulder. Seeing Qing'er's gaze, Arya's eyelids twitched. Wasn't she very gentle just now? Why did she change so quickly? Little White blinked and waved its little paws. No one knew what it was trying to express. Qing'er looked at Arya and didn't speak. Arya hesitated, then said, I'm just passing by. Then, she turned and ran away. Not long after, Yi Xian returned to Guanxian Academy. After returning to the academy, Yi Xian looked at the Qingxian sword in his hand. The word human on the hilt was very conspicuous. Yi Xian said in a deep voice, Brother Bai, can you say this word? Dadayabi said, the word human of the 6-syllable Sanskrit mantra. This word has an extremely terrifying power of the human world. It's the same as your power of the human world. This word is condensed by countless predecessors. It's sincere and benevolent. Only a benevolent and righteous person can activate this word. Master gave this word to you. Obviously, Master approves of what you're going to do now. The power of the human world. After a moment of silence, Yi Xian suddenly activated the Qingxian sword. The Qingxian sword suddenly let out a sword cry. The next moment, the word human on the hilt suddenly trembled. Soon, an extremely terrifying power flowed into the Qingxian sword. Yi Xian's pupils suddenly shrank. At this moment, he felt like his body was about to collapse. He was shocked and quickly stopped. The terrifying power instantly dispersed like a tide. Yi Xian heaved a sigh of relief. He looked at the Qingxian sword in his hand with eyes full of disbelief. This, Dadayabi said, the power of the human world that you activated just now was less than 10%. Now, you can't even control 10% of the power of the human world. Yi Xian looked at the Qingxian sword in his hand. He was still shocked. The power of this word was so terrifying. Moreover, this word was the weakest word in the 6-syllable Sanskrit mantra. One could imagine how terrifying the remaining 5 words were. Yi Xian sighed softly. He still had a long way to go. As if he thought of something, Yi Xian gently waved the Qingxian sword. He was overjoyed because he found that the Qingxian sword's previous functions were still there. Moreover, it had become even more terrifying. With the Qingxian sword, he could travel freely in the universe again, ignoring all the obstacles in the universe. In addition, he also found that the Qingxian sword seemed to have become sharper. Thinking of this, he held the sword and slashed at his body. With this slash, a shallow sword mark appeared on Arya's armor. It could hurt. Seeing this scene, Yi Xian was instantly excited. Even Arya's armor could be hurt. Then, what else in this world couldn't be broken by the Qingxian sword? The best defensive equipment and the best offensive equipment were in his hands. Thinking of this, Yi Xian couldn't help but laugh. The feeling of invincibility was back. As soon as this thought arose, Yi Xian became vigilant. He couldn't have this kind of thought. Usually, when he had this kind of thought, he would be beaten up in less than 3 days. He had to keep a low profile. As if he thought of something, Yi Xian opened his palm. Xiao Ta appeared in his hand. He smiled and said, Xiao Ta, long time no see. Xiao Ta said, Young lord, can I say something from the bottom of my heart? Yi Xian nodded. Of course, I've always been a democratic person. After a moment of silence, Xiao Ta said, Young lord, to say something that might not be too modest, I'm now the real #1 tower in the universe. I think it's a bit of a waste of talent for me to follow you. Yi Xian nodded slightly. A little. Xiao Ta said seriously, young lord, have you heard of a saying? Yi Xian was a bit curious. What saying? Xiao Ta said, in the Milky Way, there's a saying that goes, invincibility depends on the three swords, and those who fall under the three swords depend on Xiao Ta. Yi Xian, Dedeabi, Xiao Hun. P.S. Sorry, today's update is late. I don't want to explain, everyone scold me. Invincibility depends on the three swords, and the three swords depends on Xiao Ta. Hearing Xiao Ta's words, Yi Xian was silent. This Xiao Ta was really arrogant, and not just ordinary arrogance. Of course, he still understood. Not to mention Xiao Ta, even if he followed Qing'er for a period of time, he would feel that everyone in this world were ants. At this moment, Xiao Ta said again, young master, my current idea is to establish my own sect. Establish my own sect, Xiao Hun couldn't help but say, Xiao Ta, you, don't do this. Xiao Ta said indifferently, I also don't want to be so arrogant, but my strength doesn't allow me to. Xiao Hun, Xiao Ta said again, young master, in order to prevent you from thinking that I'm showing off, we can spar, a friendly spar. Don't worry, for the sake of master and sister Tianming, I won't kill you. Spar, Yi Xian smiled and said, we can spar. Xiao Ta said, let's change places? Yi Xian nodded, okay. As soon as he said that, he disappeared with Xiao Ta. The next moment, he and Xiao Ta appeared in an unknown galaxy. Yi Xian looked around, then smiled and said, Xiao Ta, I can use Xiao Hun to hit you, is that okay? Xiao Ta laughed, I'm invincible, you can do as you please. Yi Xian, Dedeabi's voice suddenly sounded, I've never seen such an arrogant tower. What the hell is this? Xiao Ta smiled disdainfully, a lousy pen dares to judge me, what a joke. Whether it's a person or an object, the most lamentable thing is that you don't know what you're doing, which is ignorance. You ignorant Dedeabi, do you know who I am? Tower, the number one tower in the universe. First there was me, Xiao Ta, then there will be heaven, do you understand? Yi Xian, F***ck. Dedeabi couldn't help but say, first you, then the heavens? Are you crazy? Xiao Ta said indifferently, ignorant. Dedeabi, at the side, Yi Xian shook his head and smiled. Xiao Ta, can we start now? Xiao Ta said, little lord, you attack first. Because I'm afraid that if I attack first, you won't have the chance to attack. Yi Xian laughed. All right. As soon as he finished speaking, he suddenly leaped up and opened his palm, causing the azure sword to appear in his hand. In the next moment, a terrifying force swept out from within his body as Yi Xian raised his sword. Qi, the spacetime in front of Yi Xian split apart. In the blink of an eye, Yi Xian appeared in a universe. Yi Xian looked at Xiao Ta who was in the current universe. With a thought, 4 streaks of sword gleam slashed at Xiao Ta's body. Instant invincibility, moreover, it was the instant invincibility performed by the azure sword. Yi Xian could be said to have given his all in this attack. In the current world, the moment the 4 streaks of sword gleam appeared, Xiao Ta was instantly shocked. F***ck. F***ck. In the next moment, boom, with Xiao Ta as the center, everything within a perimeter was destroyed, tens of millions of miles of starfields were destroyed with one sword. Fortunately, this was a dead starfield. Otherwise, who knew how many living beings would have been killed? Crack, at this moment, a cracking sound was suddenly heard in the field. Around Xiao Ta, more and more cracks appeared. In the blink of an eye, the entire Xiao Ta's body was covered in cracks. It was extremely terrifying. At this moment, Yi Xian appeared in front of Xiao Ta. Xiao Ta's voice trembled as he said, young lord. You're really serious? Yi Xian smiled and said, Xiao Ta, I'm very sorry. I didn't expect you to be so fragile. Fortunately, because I only used 20% of my strength. If I used a few more percent, Xiao Ta, you would. At this point, he didn't continue speaking. Xiao Ta, Yi Xian walked in front of Xiao Ta and looked at Xiao Ta who was covered in cracks. He sighed softly and said, Xiao Ta. Why are you so weak? Xiao Ta, Yi Xian shook his head and sighed. Sigh, I respect your thoughts. You should go and establish your own sect. After all, if you follow me now, it doesn't seem to be of much use. Take care. After speaking, he turned and left. In the same place, Xiaota hesitated for a moment and then said, "Young lord, I was actually just joking just now, Yi Xian had already disappeared into the distance. Xiaota. Yi Xian returned to Guanxian Academy. He lay on a chair, crossed his legs, and read a book. During this period of time, he liked reading more and more, because every time he read, his heart could quickly calm down. He liked this kind of quiet state of himself. At this time, Little Soul suddenly said, "Young lord, Xiaota is very arrogant. But he doesn't have bad intentions." Little Soul still didn't want Yi Xian to give up on Xiaota. Because she and Xiaota had known each other for a long time and could be regarded as true friends. Although Xiaota was very arrogant most of the time, hearing Little Soul's words, Yi Xian put down the ancient book in his hand and said with a smile, "I know." Little Soul giggled. "Young lord deliberately hid it, right?" Yi Xian glanced at the Qingxian sword and said with a smile, "Little Soul, you've become smarter now." Little Soul said, "Young lord, I actually miss you. And Xiaota, he often talks about you in the Milky Way. In short, it's really good to be able to see you." Yi Xian smiled slightly. "I'm also very happy to be able to see all of you." Naturally, he was not angry with Xiaota. Xiaota and he had gone through life and death together so many times. Why would he be angry with Xiaota over such a small matter? At this time, Xianxia came from the side. She walked to Yi Xian's side and then handed the tea in her hand to Yi Xian. She smiled slightly. "Brother, have some tea." "Brother, not brother young lord," Yi Xian glanced at Xianxia. He smiled slightly, and then he stood up and said softly, "Sit next to me." Xianxia nodded, and then she sat next to Yi Xian. She naturally hugged Yi Xian's arms. Yi Xian smiled lightly. "Little girl, are you tired recently?" Xianxia shook her head. "Not tired." Yi Xian turned to look at Xianxia. Xianxia blinked. "What's wrong?" Yi Xian smiled slightly. "You've actually reached the ancient god realm." The corners of Xianxia's mouth curled up slightly. "Is it amazing?" Yi Xian said seriously, "Very." A brilliant smile appeared on Xianxia's face. She was extremely happy. Yi Xian gently rubbed Xianxia's head, and said with a smile, "When will you reach the ancestor god realm?" Xianxia blinked. "I'm not telling you." Yi Xian rolled his eyes. Xianxia giggled, and then she stood up. "Brother, I'm going to work." After saying that, she turned around and skipped into the distance. She was very happy. Looking at Xianxia in the distance, a complicated look flashed in Yi Xian's eyes. After saying that, he slowly closed his eyes. He would never allow the tragedy of the past to happen again. Everyone must live well. At this time, Xiaota appeared beside Yi Xian. Xiaota hesitated, and then said, "Young lord." Yi Xian smiled, then opened his palm, and Xiaota flew into his hand. "Xiaota, did you have fun in the Milky Way?" Xiaota hurriedly said, "Yes, the Milky Way is very fun." "And Arya and Xiaobai?" "Arya always likes to provoke Sister Tianming, so she gets beaten every day." Yi Xian laughed. In fact, he was a little regretful in this trip to the Milky Way, because he didn't get to see the Milky Way, let alone see Arya and Xiaobai. He still missed Arya and Xiaobai very much. Yi Xian suddenly asked, "Brother Bai, why doesn't your master allow outsiders to enter the Milky Way?" After a moment of silence, Dedeabi said, "The Milky Way's martial arts civilization is very low. If outsiders enter it, it will pose a great threat to that world. Therefore, Master set up a restriction to prevent any cultivators from entering the Milky Way, until..." Yi Xian smiled and said, "Until Arya and Xiaobai arrive there, right?" Dedeabi said, "Yes, now the Milky Way is gradually connected with the outside world. I don't know if this is a good thing or a bad thing, sigh." Yi Xian smiled slightly. "Don't worry, in the future, I will protect the Milky Way." Dedeabi, Yi Xian laughed, then looked up into the depths of the starry sky. "Counting my fingers, the people of the clan should be arriving soon." At this moment, Yi Xian suddenly retracted his gaze. He looked at the door in the distance. There, a young man slowly walked over. Yi Xian glanced at the young man, smiled and said, "From the clan?" The young man walked in front of Yi Xian, smiled and said, "Let me introduce myself, I am the 7th young master of the clan." "7th young master," Yi Xian nodded slightly, "So it is the 7th young master, I have heard a lot about you." A trace of surprise flashed in the seventh young master's eyes. You know me? Xian smiled and said, I have heard of you. The seventh young master was a bit interested. Where have you heard of me? Xian was speechless. You idiot, I was just being polite. Why are you asking so many questions? Xian smiled slightly. Previously, the ninth young master said, there is only one person in the clan who can threaten his prince position, and that is you, the seventh young master. You are like jade, the seventh young master is unparalleled. The seventh young master laughed. This ninth younger brother of mine, although he is a bit useless, he is still a very honest person. Having said that, he sat in front of Xian, then smiled and said, Xian, I have investigated you. I know that there are two mysterious swordsmen behind you. One is the man in green, the other is a woman in a plain dress, am I right? Xian nodded, yes. The seventh young master smiled and said, these two people are your biggest support, am I right? Xian thought about it, then honestly said, no problem. The seventh young master stared at Xian, I want to see them. Hearing this, Xian was stunned. The seventh young master smiled slightly, you look very shocked, I will say it again, I want to see them. After a moment of silence, Xian said, you are the one the clan sent to deal with me? The seventh young master nodded, yes. The corner of Xian's mouth slightly raised, good. The seventh young master frowned, good what? Xian blinked, smiled and said, I like enemies like you the most. Haha. Hearing Xian's words, the seventh young master suddenly laughed. Seeing the seventh young master laughing, Xian's expression was calm as he gently drank the spiritual tea Xiao brought him. Kill him directly? Of course he could do it, however, this was too boring, because if he killed the seventh young master directly, the clan would not let it go. On the contrary, they would send more powerful enemies. Since that was the case, he could kill the person in front of him slowly to buy more time for himself. This way, he could avoid the situation where he couldn't be handsome for more than 3 days. At this time, the seventh young master shook his head and smiled, Young Master Yi, are you looking down on me? Xian sternly said, no, on the contrary, I respect the seventh young master very much. The seventh young master looked at Xian, why? Xian thought for a moment, then smiled and said, because the seventh young master has the bearing of a young master from a large clan. The clan's strength is 100 times stronger than mine, but the seventh young master didn't act arrogantly when he came here, unlike the ninth young master, whose every movement exuded an air of superiority. But the seventh young master is different. The seventh young master's bearing is extraordinary, amiable and approachable. In my heart, he is the young master of a large clan. Even if I die in the hands of the seventh young master, I, Xian, will have no complaints or regrets. The seventh young master laughed. Xian, you may be a little weak, but you are quite an honest person. It's a pity that you offended the heavenly prestige of my clan. Otherwise, I would have accepted you as a guest and brought you to my clan. Xian sighed, if the one I met that day was the seventh young master, I, Xian, would not have made the same mistake again. As he said this, his expression suddenly became angry, seventh young master, tell me, if you met someone like the ninth young master, you wouldn't be able to kill him? Wouldn't be able to kill him? The seventh young master nodded slightly, that ninth brother of mine is indeed not a good person. Ninth young master was speechless. Xian nodded, seventh young master, even though I've killed ninth young master, I bear no ill will towards the main clan. The main clan is one of the largest clans in the world, even if I was given 10 guts, I wouldn't dare to go against the main clan. If it wasn't for that ninth young master going too far, why would I, Xian, have the intention to kill him? The seventh young master sighed in a low voice, Xian, I sympathize with your experience. After all, that ninth brother of mine is indeed a good for nothing. Not to mention you, even I wanted to kill him back in the clan. Perhaps you don't know this, but in the clan, aside from my second sister, he doesn't care about anyone else. Moreover, he often humiliates me in front of my face, saying that I'm a pig with a human head and an idiot. When he spoke up to here, a wisp of ruthlessness flashed through his eyes. Such people deserve to die. Xian quickly nodded. Death is not to be regretted. The seventh young master looked at Xian. This time, the clan has given me a mission to kill you and wipe out 10 of your clans. Xian was silent. The seventh young master suddenly said, I was going to do the same, but after coming here, I feel that you're a very honest person. You're a good person, so I decided to give you a way out. I want to bring you back to the clan. If I bring you back, I can report to the clan and you can avoid the disaster of wiping out 10 clans. What do you think? Xian thought for a moment and then said, if I go back with you, will the clan kill me? The seventh young master nodded. They should. Xian was silent. The seventh young master looked at Xian. My clan's strength is beyond your imagination. If you don't go back with me, then my clan will slaughter this world and everyone related to you. At that time, it won't be just you who will die, but every living being in this universe. After a moment of silence, Xian said, I'll go back with you. The seventh young master nodded. Then let's go. Xian smiled. All right. He left just like that. Xian followed the seventh young master and arrived at an expanse of the starry sky. In this expanse of the starry sky, Xian saw 36 ancient god realm experts, 36 of them. Xian shook his head and smiled. This clan really does have the ability to be domineering. All 36 of them were stunned when they saw Xian. The seventh young master's expression was calm. Let's go. As soon as he finished speaking, all of them started to travel through space. The clan actually had teleportation formations all over the universe. However, this place was truly too far away from the clan, so they had to travel through space first. On the way, the seventh young master glanced at Xian, and the corners of his mouth curled up slightly. He didn't kill Xian because he had his own plans. The ninth young master came to find Xian, but not only did he not get rid of Xian, he was even killed by Xian. However, he was able to bring Xian back to the clan with just a few words. This would definitely make the patriarch and the elders think highly of him. At the side, Xian closed his eyes. The reason why he agreed to go to the clan was naturally because he didn't want the battlefield to be in the universe of gods. If they fought there, the entire universe of gods would not be spared. Therefore, he decided to go to the clan. Xian suddenly sighed. This trip to the clan would probably be filled with fighting and killing again. He had to admit that he was already tired of this kind of fighting and killing. Wasn't it good for everyone to develop peacefully, but how could life always be smooth sailing? The seventh young master suddenly said, Young Master Yi, why are you sighing? Xian smiled and said, I'm afraid of death. The seventh young master was slightly stunned, then he laughed, Young Master Yi, you're really interesting. If we weren't enemies, I would be willing to be friends with you. Xian was speechless. The seventh young master shook his head. Unfortunately, you've killed someone from my clan. My clan will definitely not let you off. Don't worry, I can't guarantee anything else, but I can guarantee that my clan will definitely not harm that cosmos or your kin. Xian glanced at the seventh young master and said with a smile, all right. The seventh young master looked into the distance and slowly closed his eyes. He didn't know what his words today would bring him. At this moment, a woman suddenly appeared in front of everyone. The moment she appeared, a terrifying force directly suppressed everyone present. Xian frowned slightly as he looked at the woman. She wore a long white dress, had shoulder-length hair, and eyes as clear as water. She held an ancient scroll in her hand. The seventh young master was slightly stunned when he saw this woman, then his expression turned ugly. Second sister. The second young miss of the clan, Zhongbai glanced at Xian, and then she said, Leave him to me. The seventh young master was slightly stunned, and then he spoke in a low voice, Second sister, he's my. Zhongbai gazed at the seventh young master, Is there something wrong with you? The seventh young master's expression instantly changed, and he hurriedly said, Second sister. I'm fine. Zhongbai nodded slightly, report back and say that I took him away. I'll give everyone an explanation then. The seventh young master was slightly hesitant. Zhongbai's expression was calm, Little seventh, I remember that I haven't guided you in a very long time. Why don't I guide you now? The seventh young master immediately said, No. Big sister, I'll report back right now. As soon as he finished speaking, he led the 36 people behind him and vanished into the distance. They ran very quickly. Zhongbai walked over to Xian, and then she gazed at Xian. Shall we go somewhere else to talk? Xian nodded, all right. Zhongbai waved her right hand, and in the next moment, the two of them vanished on the spot. When they reappeared, they were already at the peak of a mountain. From this position, the mountains in the distance were connected to each other, and the peaks of the mountains were shrouded in clouds and mist. It was like a paradise. Zhongbai suddenly said, with young Master Yi's strength, killing them should be a piece of cake, but young Master Yi wants to go with them to the clan. As she spoke up to this point, she turned to look at Xian. Young Master Yi, do you not want to fight in the universe of gods, or do you want to destroy the clan? Or, both? Xian smiled. How should I address you, miss? Zhongbai looked at Xian. Zhongbai. Xian shook his head and smiled. Miss Zhongbai, I'm only at the ancient god realm. I'm not as powerful as you say. Zhongbai shook her head. Young Master Yi, you should be more powerful than I say. Xian smiled. Miss Zhongbai, did you bring me here to have a chat with me? Zhongbai looked at Xian. I'm here to stop you from going to the clan. Xian frowned. Why? Zhongbai stared at Xian. If you go to the clan, you will have to fight to the death. If my clan kills you, there will be a disaster. Xian was silent. Zhongbai continued. If my clan can't find someone, then he must be someone much stronger than my clan. Moreover, there are two possibilities for young Master Yi to make Dadebi follow him. First, young Master Yi has obtained Dadebi's recognition. Second, Dadebi was forced to follow young Master Yi. Regardless of the reason, it's not something my clan can afford to offend. My clan naturally isn't afraid of Dadebi's clone, but Dadebi's real body isn't something my clan can contend against. And if Dadebi is forced to follow young Master Yi, then it means that the person behind young Master Yi is stronger than Dadebi. My clan can't afford to offend him. Xian glanced at Zhongbai, but didn't say anything. Zhongbai turned her head and looked into the distance, softly saying, Young Master Yi, I was born in the clan, but I'm a girl. Therefore, I have no fate to inherit the clan's position. Of course, it's also because I never had any thoughts about that position. I had already left, not wanting to interfere with the clan's matters. But in the end, I couldn't let it go. After all, the clan gave birth to me and raised me. I can't resent them just because they didn't let me be the clan head. Of course, I also know that the clan is like the sun in the sky right now. They don't care about anyone. As she spoke, she looked at Xian and said seriously, Young Master Yi, my clan controls hundreds of large and small universes. There are trillions of living beings that rely on my clan to survive. Now, my clan is muddle-headed and can harm trillions of living beings with a single thought. May I be so bold as to ask young Master Yi to give me some time? Let me mediate the grievances between young Master Yi and my clan. As she spoke, she bowed deeply. Xian was silent. Zhongbai continued, this matter is my clan's fault. This calamity started because of my clan, but the trillions of living beings aren't at fault. The leaders are muddle-headed, and the ones suffering are the common people. Today, if young Master Yi goes to the clan, my clan will definitely be exterminated. All living beings under my clan will be consigned to eternal damnation. With that, she bowed deeply once more. Young Master Yi, please give me a chance. Give my clan a chance. Give all living beings under my clan a chance. After a moment of silence, Xian said, all right. Boom, as soon as he finished speaking, a strand of sword intent suddenly shot into the sky from within his body, mortal realm sword intent. This sword intent of the mortal world pierced through the clouds, and in an instant, the entire galaxy trembled. His sword intent had reached the ancient god realm. Moreover, there was another strand of sword intent within this strand of sword intent. Good, the sword will of the human realm contained the path of kindness. A good thought can cross thousands of mountains and rivers. P.S. Casting a monthly vote is also a good deed. 7017K. His sword intent had broken through. Zhongbai looked at Xian with a complicated gaze and a trace of fear. Although his sword intent was only at the primordial god realm, its might made her heart palpitate. Xian looked at the depths of the starry sky with a complicated gaze. Kindness, the stronger a person was, the more benevolent he was, the more he could change the fate of countless living beings. Conversely, if a person was powerful enough to do as he pleased, then it would be a disaster for all living beings, but just now, His kindness had allowed his sword intent to break through once more. Even if no one thanked him for his kindness, please don't lose what's most precious to you. Because one day, you might be able to obtain good karma. Yi Xian retracted his thoughts and looked at Zhong Bai. Miss Zhong Bai, you're a sensible person with great wisdom. Why doesn't the clan allow you to be the patriarch? Zhong Bai shook her head. I'm a woman. If I were to become the patriarch, they're afraid that the clan would become someone else's dowry. Yi Xian smiled. So, you're giving up? Zhong Bai looked at Yi Xian. Yi Xian smiled. It's very simple if you want to mediate the enmity between me and the clan. You have to be the patriarch. Otherwise, it's useless. They'll still come looking for trouble with me, and I'll still kill them. In this way, the conflict between me and the clan will only grow. Zhong Bai fell silent. Yi Xian smiled and said, you have feelings for the clan, but you should understand that among the younger generation of the clan, no one is more outstanding than you. As the clan leader, you have the power to protect the clan better. Zhong Bai fell silent for a moment before she said, I understand. The corners of Yi Xian's mouth curled up slightly. Actually, if Zhong Bai really became the patriarch, then it might not be a bad thing for him. After all, it was always better to have a friend than an enemy at any time. Zhong Bai looked at Yi Xian and smiled. Young Master Yi, I'm going to the Paradise Realm. Are you willing to come with me? Yi Xian was curious. Immortal Realm? Zhong Bai nodded. It's an extremely mysterious place. That place is currently the most dangerous place that we know of. 2 universe-enlightened ancestral god realm experts of my sect have entered that place in the past, but they've never returned. Yi Xian smiled and said, don't tell me you're trying to lead me there and divert the trouble to someone else? Zhong Bai shook his head. I won't harm you. Yi Xian was curious. Why? Zhong Bai looked at Yi Xian. Because I can't kill you. Even if the entire clan mobilized all their forces, they would not be able to kill young Master Yi. Right? Yi Xian looked straight at Zhong Bai. Is it because I have a Dedeabi? Zhong Bai smiled. No. Yi Xian was curious. Then why? Zhong Bai smiled lightly. Because young Master Yi speaks of Dedeabi very casually. So casually that you don't think Dedeabi is extraordinary. Yi Xian fell silent. Zhong Bai smiled. Young Master Yi, let's go. As soon as she finished speaking, she flicked her sleeve. Bang, the space in front of her suddenly split apart, and a space-time tunnel appeared before them. Yi Xian said, if I go with you to the Paradise Realm, can you guarantee that the clan won't go to the universe of gods to look for trouble with my academy? Zhong Bai nodded. I can. Yi Xian looked at Zhong Bai in silence. Zhong Bai chuckled. Although I'm not the patriarch, I'm the protector of the sect. My authority is only second to the patriarch's. Telling them not to cause trouble for you is something I can do. Yi Xian asked, what if they come? Zhong Bai said, I'll help you kill them. Yi Xian looked at Zhong Bai. A moment later, he smiled. Let's go. With that said, the two disappeared into the space-time tunnel. Clan. Inside the hall, the 7th young master stood respectfully. On both sides were the various elders of the clan. The patriarch, Zhongshou, suddenly said, she took Yi Xian away? The 7th young master nodded. Zhongshou frowned. Why did she take Yi Xian away? The 7th young master shook his head. I don't know. Zhongshou fell silent. At this moment, an elder suddenly said, no matter what, that Yi Xian must die. Zhongshou glanced at the elder. Then you go kill him? The elder's expression froze. Although Zhong Bai was a member of the younger generation, her status in the clan was second only to the patriarch. Be it status or strength, Zhong Bai had reached the peak of the half-step ancestor god realm a long time ago. The most terrifying thing was that she could already fight ancestor god realm experts at that time. Zhongshou suddenly said, send someone to keep an eye on them. Report immediately if anything happens. With that, he stood up and left. In the hall, the crowd dispersed. In the space-time tunnel, Yi Xian and Zhong Bai were shuttling swiftly. Yi Xian suddenly looked at the ancient book in Zhong Bai's hand. Miss Zhong Bai, what book is this? Zhong Bai smiled. It's a book about realms written by Miss Qin. Yi Xian smiled. According to what I know, you want to swallow the immortal treasure pavilion, right? Zhong Bai fell silent. Yi Xian asked softly, do you know Qingguan? Zhong Bai shook her head. Not much. Yi Xian shook his head. You dare to target the immortal treasure pavilion when you don't know much? Miss Zhong Bai, let me tell you, they can't contact Miss Qingguan now. Once they do, I'm afraid your clan will be consigned to eternal damnation. Zhong Bai turned to look at Yi Xian. Is young Master Yi familiar with Pavilion Master Qing? Yi Xian nodded. She's my friend. Zhong Bai looked into the distance and said softly, when the clan wanted to target the immortal treasure pavilion, I suggested it, but they didn't accept it. The breadth of this Pavilion Master Qing's knowledge is rarely seen. Yi Xian smiled. Not only is she knowledgeable, but she's also very strong. Miss Zhong Bai, to be honest, I'm afraid it'll be very difficult for you to save your clan, especially when your clan attacked the immortal treasure pavilion. I know Miss Qingguan's temper, she won't let your clan off. Zhong Bai glanced at Yi Xian and hesitated to speak. Yi Xian smiled. Don't look at me. Miss Qingguan is very good at forging swords. I can't deal with her. Unless. At this point, he suddenly stopped talking. Zhong Bai quickly asked. Unless what? Yi Xian shook his head. Miss Zhong Bai, you've overlooked a problem. Right now, you're the only one in the clan who wants to change the clan and form good karma. As for the others, they're all on the brink of death. If you want to change the clan, you can only become the patriarch. Only then can you change the clan and save it. Otherwise, whatever you do now is meaningless because you're not the patriarch. Understand? Zhong Bai nodded. Understood. This time, I'm going to the immortal domain to find a senior of my clan. I need his support. With his support, I can become the patriarch without bloodshed. Yi Xian nodded. Speaking of which, what kind of place is this immortal domain? Zhong Bai shook her head. I don't know. Yi Xian smiled. Then aren't you afraid of not coming back? Zhong Bai replied. Afraid? Yi Xian was surprised. Then, you're still going? Zhong Bai glanced at Yi Xian. Because I'm afraid, that's why I'm bringing you. Yi Xian's face instantly darkened. Zhong Bai said seriously. I think if you come with me, we should be able to come back alive, right? Yi Xian said solemnly. What makes you think so? Zhong Bai looked at Yi Xian and said seriously. I think no one can kill you, at least in this universe. Yi Xian was curious. Why are you so confident in me? Is it because of your guesses just now? Zhong Bai countered with a question. Can anyone kill you? Yi Xian thought about it and said, yes, but they're all my people. Dedeabi, Zhong Bai looked at Yi Xian and didn't speak. Yi Xian said seriously, I'm not lying. Zhong Bai nodded. I believe you. Yi Xian was slightly stunned. You really believe me? Zhong Bai nodded. Of course. You have no reason to lie to me, right? Yi Xian shook his head and smiled. How rare, this was the first time someone believed him when he spoke the truth. Zhong Bai's eyes flashed with worry. With the clan's current strength, there were indeed very few opponents. But now, the clan was courting death by provoking two people who weren't afraid of the clan. AI, Zhong Bai sighed softly. Just as Yi Xian said, if she wanted to change the clan and save the clan, she had to become the clan leader. Only by becoming the clan leader would she be able to change everything. At this thought, Zhong Bai looked into the distance and sped up. Yi Xian glanced at Zhong Bai. Why was this clan different from his own? The clan valued males over females, but his own clan valued females over males. Yi Xian shook his head and sighed. What a sin. At this moment, Zhong Bai suddenly said, we're almost there. Yi Xian looked into the distance. At the end of his vision, he saw a white vortex. Yi Xian was curious. Miss Zhong Bai, what kind of place is this paradise? Zhong Bai shook her head. It's a very mysterious place. As for what kind of place it is, I don't know either. I only know that my ancestor once entered it and never came out again. As she spoke, she glanced at Yi Xian. Are you afraid? Yi Xian blinked. Do you know that I have a nickname? Zhongbai was curious. What nickname? Yi Xian smiled. Legacy killer. Zhongbai was speechless. Soon, the two of them were getting closer to the white vortex. At this moment, Yi Xian suddenly felt a trace of uneasiness. Sensing this, Yi Xian frowned slightly. Brother Bai, is it dangerous inside? Dedeabi said, that depends on how you look at it. Yi Xian was puzzled. What do you mean? Dedeabi was silent for a moment. If you die, you definitely won't die, but, Yi Xian was curious. But what? Dedeabi said indifferently. But you might be beaten badly. Yi Xian was slightly stunned. Then he smiled. I won't. Dedeabi said, don't be too confident. Yi Xian looked at the white vortex that was getting closer and closer. He smiled. If I become a younger brother again and get beaten badly again, I will recognize Xiao Ta as my master. Xiao Ta immediately said, really? Yi Xian was speechless. Hearing Xiao Ta's words, Yi Xian's face immediately turned cold. This guy has a rebellious streak, looks like I have to find a chance to teach this guy a lesson, lest he rebels in the future. At this time, Xiao Ta hesitated and then said, young lord, I was just joking. Yi Xian said with a smile, Xiao Ta, I still don't know what changes have happened to you. Xiao Ta was silent. Yi Xian was a little curious. What's wrong? Xiao Ta sighed softly. Young lord, I have to keep a low profile. I used to talk too much, and then, at this point, it stopped talking. Yi Xian wanted to say something else, but at this time a white light suddenly appeared in front of him and Zhongbai. Boom, with a roar in their ears, the two appeared in a stretch of ruins. Yi Xian scanned the surroundings. At this moment, he and Zhongbai were in the center of a wasteland. Everywhere around them were broken fences and broken walls. Above their heads floated a thick, black cloud that was incomparably stifling. And in the distant sky, there were still some remnants of swords floating. Swords? Yi Xian frowned slightly. Could it be that this was once a swordsman sect? As if he felt something, he suddenly turned his head. In the distance, a few hundred zhang away, there was a stone tablet that was hundreds of zhang long, and on the stone tablet, there was a sword. At this time, Yi Xian's eyes fell on the sword. The sword was 4 feet long, 2 fingers wide, and it was completely black. At this time, Zhongbai suddenly said, be careful. Yi Xian nodded. He looked at the stone tablet in the distance and said, let's go and have a look. Zhongbai nodded. The two walked toward the stone tablet. On the way, Yi Xian glanced around, as if he discovered something. His eyes narrowed slightly, and his left thumb lightly pressed against the green profound sword. Zhongbai slowly clenched his right hand. Soon, the two walked in front of the stone tablet. Yi Xian looked at the stone tablet. On the stone tablet, there were 3 big words, Demon Sword Sect. Demon Sword Sect, Yi Xian whispered, it really is a swordsman sect. It had been a long time since he had seen the swordsman sect. Zhongbai said softly, there must have been a great battle here. Yi Xian nodded. He looked up at the black sword at the top of the stone tablet. He opened his palm. Come. The black sword did not move. There was no reaction. Yi Xian was stunned. In the next moment, his right hand lightly twirled. Come. The black sword still did not budge. The corner of Yi Xian's mouth twitched. What the hell? Zhongbai looked at Yi Xian without saying a word. Yi Xian's old face turned slightly red. He suddenly disappeared, and when he reappeared, he was already in front of the black sword. He sized up the black sword and frowned, because he couldn't see what was so special about it. Yi Xian held the black sword in his hand. Boom, as soon as he held it, Yi Xian's pupils shrank. In the next moment, his eyes turned pitch black. In an instant, a cloud of black energy erupted from his body. Then, his body began to corrode bit by bit. Shocked, Yi Xian hurriedly activated his armor. Rumble, as soon as the armor appeared, the cloud of black energy was blocked. However, he was shocked to find that the insides of his body were still being corroded. The armor was blocking the outside, not the inside. Yi Xian hurriedly calmed down and activated his bloodline power. Boom, in an instant, the blood in Yi Xian's body began to boil. Very soon, a terrifying bloodline power erupted from his body. Along with this bloodline, following the eruption of this bloodline power, the black energy in his body was slowly suppressed. Seeing this, Xian immediately breathed a sigh of relief. Meanwhile, the black sword suddenly trembled violently. A moment later, it struggled free from Xian's grasp and stabbed towards the center of his forehead. Xian didn't dodge and allowed it to stab into his forehead. Right at the instant that the black sword was about to stab into the center of Xian's forehead, a hand suddenly grabbed the blade of the sword. It was Zongbei. A wisp of a ferocious expression flashed through Zongbei's eyes. She swiftly grabbed the black sword and tossed it to the side. As soon as the sword left her hand, her right palm split into two. At the instant that the black sword flew out, it suddenly turned around and stabbed towards the center of Zongbei's forehead. Zongbei's eyes narrowed slightly. She was just about to attack when a ray of light suddenly slashed against the black sword. Bang! An expanse of light erupted, and then both swords were blasted flying. Xian appeared by Zongbei's side. Zongbei gazed at the black sword with a solemn expression on her face. That sword is terrifying. Xian glanced at Zongbei's severed hand and said, "Recuperate first." Zongbei nodded slightly. She withdrew a medicinal pill and consumed it. However, it was utterly useless. Moreover, she noticed to her astonishment that her palm was being corroded bit by bit. Zongbei frowned at the sight of this. Meanwhile, Xian suddenly grabbed Zongbei's arm, and then a strand of his bloodline energy surged into Zongbei's arm. Bang! A ray of blood-red light swept through Zongbei's arm, and then the remaining black energy around Zongbei's injury vanished. Xian relaxed his grip and spoke softly, "It's fine now." Zongbei gazed at Xian with astonishment in her eyes. "Your bloodline energy." In that instant just now, she'd clearly sensed Xian's bloodline energy. It was too terrifying. Xian grinned. "Have you heard of the bloodline of the Mad Demon clan?" Zongbei shook her head. Xian smiled, and then he gazed towards the distance. At this moment, the green profound sword had entered into battle with the black sword. Xian suddenly noticed that the green profound sword's ability in one-on-one combat was very formidable, and it wasn't just ordinarily formidable. Of course, the black sword was quite terrifying as well. After all, the green profound sword could be said to be the number one sword beneath the three swords, yet this black sword was actually able to fight the green profound sword equally. At this moment, the black sword in the distance suddenly trembled violently. In an instant, thousands of strands of sword chi swept out from within it. Hiss! Tens of thousands of holes were torn in the sky. The green profound sword suddenly trembled slightly, and then it transformed into a ray of light that shot forward. It broke through the enemy's defenses with a single point. Rumble! A ray of light suddenly exploded in the distant sky, and in the blink of an eye, the two swords were sent flying several tens of thousands of meters away. Wherever the two swords passed, space-time was torn inch by inch, and the entire sky was directly torn into a huge spider web. It was an extremely terrifying sight. Xian looked at the black sword with a slight frown, and his heart was filled with shock. Just where did this sword come from, and how could it actually block the green profound sword? At this moment, the black sword suddenly trembled violently, and in the next moment, the space-time in front of Xian directly split apart, and then a sword directly stabbed towards the center of Xian's brows. It was the black sword. To catch bandits, first catch the king. Xian was stunned. This sword was very thoughtful, and actually knew to catch bandits by first catching the king. Watch out! Zongbei's voice suddenly rang out in Xian's ears, and in the next moment, the hilt of the black sword was directly grabbed by a hand. It was Zongbei's hand, and at this moment, the black sword had already left Xian's brows. It was less than half an inch away from Xian's brows. A wisp of a ferocious expression flashed through Zongbei's eyes. She grabbed the black sword and tossed it towards the side. At the same time, she suddenly charged forward and smashed her fist forward. Rumble! A terrifying fist seal slammed into the black sword, and the black sword was blasted several thousand feet away. A wisp of a ferocious expression flashed through Zongbei's eyes. She seemed to have thought of something, and she turned around to look at Xian with slight anger. "Why didn't you resist? Could it be that you don't know how dangerous this sword is?" Xian was just about to speak when the black sword suddenly turned around and vanished into the horizon. It fled. Zongbei's brows knit together slightly. Xian glanced at the sky, and his brows knit together slightly as well. That sword really does possess some ability. and its origins are extraordinary. Zongbei pointed towards the distance. Look. Yixian looked along the direction of Zongbei's finger. A damaged hull was floating at the end of his field of vision, and the black sword was hovering in the air above the hull. Moreover, it was emanating numerous sword howls as if it was provoking them on purpose. Zongbei spoke solemnly, "It's provoking us on purpose and wants us to go over." Yixian nodded, "Then let's go over." As he spoke, he walked towards the sword. Zongbei was slightly stunned, and then she hurriedly pulled on Yixian's arm. "You." Yixian gazed at Zongbei and felt slightly helpless. "Didn't you trust me a lot earlier? Why don't you trust me now?" Zongbei hesitated for a moment and said, "This place is very dangerous. Even though you're very strong, I think that we should be more cautious. That sword is provoking us on purpose to make us go over, so there's definitely something wrong with it." Yixian thought for a moment and said, "I'll be very responsible and tell you that I'm actually quite strong." "Really? If it attacks me again, don't interfere. Do you understand?" Zongbei. When he saw Zongbei's shocked expression, Yixian shook his head and smiled. "Let's go. Let's go together." With that, he led Zongbei towards the distance. Zongbei slowly clenched his right hand, and his eyes were filled with vigilance. Yixian turned to look at Zongbei. "You think it's very dangerous?" Zongbei nodded. Yixian thought for a moment and said, "Saying that I'm invincible might be a bit of an exaggeration, but I'm least afraid of a swordsman. The only swordsman that can kill me is either my sister or my father, and the last one is my big brother. So, don't worry, understand?" Zongbei. Yixian didn't pay any more attention to Zongbei, and he led Zongbei to the front of the dilapidated hall. At this moment, a phantom suddenly surged out from the black sword, and the phantom looked down at Yixian and said in a hoarse voice, "Swordsman." Yixian looked at the phantom. "What?" The phantom suddenly said in a fierce voice, "I want you dead." Yixian frowned slightly. "Can you give me a reason?" The phantom said, "I don't like the sight of you." "Is this reason enough?" Yixian thought for a moment, and then smiled slightly. "There are many who don't like the sight of me. Who do you think you are?" As he said that, he raised a finger and laughed. "Don't say that I'm bullying you. Come, I'll stand still and let you slash me. I won't defend, and I won't dodge." The sword suddenly said fiercely, "Are you sure?" Yixian said with a smile, "A gentleman keeps his word." The sword suddenly trembled violently, and in the next moment, it directly turned into a spear. Then, the spear cut through the sky and stabbed straight at Yixian. Seeing this scene, Yixian's expression froze. "Damn, this sword doesn't play by the rules. P.S. Asking for tickets." The spear stabbed forward. Yixian was speechless. Did this idiot know that he could absorb swords? He still did not dodge and allowed the spear to stab him between his eyebrows. Boom, a spear gleam suddenly erupted from between his eyebrows. The terrifying force caused Yixian's entire body to tremble. However, Yixian was completely unscathed. He had forcefully withstood all the force of the spear. Zongbei was completely stunned when he saw this. At this moment, the spear suddenly retreated and widened the distance between it and Yixian. The spear trembled slightly and returned to its sword form. Yixian looked at Black Sword. "That's it?" Black Sword suddenly flew into a rage. "How dare you?" Yixian suddenly opened his palm and the Xianxia sword appeared in his hand. The next moment, he wielded the sword and slashed forward. Boom, in the distance, Black Sword was sent flying hundreds of thousands of feet away. As soon as he stopped, the Xianxia sword stabbed him again. Boom, Black Sword was sent flying again. This time, he flew hundreds of thousands of feet away. After Black Sword stopped, he slashed at him again. Boom, a wave of sword gleam exploded and Black Sword was sent flying. At this moment, Yixian suddenly opened his palm and the Xianxia sword appeared in his hand. In the distance, Black Sword suddenly roared angrily, 2 against 1, what kind of man are you? 2 against 1, Yixian was speechless. He glanced at Black Sword. "Let your master come out." Black Sword said fiercely, "My master has fallen. If he hadn't fallen, a swordsman like you would have died in no time." Yixian frowned slightly. "Dead?" As he said this, he shook his head slightly. "It seems that your master is very weak. He actually died." Black Sword suddenly roared, "What do you know? Do you know how powerful he is?" "You have no idea, you." Xian said, "He's dead. Whatever you say is useless." Black Sword was speechless. At the side, Zhongbai could not help but laugh. Xian continued, "A truly powerful swordsman will never die, just like me." Black Sword's entire body trembled. "Swordsman, you dare despise my master?" Xian nodded. "I dare. If you're not convinced, let him resurrect and beat me up." Black Sword said angrily, "You. Are you talking like a human?" He had already fallen. "Your words are so shameless." Xian laughed and said, "I'm shameless, hee hee." Black Sword was speechless. "Zhongbai, little fellow, you're quite interesting." At that moment, a middle-aged man slowly walked out from the floating palace. The Black Sword flew in front of the middle-aged man. "Master." Zhongbai's expression instantly became extremely solemn when he saw the middle-aged man. Xian looked at the middle-aged man in silence. The middle-aged man sized up Xian and finally stopped at the Dadaebi on Xian's waist. He chuckled. "Dadaebi." Xian nodded. The middle-aged man then looked at the azure sword in Xian's hand. A trace of solemnity and complexity appeared in his eyes when he saw the azure sword. At that moment, Zhongbai suddenly said, "You are?" The middle-aged man smiled. "The sect leader of the demon sword sect." Zhongbai frowned slightly. "I've never heard of you." The middle-aged man smiled. "It's normal that you've never heard of me. The demon sword sect has been around for at least 100 million years. Things have remained the same, but people have changed after 100 million years. 100 million years, Xian was quite shocked. There were already such terrifying powerhouses 100 million years ago. This meant that the martial arts civilization of that era was already very advanced. The middle-aged man suddenly looked at Xian and said with a smile, "Shall we have a spar?" Xian nodded. "Okay." The middle-aged man smiled. "Be careful." As soon as he said that, the space-time in front of Xian suddenly split open. The next moment, before Xian could react, a sword had pierced his chest. Boom, Xian's body trembled violently, and the armor on his body caved in. Xian's expression changed drastically, and he retreated thousands of meters. When he stopped, he looked at his chest. The armor on his chest had caved in. Seeing this scene, Xian's expression became solemn. Although this sword didn't break Arya's armor, the power of this sword was enough to damage Arya's armor. At this moment, the middle-aged man suddenly chuckled. "Your armor is so powerful." Xian looked at the middle-aged man. "Your sword is also powerful." The middle-aged man smiled. "Again. You have to be careful." As soon as he said that, he took a step forward. As soon as this step fell, Xian's pupils suddenly shrank, and he blocked with his sword. Rumble, his right arm trembled violently. In the next moment, Xian was horrified because he discovered that a terrifying force had directly penetrated into his body through his armor. Bang, Xian flew thousands of meters away. When he stopped, a trace of blood slowly flowed from the corner of his mouth. There was a trace of seriousness in Xian's eyes. His opponent's sword technique was so strange that it could penetrate his armor. In the distance, the middle-aged man smiled. "Again?" Xian looked up and smiled. "Of course." As soon as he finished speaking, the armor on his body disappeared with a thought. There was no armor. The middle-aged man looked at Xian. "Are you sure you want to do this? Without that armor, my sword technique can easily break your body." Xian smiled. "Bring it on." As soon as he said that, he opened his palm, and the azure sword appeared in his hand. In the next moment, bang, a terrifying sword intent suddenly shot into the sky from his body. The middle-aged man frowned slightly when he saw the sword intent. "Your sword intent." In the distance, Xian smiled. "Be careful." As soon as he finished speaking, he suddenly disappeared on the spot. Hiss, a sharp tearing sound suddenly resounded. In the distance, the middle-aged man's expression was calm as he casually stabbed with his sword. Bang, a wave of sword light suddenly exploded in front of him. In the next moment, the middle-aged man retreated a few hundred meters, but he didn't stop and slashed with his sword again. This attack was even faster than the previous one. A trace of astonishment flashed across the middle-aged man's eyes. With a flick of his wrist, he thrust his sword out. The sword was light, like a leaf falling slowly in the wind. However, when the sword struck Xian's sword, it suddenly changed. The originally light sword suddenly turned into a violent storm. Bang! In front of the two, a beam of sword light suddenly exploded. The next moment, Xian had already retreated thousands of feet away. As soon as he stopped, the space-time between his eyebrows suddenly cracked, and then a sword was already half an inch away from his eyebrows. The scene froze. Did I lose? No. Xian's Xianxian sword had pierced the hilt of the black sword at some point in time, forcefully blocking the black sword. Xian shook his wrist. Bang! A wave of sword intent surged out, and the black sword was instantly shattered, flying. The middle-aged man opened his palm, and the black sword appeared in his hand. At the instant he held the black sword, he retreated a few meters. A wisp of surprise flashed through the middle-aged man's eyes, and he gazed at Xian. Young man, your sword intent is amazing. Xian grinned. Senior, you're too kind. The middle-aged man shook his head. I'm not. Your sword intent is extremely amazing, and it contains your sword Dao. Your sword Dao's future is limitless. Xian smiled and said, thank you. The middle-aged man gazed at Xian while a wisp of praise flashed through his eyes. Little fellow, I'll attack again. If you're able to block it without relying on any external objects, then I'll give you fortune. As soon as he finished speaking, he opened his palm, and then the black sword in his hand shot into the sky. Xian looked up into the sky, and the black sword suddenly started trembling violently. The middle-aged man suddenly smiled and said, little fellow, you can do it. As soon as he finished speaking, his pupils suddenly turned black, and then he opened his right hand and swiftly pulled it down. Life obliteration. Bang! A terrifying strand of black sword intent suddenly shot into the sky and entered the black sword. In an instant, a terrifying and evil aura instantly swept through the entire world. Zongbai's pupils constricted, and she hurriedly retreated explosively. Her eyes were filled with astonishment as she gazed at the black sword. What evil sword intent? Meanwhile, the middle-aged man suddenly started laughing, the most evil in the world. As soon as he finished speaking, he pressed his fingers together and pointed at Xian. Slash. Hiss! The black sword suddenly slashed down from the sky, and it seemed as if it intended to tear the entire universe into pieces. The sword contained the most evil sword intent. Down below, Xian slowly closed his eyes. He opened his palm, and the Xianxian sword trembled violently. At the same time, streams of terrifying mortal sword will gushed out of his body and converged into the Xianxian sword like a river. In the next moment, the Xianxian sword soared into the sky like a torrent of mortal sword will. Kindness. There was kindness amidst the sword intent in the world. Rumble. Suddenly, the entire sky trembled violently. A black and white light from the sword abruptly exploded, instantly engulfing the entire sky. The cyan profound sword and the black sword were locked in a stalemate. The two swords trembled violently, and terrifying bursts of power continued to erupt. The world began to turn illusory bit by bit. Meanwhile, the middle-aged man suddenly pressed his right hand down slowly. The black sword trembled violently before a strand of terrifying energy erupted from it, and then the green profound sword was gradually forced back. Xian gazed silently at the green profound sword that was being forced back. Kindness can't suppress evil. The evil within the sword intent grew stronger and stronger while the light around the green profound sword grew dimmer and dimmer. At this moment, the kindness sword intent was gradually vanishing as well. It was being suppressed. The black sword's imposing aura grew more and more terrifying, and the green profound sword was at an absolute disadvantage. It wasn't that the green profound sword was no match for the black sword, it was because the kindness sword intent was no match for the evil sword intent. Xian had a trace of bewilderment in his eyes. All the ancient books he'd read said that evil could never defeat good, but was it really like that? Most of the time, evil was stronger than good. At this moment, Xian slowly opened his eyes and looked into the sky. When good can't do anything, then let evil save all living beings. As soon as he finished speaking, boom, within Xian's body, the power of his bloodline suddenly shot into the sky. Within this power of his bloodline, there was a strand of terrifying sword intent that had been sealed for a long time. Evil sword intent. At this moment, the power of his bloodline was undergoing a change. Good and evil sword intents. He had comprehended this sword intent before, but he had gradually abandoned it. He did not expect that these two sword intents would reappear with the establishment of his human sword principle. That was not right. It should be said that there were good and evil thoughts in the depths of one's heart. As Xianxia's evil sword intent and bloodline power soared into the sky, the green profound sword shook violently. In the next moment, when the bloodline power and evil sword intent surged into it, rumble, the black sword was suddenly sent flying tens of thousands of feet away. At the same time, the middle-aged man's evil sword intent dissipated and was replaced by Xianxia's good sword intent and evil sword intent. At this moment, Xianxia's evil sword intent began to suppress Xianxia's good sword intent together with the bloodline power. The good sword intent could not withstand it. Xian frowned. The evil sword intent was much more ferocious than the good sword intent. Was he really a bad person? Xian shifted his mind, and the sword intent of evil thought and sword intent of kindness were completely withdrawn into his body. Boom! After returning to his body, Xian slowly closed his eyes and the bloodline power in his body gradually calmed down. After a while, Xian opened his eyes and looked at the middle-aged man in the distance. The middle-aged man smiled. Amazing! Young man, you are really amazing. Not only do you have the good sword intent, but you also have the evil sword intent. Moreover, the two sword intents can coexist peacefully. Amazing. Xian smiled. Senior, you are too kind. The middle-aged man shook his head. You are indeed outstanding. If the demon sword sect had a genius like you, speaking of this, he sighed and looked gloomy. Xian was curious. Senior, did something happen to the demon sword sect? The demon sword sect nodded. Disaster. Saying this, he looked around and said softly, the foundation of countless years was destroyed in one day. Saying this, he looked at Xian. My sword principle consists of two words, evil and evil. As a swordsman, we should do as we please and follow our hearts. Xian was silent. Do as you please, follow your heart, a swordsman should be like that. Of course, he had another point of view, which was that no matter if one was a swordsman or any other cultivation, they should have their own bottom line. Of course, at this moment, he naturally wouldn't refute him. We'll talk about other things after we get the benefits. The middle-aged man looked at Xian and smiled. What do you think? Xian said seriously, of course. The middle-aged man laughed. I knew it. You're a kindred spirit. Otherwise, you wouldn't have such a strong evil intent. As he spoke, he opened his palm, and the black sword in his hand suddenly trembled violently. In the next moment, the black sword directly sank into the center of Xian's brows. Boom! In an instant, a terrifying black aura enveloped Xian. In an instant, countless evil intents surged into Xian's mind like a tidal wave. Xian's eyes widened. Gradually, his eyes turned pitch black. The middle-aged man looked at Xian. Today, I'll pass on all my evil intents to you. As for how much you can absorb, it'll depend on your own luck. Boom! Suddenly, a terrifying black sword intent soared into the sky from Xian's body. The sword intent directly shattered the spacetime above his head and swept across the sky. At this moment, Xian activated the power of the bloodline in his body. He had to suppress this horrifying evil thought. He could not let this evil thought wreak havoc. Boom! As Xian's bloodline power appeared, the powerful evil intent was gradually suppressed. A trace of surprise flashed through the middle-aged man's eyes. Your bloodline power is so powerful. Zhongbai was also somewhat shocked. She had seen Xian's bloodline power before, and it was indeed extraordinarily terrifying. And behind those who possessed this bloodline power, Zhongbai's expression gradually became solemn. At this moment, the black aura around Xian disappeared. Xian returned to normal, and he had already absorbed the middle-aged man's evil intent. Xian bowed slightly. Many thanks. The middle-aged man praised, your sword intent is truly invincible. Not only can it contain the sword intent of good intent, but it can also contain the sword intent of evil intent. Amazing. Xian smiled and said, Senior, you're too kind. The middle-aged man roared with laughter as he opened his palm, and the black sword appeared in his grasp. This sword is called the evil sword. Today, it's the sword of my demon sword sect's founding ancestor. Today, I'll pass it down to you. With this sword, you'll be able to bring forth its greatest might when you utilize the evil sword intent in the future. Xian glanced at the black sword in his hand and said, "All right." The middle-aged man hesitated for a moment before he said, "Little fellow, I won't hide it from you. Accepting the inheritance of my demon sword sect might cause you to suffer great karma. I'm sure you've noticed that my demon sword sect was destroyed, so." Xian smiled, "It's fine." The middle-aged man smiled, "That's good." As he spoke, his figure gradually became ethereal. Zhongbai suddenly said, "Senior, my ancestor entered this place in the past, but he never left. May I know where he went?" The middle-aged man smiled, "He probably went to Fallen City to search for a divine object that fell from the ruins." Zongbai's brows knit together slightly. "A divine object that fell from the ruins?" The middle-aged man nodded, and then he pointed to the right. "There's a city 1,500 kilometers away from here, and it's called Fallen City. It's a ruin, and a very formidable power once resided within it. But for some unknown reason, the city was suddenly massacred overnight. The people who massacred the city didn't kill them completely, and they just imprisoned their souls within their bodies forever. So, that place has become a ghost city now." As he spoke, he glanced at Xian, "You possess the goodwill sword intent. If you're able to save the people of that city, then your goodwill sword intent will probably improve by a level or even undergo a qualitative change." Zhongbai suddenly asked, "Is it dangerous?" The middle-aged man smiled, "Even I don't dare to rashly step foot into that place." As he spoke, he glanced at Xian again, "However, you should be fine. Since you're able to possess the legendary Dedeabi, then the karma of that city shouldn't be able to do anything to you. Of course, this depends on whether you're willing to go or not." As he spoke, his body gradually became illusory. Seeing that the middle-aged man was about to completely disappear, Xian couldn't care less about his face anymore. He hurriedly asked, "Senior, the treasures of the demon sword sect." The middle-aged man smiled, "They're all gone." As he spoke, he completely disappeared. "Xian," Zhongbai suddenly said, "Young Master Yi, I think this might be a trap." Xian chuckled, "How could I not know? Why did the other party give him the inheritance so easily? Was it really because of Xian's talent? It wasn't just that. If he accepted this inheritance, it would mean that he would become a sworn enemy of the powerful force that destroyed this sect." Zhongbai said in a low voice, "Aren't you worried?" Xian was silent for a moment, then said, "Do you want to hear the truth?" Zhongbai nodded, "Of course." Xian glanced at the green profound sword in his hand, then said, "With my sister here, I'm not afraid of any karma between heaven and earth." As he spoke, he walked into the distance. Zhongbai, in the distance, within Xian's body, Xiaota suddenly said, "Young master, you're a little too arrogant now." Xian smiled, "Am I?" Xiaota said, "Yes." Xian laughed, "With a sister like this, if I don't be arrogant, who would be arrogant?" Xiaota was silent for a moment, then said, "I can't refute you." Xian, on the way, Zhongbai suddenly said, "Are you going to Fallen City?" Xian nodded. Zhongbai turned to look at Xian, "Which city do you want to save?" Xian said softly, "Let's go take a look first." Zhongbai nodded. As if thinking of something, Xian opened his palm, and the evil sword appeared in his hand. He sized up the evil sword, then smiled, "Why are you so quiet?" After a moment of silence, the evil sword spirit said, "Master asked me to follow you, so you're my master from now on. Since I'm my master, I should be loyal to you. How would I dare to disrespect you? After all, I can't defeat you." Xian was slightly stunned, and then he laughed, "What an evil spirit. You have a bright future." Haha. Zhongbai glanced at Xian, but he didn't say anything. Before long, the two of them arrived at Fallen City. The entire city was extremely gloomy, and there were two bloody corpses hanging upside down at the city gates, still dripping with blood. Blood could be seen everywhere around the city walls. Xian frowned when he saw this scene. Zhongbai's expression suddenly became solemn, "This place is so strange." Xian nodded. Right at this moment, gloomy laughter suddenly resounded from the side. Xian turned around and saw a pale woman sitting on the nearby city walls. The woman sat on top of the city walls, and her legs were swaying about. At this moment, the woman was looking at Xian. Xian withdrew his gaze. Let's enter the city. Zhongbai hesitated for a moment, but he still followed Xian. Right at this moment, the woman on the city wall suddenly said, "How dare you?" Xian stopped, and then he looked at the woman on the city walls and smiled, "Miss, what's your name?" The woman stared at Xian. "Do you know that you'll become food for countless evil spirits once you enter the city? Your body and blood will make those evil spirits go mad." Xian asked again, "Miss, what's your name?" The woman gazed at Xian for a short while before she said, "Su Xiaoxiao." Xian spread out his palm, "Do you want to be free? If you do, come, follow me." Su Xiaoxiao looked at Xian without saying a word. Xian said again, "Come." Su Xiaoxiao suddenly stretched out her hand and lightly tapped in front of her. Soon, an invisible barrier blocked her hand. Then, she looked at Xian, "You can only enter this city, you can't leave." Xian suddenly opened his palm, and Dedeabi flew out. The next moment, Dedeabi directly pointed in front of Su Xiaoxiao. Boom, the space in front of Su Xiaoxiao directly distorted. Xian said, "Hold this brush." Su Xiaoxiao was silent for a moment, and then directly reached out to hold Dedeabi. Boom, in an instant, Dedeabi directly brought Su Xiaoxiao out. After coming out, Su Xiaoxiao was dumbfounded. After a while, she turned her head to look at Xian and said with a trembling voice, I really came out?" Xian nodded and then walked towards the distant city gate. Su Xiaoxiao said, "It's really dangerous." Xian waved the Dedeabi in his hand and said disdainfully, "Dedeabi is my big brother. Who dares to touch me?" "Who dares?" Su Xiaoxiao. In a room somewhere in the Milky Way, an angry voice suddenly sounded, F***ck, what the F***ck, don't you dare mess around. P.S. Asking for votes. If you don't know how to vote, you can come to Zongheng Chinese Network. You can vote here. Xian ignored Dedeabi and led Zhongbai away. Dedeabi hurriedly said, "Xian, don't act recklessly. Don't act recklessly." Xian stopped and said, "Brother Bai, are you that afraid of Fallen City?" Dedeabi said, "I'm not afraid, but I can't interfere with the fate of all living beings. This goes against the rules that Master set for me. What you want to do, that's your own business. You can't make me take the blame." Xian. "Brother Yi, you have to be a man." Xian was curious, "Why can't you interfere with the fate of all living beings?" Dedeabi said, "Because I'm the operator of fate, the executor of the rules. If I interfere, wouldn't it be a mess?" Xian asked again, "Didn't you kill people before?" Dedeabi said, "They provoked me first. Since they provoked me, it's natural for me to kill them. There's a cause and effect." Xian thought about it and said, "That's easy. After I go in, I'll lie low for a while and let them take the initiative to cause trouble for me. Finally, I'll bring you out. Some idiots will definitely deliberately target me and you. At that time it'll be natural for you to kill them." "Fuck." Dedeabi hurriedly said, "Xian, don't be like that. You're luring them, it's not right." Xian smiled, "Brother Bai, don't feel pressured. We're here to do something good. Even if you violate the rules, your master definitely won't blame you." Dedeabi sighed, "Xian, you have to understand that existence is reasonable. In the forest, you beat back the wolf to save the sheep, but what about the wolf? What if it starves to death?" Xian pointed to the city in the distance. "Do you feel the hostility and resentment in this city? How many died tragically?" Dedeabi said, "They have their own destiny." Xian smiled and said, "Are some living beings destined to be tragic from birth?" Dedeabi replied, "Not completely, they can work hard to change the trajectory of their fate." Xian chuckled, "Brother Bai, let me ask you, if I asked Qing'er to kill you now, would you feel wronged?" After a moment of silence, Dedeabi said, "Don't be like this. Aren't we having a good chat?" Xian smiled and said, "If I let Qing'er kill you now, your death will be your fate. You can't blame Qing'er for your death, you can only blame yourself for not working hard enough, right?" Dedeabi, Xian whispered, "Brother Bai, I'm not arguing with you, I just want to tell you that the people at the bottom are often helpless. Dedeabi was silent for a moment, then said, I know what you're saying, but I really can't break the rules. If the people who enforce the rules break the rules, the world will fall into chaos. Yixian thought for a moment, then said, how about this, if you don't want to get involved, we'll change the method. I'll do it, after I do it, you cover me. In this way, other people's karma will become our karma. What do you think? Dedeabi said in a low voice, I don't think so, is there a difference? Yixian said seriously, of course there is a difference. You cover me, that means you don't have to get involved with other karma. Dedeabi was silent. Yixian said, then it's settled. Dedeabi said in a low voice, do I have a choice? Yixian nodded, of course, I'm a person who respects democracy very much. I, Yixian, am not the kind of person who calls others for help. Dedeabi, Yixian said seriously, tell me your choice. Dedeabi was silent for a moment, then said, do as you please. Anyway, I can't do anything to you. Yixian laughed, and he walked towards the city. At this time, Su Xiaoxiao suddenly said behind him, are you really going in? Yixian turned to look at Su Xiaoxiao, are you familiar with the city? Su Xiaoxiao nodded, familiar. Yixian smiled and said, are you willing to go in with me? Su Xiaoxiao hesitated. Yixian smiled and said, if you don't want to, it doesn't matter. You're free now, you can leave. After saying that, he turned and left. Su Xiaoxiao suddenly appeared beside Yixian. She looked at Yixian, I'll go in with you. Yixian smiled and said, okay. After the three of them entered the city, Yixian immediately frowned. This place was too gloomy. Moreover, the surroundings were filled with hostility and resentment. There were too many vengeful spirits, Su Xiaoxiao said in a low voice, in this city, there are two extremely powerful ghost kings. They are Yixian Ghost King in the south and Sima Ghost King in the north. These two people have been fighting all year round, but they are evenly matched. Yixian nodded, I understand. At this moment, a terrifying aura suddenly swept over from afar. Seeing this scene, Su Xiaoxiao's expression suddenly changed. She stood directly behind Yixian, and then gently poked Yixian's waist with the finger of her right hand, you go. Yixian was speechless. At this moment, a middle-aged man appeared in front of Yixian's group of three. The middle-aged man's face was as pale as a piece of paper, and his eyes were faintly bloodshot. The middle-aged man looked at Yixian with undisguised greed in his eyes. Yixian thought for a moment, and then he opened his palm. A strand of bloodline energy surged out from his palm. As this strand of bloodline energy appeared, the middle-aged man's pupils suddenly constricted, good blood. Yixian said with a smile, do you really want to devour it? The middle-aged man glanced at Yixian, and a wisp of vigilance flashed in his eyes, are you trying to trick me? Yixian's expression froze. Holy shit! Are the people in this place so intelligent? The middle-aged man sized up Yixian, you came in from the outside. Yixian nodded. The middle-aged man asked again, so, you know where this place is? Yixian nodded. The middle-aged man sneered, young man, you dared to come in here on your own at such a young age, and you even dared to deliberately expose your special bloodline aura. Are you trying to dig a hole for me to jump into? Yixian, the middle-aged man sneered again, you're evil. With that, he turned and disappeared at the end of the street in the distance. Yixian was a little confused where he stood. What the hell, Zhongbai said in a low voice, they should have sensed that you're in danger. Su Xiaoxiao also said, it's normal. Those who can survive here are either very strong or very smart. Otherwise, they wouldn't have survived until now. Yixian thought for a moment, and then said, let's go. With that, he led the two women into the distance. Along the way, the surroundings were extremely gloomy, but Yixian didn't dislike this kind of gloominess. After all, he had the evil thought's sword intent. Along the way, Yixian sensed many powerful auras, but not a single person came to cause trouble for him. Yixian thought for a moment, and then he activated the bloodline power in his body once more. Bang! In a split second, a terrifying bloodline surged out of Yixian's body and soared into the sky. Then, an extremely powerful bloodline aura permeated the city. The entire fallen city was shocked. Su Xiaoxiao glanced at Yixian, and then she couldn't help but ask, Big sister, what's he trying to do? Zhongbai glanced at Yixian, and then he shook his head, I don't know. At this moment, Xiao Ta's voice suddenly resounded, he's trying to act cool. The two women were speechless. Yixian glanced at the surroundings. At this moment, the aura of his bloodline had swept through the entire fallen city. At this moment, the space in front of Yixian's group of three suddenly trembled, and in the next moment, a middle-aged man in a black robe walked out. This middle-aged man had a square face, thick eyebrows, and big eyes. At first glance, he looked very rough. The middle-aged man glanced at Yixian, and then his gaze fell on the Dedeabi on Yixian's waist. When he saw Dedeabi, a trace of shock and surprise flashed in the middle-aged man's eyes. Behind Yixian, Su Xiaoxiao said in a low voice, this is First Ghost King. First Ghost King, Yixian looked at First Ghost King, and at this moment, First Ghost King suddenly cupped his fists, young master, how should I address you? Yixian was speechless. Why didn't he hit me, since he was so polite? It wasn't good for me to act recklessly, First Ghost King said again, young master. Yixian withdrew his thoughts, looked at First Ghost King, and said with a smile, Yixian. First Ghost King glanced at Dedeabi on Yixian's waist and smiled slightly, Dedeabi? Yixian nodded. Hearing this, First Ghost King's expression suddenly became a little solemn, young master Yi, why are you here? Yixian thought for a moment, and then went straight to the point, I want to save everyone and let everyone out. Hearing this, he was stunned at first, and then his expression became strange. Yixian smiled and said, what's wrong? First Ghost King smiled bitterly, young master Yi. Do you know who trapped us? Yixian shook his head, I don't know. First Ghost King sighed softly, with a complicated expression. Yixian smiled and said, you can tell me. After a moment of silence, First Ghost King said, young master Yi, you have Dedeabi in your hand, so you are definitely not an ordinary person. However, the strength of the one who trapped us is indescribably strong. Saying that, he shook his head slightly, we are already in despair. Yixian thought for a moment, and then said, are you innocent, or, First Ghost King immediately said, we are naturally innocent, and we are extremely innocent. That person did not want to imprison us, but because he wanted to imprison one person in this city, he imprisoned us together. Yixian frowned slightly, imprison one person? First Ghost King nodded, imprison one person, and then our city will suffer. Sigh. Yixian said in a deep voice, how overbearing. First Ghost King glanced at Yixian, and then said, young master Yi, you are not an ordinary person, but I do not recommend you to intervene in this matter. That person is really strong. And now, you. At this point, he did not continue. Yixian thought for a moment, and then looked at Dedeabi on his waist, Pen bro, you should know the background of the other party. Tell me, can I beat him? After a moment of silence, Dedeabi said, do you know that this is equivalent to cheating? Yixian thought for a moment, and then said, are you willing to say it? Dedeabi said in a deep voice, this is against the rules. Yixian's expression was calm, if I am beaten to a pulp, my sister will definitely find trouble with you. F***ck. Dedeabi could not help but angrily said, can you not do this to me? I am just a F***king Pen. Yixian. Pen, Yixian's expression was calm. Pen bro, do you see this city? If we save this city, then it'll be a great merit to us. In any case, he was going to drag Dedeabi down with him, Dedeabi sighed softly. Yixian, I've told you many times. All things have their own rules, and we shouldn't interfere forcefully. If you want to interfere, then that's your business. But I can't. Because I'm the executor of the rules. If I interfere, then the entire world will be in chaos. Yixian went silent for a moment, and then he said, are you sure you don't want to interfere? Dedeabi hesitated for a moment, and then he said, what do you want to do? Towards this Yixian, it was really a pain in the ass. He couldn't hit him, couldn't scold him, and this fellow just happened to like to cause trouble. It was really a headache, Yixian smiled, and just when he was about to speak, Xiao Ta suddenly said, young master, why are you looking for this lousy pen? This lousy pen is useless, just let big sister Tianming kill it. Dedeabi said in a low voice, lousy Ta, don't cause trouble. Xiao Ta laughed coldly. Lousy Ta, you still don't understand a problem, and that is, does the young master really need your help? Isn't the young master's father more amazing than you? Isn't the young master's sister more amazing than you? Isn't the young master's big brother more amazing than you? They're all more amazing than you, but the young master still looks for you. Do you know why? Dadaebi went silent for a moment, and then he said, why? Xiao Ta said indifferently, I don't know either. Fuck. Dadaebi said angrily, are you poisonous? Xiao Ta sighed softly. No wonder you were beaten up by big sister Tianming. Let me ask you, are you really only willing to be a pen for your entire life? Don't you have any dreams? Dadaebi said indifferently, what dreams? Xiao Ta said, follow little master, and you will be invincible in the world. Dadaebi said, my master is very powerful. Xiao Ta asked, is she as strong as sister Tianming? Dadaebi, Xiao Ta said, young master, don't look for this. Let's do our own thing. You and I will work together. Half of this world belongs to the three swords, and the other half to us. Yi Xian's face darkened. At this moment, the person beside him hesitated for a moment and said, young master Yi? Yi Xian collected his thoughts and said with a smile, can you take me to see the prisoner? He also nodded. Sure. Young master Yi, come with me. With that, he turned around and left. Yi Xian and the other two followed and walked into the distance. Along the way, Yi Xian saw many people with pale faces. These people were very strange. If you said they were dead, then their souls and bodies were still there. However, if you said they were not dead, then they looked very abnormal. Soon, Yi Xian frowned because he found that these people's lifespans were extremely short. Moreover, there was a mysterious power in their bodies that was constantly eroding their lifespans and souls. At this time, Yi Xian suddenly said, a curse technique, an extremely vicious curse technique. Not only did that person imprison us, but he also cast an extremely vicious curse technique on us. Every month, our bodies and souls would suffer a backlash from a mysterious power. This power's backlash. At this point, he shook his head slightly and a trace of fear flashed in his eyes. Yi Xian suddenly said, wait. With that, he stopped in his tracks. Yi Xian turned to look at Yi Xian. Yi Xian walked in front of him, opened his palm, and lightly pressed it against Yi Xian's chest. In the next moment, Yi Xian's body trembled violently, and a terrifying power suddenly surged out from his body. Boom, Li Xian's eyes narrowed. He opened his right hand and a terrifying bloodline power surged out from his palm. At the same time, there was also the chaotic black flame. As soon as that power appeared, it was enveloped by his bloodline power and the primal chaos black flames. Rumble, suddenly, his body began to tremble violently, and a terrifying power surged out from his body. Yi Xian narrowed his eyes as the bloodline power in his body surged. Ah! At this moment, he suddenly let out a blood-curdling scream. His facial features twisted. Yi Xian's eyes flashed with a hint of hostility. Suppress. As soon as he finished speaking, he pressed his right hand forward and a terrifying bloodline power swept out. At this moment, a terrifying force suddenly erupted from Yi Xian's body. Rumble, as an explosion resounded, Yi Xian retreated hundreds of meters, and the mysterious force instantly surged back into Yi Xian's body. Then, Yi Xian's body went limp, and he knelt on the ground. He was sweating profusely, and his body trembled violently. In the distance, Yi Xian's expression was extremely solemn. He glanced at his right hand and saw that it had completely cracked. He hadn't activated Arya's armor just now. Yi Xian looked at Yi Xian in the distance. He hadn't expected that his bloodline power and the chaotic black flame wouldn't be able to destroy the curse in Yi Xian's body. How terrifying! At this moment, Yi Xian smiled bitterly. Young Master Yi, it's useless. Yi Xian appeared in front of Yi Xian and said in a low voice, I'm sorry. Yi Xian shook his head slightly. Perhaps this is my fate. Yi Xian thought for a moment and said, are you willing to try again? Yi Xian quickly shook his head, not now. My body is exhausted and can't bear that kind of power anymore. I need to rest for a while. Yi Xian nodded, okay. Then bring me to see the prisoner. Yi Xian nodded and stood up slowly, then said, young Master Yi, follow me. They continued to walk into the distance. At this moment, a loud laughter suddenly came from afar. Hearing this laughter, Xian's expression changed drastically. The next moment, an old man appeared in front of him. Su Xiaoxiao quickly said, "Sima Ghost King." Sima looked at the weak Xian and laughed, "Xian, you actually made yourself so weak. Heaven is really helping me, haha." As he spoke, he was about to attack. At this moment, Xian's expression changed drastically, and he quickly walked to Xian's side. "Sima, young Master Yi is here. Don't mess around." Young Master Yi, Sima frowned and looked at Xian. When he saw Xian, his eyes flashed with excitement. "Your bloodline is of the highest grade." Xian smiled, "Do you want to devour it?" Hearing this, Sima's eyes suddenly showed a trace of wariness. He looked at Xian, "You came in on your own accord." Xian nodded. Sima stared at Xian, "Who are you?" Xian opened his palm, and an ancient book appeared in his hand. He smiled, "The dean of Guanxian College, Xian." Sima shook his head, "Never heard of you." Xian, Sima glanced at Xian, then pointed at Xian, "This is between me and him. Don't interfere." Xian shook his head. "You can't kill him." Sima immediately pointed angrily at Xian. "Who do you think you are?" The green profound sword on Xian's waist suddenly slashed forward, and this strike carried a strand of terrifying sword insight from the mortal world. At the instant that the green profound sword flew out, Sima's expression instantly changed drastically. He swiftly raised his arms to block it. Bang! Sima was directly blasted 3 kilometers back, and as soon as he stopped moving, his arms had directly split apart while blood sprayed from them. A wisp of a solemn expression instantly flashed in Zhong Bai's eyes when she witnessed this scene, and she was extremely shocked in her heart. She knew that Xian's strength was very formidable, but she didn't know that Xian's strength was actually so formidable. After all, Sima was a universe-enlightened ancestral god. However, such an expert had actually been injured by a single strike of Xian's sword. It was too terrifying. Sima stared fixedly at Xian and said, "You're a swordsman." Xian nodded. He opened his palm, and the green profound sword trembled violently. At the same time, sword insight from the mortal world swept out from within him, and then a strand of terrifying sword aura instantly enveloped the surroundings. Sima's expression instantly changed when he witnessed this scene, and he hurriedly said, "We can talk. We can talk." Xian was speechless. Meanwhile, Xiaotao suddenly said, "Strange. Why aren't their enemies fighting to the death now?" Xian gazed at Sima and said, "Talk?" Sima hurriedly nodded and said, "I'm willing to talk. Actually, I'm a scholar as well." As he spoke, he opened his palm, and an ancient book appeared there. He gazed at Xian and said seriously, "We're all scholars, so we should use the method of scholars to deal with things." Xian thought for a moment, and then he nodded. "You're right. Let's talk reason." Hearing this, Sima was relieved. He glanced at Xian and thought to himself, "This kid is quite easy to fool." In the distance, Xian smiled and said, "Sima Ghost King, do you know why I'm here?" Sima hesitated for a moment, and then he shook his head and said, "I don't know." Xian pointed at Dedeabi on his waist and said, "Do you recognize this?" Sima glanced at Dedeabi and said in a deep voice, "Dedeabi." At this moment, there was a trace of seriousness in his eyes. Xian nodded and said, "Dedeabi. Do you know what I'm here for?" Dedeabi was speechless. Sima shook his head and said, "I don't know." Xian smiled and said, "Stupid. I'm here on Dedeabi's orders. I'm here today to save all of you." Hearing this, Sima was stunned and then said, "Save us?" Xian nodded and said, "Dedeabi knows that all of you are suffering here, so he specially sent me to save all of you." Sima was a little suspicious and said, "As far as I know, Dedeabi doesn't seem to be that kind." Xian smiled and said, "It's really Dedeabi who sent me to save all of you. Follow me." Also Xian was speechless. Sima looked at Xian and did not say anything. Xian smiled and said, "You don't believe me?" Sima nodded. Xian smiled and then said, "Then why do you think I have Dedeabi?" Sima was silent for a moment and said, "You're really here to save us?" Xian nodded and said seriously, "It's absolutely true." Sima looked straight into Xian's eyes and said, "Do you dare to swear?" Yi Xian hurriedly said, "Of course I do. Of course I do." At this moment, Dedeabi suddenly said, "Don't swear randomly, this oath is binding." You, Xiaota suddenly said, "He has a sister." Dedeabi was silent for a moment and said, "Young Master Yi, do as you please. P.S. Where are your tickets? Give me one, I'm too pitiful." Sima instantly fell silent when he saw Yi Xian swear. This oath couldn't be made casually. After all, the stronger a cultivator was, the more binding the oath would be. Sima fell silent for a moment before he said, "I believe you." Believe, actually, he wanted to be free as well. He had been trapped in this damnable place for countless years, and if this continued, he would really be like a walking corpse. At this moment, he had the chance to leave, so he was naturally willing to give it a try. In any case, he had nothing to lose, right? The corners of Yi Xian's mouth curled up slightly when he heard Sima. "Sima, how many people do you have under you?" Sima said in a low voice, "I'm at the peak of the Dao God realm. There are 2 more Dao gods on my side, and there are 12 ancient gods." Yi Xian nodded slightly, and then he turned to look at Yi Xian. Yi Xian said in a low voice, "I'm the only Dao god on my side, and there are only 7 ancient gods." Yi Xian was stunned, and then he said, "The difference in strength between the 2 of you is so huge. How did all of you manage to coexist for so many years?" Yi Xian glanced at Sima and said indifferently, "IQ is still very important." Yi Xian was speechless. Sima flew into a rage. "Yi Xian, what do you mean by that? Are you saying that I'm brainless?" Yi Xian was speechless. Yi Xian's expression was calm. "You said it yourself." Sima was furious and was about to attack when Yi Xian suddenly said, "Our top priority right now is to get rid of them. What do you think?" Sima glanced coldly at Yi Xian when he heard this. "If we can get out, I'll crush your head." Yi Xian said calmly, "Up to you." Yi Xian shook his head and smiled. "Let's go take a look at that prisoner." As soon as he finished speaking, he walked towards the distance. Zhongbai glanced at Yi Xian and fell silent. If Yi Xian was really able to break out of this predicament, then it meant that Yi Xian would receive a huge group of extraordinary experts. This lineup was extremely terrifying, Zhongbai sighed in her heart. At this moment, she was even more worried about the clan. Not long after, everyone arrived at the center of a bluestone plaza. In the center of the bluestone plaza, there sat a man. The man had shoulder-length hair and wore a simple robe. His head was slightly lowered. He also said in a deep voice, "It's him." Sima glared at the man, his eyes filled with unconcealed rage. He was naturally angry, because it was this man in front of him who had caused them to be imprisoned here for so many years. Yi Xian glanced at the man and said, "Do you know why he was imprisoned here?" Just as he was about to speak, Sima suddenly said angrily, "Because of this playboy, he slept with a woman and didn't take responsibility, so she took revenge on him. This is the kind of person who mercilessly pulls out his dick." Everyone, she glanced at the man and said softly, "Feelings are the most complicated things. You can't easily say who is right or wrong." As he spoke, he shook his head slightly, "I don't know the full picture, so I can't evaluate it." Yi Xian glanced at Yi Xian and sighed in his heart. Cultured people really do speak differently. When he thought up to here, he glanced at Sima again. Sima spoke coldly, "It's the kind of person who mercilessly pulls out his dick." Yi Xian was speechless. Yi Xian shook his head slightly and didn't waste his breath on Sima. Yi Xian walked slowly towards the man in the distance. He hesitated for a moment before he said, "Young Master Yi, I know something about Dao Yi." Yi Xian looked at Yi Xian, and he spoke in a low voice, "He's a top scholar in the human world." Yi Xian frowned slightly, "Top scholar?" Yi Xian nodded, "As for anything else, I'm not too sure." Yi Xian nodded slightly, "I understand." As he spoke, he walked slowly towards the man. He glanced at Yi Xian first, and then he turned to look at Zhongbai. "Miss, what's the background of this young Master Yi?" Zhongbai glanced at Yi Xian and shook her head, "I don't know." Actually, she was very curious about Yi Xian's true background as well. Meanwhile, Sima spoke abruptly, "Who cares about his background? In any case, he should be quite formidable. Otherwise, he wouldn't dare to act so arrogantly." Everyone was speechless. Yi Xian walked over to the man. The man's eyes were closed, but his aura was still there. Obviously, he was still alive. Xian sized him up and said, "Can we have a chat?" The man opened his eyes slowly and looked at Xian. "What do you want to talk about?" Xian sat cross-legged in front of the man, and then he smiled, "About life." The man shook his head, not interested. Xian smiled, "Then let's talk about literature." The man looked up at Xian. "You like to read as well?" Xian nodded. "I'm Xian, the dean of Guanxian Academy." The man fell silent for a moment before he said, "Mu Wen." Xian smiled. "Brother Wen, I glanced at you just now, and you don't have any aura of cultivation, right?" Mu Wen nodded. Xian continued, "The reason you've been able to live for so long is because of a mysterious force within you. She wants to keep you alive so that she can torture you, right?" Mu Wen spoke softly, "I deserve it." Xian gazed at the man. "Then do you think the people in this city deserve it?" Mu Wen looked at Xian. "You came for them." Xian nodded. Mu Wen spoke softly, "I'm sorry. I begged her to let them go, but..." As he spoke, he shook his head. "She ignored me." Xian asked in a deep voice, "What did you do?" Mu Wen's expression was complicated. "I let her down." Xian said seriously, "Abandon?" Mu Wen looked at Xian. "Can you fall in love with two women?" Xian was taken aback. He hesitated for a moment and said, "Well. You like two women?" Mu Wen nodded. Xian was silent. Mu Wen looked at Xian. "Do you think it's wrong to fall in love with two women?" "Wrong?" Xian immediately said, "You're gravely mistaken. Since you like one person, you should be faithful to her. How can you be half-hearted? What you're doing is very wrong, you. I despise you." Dadeabi's voice suddenly sounded in Xian's mind. "Damn, you're invincible." Xiao Ta also sighed. "In terms of shamelessness, even master can't compare to young master. Truly invincible." Xian. Mu Wen sighed softly, his expression pained. "I know, it's my fault, but I can't help it most of the time." Sigh. Xian said seriously, "It's really not good for you to do this. How can you let her down?" Mu Wen sighed again. "I'm not human." "Of course you're not human." Suddenly, a strand of terrifying pressure appeared here. Boom! In an instant, the expressions of Sima and the others in the distance changed drastically. Under this pressure, their bodies actually began to bend down slowly. Xian's expression turned grim when he saw this scene. After all, Sima and the others were at the Tao God realm, yet, the other party had suppressed Sima and the others with just a pressure. How terrifying! At this moment, Xian also felt that terrifying pressure. He frowned slightly, then waved his sleeves and the human world soared into the sky. Boom! The pressure that was pressing down on him was directly pushed back by his human world sword intent. The sound of footsteps suddenly resounded from behind Xian. Meanwhile, Dadeabi suddenly said, "You better be careful. The person who's coming isn't simple to you at this moment." Xiao Ta said, "He has a sister." Dadeabi said furiously, "Motherfucker. Fine, he has a sister, he's awesome, I won't say anything else. Fuck." Xiao Ta. Xian paid no attention to Dadeabi and Xiao Ta. He turned around and saw a woman walking over slowly from nearby. The woman wore a black dress that was embroidered with red plum blossoms, and it was luxurious yet carried a trace of evil charm. She was tall, and her gaze was like ice. Amidst her coldness, there was a trace of breathtaking beauty. The woman glanced at Xian, then looked at Mu Wen and said coldly, "You are a beast worse than a pig or a dog. My sister treated you so well, yet you let her down and fed her sincerity to a dog." As she spoke, she suddenly became agitated. "You're just an ordinary person in the human world. My sister took a liking to you, and I don't know how many reincarnations you've cultivated, but you don't know how to cherish it, and you let her down. Do you know that she's been imprisoned in the divine prison because of you?" At the end of her words, she directly roared. Mu Wen lowered his head slightly, his expression pained. "I'm sorry." The woman looked at Mu Wen coldly. "I'm sorry. Useless men only know how to say sorry. Other than sorry, can you say anything else?" Mu Wen asked with a trembling voice, "How is she now?" The woman's expression was calm. "How can she be? Imprisoned, her heart is dead, and she's already numb." Mu Wen suddenly burst into tears. The woman had a look of disdain. Xian sighed softly and did not say anything. Matters of the heart were complicated, so it wasn't good for him to say anything. The woman suddenly turned around to look at Xian, and Xian smiled when he saw her look over. "Hello." The woman looked straight at Xian. "You want to save him?" Xian shook his head. "I came here to save the people of the city." The woman chuckled. "That's interesting. You're not related to them, so why do you want to save them?" Xian smiled and said, "I can't bear to see them, so I want to save them." The woman looked at Xian. "Then you'll have to defeat me." Xian thought for a moment, and then he said, "I don't want to fight you." The woman's eyes narrowed slightly. "Why?" Xian glanced at Mu Wen, and then he sighed softly. "Young miss, I can tell that you really care about your older sister. A woman who values family so much can't be a bad person." As he spoke, he cupped his fists. "Young miss, Brother Wen deserves what he suffered, and it's unforgivable. However, the people of this city don't deserve it. I hope that young miss can be merciful and give them a chance to obtain a new life. I'm counting on you." The woman gazed at Xian and remained silent. Xian gazed at the woman and spoke sincerely. "Can I?" The woman said, "What you said earlier was very good. If you like someone, then you should be faithful to them until the end." As she spoke, she glanced at Xian and said, "Because of that, I'll let them off." As she spoke, she waved her right hand, and in an instant, the entire city shook violently. In the next moment, a black aura suddenly surged out of everyone's bodies, and after this black aura surged out of their bodies, it started to disappear bit by bit. At the side, Sima looked at the black aura surging out of his body, and he was slightly confused. He turned to look at Xian. "After a chat, we'll be free?" Xian nodded. Sima's face was filled with confusion. "It's that simple. We've been trapped for hundreds of thousands of years, and it's over after a chat. I feel insulted." "Release." Zhongbai looked at Xian with a complicated expression. She hadn't expected that Xian would be able to resolve the matter just by chatting with this powerful woman. Done. This was simply outrageous. This man's mouth was even scarier than his strength. If the clan continued to target Xian, then they were definitely not far from death. She had already secretly decided that once they got out, she would stop the clan from continuing to target Xian no matter what. Seeing that everyone was saved, Xian smiled faintly. "Thank you very much." The woman looked at Xian. "If I let them go, won't you do me a favor?" Xian's expression froze. Sure enough, things weren't that simple. The Jianghu was complicated. The woman said, "You're not willing?" Xian smiled. "Miss, please speak." The woman nodded. "I think you're quite a smooth talker. How about this, you come with me to persuade my sister. What do you think?" Xian, the woman looked at Xian. "Is there a problem?" Xian hesitated for a moment, then said, "This. I've never done something like persuading someone before." The woman said seriously, "I believe you." Xian was speechless. Persuading someone? What the hell was this? The woman just looked at Xian, not saying a word. Xian couldn't stand her gaze, so he shook his head and smiled. "All right, I'll try, but I can't guarantee success." The woman nodded. "All right." Xian asked, "Are we leaving now?" The woman nodded slightly. "Yes." Xian thought for a moment, then turned to look at Zhongbai. Zhongbai was silent for a moment, then said, "Young Master Yi, then it's time for us to part." Xian smiled. "You're returning to the clan?" Zhongbai nodded. "I want to go back and become the clan leader." She knew that there was only one way to save the clan, and that was to become the clan leader. Otherwise, if the clan provoked Xian again, the clan would be gone. Xian nodded. "All right." Then, he looked at Xian and Sima. Xian quickly said, "I'm willing to follow young Master Yi. I won't hesitate to climb a mountain of blades or plunge into a sea of flames." Sima glanced at Xian and quickly said, "I'm willing too. Young Master Yi, you're my big brother from now on. I'll do whatever you tell me to do." Xian laughed heartily. "Then the two of you can bring your men to the Universe of Gods Guanxian Academy. There, a little fellow called Xianxia will receive you." He also bowed deeply. "As you command." Sima nodded. "All right." Xian gazed at Su Xiaoxiao. The latter hesitated for a moment before she said, "Can I go to your academy?" Yixian nodded. "Sure." Su Xiaoxiao glanced at Yixian. "Thank you." Yixian smiled. "You're welcome." Then, he turned to look at the woman beside him. "Miss, let's go." The woman nodded and grabbed Yixian's shoulder. The next moment, the two of them tore through spacetime and vanished on the spot. Zhongbai was silent for a moment before he turned and left. The rest of the people also left one after another. Not long later, the entire fallen city began to celebrate wildly. Liberated, what Yixian didn't expect was that many people in Fallen City were willing to follow Yixian and the rest to Guanxian Academy. After all, they had been trapped for so many years. Everything in the past had turned to dust. To them, the most important thing now was to find a new place to stay. Obviously, Guanxian Academy was a very good choice. Not long later, the entire Fallen City experts of Fallen City got up and headed to Guanxian Academy. Somewhere in the spacetime tunnel, Yixian and the woman traveled through spacetime. Their speed was fast, it was so fast that Yixian's body couldn't bear it. However, he still didn't take out his battle armor and chose to bear it head-on. Yixian glanced at the woman in the black dress beside him. She looked calm and didn't show any signs of abnormality. Yixian was a little curious. "How should I address you, miss?" The woman in the black dress said, "Wenren Lan." Yixian nodded slightly. "Wenren clan?" The woman in the black dress nodded. Yixian nodded and didn't speak again. Wenren Lan turned to look at Yixian. "Have you heard of the Wenren clan?" Yixian shook his head. "No." Wenren Lan looked at Yixian and didn't speak. Yixian smiled bitterly. "I really haven't." Wenren Lan nodded. "I believe you." As she spoke, she sized up Yixian and said, "Your strength isn't weak. Moreover, you have a Dedeabi branch, so your background shouldn't be simple. Why haven't I heard of the Wenren clan?" Yixian thought for a moment, and then he smiled. "Perhaps it's because I'm not strong enough, so I can't come into contact with certain circles." Wenren Lan fell silent for a moment before she said, "What you said makes sense. But my intuition tells me that your background isn't simple." Yixian smiled. "Let's not dwell on this problem." Wenren Lan nodded. Yixian said, "Can you tell me about your sister and Muwen?" Wenren Lan's expression instantly became ferocious. "My sister went to the mortal dimension all those years ago, and then she met this man. This man went to participate in the exam, and he encountered danger on the way. My sister was kind enough to save him. However, she never expected that she would harm herself by saving him." Yixian said, "She fell in love with Muwen?" Wenren Lan nodded. "That man is very good at flowery words." As she spoke, she glanced at Yixian. "Just like you." "Stop." Yixian hurriedly said, "Miss Lan, can you not make things up? When have I ever been flowery words?" Wenren Lan's expression was calm. "I guessed it." Yixian's expression froze. Wenren Lan continued. "There's no good person among scholars." Yixian was speechless. Wenren Lan raised her head and looked into the distance. She said softly, "My sister secretly loved him, and she even said that she wouldn't marry anyone but him. Unfortunately, her sincerity was fed to the dogs. After this man obtained that stupid scholar title, he actually married another woman in the imperial court." As she spoke, a wisp of viciousness flashed through her eyes, and then she flicked her sleeve. Rumble, the starry sky on the right was instantly obliterated. Yixian's eyelids twitched when he witnessed this scene. This woman's strength isn't ordinary. Wenren Lan suddenly turned to look at Yixian. "You're also a scholar?" Yixian nodded. Wenren Lan looked at Yixian and didn't speak. "The atmosphere wasn't right," Yixian smiled. "Not only am I a scholar, but I'm also a writer." As he spoke, he opened his palm, and a divine Tao code floated in front of Wenren Lan. "I wrote this." Xiao Ta, Dedeabi suddenly couldn't help but say, "Fuck." Wenren Lan took the divine Tao code and looked at it for a moment. Then, she looked at Yixian. "You wrote this?" Yixian nodded. "Yes." Wenren Lan nodded slightly. "Very impressive." As she spoke, she handed the divine Tao code back to Yixian. Yixian smiled. There are good and bad scholars too. I'm the good one. Wenren glanced at Dadeabi on Yixian's waist. You. How, did you get this? Yixian smiled. Maybe it's because of my charisma. In a certain room in the Milky Way, a voice suddenly sounded. Fuck. Fuck. Ah. Soon, there was a series of angry roars in the room. In the space-time tunnel, Wenren looked at Yixian without saying a word. It was as if she wanted to see through him. Yixian smiled. Is there something on my face? Wenren shook her head. No. You seem sincere, but my intuition tells me that there's something wrong with you. Is my intuition wrong? Yixian smiled. I don't want anything from this lady. Is there a need to lie to you? Wenren shook her head. Let's not talk about this anymore. I hope you can persuade my sister to let go of the obsession in her heart. Yixian nodded. I'll try my best. Oh no, I'll try my best to persuade her. Wenren nodded and said nothing. The two sped up. Soon, a white light appeared in the distance. Soon, the two disappeared on the spot. When Yixian opened his eyes, he was already in front of a grand hall. The entire hall was pitch black. It was incomparably gloomy and gave people a very uncomfortable feeling. Yixian looked at the top of the hall. There were two large words, Divine Prison. Yixian looked at Wenren. This is? Wenren expression was calm. Divine Prison. It's a place that my Wenren clan uses to imprison people who have committed crimes. As she spoke, she led Yixian towards the hall. Yixian took a look around. Soon, he narrowed his eyes. He sensed countless powerful auras. Every aura was at least at the ancestral god realm. Ancestral god, Yixian was stunned. Are ancestral gods everywhere like dogs? Yixian spoke in a low voice. Brother Bai, are you trying to make arrangements for me again? I haven't even dealt with my clan, yet you've improved the map for me. Dadeabi fell silent for a short moment before he said, in any case, you have a younger sister, so what are you afraid of? Yixian was speechless. Meanwhile, a man appeared in front of Wenren, and he bowed slightly. Second young miss. Wenren's expression was calm. I want to enter. The man hesitated and seemed to be in a very difficult position. Wenren stared at him in silence. The man laughed bitterly. Second young miss, please. Wenren nodded, and then she turned around to look at Yixian. Let's go. The man's expression changed drastically when he saw this, and he hurriedly said, Second young miss, outsiders are absolutely not allowed to enter. Wenren gazed at him. Does my father have a son? The man was stunned, and then he said, no. Wenren nodded. Who do you think the next patriarch will be? The man was first stunned, and then his expression changed drastically. What the fuck, aren't you the next patriarch? When he thought up to hear, the man instantly broke out in cold sweat, and he hurriedly said, please. I didn't see anything. As soon as he finished speaking, he immediately left. Yixian glanced at Wenren and remained silent. Wenren's face was emotionless as she directly led Yixian into the hall. As soon as they entered the hall, a furious howl that carried terror suddenly resounded from the depths of the hall. The Insanity Devil Bloodline. This is the Insanity Devil Bloodline. You're not the green-cloaked sword master. Who are you? Who exactly are you? The voice was filled with terror and disbelief. P.S. Find a place to make screws, please introduce me to a good factory. The Mad Devil Bloodline. Yixian's brows knit together slightly when he heard this. Someone sensed my bloodline. Meanwhile, Wenren turned around to gaze at Yixian, and she was slightly puzzled. The Mad Devil Bloodline? Yixian took a look at the deep end of the hall and smiled. Who was the one who just spoke? Wenren's expression was calm. A prisoner. Yixian hesitated for a moment and said, Can I go see him? Wenren nodded. Not for now. Yixian was stunned and puzzled. Why? Wenren explained, he's an extremely dangerous figure, and he's been imprisoned for a few tens of thousands of years. Outsiders aren't allowed to come into contact with him. Yi Xian nodded slightly. He glanced at the depths of the hall. The hall was extremely long, and it was impossible to see the end of it. It was like an abyss that was ghastly and terrifying. Wenren led Yi Xian down the hall. All along the way, Yi Xian glanced at both sides of the hall, and there were some black cages on both sides. Some of these cages were empty while others were occupied. It wasn't long before Wenren led Yi Xian to a large cage. Yi Xian saw a woman within the cage. The woman wore a white dress, and she sat before a wooden table. She had a peerlessly beautiful appearance, but there wasn't a trace of emotion on her face. She was just gazing at a black comb on the table. Yi Xian glanced at the woman. Needless to say, she was quite beautiful. Unfortunately, she wasn't a good person. Yi Xian sighed in his heart. If all the men in the world were as outstanding as I am, then there wouldn't be so many tragedies. Xiao Ta was speechless. Dedeabi suddenly said, "Fuck." Wenren gazed at the woman while a wisp of heartache flashed through her eyes, and she spoke with a trembling voice, "Big sister." Big sister. The white-clothed young woman in the cage in the distance turned around to look at Wenren when she heard this, and then she grinned and said in a light voice, "Little Lan." Wenren said in a ferocious voice when she saw the white-dressed woman's haggard appearance. "You still can't let go of that dog of a man?" After a moment of silence, the white-dressed woman shook her head and bitterly smiled. "You don't understand." After saying that, she turned her head and continued to look at the comb, entranced. Wenren clenched her fists tightly. She was so angry that her chest heaved up and down like waves. It was a spectacular sight. At this moment, Wenren suddenly turned to look at Yi Xian. "You persuade him." Yi Xian was silent and a little speechless. How was he supposed to persuade her when it came to matters of the heart? Wenren looked at Yi Xian. "If you can untie the knot in my sister's heart, I will agree to any condition." Yi Xian looked at Wenren. "Are you sure?" Wenren stared at Yi Xian. "I'm sure." Yi Xian nodded. "But you have to promise me one thing." Wenren said, "So long as you can untie the knot in my sister's heart, then I'll agree to anything." Yi Xian nodded slightly. "No matter what I do later, you have to support me. Can you do that?" Wenren went silent for a moment and said, "Yes." Yi Xian suddenly turned around and unsheathed the green profound sword. Hiss, the cage was directly torn apart by the green profound sword. Wenren was stunned when she saw this scene. "You. What are you doing?" Yi Xian glanced at Wenren. "Prison break." After saying that, he walked over to the white-dressed woman. The white-dressed woman looked at him and didn't know what he was going to do. Yi Xian directly grabbed the white-dressed woman's hand. The white-dressed woman frowned slightly and was about to make a move. Yi Xian suddenly said, "Don't move." As he spoke, he looked towards the distance. Wenren was still stunned. "Come here." Wenren hesitated for a moment, and then she walked over to Yi Xian. "Prison break?" Yi Xian nodded. Wenren gazed at Yi Xian. After a short moment, she gave him a thumbs up while a charming smile arose on her face. "You're a real man." Right at this moment, countless terrifying auras suddenly assaulted them from afar. Yi Xian gazed at Wenren. "Come here." Wenren walked over to Yi Xian, and Yi Xian grabbed her hand. Wenren frowned slightly. Right at this moment, the green profound sword was suddenly activated. In the next moment, the three of them vanished on the spot. On the other hand, not long after Yi Xian's group of three vanished, over 10 top-rate experts appeared where they stood just now. When they saw that the surroundings were completely empty, their expressions became unsightly. Meanwhile, a voice suddenly resounded. "After them." As soon as the voice resounded, all of them vanished on the spot. Moreover, a low voice suddenly resounded from the depths of the hall. "The Insanity Devil Bloodline." Yi Xian utilized the green profound sword to bring Wenren and Wenren to Fallen City. At this moment, Fallen City was empty, and all the people who were cursed had left. However, there was still one person who hadn't left, and it was Mu Wen. Mu Wen was still trapped by Wenren. Yi Xian brought the woman in a white dress to Mu Wen, and then he let go of her and pulled Wenren to the side. Wenren gazed at Yi Xian. "Why did you bring her here?" Yi Xian's expression was calm. Whoever started the trouble should end it. Persuade, Xian wasn't a god who could trick anyone. This woman was afflicted with a poison of love, and the only antidote was Mu Wen. Only Mu Wen could undo the knot in her heart. Wen Renlan fell silent. The woman in a white dress gazed at Mu Wen from afar. At this moment, Mu Wen slowly raised his head to look at her as well. Mu Wen's voice trembled when he saw her. The woman seemed as if she'd lost her soul as she gazed at Mu Wen. Right at this moment, over 10 terrifying auras suddenly smashed down from the distant horizon. A wisp of a cold glow flashed through Wen Renlan's eyes when she witnessed this scene, and then she turned around to look at the sky. Meanwhile, a middle-aged man appeared not too far away from her. Wen Renlan's face instantly sank when she saw the middle-aged man. Uncle. The middle-aged man gazed at Wen Renlan. You shouldn't have done this. Wen Renlan fell silent. The middle-aged man glanced at Wen Yi. Take the eldest young miss back. The experts behind the middle-aged man were about to attack when they heard this. However, Wen Renlan suddenly roared furiously, who dares? As soon as she finished speaking, she flicked her sleeve. In an instant, a terrifying imposing aura swept through the surroundings. The top experts hurriedly stopped when they witnessed this scene, and then they gazed at the middle-aged man and didn't dare attack. The middle-aged man gazed at Wen Renlan. Are you sure you want to do this? Wen Renlan's expression was ferocious. Yes. The middle-aged man fell silent for a moment before he said, don't harm her. As soon as he finished speaking, the top-rate experts by his side charged directly at Wen Renlan. A wisp of a ferocious expression flashed through Wen Renlan's eyes, and she vanished on the spot. On the side, Xian slowly walked to Wen Ren. Wen Ren looked at Mu Wen in front of her without saying a word. Mu Wen was constantly apologizing. As she gazed at Mu Wen, who was ceaselessly apologizing, Wen Yi's expression gradually changed slightly. Is this the person I used to like? Why don't I feel the same way when I see him again? There's only pity and sorrow. Wen Yi suddenly turned around and gazed towards the distance. Wen Renlan was in battle with the experts of the Wenren clan, and her eyes gradually became moist as she gazed at Wen Renlan, who was being besieged. Meanwhile, Xian suddenly spoke softly, do you still love him? Wen Yi laughed bitterly. Xian said, actually, you didn't love him anymore when he had a change of heart. But you haven't been able to let it go after so many years. Or perhaps, you're slightly unwilling. As he spoke, he glanced at Mu Wen, who was crying, and spoke softly, let him go, and let yourself go as well. Then, he smiled, there are many good men in the world, and the next one will be even better. When he looked at Xian and smiled, how should I address you, young master? Xian smiled, Xian. When he nodded, young master Yi, thank you for bringing me to see him. You let me let go of my unwillingness. Xian looked at Wen Renlan in the distance, you should thank her. Your sister loves you very much. When he looked at the sky and smiled, yes. Lan'er, it's enough. In the sky, Wen Renlan suddenly stopped. As soon as she stopped, the experts of the Wenren clan naturally didn't dare to attack again. What a joke. Wen Renlan might become the next chief of the Wenren clan. In the battle just now, they had been holding back and didn't dare to kill her. In the sky, Wen Renlan turned around and looked at Wen Yi. The next moment, she appeared in front of Wen Yi. Sister. Wen Yi touched Wen Renlan's cheek and said softly, I'm sorry. Wen Renlan hugged Wen Yi. She hugged Wen Yi tightly. A moment later, when he looked up at the middle-aged man in the sky, Uncle, I'm willing to go back to the clan to be punished. No. Wen Renlan said fiercely, Sister, you can't go back to be punished. When he said softly, back then, it was the Wenren clan who broke the contract. If I don't go back to be punished, will the Nantian clan let it go? I made a mistake, so I should bear it. Wen Renlan wanted to say something, but when he shook her head and said softly, don't make things difficult for the clan. Back then, I already made things difficult for the clan. Go back and tell father that I don't blame him. I never blamed him. Hearing this, the middle-aged man in the sky sighed. His expression was complicated. The Nantian clan, Wen Yi of the Wenren clan was engaged to the Nantian clan. However, Wen Yi suddenly fell in love with Mu Wen, which made the two clans very awkward. In order to give the Nantian clan an explanation, the Nantian clan had to put Wen Yi in the god prison. Now, if the Wenren clan released Wen Yi, the Nantian clan would definitely be displeased, and it was very likely that a huge conflict would arise between the two clans. Of course, the core problem was that the Wenren clan's current strength was inferior to the Nantian clan. Because of that, even though Wen Yi had let it go, the Wenren clan had no choice but to continue imprisoning her. The middle-aged man sighed once more, and then he said, "Eldest young miss, please return." The others behind him were about to attack. Meanwhile, Wenren Lan was about to flare up, but she was stopped by Wen Yi. Wenren Lan felt anxious in her heart. In a moment of desperation, she ran over to Yi Xian and grabbed Yi Xian's arm. "You definitely have a way. You do it." Yi Xian glanced at Wenren Lan and felt a headache coming on. "Silly girl, do you think I'm omnipotent?" Wenren Lan looked at Yi Xian with a trace of pleading in her eyes. Yi Xian was silent. Wenren glanced at Yi Xian and shook her head with a smile. "Don't make things difficult for this young master." Wenren Lan didn't give up. She looked at Yi Xian. "As long as you can save my sister, I will promise you anything." Yi Xian was silent for a moment. "Really?" Wenren Lan nodded. "Really?" At the side, the middle-aged man looked at Yi Xian and didn't speak. What kind of person was he? He naturally knew that this young man in front of him was not simple. Facing so many top experts, this young man's expression didn't change, and he was so calm. He was definitely not an ordinary person. Yi Xian suddenly opened his palm, and two wooden tablets slowly floated in front of the two girls. "This is my Guanxian Academy's wooden tablet. To be honest, I am the dean of Guanxian Academy. If the two of you are willing to join Guanxian Academy, then your business is my business. Whoever wants to touch my student, I, Yi Xian, will be the first to not agree." Join Guanxian Academy? The two girls were stunned. At this moment, Wenren Lan suddenly grabbed one of the wooden tablets and said, "I am willing to join Guanxian Academy." Yi Xian looked at Wenren Lan. "Are you sure?" Wenren Lan nodded. "I am sure. However, the premise is that you can save my sister." Yi Xian nodded, then turned to look at Wenren. "Miss Yi, what about you?" Wenren Lan was silent. Wenren Lan looked at Wenren. "Sister." Wenren was silent for a moment, then picked up the small wooden tablet. "I am willing." Yi Xian smiled slightly. "I declare that from this moment on, you are my Guanxian Academy students." As he said, he looked at Wenren Lan. "Do you know why you can't save your sister?" Wenren Lan said in a deep voice, "My strength is not enough." Yi Xian nodded. "This is one of the reasons. The biggest problem is that you don't have the right. If you become the Wenren clan leader, who in Wenren clan dares to harm your sister?" Wenren Lan was stunned. The middle-aged man's expression suddenly changed, and his eyes were filled with vigilance as he glanced at Yi Xian. "Damn it. This fellow isn't a good person." Wenren Lan fell into deep thought after hearing Yi Xian's words. At this moment, Yi Xian suddenly looked at the middle-aged man. "How should I address you, senior?" The middle-aged man looked at Yi Xian without saying a word. Wenren Lan suddenly said, "Wenren Zong is my uncle. He is at the peak of the deity transformation realm. His weakness is his divine soul." Wenren Zong's face darkened. Yi Xian smiled and said, "Senior, I know the hearers are in a difficult position. How about this, let them follow me, and I'll bear all the karma. Take it as you giving them a chance. What do you think?" Wenren Lan turned to look at Wenren Zong. "Uncle. Can you help me?" After a moment of silence, Wenren Zong sighed. "Girl," as he spoke, he suddenly looked at Yi Xian. "Young man, are you sure?" Yi Xian nodded. After a long silence, Wenren Zong said, "Let's go." After that, he turned around and left. Soon, the hearers left one after another. Only Yi Xian and the other two were left. Wenren Lan looked at Yi Xian. "Master, do you know the Nantian clan?" Yi Xian shook his head. Wenren Lan smiled. "If you don't know, how dare you say you'll protect us?" Yi Xian smiled. "Now, you're my students. Since you're my students, even if the sky falls, I'll bear it." After that, he walked into the distance. "Let's go." Looking at Yi Xian's back in the distance, Wenren Lan was lost in thought. She was lost in thought. Wenren Lan walked to Wenren Lan's side and looked at Yi Xian in the distance. Sister, even if you want to find a man, you should find one like him. He's responsible, bold, and courageous. Wenren smiled. She pulled Wenren and walked away. Behind them, Muwen suddenly said in a trembling voice, "Little E." In the distance, Wenren did not look back. "I don't care if you're weak or where you came from. I only care about your heart. But in the end, you can't even give me your true feelings. Muwen, I regret knowing you." Hearing Wenren's words, Muwen was petrified. Wenren turned to look at Muwen, a disdainful smile on her face. Soon, the two women disappeared into the distance. Muwen stood there like a statue. Xian brought Wenren and Wenren back to the immortal treasure realm. Seeing that Xian had returned, Xiaolan and Fu Yi, who had been worried, heaved a sigh of relief. Xian looked at Fu Yi. "Did you contact Miss Qingguan?" Fu Yi smiled bitterly. "No." Xian sighed. "Did she do it on purpose?" Fu Yi was also embarrassed because this had never happened before. Qingguan was sometimes busy, but it had never been as long as this time. Xian suddenly said, "Forget it. Keep in touch." With that, he walked to the side with the two women. Fu Yi looked at Wenren and Wenren curiously. "Who are they?" Xiaolan blinked, then said, "Why are you asking so many questions? Don't ask, understand?" With that, he turned and left. Fu Yi was stunned, then said, "Why can't I ask?" Xiaolan was speechless. Xian brought the two women to his training place. In the starry sky, Xian and the other two sat facing each other. Wenren looked at Xian with curiosity in her eyes. Wenren looked at Xian calmly, not knowing what she was thinking. Xian said solemnly, "Miss Lan, can you tell me about this realm?" Wenren nodded. "You are now at the ancient god realm, above which is the ancestor god realm, and above the ancestor god realm is soul formation. I am at half-step soul formation, and my sister is at the ancestor god realm." Soul formation, Xian nodded slightly. "Who is the strongest among the younger generation of your Wenren clan?" Wenren pointed at herself. "Me." Xian looked at Wenren. "Do you have a chance to become the clan leader?" Wenren nodded, "Yes. But to become the clan leader, one must be at the peak of the soul formation realm. It is too difficult to reach that level. Not only do you need luck, but you also need a huge amount of wealth." With that, she shook her head and smiled bitterly. "At least 1,000,000,000 time veins, and even the Wenren clan can't easily take out 1,000,000,000 time veins. Even if they can, they won't give it to me now." Xian suddenly opened his palm, and a storage ring floated in front of Wenren. In the storage ring, there were 1,000,000,000 time veins. Seeing this storage ring, Wenren was stunned. Xian smiled. 1,000,000,000, use it first. If it isn't enough, I will raise it for you." Wenren looked at Xian. "Give it to me?" Xian nodded. Wenren glanced at Xian and didn't speak. Wenren stared at Xian. "Why do you want to give it to me?" Xian smiled. "You are my student." Wenren glared at Xian. "Do you think I am so easily fooled?" Xian spread his hands. "Then why do you think I am?" Wenren said directly, "Have you taken a fancy to me?" "Ah?" Xian was shocked. Wenren glared at Xian. "If you like me, just say it, don't beat around the bush." Xian smiled bitterly. "What are you thinking in that little head of yours? I give you money because I want you to reach the soul formation realm directly and then go back to fight for the position of the family. When you become the patriarch, I want to open a branch in your place. At that time, I hope to get your help. Of course, I have a lot of enemies, so you can help me fight. That's basically it." Wenren was furious. "Why don't you like me?" Xian's expression froze. Wenren wanted to say something but was stopped by Wenren. Wenren rolled her eyes at Wenren. "How can you be like this?" Then, she looked at Xian and smiled. "Young Master Yi, is what you just said your ultimate goal?" Xian nodded. "I want to open an academy." Wenren asked, "What kind of academy? Can you tell me about it?" Xian smiled and said, "Of course." Then, he told her about his original intention of running an academy. After listening to Xian, Wenren glanced at Xian with a strange look on her face. Wenren looked a little serious. After a long silence, she said, "Are you serious?" Xian nodded. Wen Renlan looked at Yi Xian, it's very difficult. Yi Xian smiled slightly, where there is a will, there is a way. Wen Renlan looked at Yi Xian for a long time, then nodded, I believe you. Yi Xian smiled and said, thank you. Wen Renlan suddenly said, but, even if I have money, I can't reach the soul formation realm in a short time. Yi Xian smiled and said, what do you lack? Wen Renlan said in a deep voice, opportunity. Suddenly, she took Dadeabi and handed it to Wen Renlan, take it. Wen Renlan hesitated and then said, are you giving it to me? Yi Xian's face darkened, I told you to take it, not to give it to you. Damn it, this woman is a bit dangerous, she is as shameless as me. Wen Renlan curled her lips and then held Dadeabi. The next moment, Dadeabi directly raised her realm to the soul formation realm. After reaching the soul formation realm, Wen Renlan was stunned. This, Yi Xian smiled and said, feel the soul formation realm. Wen Renlan slowly closed her eyes. After a long time, she opened them, it's done. Yi Xian was speechless. Wen Renlan glanced at Dadeabi in her hand, feeling a little reluctant. Seeing the reluctance in Wen Renlan's eyes, Yi Xian hurriedly said, you can give it back to me. Wen Renlan rolled her eyes at Yi Xian and then reluctantly returned it to Yi Xian. Yi Xian quickly put away the pen and then looked at Wen Renlan, how long will it take for you to reach the soul formation realm? After a moment of silence, Wen Renlan said, 10 years. Yi Xian frowned, 10 years? Wen Renlan glared at Yi Xian, very soon. Yi Xian opened his palm and Xiao Ta appeared in his hand, go inside and cultivate. It'll be done in a day. Wen Renlan was stunned and then directly entered the Xiao Ta. After a moment, she appeared in front of Yi Xian again. She looked at Yi Xian, are you giving this tower to me? As she said that, she had already hugged Yi Xian's tower with both hands. She looked like she was going to steal it. Yi Xian was speechless. Bandits, Yi Xian's face was full of black lines. Why is this Wen Renlan like a female bandit? At this time, when Renren rolled her eyes at Wen Renlan, you will scare young Master Yi. Let go. Wen Renlan was a little unwilling, but she still let go. Yi Xian quickly put Xiao Ta away. This woman was too dangerous. Wen Renlan suddenly asked curiously, why do you have so many treasures? Yi Xian smiled and said, it's a family heirloom. Xiao Ta, Wen Renlan glanced at Yi Xian and then said in a deep voice, if I were to cultivate inside, I would be able to reach the divine transformation realm in a day at most. However, I want to use up all of your universe veins. Are you really willing? Yi Xian nodded. No problem. Wen Renlan remained silent for a long time before she said, I'll return this favor once I become the Wenren clan's patriarch. After that, she directly entered Xiao Ta's body. At this time, Wenren suddenly said, young Master Yi, be careful of the Nantian clan. Yi Xian nodded and said, can you tell me about the Nantian clan? Wenren nodded and introduced the Wenren clan and the Nantian clan to Yi Xian. After a while, Yi Xian fell silent. Wenren looked at Yi Xian. Do you regret it? Yi Xian shook his head and smiled. How could that be? A trace of complexity flashed in Wenren's eyes. You are a mysterious person. Yi Xian smiled. Miss Yi, if you need anything, just let me know. As for the Nantian tribe, I'll take care of it myself. With that, he got up and left. Wenren looked at Yi Xian who was leaving with a complicated expression. Yi Xian had just left the hall when Xiao Lan appeared in front of him. Xiao Lan said in a deep voice, young Master Yi, something big has happened. Yi Xian frowned. What is it? Xiao Lan's expression was solemn. The clan's experts have arrived. Yi Xian was slightly stunned, and then he said, the experts of the clan have arrived? Xiao Lan nodded, they come with ill intentions. They came with ill intentions. Yi Xian's expression became a little strange. Did something happen to Zhongbai? At this moment, more than 10 terrifying auras swept over from the sky above Celestial Treasure City. Yi Xian raised his head and looked at the sky. In the sky, a man tore through space and walked out. Yi Xian recognized this person. It was the seventh young master. Seventh young master looked at Yi Xian and smiled, young Master Yi, we meet again. Yi Xian smiled and said, so it's seventh young master. The seventh young master glanced at the surroundings. And then he smiled and said, "Young master, ye must be curious about why my sister didn't come, right?" Yi Xian nodded. The seventh young master smiled and said, "She has been imprisoned and can't come." "Imprisoned?" Yi Xian frowned. "Your clan imprisoned her?" Seventh young master nodded, "Yes." Yi Xian was slightly puzzled. "Why?" Seventh young master shook his head. "After she returned to the clan, she asked us to stop targeting you and immediately give up on targeting the Celestial Treasure Pavilion." As he spoke, he sighed. "In the end, she's a woman. Her hair is long, but her knowledge is short." Yi Xian was speechless. Seventh young master chuckled. "Young master Yi, actually, I really admire you, but," as he spoke, he shook his head, "but today, you must die. Brother Yi, have a safe journey." As soon as he finished speaking, he waved his right hand. Behind him, an ancient God realm expert charged directly towards Yi Xian. However, before this expert could reach Yi Xian, his head flew into the air, and blood sprayed into the sky like a fountain. Instant kill. Seventh young master was stunned. He was instantly killed. Seventh young master gazed at Yi Xian with an astonished expression. You're that strong?" Yi Xian grinned, "Yes." Seventh young master hesitated for a moment, and then he said, "How many, can you fight?" Yi Xian glanced at seventh young master and the others, and then he smiled, "All of you can come at me together." Seventh young master's expression instantly changed, and he hurriedly said, "Brother Yi, sorry for disturbing you." As soon as he finished speaking, he turned around and was about to run. Right at this moment, a sword was already pressed against the center of his forehead. Seventh young master's expression froze. Yi Xian grinned, "To the clan." "To the clan," seventh young master spoke in a low voice, "Brother Yi, Yi Xian suddenly appeared in front of the seventh young master. He placed his right hand on the seventh young master's shoulder, and in the next moment, he activated the Xianxia sword. Immediately after, he and the seventh young master disappeared from where they were at the same time, and the moment they disappeared, a sword suddenly flew across the field. In an instant, all the experts that seventh young master had brought with him had been annihilated. Xiao Lan and Fu Yi were dumbstruck. When did young master Yi become so strong? At this moment, both of them were beyond shocked. Young master Yi kills ancient god realm experts as if he's slaughtering chickens. A short moment later, Xiao Lan spoke in a low voice, as expected of someone that the pavilion master took a liking to. Yi Xian utilized the green profound sword to bring seventh young master to the clan. As soon as he arrived, over 10 terrifying and formidable auras locked onto him. Ancient god realm experts. In the sky above the clan, Yi Xian released seventh young master, and seventh young master gazed at Yi Xian. "Do you know what you're doing?" Yi Xian grinned, "Seventh young master, of course I know what I'm doing." Seventh young master spoke in a low voice, "It's not too late for you to leave now." Yi Xian roared with laughter, "Thank you for your good intentions." As soon as he finished speaking, he turned around. Meanwhile, a middle-aged man appeared in front of him, and he stared fixedly at Yi Xian. Yi Xian flicked his sleeve. Hiss, a ray of light suddenly slashed through the sky, and then the middle-aged man's head flew into the air before he could finish speaking. It was an instant kill. Seventh young master's pupils constricted when he witnessed this scene, and his eyes were filled with shock. Yi Xian glanced at the clan below with a calm expression, "Someone who can fight." The clan was speechless. Meanwhile, a terrifying pressure suddenly appeared here, and then a middle-aged man in a luxurious robe appeared not too far away from Yi Xian. It was the patriarch of the clan, Xianxia. Xianxia gazed at Yi Xian. "You've got balls for daring to come to my clan by yourself." Yi Xian roared with laughter, "Cut the crap. Doesn't your clan want to kill me? I, Yi Xian, am right here. Bring it on." As soon as he finished speaking, the green profound sword in his grasp suddenly flew forward. Hiss, a ray of light tore through the sky like a thunderclap. It was so swift that Xianxia's expression changed. He opened his right hand, and a huge black shield appeared before him. Rumble, the black shield shook intensely and then exploded. Xianxia, who was behind the giant shield, was sent flying 10,000 feet away. Xianxia was stunned when he saw the black shield shatter. How could this be possible? Yi Xian didn't waste his breath at all, and he just flicked his sleeve and swung his sword. Hiss, a ray of light slashed towards Xianxia. Xianxia's pupils constricted abruptly, and then a wisp of ferocity flashed through his eyes. He clenched his right hand tightly and smashed his fist forward. Bang! With this punch, a terrifying force erupted like a torrent. However, this terrifying energy was instantly dispersed as soon as it came into contact with Yixian's green profound sword. In the next moment, Xianxia was blasted over 10 kilometers away, and the space between him and Yixian had transformed into an extremely shocking and deep gorge. Xianxia, who was blasted back by Yixian's attack, had a dazed expression on his face. You're so strong? Needless to say, he was completely stunned at this moment. Didn't the intelligence say that it was extremely strenuous for Yixian to fight an ancient god realm expert? How did he become so strong now? Facing Yixian, Xianxia felt a deep sense of helplessness, especially the sword in Yixian's hand. That sword was too terrifying. Xianxia didn't dare to face it head-on, because if he did, he would either die or be gravely injured. In the distance, Yixian's expression was calm. You seem to be surprised by my strength. Xianxia glared fixedly at Yixian. You've been pretending to be weak all this time. Yixian chuckled, and without another word, he disappeared from the spot. In the distance, Xianxia's eyes narrowed. He clasped his palms together, and in the next moment, a giant golden shield flew out from between his brows. The giant shield trembled violently, emitting a golden light. At the same time, Yixian's sword arrived. Rumble! As the sword light exploded, the golden light dissipated, and in the next moment, the green profound sword stabbed into the golden shield. Bang! The entire golden shield trembled violently, and then it split apart in the next moment. Xianxia's pupils instantly constricted to the size of needles when he witnessed this scene. Suddenly, the entire golden shield shattered into pieces. Rumble! Under the gazes of countless experts in the surroundings, Xianxia retreated explosively for 30 kilometers. As soon as he stopped moving, his hands exploded apart and transformed into nothingness. At the same time, a sword slashed down towards him. Xianxia was horrified when he saw this sword slash down towards him. At this moment, he was powerless to resist this sword attack. Right at this critical moment, an old man suddenly appeared in front of Xianxia, and a wisp of a vicious expression flashed in his eyes as he smashed his fist forward, causing a fist print to sweep out. Rumble! This fist print forcefully stopped Yixian's green profound sword. But in the next moment, the fist print shattered, and then the green profound sword continued forward and slashed towards the old man. The old man was astounded when he witnessed this scene. Exactly what sword is this? Why is it so invincible? In the distance, Yixian was about to attack again when the old man suddenly said, "Wait." However, Yixian didn't stop at all, and he slashed down once more. Bang! The old man was blasted 30 kilometers back by this strike. Yixian intended to attack again when the old man spoke abruptly. My clan is acquainted with the Yang clan. The Yang clan? Yixian frowned when he heard this, and then he gazed at the old man. You know the Yang clan? The old man instantly heaved a sigh of relief when he heard this, and then he glanced at Yixian. Yes, my clan and the Yang clan are family friends. Family friends? A wisp of bewilderment flashed through Yixian's eyes. That's utterly impossible. If these fellows are really family friends with the Yang clan, then there's no reason for them to not recognize my mad devil bloodline. Yixian shook his head. No matter if you know the Yang clan or not, I'll annihilate your clan today. The old man was suddenly enraged. If you dare touch my clan today, the Yang family will exterminate all 10 of your clans. Yixian? 7017K. Yixian was utterly speechless when he heard the old man. The Yang clan annihilated 10 of my clans, what the hell? At this time, the old man suddenly said, Your Excellency, even if you don't consider the monk, consider the Buddha. The Yang clan? Yixian suddenly interrupted the old man and spoke impatiently. Is the Yang clan that great? The old man was stunned when he heard this, and then he exploded with rage. How dare you look down upon the Yang clan? How dare you look down upon the Yang clan? You. The ignorant are truly fearless. Do you know what sort of existence the Yang clan is? That's. Yixian suddenly raised his hand and slashed with his sword. The old man's expression instantly changed drastically when he saw Yixian suddenly attack, and he roared furiously as he charged forward and smashed his fist forward. A strand of terrifying force suddenly swept out from his fist like a torrent. In an instant, the space in the surroundings seethed and warped. Bang! An expanse of light was blasted apart as the old man was blasted over 3 kilometers back by Yixian's attack. Moreover, he just stopped moving when another sword slashed down swiftly like a bolt of lightning. The old man's pupils constricted. He was astounded when facing this terrifying attack from Xian because Xian's green profound sword was truly too sharp. After he'd taken that punch head-on, his entire right arm had almost been chopped off. Right at this moment, Xianxia suddenly appeared in front of the old man, and a wisp of viciousness flashed through his eyes. After that, he roared furiously and smashed his fist forward. Rumble, with this punch, a terrifying force swept out like a volcanic eruption. Bang, an expanse of sword light shattered, and it shot out like fireworks in the sky. In an instant, the entire sky was in a mess. Xianxia was blasted over 3 kilometers away, and his body was completely obliterated as soon as he stopped moving. Xianxia suddenly roared furiously when he saw that Xian was about to attack again. Sacrifice the formation. The formation, bang, his voice had just resounded when a pillar of light shot into the sky from the clan below. Xian frowned slightly as he swung his sword down. Rumble, a terrifying explosion suddenly erupted in the sky, and Xian retreated several thousand feet. After stopping, Xian looked down at the clan below. At this moment, another pillar of light shot up into the sky. In the air, Xian frowned. He opened his palm and the green profound sword slashed down. A wave of sword light fell from the sky like a waterfall. Boom, this attack directly shattered the pillar of light that shot into the sky, and Xian was just about to attack again when the space above him suddenly split apart. A moment later, an enormous and illusory hand suddenly grabbed out. Xian narrowed his eyes. With a flick of his left sleeve, a wave of sword light shot into the sky. Mortal realm sword intent. Rumble, as the terrifying sword light soared into the sky, the giant hand turned into fragments that filled the sky. Explosions rang out continuously in the sky above the clan, and it was a complete mess. Suddenly, Xianxia roared furiously from afar, "Kill him!" As soon as he finished speaking, countless pillars of light shot into the sky and shot towards Xian. Xian frowned slightly. He opened his palm, and the green profound sword appeared in his grasp. He was about to attack when he seemed to have thought of something and stopped abruptly. Why should I attack? Attacking is exhausting. Moreover, I have Arya's armor, so I don't have to attack at all. When he thought up to this point, he gave up on attacking and allowed the countless rays of light to blast him in succession. In the blink of an eye, he was drowned by an expanse of white light. Rumble! Rumble! Numerous explosions resounded incessantly in the sky. Xianxia and the old man were stunned when they witnessed this scene. He doesn't defend. It didn't take long for the white light in the sky to disperse, and Xian appeared before them. Xianxia and the old man were stunned when they saw Xian, because Xian was actually completely unharmed. Xianxia gazed at Xian with disbelief. You. Xian patted his clothes lightly and said, "That's all?" "That's all." It was silent to the point a falling needle could be heard. Everyone was stunned. Right at this moment, Xianxia suddenly roared furiously, "Activate all the grand formations! Activate all the grand formations!" As soon as he finished speaking, strands of terrifying energy shot into the sky from within the clan. In an instant, strands of formidable pressure swept through the world. On the other hand, Xian's eyes were closed slightly. He didn't dodge at all, and he just allowed the countless strands of energy to blast towards him. It didn't take long for Xian to be drowned by the terrifying energy once more. All the experts from the various clans stared fixedly at Xian. It didn't take long for the space where Xian resided to return to normal, and Xian appeared before them. When they saw Xian, the expressions of all the experts from the various clans turned extremely ugly. Xian was still completely unharmed. Xianxia looked at Xian in disbelief. "This isn't normal." Xian chuckled lightly. "That's it?" Xianxia stared fixedly at Xian and roared furiously, "What the hell are you wearing?" Xian's eyes narrowed slightly. In the next moment, the green profound sword in his hand suddenly flew out. Hiss, the sword flashed like lightning. In the distance, Xianxia's expression changed drastically. He quickly dodged backwards, trying to avoid Xian's sword. Because he was currently a spirit body, he couldn't block Xian's sword at all. Moreover, he was shocked to find that Xian's sword seemed to have a strong restraining effect on spirits. Seeing the sword slash towards him, Xianxia's heart was already at its limit. At this moment, the elder suddenly stood in front of Xianxia and roared furiously, "Contact the Yang clan." After saying that, he turned to look at the sword slashing towards him and clenched his fists tightly. Boom, a terrifying flame suddenly shot up from his body into the sky. Body ignition, however, it wasn't over yet. In the next moment, another terrifying aura shot up into the sky from his body. Rumble, in an instant, Xian's sword was sent flying by this aura. In the distance, Xian opened his palm and the green profound sword returned to his hand in a flash. Xian looked at the elder. At this moment, the elder wasn't just burning his body, he was burning his soul as well. He was really playing with his life. After the elder chose to burn his body and soul, his aura skyrocketed. In the blink of an eye, his aura had reached an extremely terrifying level. In the field, the clan powerhouses all had sorrowful expressions on their faces. Body ignition, soul ignition, this meant that they would undoubtedly die. The elder glared at Xian with eyes full of resentment. Xian shook his head and smiled. "Old man, I don't quite understand. What are you so resentful about? It seems like you were the ones who wanted to kill me first, right? Why do you make it sound like I'm in the wrong?" The elder said fiercely, "My clan has already admitted defeat. Why must you kill us all?" Xian frowned slightly. "Didn't I admit defeat before? Did you let me go?" "I don't think so." The old man pointed at Xian angrily. "Stop whining in front of the old man. Do you think you've won? Let me tell you, once the Yang clan arrives, you'll understand the meaning of despair." Xian sighed softly. "I suggest you don't scream, really." The elder was so angry that he started laughing. "Afraid? Are you afraid?" Xian, at this moment, Xianxia suddenly opened his palm, and a tiny token suddenly shot into the sky and into the depths of space. Xian glanced at Xianxia and fell silent. The elder suddenly opened his palm and clenched it tightly. Boom, in an instant, a terrifying force swiftly condensed in his hand, and the entire sect realm instantly trembled. In the distance, Xian's expression was calm, but the green profound sword in his hand was trembling slightly. At this moment, the elder suddenly roared, "Die, old man." As soon as his voice fell, he suddenly rushed forward and punched out. When this punch was thrown out, a monstrous force rushed towards Xian like a bolt of lightning. In the distance, Xian suddenly rushed forward and slashed down with his sword. Xian's sword directly shattered the fist. At this moment, the elder directly rushed in front of Xian and punched at Xian's face. Xian's right hand suddenly turned, and a wave of sword light slashed out. Boom! The elder was directly sent flying thousands of feet away by his sword. The elder who had stopped was stunned. He never thought that he would still not be a match for Xian even though he had already ignited his soul and physical body. The elder stared fixedly at the green profound sword in Xian's hand, and his expression was incomparably ugly. Xian had two divine artifacts in his possession. One of them was this sword, and it was all-powerful. The other was a mysterious defensive divine artifact, and it was indestructible. It was simply absurd. He had the strongest spear and shield. How could he fight them? The elder stared fixedly at Xian while his aura grew stronger and stronger. However, it was useless because he couldn't break through Xian's defenses. However, Xian's sword could disregard all of their defensive divine artifacts. How could he fight them? At this moment, Xian suddenly said, "Stop spacing out. You're igniting your soul right now. If you don't fight them, then your soul will be incinerated into nothingness." The old man flared up with rage when he heard Xian. "Xian, what are you being so arrogant for?" Xian shook his head. "Geezer, you have such a bad temper. How did you attain the universe-enlightened ancestral god realm?" The old man stared fixedly at Xian while clenching his fists tightly. His physical body was gone, and his soul was extremely ethereal as well. Obviously, he wouldn't be able to persist for much longer. He naturally wanted to attack, but he was very clearly aware that he wouldn't be able to harm Xian even if he fought with all his strength. Xian smiled. "Since you're not going to attack, then I'll do it." As soon as he finished speaking, Xianxia vanished on the spot. The old man's pupils constricted, and then he suddenly roared furiously as he suddenly pressed his palms together, and then he pressed them forward. Rumble, in an instant, a powerful force swept out from within the old man. However, it instantly shattered into pieces upon coming into contact with Xian's sword, and then the old man was blasted over 10 kilometers back. Moreover, when he stopped moving, his soul was almost ethereal and translucent. Yi Xian looked at the old man and was about to attack again. However, right at this moment, a terrifying aura suddenly swept over from the depths of the distant starry sky. Wherever this aura passed, the space immediately boiled. Yi Xian frowned. The old man suddenly raised his head, and then he roared madly with laughter. Yi Xian, the experts of the Yang clan have arrived. The experts of the Yang clan have arrived. You're finished. You're finished. Ha ha ha. P.S. Asking for votes. Friends with monthly votes, feel free to vote. 7017K. He's here. Yi Xian raised his head to look at the sky. In the distance, time and space suddenly split open and a black-robed elder slowly walked out. The moment the black-robed elder walked out, the entire space trembled and became illusory, an expert half a step into the divine transformation realm. As soon as the elder appeared, a wave of coercion swept down from the sky like a tidal wave. The powerful coercion was like the weight of a mountain, instantly stifling the breath of countless experts present. Everyone was shocked. This was an expert from the Yang clan. How terrifying. The clan elder and Xianxia, on the other hand, were laughing maniacally with excitement. Yi Xian released his human realm sword will, which easily blocked the elder's coercion. He glanced at the black-robed elder but did not say anything. Below, the elder, Xianxia, and the experts of the clan looked as if they had seen their savior. The Yang clan, the clan elder hurriedly bowed deeply. Greetings, Your Honor. Xianxia and the others all bowed, their expressions filled with respect. The black-robed elder's expression was calm as his gaze fell on Yi Xian. Are you the one who looked down on the Yang clan? Yi Xian did not waste any time. He opened his palm and a stream of bloodline power surged from it. In an instant, the coercion of his bloodline shrouded the area. It was extremely powerful. He naturally had to reveal his identity. After all, he was the young master of the Yang clan. He could not possibly cause a misunderstanding with the experts of the Yang clan, right? Wouldn't that be stupid? Seeing the power of Yi Xian's bloodline, the black-robed elder frowned. What do you mean? Hearing this, Yi Xian was stunned. You don't recognize my bloodline? The black-robed elder sneered. Should an old man recognize your bloodline? Yi Xian was silent. Something was wrong. This guy did not recognize his crazy demon bloodline. This was not normal. Could it be that he was not from the Yang clan? Could it be that he was mistaken? Yi Xian was puzzled. Meanwhile, the black-robed old man spoke coldly. Young man, do you know that my Yang clan is protecting this clan? Yi Xian collected his thoughts. He glanced at the black-robed elder and asked, is the Yang clan's patriarch the green-robed sword master? The black-robed old man furrowed his brows as a look of surprise flashed across his eyes. How do you know about the sword master? Hearing this, Yi Xian's face darkened. Since you're from the Yang clan, why don't you recognize me? The black-robed old man narrowed his eyes. I'm from the Yang clan, so I have to know you? Who do you think you are? Yi Xian glanced at the black-robed elder, then opened his palm, and Xiao Ta appeared in his hand. Do you recognize this item? The black-robed elder shook his head. I've never seen him before. Yi Xian was speechless. Xiao Ta suddenly sighed in a low voice. Young master, this guy is probably just a small fry from the Yang clan. Don't ask him. He doesn't even know you and me. Just lay your cards on the table. Yi Xian thought for a moment and nodded. He looked at the black-robed elder. Have you seen the green-robed sword master? The black-robed elder sneered. Of course. Yi Xian looked at the black-robed elder. Don't you think I look very similar to him? The black-robed elder sized up Yi Xian. The next moment, he flew into a rage. Brat, you actually want to trick me. Why? Are you trying to say that you're the son of the green-robed sword master? What a joke. Who doesn't know that the sword master only has one daughter? How dare you? Yi Xian's expression froze. Xiao Ta sighed in a low voice. Tragedy. What a tragedy. The black-robed elder suddenly flicked his sleeves. A terrifying force directly shook towards Yi Xian. From afar, Yi Xian frowned. He rushed forward and slashed down with his sword. Chi, The sword light directly tore that terrifying force into pieces. Seeing this scene, the black-robed elder frowned. "You're a swordsman." Yi Xian's face was expressionless. "I suggest you contact the Yang clan." The black-robed elder said fiercely, "You think you're worthy of my Yang clan's top experts?" Yi Xian felt a headache coming on. "Can you not be so stubborn? Will it kill you to contact them?" "You." The black-robed elder did not give him a chance to speak. He directly rushed towards him. Seeing this scene, Yi Xian's expression gradually turned cold. He opened his palm and the green profound sword in his hand flew out. Rumble, the sword light shattered. The black-robed elder was directly sent flying hundreds of feet away. At this moment, Yi Xian suddenly grabbed Dedeabi and waved it. Chi, the tip of a brush flashed across the field. The black-robed old man's pupils constricted, and then he pressed his palms together while swiftly chanting. In the next moment, he suddenly raised his head, and then a ray of black light swept out from within him and collided with Dedeabi's attack. Bang! Along with an explosion, countless rays of black light shattered while the black-robed old man was blasted 3 kilometers away. As soon as he stopped moving, the green profound sword slashed down towards him. A wisp of astonishment flashed through the black-robed old man's eyes. He opened his palm, and a spear appeared in his grasp. With a shake of his wrist, the spear stabbed forward like a thunderclap. Bang! The black-robed old man's spear stabbed directly onto Yi Xian's green profound sword. The entire sect dimension trembled violently, and then it swiftly became illusory. Meanwhile, the spear in the black-robed old man's hand suddenly shattered into pieces that covered the sky. Rumble! At the instant that the spear shattered, the black-robed old man was blasted 3 kilometers away. As soon as he stopped moving, his arm split apart. At the same time, the green profound sword pierced through the center of his forehead. All of a sudden, the entire place fell silent. The old man and the sect leader, Xianxia, looked at Yi Xian in disbelief. Meanwhile, the black-robed old man was stunned as well. He was a half-step divine transformation realm cultivator, yet he'd actually lost to a young man at the ancient god realm. The black-robed old man's voice trembled as he said, "That's impossible." Yi Xian's face remained expressionless as he flicked his sleeve. Bang! The black-robed old man's body was instantly destroyed. Right when the black-robed old man's soul was about to be completely destroyed, he suddenly took out a command token, and then the command token transformed into a ray of light that shot into the sky. Yi Xian glanced at the command token with a calm expression. "Call for help?" The black-robed old man stared fixedly at Yi Xian. "Yes." Yi Xian nodded. "Then let's do it." The black-robed old man glanced at Dedeabi on Yi Xian's waist and sneered. "So you're relying on Dedeabi? Let me tell you, the Yang clan is not afraid of Dedeabi. Even if Dedeabi himself came, he would have to crawl in front of the Yang clan." Yi Xian was speechless. F***ck. Dedeabi suddenly said, "Can I kill him?" Yi Xian said calmly, "Didn't you say that you can't make a move at will?" After a moment of silence, Dedeabi said, "I can't make a move at will. I'll make arrangements for him." Yi Xian was speechless. In the distance, the black-robed old man wanted to say something, but Yi Xian suddenly flicked his sleeves and a sword plunged into the old man's mouth. The old man swallowed the words he was about to say. Yi Xian looked at the black-robed old man and said, "Shut up." The black-robed old man was speechless. As if thinking of something, Yi Xian suddenly turned to look at the distant old man. At this moment, the old man's soul and body were growing dimmer and dimmer. Yi Xian frowned. "Can't you stop burning your soul?" The old man was speechless. Xiao Ta suddenly said, "Young lord, do you think everyone is like you? Burning your soul like it's a game that can be stopped at will? Once the soul is ignited, it can't be stopped." Yi Xian glanced at the old man. "Then you can slowly die." The old man suddenly laughed. His laughter was crazy. "Yi Xian, do you think you're invincible just because you have Dedeabi's support? Let me tell you, the Yang clan's strength is beyond your imagination. Just as the senior said, even if you have Dedeabi's true body, the Yang clan wouldn't fear you, much less Dedeabi's clone." Dedeabi was speechless. Yi Xian didn't say anything. The old man snarled, "Yi Xian, I will die without a doubt. But let me tell you, before I die, I will make sure you die first." Yi Xian nodded. All right. At this time, a terrifying aura suddenly swept over from the depths of the starry sky above their heads. Soon, the entire galaxy began to boil. They're here. At this time, the old man suddenly burst into laughter. His laughter was extremely deranged. They're here. The true experts of the Yang clan have arrived. Yi Xian looked into the depths of the starry sky. At that moment, an invisible pressure had already crushed down on him. This pressure far exceeded that of the soul transformation realm. Merely a strand of pressure caused countless people in the surroundings to feel suffocated. Too powerful. Meanwhile, a middle-aged man appeared here. An expert who had surpassed the divine transformation realm. The black-robed old man suddenly knelt down slowly when he saw this middle-aged man, and he said with a trembling voice, "Envoy Zhang." The middle-aged man ignored the black-robed elder. He walked slowly towards Yi Xian and knelt down in front of everyone. Emissary Zhang, the person in charge of the High God Cosmos, greets the young master. Young master. As soon as these words were spoken, the surroundings instantly became deathly silent. 7017 young master. Hearing Emissary Zhang's words, the black-robed old man and the sect master old man were petrified on the spot. In the distance, Yi Xian looked at Emissary Zhang. You know me? Emissary Zhang nodded and said respectfully, of course, I am the Yang clan's young master, how could I not know you? Yi Xian pointed at the black-robed old man in the distance, why doesn't he know me? Emissary Zhang smiled bitterly, he isn't from my Yang clan. Hearing this, Yi Xian frowned, he isn't from the Yang clan? Emissary Zhang nodded, he is just a small character from one of my Yang clan's vassal forces, he has nothing to do with my Yang clan. Yi Xian looked at the black-robed old man. The black-robed old man said with a trembling voice, Emissary Zhang, is he really the young master? Emissary Zhang was expressionless, do you think I like to kneel to people? The black-robed old man's expression froze. After a moment, he turned to look at Yi Xian and smiled bitterly, young master, since you are the Yang clan's young master, why didn't you say so earlier? Yi Xian smiled, didn't I say so? I said so. And how did you answer me? Your answer was that the sword master only has a daughter, no son, this is what you said, right? The black-robed old man. Yi Xian looked at the sect master old man. At this moment, the old man's soul had already been burnt transparent, like a wisp of smoke, it would disappear with the wind at any time. The old man looked at Yi Xian, is it interesting? Is it interesting? Yi Xian smiled lightly, turned and left. Behind him, Emissary Zhang was silent for a moment. He suddenly raised his right hand. The next moment, 10 terrifying auras suddenly appeared in the field. Emissary Zhang was expressionless, slaughter. With that, he followed Yi Xian in the distance. Behind him, the old man roared, Yi Xian, I curse you. I curse you to die a horrible death, I curse your Yang clan to die. Tendo is clear, it's not that I won't avenge you, it's just that the time has not come yet. If you don't believe me, look up, who did Tendo spare, you? Boom, a bolt of divine lightning suddenly struck the top of the old man's head, and the old man was directly erased. After a while, a voice suddenly sounded from the depths of the distant starry sky, my Tendo clan declares that my Tendo clan has no evil intentions towards the Yang clan. This person's words have nothing to do with my Tendo clan. I hope young Master Yi can understand. Clan. When Yi Xian returned to Celestial Treasure City, Envoy Zhang followed beside him. As he looked at Yi Xian, Envoy Zhang was very cautious. At the moment, he was feeling very uneasy, because he didn't know if Yi Xian would blame him. Yi Xian turned to look at Emissary Zhang and smiled, aren't you going? Emissary Zhang hesitated for a moment and said, I'll stay here and listen to young Master Ye's orders. Actually, the Yang clan had ordered that he couldn't take the initiative to help Yi Xian unless he was in a life-threatening situation. The reason why he chose to stay was because he had a selfish motive. If he wanted to climb up, the best way was to follow Yi Xian. To him, this was a once-in-a-lifetime opportunity. Therefore, he decided to take the risk and stay, as long as he had a good relationship with Yi Xian, who in the Yang clan would dare to punish him in the future. If he had a good relationship with Yi Xian, he would be able to ascend to the 9 heavens. Yi Xian smiled and said, Are you at the divine transformation realm? Emissary Zhang shook his head, I'm at the superior god realm. Yi Xian frowned slightly, superior god? Emissary Zhang nodded. The realm above the divine transformation realm is the superior god realm. Because I'm in charge of a special grade universe, I have the power of faith of a special grade universe. Therefore, I'm a superior god. Yi Xian was a little curious. Special grade universe? Emissary Zhang nodded. It has more than 1 billion living beings, and most of them are very strong. As he said this, he paused and said, being a superior god is a threshold. It's too difficult for an ordinary person to become a superior god. Of course, that's for us. In the Yang clan, a mere superior god is nothing. Yi Xian blinked. In the Yang clan, a superior god is nothing? Emissary Zhang nodded, yes. Yi Xian was a little curious. What level are you at in the Yang clan? Emissary Zhang smiled bitterly. Let's put it this way. If the Yang clan is compared to a huge empire, then I'm like a small village chief in a remote mountain village. Yi Xian was silent. Small village chief. Yi Xian shook his head and smiled. It seemed that the force created by his father was much stronger than he had imagined. Go back to inherit the family property. As soon as this idea appeared, he rejected it himself. Although he was a second-generation heir, his ultimate goal was to be a first-generation heir. Emissary Zhang said again, young master, do you want to return to the clan? If you do, I can contact the higher-ups. Yi Xian shook his head, not for the time being. Emissary Zhang nodded slightly, okay. Yi Xian said, I'll cultivate for a while. You, Emissary Zhang quickly said, I'll protect you, young master. Yi Xian glanced at Emissary Zhang and smiled, okay. After saying this, he entered the starry cultivation ground. As soon as he entered the starry cultivation ground, Wenren Lan appeared in front of him. Yi Xian looked at Wenren Lan. At this moment, Wenren Lan had reached the divine transformation realm. Divine transformation realm. Wenren also appeared in the field. Yi Xian said with a smile, Ms. Lan, congratulations. Wenren Lan nodded slightly, I'm the one thanking you. Yi Xian smiled, you should be the youngest divine transformation realm expert in the history of the Wenren clan, right? Wenren Lan shook her head, my ancestor is stronger than me. Yi Xian was slightly curious, the ancestor of the Wenren clan? Wenren Lan nodded, the ancestor of the Wenren clan was extremely talented, much stronger than me. Yi Xian smiled, you're very strong too. Wenren Lan looked at Yi Xian, merely being at the divine transformation realm isn't enough to become the patriarch. However, if I go back now, my status will be completely different from before. Yi Xian nodded and didn't say anything. Wenren Lan said in a low voice, if I become the patriarch of the Wenren clan, what do you want me to do for you? Yi Xian thought for a moment and said, open an academy in the Wenren clan, or allow my academy to recruit students in the Wenren clan. Wenren Lan looked at Yi Xian, that's it? Yi Xian nodded. Wenren Lan nodded, okay. As she spoke, she seemed to have thought of something, and then she glanced outside, what is that person outside to you? Yi Xian was stunned, and then he smiled, you mean Emissary Zhang? Wenren Lan nodded. Yi Xian thought for a moment, and then he said with a smile, my father's subordinate. Wenren Lan looked straight at Yi Xian, which clan are you from? Yi Xian smiled, the Yang clan. Wenren Lan frowned, and she turned to look at Wenren Ren. Wenren Ren shook her head. Yi Xian was curious, haven't you heard of it? Wenren Lan shook her head, never. Yi Xian thought for a moment, and then he said, the upper divinity realm, have you heard of it? Wenren Lan's pupils suddenly constricted, the upper divinity realm, your father is from the upper divinity realm. Yi Xian said, you know about the upper divinity realm? Wenren Lan nodded with a rather solemn expression, the upper divinity realm is a super universe, and there are real upper divinity realm experts in that universe. Do you know about the upper divinity realm? Yi Xian shook his head. Wenren Lan said in a low voice, it's very terrifying. No, not to mention the upper divinity realm, even a half-step divinity realm expert is very, very terrifying. After the divine transformation realm, there are 9 tiers, and beyond the 5th tier is the half-step divinity realm. In our place, the strongest expert is in the 6th tier of the divine transformation realm, but in the upper divinity realm, there are real upper divinity realm experts. As she spoke, she looked at Yi Xian, is the Yang clan a big clan in the upper divinity realm? Yi Xian was silent. He didn't know how to answer this question, because if he told the truth, he would be suspected of being pretentious. At this time, Wenren Lan sized up Xian, and then she said, I didn't expect you to be from the upper divinity realm. Xian said with a smile, what are your plans now? Wenren Lan fell silent for a moment, and then she turned to look at Wenren, big sister, what are your plans? Wenren looked at Xian and smiled, young master Yi, I want to go directly to your Guanxian Academy. Although I'm not that strong, I should be able to help a little. Xian smiled, you're welcome. Wenren was an ancestor god, and she wasn't weak at all to the current Guanxian Academy. What Guanxian Academy lacked the most were experts. After all, Xianxia was only one person, and she still needed some help. Wenren smiled when she heard Xian, young master Yi, if I go to your academy, the Nantian clan might not let it go. You have to be mentally prepared. Xian was about to speak, but he suddenly frowned. At this moment, Wenren looked into the distance, the Nantian clan is here. Nantian clan, Xian frowned. Right at this moment, emissary Zhang appeared behind Xian, and he looked into the depths of the starry sky with a calm expression. Wenren Lan, who stood in front of Xian, took a deep look at emissary Zhang, and a wisp of seriousness flashed in her eyes. She couldn't sense emissary Zhang's realm, but her intuition told her that he was terrifying. Bang! At this moment, the starry sky above them suddenly transformed into a huge vortex, and soon, a man walked out slowly from it, the soul formation realm. When the man walked out, Wenren suddenly frowned. It was obvious that she knew him. Wenren Lan's face sank. The man in front of her was the Nantian clan's prince, Nantian Yen. After Nantian Yen appeared, he gently flicked his sleeve with his right hand, and the vortex behind him was directly erased, and the starry sky returned to normal. Nantian Yen glanced at Wenren below, his face expressionless. The next moment, he turned his head to look at Xian, who was next to him. You're Xian? Xian nodded. Nantian Yen stared at Xian. I heard that you like to meddle in other people's business? As he spoke, an invisible wave of pressure swept towards Xian who was down below. Xian frowned slightly and was about to make a move, but at this moment, emissary Zhang suddenly spread out his right hand and gently pressed it down. Thump! Under everyone's shocked gaze, Nantian Yan's legs went soft and he knelt down. Emissary Zhang looked at Nantian Yan, whose face was full of fear, with a calm expression. You have to kneel to talk to my young master, understand? Everyone, Xian. 7017K kneeling, Nantian Yan just knelt there. No matter how he resisted, it was useless. At this moment, Nantian Yan was extremely shocked. He was a cultivator in the divine transformation realm, but he couldn't even resist this middle-aged man. How was this possible? He looked incredulous. Wenren Lan and her sister also looked incredulous, especially Wenren Lan. She knew that this middle-aged man was strong, but she didn't know he was this strong. With a wave of his hand, an expert in the divine transformation realm knelt. This was at least a half-step supreme deity. At this time, Nantian Yan looked at emissary Zhang and said in a deep voice, You are? Emissary Zhang did not answer. He retreated half a step behind Xian. Seeing this, Nantian Yan looked at Xian again. Who are you? Xian smiled slightly. Xian, the dean of Guanxian Academy. Nantian Yan stared at Xian, not knowing what he was thinking. Xian turned to emissary Zhang and said with a smile, Let him stand up and talk. Emissary Zhang immediately nodded. Okay. With that, he flicked his sleeve, and the terrifying power on Nantian Yan suddenly disappeared. After Nantian Yan stood up, he took a deep look at emissary Zhang. In addition to seriousness, there was also fear in his eyes. Xian smiled and said, How should I address you, sir? Nantian Yan withdrew his gaze and looked at Xian. Nantian Yan of the Nantian clan. Xian nodded and was about to speak when Nantian Yan said in a deep voice, Sir, the Nantian clan has no enmity with you. Why are you meddling? Xian turned to look at Wenren Lan. She doesn't like you. Nantian Yan nodded. I know she doesn't like me, but she is engaged to me. Do you think it's appropriate for her to fall in love with another man while we are still engaged? Xian thought about it and shook his head. No. Nantian Yan was slightly stunned. Was this guy so reasonable? Xian continued, It's indeed inappropriate for me to fall in love with someone else when I'm engaged to you. This is her fault, but she has already paid the price for her mistake. Nan Tianyan fell silent. Yi Xian still wanted to say something, but Nan Tianyan suddenly said, "Since young Master Yi has spoken, then I naturally won't pursue the matter any further. I'll give young Master Yi face." Yi Xian was silent. With this guy's words, it became like he owed him a favor. Speechless, Nan Tianyan suddenly looked at Wenren and said, "Miss Yi, the grudge between us is settled today. Let's both live in peace." After saying that, he looked at Yi Xian, "Young Master Yi, if you have time, please come to the Nantian clan as a guest." Yi Xian smiled and said, "Definitely." Nan Tianyan smiled, "Farewell." After saying that, he turned and disappeared at the end of the starry sky. Yi Xian looked at the end of the sky and chuckled. Then he turned to Wenren and said, "You're really free now." Wenren looked at Yi Xian and said, "Thank you." Yi Xian smiled and said, "You're welcome." After saying that, he looked at Wenren Lan and asked, "Are you going back to the clan now?" Wenren Lan nodded, "If I go back now, I'll definitely be put in an important position. However, I'm not sure if I can become the clan leader. After all, my father hasn't died yet." "Oh, no, he hasn't retired." Hearing that, Yi Xian's face was full of black lines. She was really a filial daughter. Wenren Lan turned to Wenren and asked, "Sister, are you really not going back with me?" Wenren Lan shook her head, "No." Wenren Lan thought about it and said, "All right. After I become the clan leader, I'll come and pick you up." After saying that, she looked at Yi Xian and asked, "Can you lend me your pagoda for a few days to play?" Yi Xian's face was full of black lines. Wenren Lan giggled, "I'm kidding." After saying that, she said seriously, "You helped me reach the soul formation realm. I'll remember this for the rest of my life. After I become the clan leader, I'll do my best to help your academy." After saying that, she disappeared on the spot. Yi Xian shook his head and smiled. He looked at Wenren and said, "Go to the Universe of Gods Guanxian Academy first. After you get there, a little girl will take care of you." Wenren Lan nodded, "All right." In the same place, Yi Xian opened his palm and a storage ring appeared in his hand. He only had less than 100 million universe veins left. It had to be said that he still felt a little distressed. However, it was still worth it. As long as Wenren Lan became the clan leader, Guanxian Academy would be able to reach the Wenren clan. As if thinking of something, Yi Xian opened his palm and a sword intent suddenly gushed out, the sword intent of the human world. Looking at the sword intent in front of him, Yi Xian fell silent. The sword intent had become stronger again. Furthermore, it was much, much stronger. Qing Qiu, Yi Xian withdrew the sword intent and felt warm in his heart. At this moment, Emissary Zhang suddenly said, "Young Master's sword intent is amazing." Yi Xian turned to look at Emissary Zhang and smiled, "Is it amazing?" Emissary Zhang nodded with a serious expression, "Young Master's sword intent has unlimited growth." Yi Xian laughed and said, "Aren't you going back to the upper god realm?" Emissary Zhang hurriedly said, "I'll follow young master and serve him." Yi Xian thought for a moment and nodded, "All right." Emissary Zhang was overjoyed when he heard that. Since Yi Xian agreed, it meant that he could follow Yi Xian openly. As long as he followed Yi Xian, his future would be limitless. Yi Xian smiled and said, "I'll cultivate for a while." Emissary Zhang hurriedly nodded, "All right." As he spoke, he left respectfully. In the starry sky, Yi Xian sat cross-legged on the ground. In the next moment, he entered Xiaota. Within Xiaota, his eyes closed slowly. Dedeabi's body trembled slightly. In the next moment, his cultivation directly rose from the ancient god realm to the universe-enlightened ancestral god realm. When he attained the universe-enlightened ancestral god realm, the sword intent within his body suddenly surged out like tidewater. Actually, his sword intent was equivalent to the energy of faith. Boundless energy of faith converged into a sword, and it became the sword intent of the human world. Yi Xian cultivated slowly within Xiaota. With Xiaota by his side, he could take his time because he had sufficient time. Just like that, 10 years passed. In the outside world, only a single day had passed. When Yi Xian left Xiaota, he had attained the universe-enlightened ancestral god realm. Unlike before, his cultivation wasn't unstable this time, and he used almost 10 years of time to stabilize it. Of course, he still needed actual combat. What gave him a headache was that he needed a huge amount of money to break through to the soul formation realm. Just like Wenren Lan, he needed at least over a billion universe veins, over a billion. Yi Xian felt a headache coming on. At this moment, he thought of Qin Guan. Yi Xian shook his head and smiled. I really want to live off a woman more and more. Besides cultivation, he'd also studied the character human in the 6-syllable Sanskrit mantra. At this moment, the might of this character was only inferior to his instant of invincibility. The most terrifying thing was that he was still only able to utilize 10% of this character's might. To his surprise, if he utilized his sword intent when he utilized this character, its might would multiply. In short, even though he was only at the universe-enlightened ancestral god realm, it was extremely easy for him to kill a soul formation realm expert. However, he still felt an extremely terrifying pressure when facing emissary Zhang. Obviously, a high god realm expert was still a huge threat to him. After attaining the universe-enlightened ancestral god realm, Yi Xian left the place of cultivation. As soon as he left, emissary Zhang appeared in front of him. Emissary Zhang bowed slightly, and then he retreated behind Yi Xian. At this moment, emissary Zhang was shocked because Yi Xian had attained the universe-enlightened ancestral god realm so fast. After all, Yi Xian was only at the ancient god realm a day ago, yet he was already a universe-enlightened ancestral god now. This speed was truly slightly abnormal. Emissary Zhang sighed in his heart. As expected of the young master, meanwhile, Fu Yi and Xiao Lan appeared in front of Yi Xian, and they bowed slightly to Yi Xian. Yi Xian smiled, it's over. I'm going back to my academy. As he spoke, he looked at Fu Yi. Did you manage to contact Qin Guan? Fu Yi shook his head, no. Yi Xian smiled, if you didn't manage to contact him, then forget it. Fu Yi smiled bitterly. Yi Xian smiled, both of you, take care. As soon as he finished speaking, he vanished on the spot with emissary Zhang. After Yi Xian and Xiao Lan left, Fu Yi suddenly said in a light voice, young master Yi has already attained the universe-enlightened ancestral god realm. Xiao Lan nodded with a solemn expression. Fu Yi shook his head and smiled, young master Yi's speed of improvement is truly terrifying. Xiao Lan said in a light voice, do you see that person beside him? Fu Yi frowned slightly, who is that? Xiao Lan said in a low voice, the annihilation of the clan was done by that person. Fu Yi. Xiao Lan said, that person should be a member of the Yang clan. As he spoke, he looked towards the horizon and said in a light voice, is the mysterious Yang clan finally about to surface? Yi Xian returned to Guanxian Academy with emissary Zhang. At this moment, the number of people in Guanxian Academy had expanded to tens of thousands. This was only the number of people in the universe-enlightened ancestral god. In other places, Xianxia had already developed more than a dozen branches of Guanxian Academy. The main reason why the number of people was small was that Guanxian Academy's recruitment was too strict. This strictness did not refer to talent, but character and temperament. Everyone who entered Guanxian Academy would have to undergo various tests. It was precisely because of this that Guanxian Academy's recruitment speed was not very fast. However, now that Guanxian Academy's reputation had spread, more and more people took the initiative to come to Guanxian Academy, hoping to join it. The current dean of Guanxian Academy was Yi Xian, the head of the Wen Academy was Xu Xian, and the head of the Wu Yuan Academy was Qing Qiu. However, Qing Qiu's authority was undoubtedly the greatest, because Xu Xian spent more time teaching and learning, while Yi Xian was a hands-off boss. Therefore, Qing Qiu was completely in charge of Guanxian Academy. When Yi Xian returned to Guanxian Academy, Qing Qiu immediately appeared in front of him. Looking at Yi Xian, Qing Qiu smiled sweetly, brother. Yi Xian had just spoken, but in the next moment, his face was full of astonishment, girl. You have reached the universe-enlightened ancestral god realm? Qing Qiu nodded, yes. Yi Xian frowned slightly, when did you reach it? Qing Qiu blinked, just now. Just now, Yi Xian was stunned, and his heart was filled with shock. The corners of Qing Qiu's mouth rose slightly. As long as she wanted to, she could walk to the end of the path of martial arts and Daoyi, and be on par with 3 swords. But she didn't want to, she wanted to follow her brother. Invincible? How boring would that be? Whenever Yi Xian was invincible, she would be invincible. 7017K. End of chapter 2380. Don't forget to subscribe, like, and share the video to support the channel.